He quickly ordered. Mo Li stopped them. Upon receiving the command, she immediately spewed a fierce flame. The soldiers halted, panicked before the scorching wall of fire, warning each other, danger. As the flames gradually subsided, a scene before them terrified the soldiers. While they were still in a panic, Lin Xin had already seized the opportunity to escape with his captive. By the time they reacted, they could only shout in alarm. Where did they go? He captured Lord Shenming. After them, the scene changes. At this moment he was running for his life, still holding Shenming tightly in his hand, and she was restlessly struggling, constantly thrashing about in his grasp. Let me down, kill me if you have the guts. Shenming frantically grabbed Lin Xin's hair, pulling it down hard, causing him excruciating pain. Ah, she cursed incessantly. I won't let you insult me, he immediately replied. I have no interest in insulting you. Due to a moment of carelessness, Lin Xin failed to dodge in time and stepped on a dangerous trap. The two's first reaction was to scream. Frozen in place, their faces pale, able to do nothing but stare wide-eyed. At that moment 2 arrows came whistling like the call of death, terrifying Shenming into shouting, You idiot, what did you step on? At the critical moment of life and death he didn't retreat but advanced, decisively reaching out and catching the first arrow. He showed no weakness, easily catching the second arrow, and in less than a second he had dealt with the trap, causing Lin Xin to immediately reveal his proud nature. Such a stupid trap, no wonder you lot can't catch me. Shenming's eyes widened in anger and she retorted loudly, This wasn't set by my people. In the midst of their heated argument she suddenly froze as if she had discovered something and asked softly, Wait, you let go with both hands, how come I didn't fall? Shenming paused, hesitantly making a judgment. Just the thought of the possibility made her face flush, her pupils darting around. Does a man have to be so strong? A real example then appeared in her mind, confirming her thoughts. Shenming immediately cast aside her pride, jumped down and ran to a nearby bush, not forgetting to curse, Pervert. Lin Xin, on the other hand, was stunned in surprise. Wait. He hurriedly chased after her, shouting desperately, I have something to ask you. But Shenming paid him no mind at all. The two ran through the bushes and Lin Xin immediately reached out to grab her. Is it you? Then he admonished her in a deep voice, his tone laced with blame. I told you not to run around. Shenming, however, remained stubborn and unyielding. Shut up, I don't want to say another word to you. In the next second, a group of strangely looking uncivilized monkeys appeared before them, pointing their spears directly at them. Lin Xin was stunned for a moment, realizing it seems the trap just now was set by you. Time flew by. The next day the monkeys were cheering and dancing around a crackling bonfire. Lin Xin and Shenming were in an even worse state, their hands tied, thrown into a wooden barrel full of food. She cursed angrily, Can't you hear me? Damn it, if I had brought my equipment, how could I have been caught by this bunch of uncivilized monkeys? He took the opportunity to ask. Say, where are you from? Why are you helping the Yao race against the Mo race? She smiled proudly, boasting with excessive confidence. I'm afraid if I tell you your head will explode. Anyway, the civilization of my world far surpasses your imagination. Lin Xin, also annoyed, ignored her and said dismissively, Right, then Lord Shenming, how do you suggest we get out of this now? Shenming struggled desperately, still arrogantly threatening, Who's we? Don't get chummy with me. When I break free, the first one I'll deal with is you. Shujia suddenly appeared, asking with dissatisfaction, Why don't you tell her the truth? He raised his eyes and replied in a low voice, This girl is very proud. I have to wait until I've conquered her before I lay my cards on the table. Just then, the monkeys suddenly bowed and kowtowed. Shenming stood on her tiptoes to look, muttering to herself in a daze, Why are they worshipping us? Do they see us as gods? Lin Xin suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, his voice intermittent and tinged with worry. You're overthinking it. They've always seen us as… Before he could finish, a huge monster appeared under the moonlight. Its eyes were blood red, its teeth sharp, and it drooled as it looked down at the two small figures below. They looked at each other in panic and screamed in unison, Offerings? Shenming trembled all over, her face pale, her eyes wide with terror, her lips tightly bitten. This is bad, we're going to be this thing's food, she cried out in grievance, her mouth filled with indignation. I won't accept this. Lin Xin raised an eyebrow and with a look of disdain said something that stunned Shenming. We can consider this a case of not knowing each other until we've fought. If you have any regrets, you can tell me about them. Her eyes welled with tears as she glanced at him and said, You're not worthy of knowing my secrets. In my eyes, you're just a clown. The next second, the high-level monster suddenly opened its mouth and charged. Baring its sharp teeth, it crawled over to swallow them both. He remained calm, protected by Zhou Riwei. While Shenming was crying her eyes out, Lin Xin said in annoyance, Forget it. I still need to make you submit before we can talk about anything else. A light flashed in his eyes and his face darkened. Zhou Riwei was immediately summoned, radiating light above his head, its aura instantly turning the tables. Lin Xin unleashed the Demon Emperor's overwhelming pressure. Instantly, a huge burst of light erupted, the pressure forcing the ferocious primal beast to a halt. The oppressive energy began to spread, enveloping the entire forest, the mist thickening, making the atmosphere tense. The monkeys trembled upon witnessing this, not daring to move. Even the beast was no better off. Its legs trembled. Its imposing aura vanished, and it struggled to even stand firm. It prostrated itself on the ground in surrender, its eyes showing cowardice when facing Lin Xin. Shenming was hanging upside down from a tree, exclaiming, This thing is really useful. Her eyes widened in awe. She began to recall, subduing a primal beast with just a thought. Who are you? He stood up abruptly, forcefully snapping the ropes and calmly made a request. I'll answer that question when you're ready to tell me your secret. Lin Xin turned around, hands on his hips, looking at the monkeys kneeling before him. This time you should be worshipping me, right? He snapped his fingers and then said, "You can come down too." In the next second, Shenming fell to the ground. "Ah," she struggled in pain, unable to move. As the ropes gradually loosened, Shenming's eyes fluttered open slightly. She frowned and scolded angrily. "Are you trying to insult me?" Lin Xin gently approached Shenming and said softly, "You're overthinking it. I spared your life so that you would be thoroughly convinced of your defeat." She gritted her teeth in defiance but had nothing more to say. He elegantly reminded her, "Go back and prepare well. The next time we fight, don't disappoint me." Shenming immediately turned and ran away, her face full of anger. He shouted a warning, "You just wait." Lin Xin watched her retreating back, speechless, and helplessly commented to himself, "This woman has a really fiery temper." As soon as he turned around, he found that the monkeys had respectfully presented a precious offering, a hat adorned with 3 feathers. Behind it was a crude sedan chair carried by 2 large wooden poles with people kneeling on both sides and waiting. Listening to their indistinct voices and after some guessing, Lin Xin roughly understood. He reached for the hat and casually asked, "You see me as a hero? Can you take me to the demon capital?" "I don't know the way." The monkeys nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. At this moment, Lin Xin was leisurely lying on the sedan chair, muttering to himself, "It's not bad to get to the demon capital so comfortably. I hope that queen doesn't do anything foolish." A look of exhaustion appeared on his face. He yawned and then shouted in satisfaction, "I've been running all night. I can finally sleep." While sound asleep, he was awakened by a voice. "Excellent. Our Tianrong clan can now have a royal bloodline." Lin Xin slowly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was a charming back, sitting cross-legged on the ground, straightening up to show off her curves. He woke up with a start, recoiling in terror, his eyes wide with panic, shouting, "What's going on? Who are you?" The other person playfully turned around. She lowered her head slightly and said sincerely, "You were sleeping just now. I didn't dare to disturb you. My sincerest apologies. Although I am inexperienced, I will do my best to satisfy you." The other person bowed respectfully, indicating her intentions. Her tone was humble, not daring to look up. "I hope you can cooperate with me to complete the collection." The scene starts in a small village in the forest with simple thatched houses. The place was introduced by the girl as the oldest tribe in Yu's continent, the Tianrong tribe. She continued her story in a nostalgic tone. "Our tribe has lived here for generations, living in peace. However, this tranquility was shattered for one reason. But a few months ago, a mysterious army from the Nether continent infiltrated Yu's continent. My tribe was also chosen by the Demon Emperor to participate in the war. The girl before him was named Mao, the chief of the Tianrong tribe." She said timidly, "My father and the disciples of the tribe were all killed in battle. I only inherited the position of chief to maintain the tribe's livelihood." Lin Xin unconsciously said this. "It was all thanks to the battle where you defeated the primal beast just now, which completely won over Mao Mao. I heard from the tribesmen that you have the aura to make high-level primal beasts submit, heavenly emperor's might. I knew you must have the bearing of a king." As she spoke, she made a sincere and earnest request. "I dare not ask you to stay long in the tribe. I only beg you to grant me some of your vital blood, so that I can give birth to a majestic child who will inherit the tribe in the future." Hearing these words, Lin Xin put his hands together in shame and bowed his head. He immediately sensed something was wrong, his expression turning serious again, and he suddenly interrupted her. "Wait, what did you just say?" Mao Mao said shyly. "I said you have the bearing of a king." Lin Xin immediately shouted. No, the sentence before that, Mao Mao could only repeat. "A few months ago, an army from the Nether continent invaded." That's the one. Realizing the problem, he stood up abruptly and pressed urgently, "How are you sure the enemy is from the Nether continent?" Looking at the location map, she explained in detail. "The Tianrong tribe is located at the border of the Nether continent and the Yu's continent. The enemy came from the west, and in that direction there is only the Nether continent." Mao Mao was stunned, tilting her head and asking in confusion, "Could there be a mistake?" Lin Xin scratched his head, inferring to himself in confusion, "Something's not right. The Nether continent is certain the enemy appeared in the Yu's continent, but the Yu's continent says the enemy came from the Nether continent. So where did they come from? Did they fall from the sky?" Seeing his silence, she became very worried and asked anxiously, "Hero, did I say something wrong?" Lin Xin suddenly grabbed Mao Mao's shoulders and said urgently, "Xiao Mao, do you know of any way to get to the demon capital of Yu's continent as quickly as possible?" He thought uneasily. "I must stop the demon emperor as soon as possible. This matter is definitely not that simple." She was startled, her face blushing as she replied, "I know." Lin Xin let out a slight sigh of relief and quickly suggested, "Good, you lead the way. We must get there as soon as possible." He calculated in his mind, "To go deep into enemy territory, the land route is better for covering our tracks." Mao Mao's face turned as red as an apple, her eyes wide, her lips trembling slightly as she stammered, "Okay." She was so happy she began to let her imagination run wild, all sorts of absurd associations and fantasies popping into her head. The hero said we, does he mean we can become one? The next day, Mao Mao drew a simple map on the ground, moving a tree branch around, carefully showing Lin Xin the way. "This is the shortest route. If we ride fast, we can reach the demon capital in 2 days." On the other side, an army escorting the chief was already prepared. He stood with his hands on his hips and asked, puzzled, "Why don't we just cut through the forest?" She replied, "Hero, you don't know. This is the forest of 10,000 ages." Mao Mao explained seriously, "All kinds of ferocious primal beasts roam here, and it is said that an ancient demon god is sleeping in its depths. Even the demon emperor's army dares not approach." If we go in, we will surely die. Lin Xin showed no fear after hearing this, smiling confidently. It's just primal beasts, no need to be afraid. You follow me and take the shortcut. The others can take the safe road and meet us at the demon capital. Then they can escort you back. Mao Mao blushed purple and stammered. Okay, her mind was filled with all sorts of ambiguous associations, some so absurd she felt shy herself. Just the two of us taking a deserted path, could he be thinking of? Little baby, I like it in places like this. Time flew by and the two rode together through the forest of 10,000 ages. As they moved, Lin Xin asked curiously, Xiao Mao, how come you speak like this? Your tribesmen can't talk. Mao Mao answered without hesitation. Hero, you don't know, I was sent to the demon capital by my father to study since I was a child, so I know a few more words. Listening, he roughly understood. Is that so? At that time, Lin Xin suggested, just call me by my name. I'm Lin Xin, not a hero. It sounds strange, she awkwardly replied at once. Okay. Mao Mao muttered, he told me to call him by his name. Is it because? Then she started fantasizing again, making up all sorts of unrealistic scenarios, her face getting hotter and hotter as she thought, as if it was about to smoke. Call me by my name, Lin Xin, don't. Then she excitedly shouted to herself. This is great, so interesting. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, I have a feeling this girl is thinking about all sorts of weird things. After a while, the sky suddenly became unusually dark, making him say with suspicion, it got dark too fast. Mao Mao, walking ahead, explained, it's because the miasma in this forest is thick and the sun can't shine through. The horse suddenly stopped as if instinctively sensing something was wrong. It neighed 3 times, its front legs rearing up. Mao Mao reacted in time, pulling hard on the reins to soothe it. Just as she brought the horse under control, she immediately realized not good. Countless pairs of blood-red eyes appeared ahead, unusually eerie. Appearing and disappearing in the thick fog, they stared fixedly at the two. Mao Mao said fearfully, we're being watched. Zhou Riwei appeared above his head at the right moment, its dazzling light reflecting. Lin Xin smiled contemptuously, his voice low and cold, filled with a chilling, killing intent. Overestimating yourselves. He let out a roar full of power as if warning them, get the hell out of here. Immediately after, the light from Zhou Riwei suddenly intensified, piercing through the thick fog and revealing the true forms of the primal beasts. They scattered in a panic, not daring to look back. A few minutes later, he calmly said, it's settled, let's keep moving. She looked at him with eyes full of admiration, thinking, with just a thought he made so many terrifying primal beasts flee. Mao Mao sat on the horse, her legs trembling, and began to let her imagination run wild with worry. A man like this must be violent and rough, right? At this moment, deep in the forest of 10,000 ages, the ancient demon god also quickly sensed that strange aura. That aura just now. Zhou Riwei. The scene switches to Lin Xin. He was concentrating on riding, explaining, for safety you and I will ride the same horse to avoid getting separated and attacked by primal beasts. Mao Mao, sitting behind him, answered briefly, okay. She held him tightly and praised him with fascination. You're so considerate. His nose started bleeding because of that full pair of breasts, and he quickly denied it. No, you're the considerate one. Suddenly 3 sharp spikes emerged from the ground surrounding the horse. Mao Mao panicked. What's happening? Lin Xin immediately realized it was a primal beast attack. The spikes turned into strange vines, tightly wrapping around the horse. He hurriedly jumped off, shouting, danger, abandon the horse. Just then, 2 more vines shot out from the ground towards him. He cut them with his sword, utterly bewildered. There are still primal beasts that aren't afraid of Zhou Riwei? Mao Mao's scream came from beside him. Lin Xin immediately reassured her, don't be afraid, I'm coming to save you. Directly in front, Mao Mao was bound by the vines by her feet, hanging upside down in the air. She said shyly, this position is too impolite. He, on the contrary, seemed quite pleased, clapping his hands and saying, I have to say, this primal beast has an eye for aesthetics. This is what you call professional. As he dodged the strange vines, Mao Mao had already urgently suggested, young Master Lin, you should run first, don't mind me. Resuming his serious expression, Lin Xin calculated in his mind, if the enemy's main body doesn't appear, passive defense won't last long. I have to find a way to lure it out. Then he looked forward, his thoughts continuing, after besieging Xiao Mao and the horse for so long, these vines haven't caused any physical harm. If that's the case, then let's talk about an actor's professionalism. Thinking of this, Lin Xin leapt up, striking a girlish pose in the air with one leg high and one low. Sure enough, the vines paid him no mind and attacked him in unison. Seeing this, Mao Mao cried out in panic, young Master Lin. After being suspended in the air by that pile of vines, Lin Xin's face turned ashen as he said in his heart, so embarrassing, the price for luring the snake out of its hole is a bit steep. At this critical moment, a pair of bright eyes suddenly appeared before the two, and a pair of gnarled hands crawled over. Mao Mao immediately recognized it and exclaimed in shock, oh no, the slumbering ancient demon god has appeared. The ancient demon god approached menacingly, roaring, regicidal, usurping traitors, die! These words left Lin Xin completely bewildered. He muttered to himself, repeating, regicide, usurpation, traitor, then said in distress, this accusation caught me completely off guard. At this, Mao Mao said in terror, demon god, calm your anger, we're here to save the demon emperor. Lin Xin immediately chimed in, right, we're on the same side. Only then did he realize. So it mistook us for the enemies attacking Yu's continent. But Qi Ju only grew more furious. He opened his mouth wide and cursed, it's you I want to kill. You beasts who have an improper relationship with the Mo race. Mao Mao was terrified, saying he's even angrier. Beside her, Lin Xin was also sweating profusely, stammering, damn it, whose side are you on anyway? He no longer hesitated. Using the supreme mystic fire to burn through the vines, he turned around and said indignantly, The show's over. Time to get down to business. Chi-Ju carelessly swung vine arrows forward, a piercing sound ringing out continuously. They're just weak little tree vines, what's there to be proud of? Behold my dragon myriad age spears. Go to hell. The movement of those vine arrows surprised Lin Xin somewhat. They can even change their attack angle. In that case, the moment the arrows shot toward his body, he immediately activated the Vajra Tenacity body. The Super Vajra protection stopped the arrows in their tracks. This scene astonished Chi-Ju. What? My dragon myriad age spears, which are harder than refined iron, were actually shattered by you? Looking at the magnificent shield before him, Lin Xin judged to himself, it seems my research on the heaven-shaking astral aura has paid off. Next time I'll definitely be able to withstand bullets. Chi-Ju couldn't believe this fact, and hurriedly flung out a large number of sharp vines, still insisting. Impossible, no one can block my Zan Chi-Ju's unparalleled divine spears. Just as he was focused on attacking the shield, Lin Xin had already stomped on it and leapt up. This impulsive action made Shujia warn worriedly, wait. In the blink of an eye he had rushed in front of his opponent with an arm imbued with the power of winged fire and lightning, punching him in the face and yelling, you, quiet down. At this point, Shujia also broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly realizing he said he's Zan Chi-Ju. Zan Chi-Ju was the commander of the Yao Emperor's Imperial Guards back then. Looking at Chi-Ju, who was lying on the ground foaming at the mouth, Lin Xin asked gloomily, why didn't you say so earlier? It explained in confusion. I didn't expect him to turn into this either. Then it hopped around Chi-Ju's body shouting, wake up, wake up. After lying there for a long time and recovering his strength, Chi-Ju also staggered to his feet, saying resolutely, as the commander of His Majesty's Imperial Guards, I'd rather die on my feet than live on my back. At this moment, Lin Xin stood opposite him, smiling brightly, and introduced himself confidently. No need to fight, I am the reincarnation of the Yao Emperor. Little old seven, do you still remember me? He widened his eyes, asking himself, you are the Yao Emperor? Then Chi-Ju shot to his feet, extended a hand and slapped towards Lin Xin, shouting, how absurd. Lin Xin's expression froze. He thought in confusion, what's going on? Calling him by his old nickname didn't work, and he asked himself, did I get the wrong person? Opposite him, Chi-Ju pointed at himself angrily, emphasizing word by word, who is little old seven? My name is Zan Chi-Ju. These words stabbed Lin Xin like a knife. His heart tightened, and he concluded, so he's another stubborn old fool with a bad memory. Golden light gathered in the air along with Lin Xin's thoughts. I can't waste any more time here. I'll subdue him first and then we'll talk. At this moment in his right hand was the glittering azure dragon fang, and in his left he tightly gripped the devastating moon-washing blade. With his weapons ready he decisively leapt forward, and at the same time Chi-Ju also began to move. Suddenly he dropped to his knees with a thud, 2 streams of tears flowing down as he said mournfully, long live your majesty, long live your majesty. Lin Xin landed on his wooden feet, asking in confusion, why the sudden flexibility? Chi-Ju's old face flushed red. He explained shyly, the moon-washing blade in your hand is unmistakable, that is your blade. And the Zhou Ri Wei you used just now, recalling Lin Xin's palm, he continued joyfully, although your appearance has changed, your majesty's heroic posture holding the moon-washing blade is as dashing as ever. Lin Xin stood there, stunned, lowering his 2 weapons. He thought to himself, he seems to have forgotten. This blade was later gifted to Lin Tianhua, let's just call it a coincidence. While he's lucid, I'll ask him about other things. At this moment he sat down cross-legged leisurely, listening to Chi-Ju recount the past. Back then, after the demon capital fell, I led my troops into battle but was unable to turn the tide. I was severely injured and fell into a coma. When I woke up I had become like this, trapped in this forest. Unable to leave. These words surprised him slightly. So you've become a tree now, not by your own will, but transformed by some kind of power? He immediately replied, yes. This series of information made Lin Xin fall into deep thought. He muttered, Lin Tianhua is in the immortal silent forest. He asked himself inwardly, could he also be trapped there by some kind of power? Shujia made a judgment with an indignant expression. Perhaps too much time has passed. Like Lin Tianhua, he has also forgotten how he got to the immortal forest. In the silent forest the conversation paused. At this moment Chi-Ju scratched his head and asked naively, Lin Tianhua, that name sounds familiar. I remember he had a very special weapon. What was it again? Lin Xin waved his hand dismissively, saying in a fluster, not important, not important. Don't think about it. Let's get back to business. After regaining his serious expression, he began to talk about his problem. I have urgent business and must go to the demon capital immediately, but I can't be too conspicuous. Do you have a way to send me there? Then he shot him a reassuring glance, saying firmly, after I finish this, perhaps I can find the key to saving you. After hearing this request, Chi-Ju placed his hands perpendicular to his knees. A wave of energy surging, he turned and said, the demon capital, your majesty, please wait a moment. That energy made Lin Xin a bit curious. This force had already enveloped the entire forest. He immediately explained, this old servant will open a path to the demon capital for your majesty. It will be absolutely convenient and fast. This made Lin Xin extremely worried, but this is too conspicuous. Chi-Ju grabbed Lin Xin and Mao Mao, affirming loudly, no, it's fine. It will recover quickly. No one will notice. The word quickly raised a huge question in his mind. Then Chi-Ju shouted, here you go. With a powerful swing of his arm, the 2 of them shot forward like a rocket. As they flew through the fierce wind, Lin Xin screamed, ah, with his mouth wide open, while Mao Mao endured it silently. His voice came from behind them. Fast, isn't it? Chi Ju restored the trees around the forest, bowing his head to the ground respectfully and bidding farewell. I respectfully see your majesty off. I wish your majesty a triumphant victory. This old servant will await your majesty's victorious return here. At this moment Lin Xin was full of regret, thinking, why didn't I have this guy executed in my past life? The two flew over a river, falling and bouncing like playful fish. The whole ordeal was so perilous that it made Mao Mao faint. Lin Xin had no choice but to carry her across the river. As he neared the bank he panted in exhaustion, thinking to himself, a little later and my body would have fallen apart. It seems that Guy knew all along there was a river outside the forest to cool us down. In the distance, the magnificent architecture of Yu's continent's demon capital, Fengduer City, gradually came into view atop a glacier. The sight restored some of Lin Xin's morale, but it certainly saved a lot of time. Meanwhile, in front of the Yu's continent's demon capital, a dark figure flickered before the city gate, accompanied by the command to open it. The two gates slowly opened with a sliver of light in the center. Wadian's solemn face appeared right in the middle of the opening. Words of welcome reached her ears, the demon emperor of Ming continent paying respects to the high priest. Meanwhile, on the city walls, rows of rhino warriors holding long spears stood intermittently behind a small rock on the ground. Lin Xin was whispering to Mao Mao, I didn't expect the enemy's army to have such low-level rhino beasts. She immediately judged, there are too many rhino beasts on the wall. If we rush up, we'll definitely be discovered. He suddenly closed his eyes and stated his plan. It's fine, I'll just let them rest for a bit. These words made Mao Mao ask curiously, what do you mean? Using Zhou Riwei, Lin Xin easily saw the layout of the surroundings and soon delivered a piece of news. No wonder they put the rhino beasts on the wall. Their bait. After discovering this, he couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. Great, Zhou Riwei can detect demonic spiritual energy. After observing for a moment, Lin Xin discovered something and grew a little worried. There's someone in the city controlling these rhino beasts. If anything unusual happens to them, it will alert the person inside. These words made Mao Mao's eyes widen. She asked in utter shock, one person controlling so many primal beasts, how is that possible? At this moment he opened his eyes seriously, affirming to himself, it seems the opponent this time is indeed freakishly strong. He was internally troubled by the question, how on earth can I sneak in without attracting attention? Just then a rhino beast suddenly fell backward, startling the few next to it. Even our Lin Xin was stunned for a moment. In just an instant all the rhino beasts suddenly collapsed, unconscious. The scene before them made Mao Mao ask, what happened? Why did all the primal beasts suddenly fall? Lin Xin laughed, saying smugly, it seems letting her go was the right choice. At least she's been a great help now. Then as he leapt inside he slowly gave an order, Mao Mao, you wait for the tribe's cavalry to arrive. Have them hide outside the city and wait for my signal. I'm going in first. She answered succinctly, understood. A thought flashed through Mao Mao's mind, making her blush beet red. He called me Mao Mao just now. That's the first time he's called me so intimately. Once again she fell into a fantasy, hugging her body and thinking shyly, so intimate, so passionate, I've already conceived, how embarrassing. The scene shifts to outside the city walls. Shenming was secretly climbing up a vine. Soon she reached the top of the wall, not forgetting to observe her surroundings. After confirming it was safe, Shenming hurriedly ran towards the stairs leading down. On another section of the wall, Lin Xin was watching her intently, thinking, we're clearly on the same side, yet she still has to be so sneaky to get into the city. This girl is really interesting. Then he leapt up and headed in the opposite direction from Shenming, calculating in his mind, forget it. I'll ignore her and find the queen first. The scene shifts to a building inside the city. Inside, Xuanwu, one of the 4 battle powers of the Holy Yao Restoration Army, was sitting on a formation. Streams of black energy emanated from around him. He ordered sternly, go and report to the high priest. Someone has invaded through the west gate and killed 16 primal beasts. Go see what kind of weapon the intruder is using. Xuanwu, one of the 4 battle powers of the Holy Yao Restoration Army. The soldier immediately replied, yes sir. The scene shifts to the Demon Emperor's palace. At this moment Lin Xin was hiding behind several huge pillars. He slowly observed the situation. The palace is so big it won't be easy to find her, plus running around in broad daylight will get me discovered, but fate had other plans. Before he could do anything, a soldier ran out and asked, who's there? In just an instant the unlucky soldier was turned into a snowman. Lin Xin calmly put on his clothes and said, thank you for nature's gift. As he was about to walk past the palace gate, a rough voice came from inside. I am the master of an entire continent. How can I suffer such a humiliating insult? He recognized the voice with some surprise. Lin Xin peeked inside quietly, curious. This chick is pretty fierce, daring to be so loud all by herself. At this moment Wadian was berating them menacingly. I came here with sincerity. Is this how you fulfill your promise? The figure sitting in the high seat hurriedly explained. Don't get excited. I did say we could exchange a marriage for peace, but this figure, surrounded by black energy, was the high priest of the Holy Yao Restoration Army. He asked in a deep voice, as the high priest, I am also very cautious about marriage matters, therefore verifying whether you are still a virgin before the wedding is quite reasonable, isn't it? These words only made Wadian more sarcastic, wishful thinking. You want to have physical intimacy without any official status? How can there be such a shameless, beastly thing in this world? Truly despicable. Half of Lin Xin's face flushed red, while the other half darkened as if a sore spot had been hit. Thanks, I feel offended. Just then, the high priest extended his sharp hands and commanded sternly, "You're just the leader of a defeated army, yet you still put on airs in front of me. Bring that guy up and let her see." From the back, a man covered in blood was dragged in by 2 soldiers. He trembled and begged for mercy. "Don't kill me." Upon seeing the miserable man before her, Wadian was so shocked she stammered, "You, how could you? This pained blonde man was Yu Feng." Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded incessantly, "Don't kill me, I beg you, don't kill me." Yu Feng stood unsteadily, and he froze for a moment when he saw the demon emperor of Yu's continent. He didn't wait a moment, running forward with one bare foot, shouting. Wadian still wore that crazed look. Yu Feng grabbed her leg tightly, pleading nonstop, "Sleep with him, otherwise we'll all die, we'll all die." At this moment Wadian was stunned, recalling his past bravery. She asked in astonishment, "You are the heavenly might demon emperor whose courage surpasses the 9 provinces. How could you have fallen to this state?" Just then the high priest urged, "My patience is limited. I'll ask you one last time, do you agree or not?" The situation was dire. Although reluctant, she still answered, "Fine, I agree." Suddenly Wadian leapt towards the figure, roaring word by word, "Now I'll send you on your way." 4 soldiers immediately blocked her path, one shouting, "Protect the high priest." Just then Wadian summoned a blade with an extremely fierce aura. She decisively swung forward several sharp slashes of light, and the weak soldiers were immediately sent flying. Her astonishing power made even Lin Xin a little afraid. No wonder she dared to come assassinate him alone. Her skills are indeed impressive. At this point Wadian had already rushed in front of the high priest. Her eyes glittered like a demon's, her hand gripping the hilt tightly. With one swing she instantly severed the figure's neck. The scene made Lin Xin's pupils dilate. He asked in astonishment. She succeeded. As the blade fell, the high priest's head also rolled down the steps. Suddenly, churning demonic energy emerged from his neck, accompanied by a chilling question. "Do you know why the demon emperor of Yu's continent went mad?" "Because she discovered that I cannot be killed." At this very moment the high priest's head was slowly regenerating due to the power of the demonic energy. The head that had just fallen reappeared behind Wadian, accompanied by utterly crazed words, "If you like violence, then I'll satisfy you. I can drill into any hole, you know. After I'm done enjoying you, I'll reward you to the soldiers." As he spoke, he violently grabbed Wadian's hands and lifted them up. She struggled in terror. Just then the high priest announced something that made her face darken, "But rest assured, I will definitely keep my promise. As long as you are alive, I will not attack Ming continent." Meanwhile, 4 primal beast fragments appeared in Lin Xin's hand. He seriously calculated his strategy. "An immortal body? This is too strange. I'll save her first and then we'll talk. This queen is still worth winning over." At this critical moment, a soldier suddenly ran in to report, "High priest, Xuanwu has something to report." He hurried forward and whispered in the high priest's ear, "Shenming just snuck in through the west city gate. Her purpose is unknown." The figure asked sharply, "What did that bastard come back for?" Then he pointed at Wadian and ordered, "Lock this woman up. I'll deal with her after I've handled my business." The soldier replied succinctly, "Yes, sir." The scene shifts to a desolate house nearby. Outside, Shenming was slowly walking in. A voice came from inside. "You've returned after all." Inside the house, the Book of the Divine Realm with an eye in its center appeared. Surrounded by swirling rings of energy, it gazed at her and asked, "Have you finally made a decision to obtain greater power from me?" The pages began to crack from the corners, the eye slowly closing as a low voice echoed continuously, "I chose you and brought you to this world to make you the strongest. I possess the power to destroy heaven and earth. As long as you are willing to make a blood energy contract with me, I will bestow all my power upon you." Seeing the clear fear on Shenming's face, it asked curiously, "What are you hesitating for?" She explained fearfully, "I still need time to adapt." A balanced scale appeared, accompanied by Shenming's declaration, "But I am willing to give up another 30 of my soul in exchange for greater power." It looked up with a sinister gaze and said, "Adding the 20 you offered before, you only have half of your soul left." She roared rudely, "Cut the crap, do you agree or not?" The book opened before Shenming, streams of energy swirling around it as it said, "Of course, no problem. Place your hand here and I will grant you even stronger divine realm power." Her hand turned a verdant green with lightning flashing around it, as it was being absorbed by a vortex of magical power. The Book of the Divine Realm cried out in satisfaction, "What a delicious soul!" At this moment a powerful energy erupted from Shenming's body. Instantly a red light flashed in her pupils and a declaration sounded in her ears, "I am God and you shall be God's most loyal servant." Just then the door to the room was thrown open violently. Soldiers appeared, accompanied by the high priest's angry curse, "Well, if it isn't Shenming, you ruined our great restoration plan and you still dare to come back and die." Inside, Shenming crouched on the ground. She retorted coldly, "Don't mess with me. I have no interest in you people." The high priest didn't wait any longer. He pointed forward and roared, "You dare to put on airs in front of me? Seize her." The soldiers raised their weapons and responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Just then she shot to her feet. With a single swing of her gun, all of the soldiers were defeated. She pointed her gun at the high priest and asked, "The demon emperor of Ming continent has already entered the city, right? Has anyone snuck in to save her? What's your status?" These words made the figure roar in anger. "You dare to question me?" Hiding behind, the soldiers held up their shields. He thought with apprehension, "Damn it, I only charged in after confirming she didn't have the Shenming gun. When did she get another handgun?" Despite this, he still said menacingly, "Traitor Shenming, attempting to assassinate me and sabotage the great cause of restoration, warriors of the Restoration Army. Take her down for a reward of 10,000 gold. The high priest regained his smug expression, thinking, even if your gun is powerful, your lack of ammunition is your greatest weakness. According to previous intelligence, a handgun runs out of bullets after 30 shots at most. Fusion weapon, opposite him. Shen Ming raised her 2 guns to the sky and began to perform the fusion weapon technique. When she finished, the 2 small handguns had transformed into a much larger 3-barreled cannon. The soldiers watched in horror. They clearly had no courage to attack, frozen in place as they asked in unison, "What is that? Didn't they say Shen Ming doesn't know any techniques?" At this point, the cannon was being encased in layers of shining metal, growing larger and more magnificent. Shen Ming raised it high with a smug look while behind her, the Book of the Divine Realm silently prepared ammunition. After loading a round of ammunition, she put her hand on the trigger and pulled it without hesitation. The cannon's destructive power was so immense that one shot pierced through the soldiers' shields and bodies. Meanwhile, at the door of a certain room, 3 soldiers stood outside yelling, "Food delivery, hurry up." Inside, Wadian was tied by her hands to a chair. She said coldly, "I'm not eating, so give up." Just then, a familiar voice rang out, "Don't be so quick to refuse, you might find it to your liking." She turned her head in surprise and asked, "Why is it you?" Lin Xin excitedly pulled down his collar, a very smug smile on his face. He slowly untied Wadian's ropes while she was still full of confusion. "How could you? I thought you," Lin Xin immediately interrupted. "We can talk about it after we get out. Let me untie your ropes first." Just then, a soldier's voice came from outside the door. "General Xuanwu, what can I do for you?" Xuanwu walked up with a suffocating aura. He ordered sternly, "Open the door. I'm going in," although terrified. The 2 soldiers had to refuse. "General Xuanwu, the high priest has ordered that no one is allowed to enter." He fell silent for a moment after hearing this, his body still standing motionlessly. Just then, the door slowly opened a crack and light from outside began to stream in. Seeing Xuanwu walk over, Wadian did her best to remain calm and asked, "Who are you? Why do you want to see me?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he brought 2 fingers together to close the door, and only then did he begin his introduction. "I am one of the 4 restoration generals, Xuanwu, in charge of the main camp's defense." At this moment, 2 clear bloodstains were left outside the door, left by the gatekeepers he had just killed. Xuanwu got closer and closer to her, explaining, "Don't be nervous, you don't have to worry. I'm not interested in women. I just have a question for you." These words made Wadian a little fearful. Her voice grew smaller. "What question?" Suddenly, he leaned in close to her and whispered suggestively, "After you entered the city, I've had a feeling that a rat also slipped in, which makes me very uncomfortable. Where is he?" Meanwhile, Lin Xin, still in his soldier's uniform, was pressed tightly against the ceiling, calmly observing all the movement below. He steadied himself with his hands and feet, his eyes never wavering for a moment as a question arose in his mind. "Even if I followed Shen Ming in, I was still discovered. The 4 restoration generals. So there are 4 powerful guys like him in total." As he thought this, his foot accidentally moved, dislodging a few specks of dust. It was just a tiny movement, but Xuanwu immediately noticed it. He swung his sword and said menacingly, "So you're here." Lin Xin buffed straight through the roof and leapt out. Xuanwu was not to be outdone. He leapt up with a surge of roiling energy, turned and roared, "Where do you think you're going?" Just then, a strong demonic power suddenly appeared in the room. That swirling energy was quickly dispersed by Xuanwu's attack. In midair, Lin Xin hurriedly gathered demonic power between 2 fingers. His expression was serious as he watched below, not missing a single detail. In just an instant, a large number of soldiers had already gathered below, shouting in unison, "There's an assassin!" Sensing the situation was not good, Lin Xin used Azure Astral Windwriting to quickly get away, not forgetting to leave a parting shot. "I'm leaving first, we'll talk later." At this time, Xuanwu also rushed out of the hole and landed on the roof. Watching his retreating figure, he couldn't help but praise sarcastically, "He runs pretty fast." So Xuanwu stood there observing for a while, his mind busy with speculation. The black fire just now looked a bit like the lost secret art of the Yao race, the supreme mystic fire. Could he be a descendant of my Yao race? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He didn't hesitate for a moment, leaping out like an arrow, not forgetting to warn the soldiers, "You keep an eye on the Demon Emperor. If anything happens to her, you will answer with your lives." They watched his figure and shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Shen Ming was carrying her 2 cannons, casually walking past the corpses of the soldiers. She walked up to the high priest, who was hiding behind a row of shields. The man was in a panic, but his tone was still very arrogant. "What kind of god are you now?" Opposite him, Shen Ming just stared at him and said 2 words succinctly, "You guess." Her actions made the Book of the Divine Realm shout in annoyance, "I worked so hard to accumulate that much ammunition and you wasted it all." She closed her eyes and sent it a message with a worried expression. "If I hadn't fired, I would have been captured by now. Luckily, I took out a lot of them so they won't dare to stop me again. I should be able to get away." From somewhere, someone suddenly shouted the name Shen Ming, startling both her and the Book of the Divine Realm. Just above her head, a huge sharp cone suddenly rushed down, accompanied by the words, "You've crossed the line." The scene switches to Lin Xin. He was currently running around frantically, asking nonstop, "How can such a big capital city be completely empty?" As he was running forward, a violent collision suddenly erupted not far away. Snow splattered, covering the entire sky. Where the collision occurred, the blood of the soldiers stained the white snow and all the buildings collapsed with a roar. Just beside them, Xuanwu was holding Shenming's head up, followed by a string of accusations. You do indeed possess extraordinary abilities. Your initial counterattacks made a heroic contribution, but now you have betrayed the great cause of the gods. Your crime is unforgivable. Just then the high priest pushed aside several soldiers and appeared. He said indignantly, With your petty cunning tricks you dare to act so insolently before me. General Xuanwu, you came just in time. I will remember your merit. Xuanwu noticed the high priest but gestured to ask if he should take her back for a secret interrogation to avoid fanning the flames. That fellow immediately objected. No need, I don't want a second or even a third Shenming to appear. He asked with some curiosity. Kill her. At this moment a killing aura had already enveloped the high priest. He sternly passed judgment. Killing her with one strike is too lenient. Dismember her. With every word he spoke his indignation grew more apparent. I want everyone who attempts to betray and who might betray in the future to know the consequences of defying the will of the gods. Behind a nearby wall were Lin Xin's tightly focused eyes. He was extremely confused by the current situation. What should I do? Logically, since I've crossed over, I should definitely save her. But one is Xuanwu and the other is the high priest, a major combat power of the enemy. If I rush in recklessly, I have no chance of winning. After the high priest made a series of decisions, Xuanwu remained silent, which made him shout in anger. What, do you intend to defy my orders? Without a word, he just slowly moved his hand from Shenming's neck, simultaneously injecting a stream of green energy. Shenming's entire body was enveloped by a ring of energy. He lifted her high and then answered, It's nothing. Immediately after, Xuanwu decisively clenched his palm. Shenming's entire body also seemed to be crushed and countless green energy rings erupted around her. She screamed incessantly in pain. The high priest was pleased with Shenming's expression. He laughed heartily and provoked her. Scream, go on, scream. The more miserably you scream, the more excited I get. Pass on my orders, we'll have a banquet tonight. Before he could finish his words, his head was sent flying by the moon-washing blade in Lin Xin's hand. Xuanwu turned his head in astonishment, a question rising in his mind. Why would he attack? It's useless. Just then, his energy also gradually dissipated into the air. The high priest's head leapt over, roaring in hatred. There's an accomplice. Hack this little beast to death for me. At this moment, Xuanwu had already released Shenming. He charged forward with his hands full of energy and explained, He's not Shenming's accomplice, but a man of the demon emperor of Ming continent. We already crossed paths in the palace just now. After speaking, he rushed up and launched an attack at Lin Xin. Of course, he had already spotted it in time and dodged to the side. Then he grabbed the high priest's head and leapt away. He shouted in panic, Bastard, do you know who I am? Lin Xin calmly announced, You are my target. Then he stood majestically before Xuanwu and his soldiers, threatening softly, Don't move or I'll break your bones. Opposite him, the fellow's head was reforming through demonic power, not forgetting to utter a few contemptuous words. Ignorant fool, do you think such tactics are of any use against me? The head, which was growing a body, also laughed maniacally, incessantly proclaiming, I am the messenger of the gods, I am immortal. Just then, the command to freeze was heard. In just an instant, the high priest's small, not yet fully formed body was frozen solid. Lin Xin satisfyingly praised the beast form Nanai on his shoulder. Well done, Nanai, perfect timing. And that fellow struggled in anger, unable to escape. Damn it, you actually froze my body. Then the high priest laughed at Lin Xin again, still speaking in that arrogant tone. So what if you use ice to stop my body from growing? You still can't kill me. He just looked at the guy smugly and announced softly, Of course I know you can't be killed and I don't intend to kill you. Lin Xin's gaze grew more sinister and his tone became sharper. I just want to confirm one thing. If I seal you in ice forever, will your main body come looking for you, or will it just grow another head and continue its life of debauchery? On the body where the head was gradually forming, the high priest was surprised by a realization. His cheeks flushed red, and a wave of excitement surged in his heart. I suddenly understand. I can be promoted. Listen, that's the sound of a heartbeat. From behind, Shenming was trying hard to suppress her anger. She raised a trembling middle finger and cursed under her breath. Damn, not even human. A twisted personality has made morality fall. Just then, Xuanwu extended two hands roiling with energy and asked, So what should I do? The high priest, whose head was growing, decisively instructed, Act immediately. However, the frozen high priest protested in terror. Don't act yet. Then the frozen high priest turned back to look at Lin Xin. Despite being drenched in sweat, he still shouted angrily, I almost fell for your trick. Before me is General Xuanwu. The entire demon capital is within his divine senses perception. Take me away and let's see if you can escape the city. Faced with that false anger, he still answered very calmly, If you're really that powerful, then how did I get in? Those last few words were like a wake-up call for Xuanwu. Yes, I can only perceive the connection status of an object through a connection line. I can't randomly control or observe a certain place. Shut up. The high priest was startled to hear this and shouted, How did you become one of the 4 generals? By being so honest? Without waiting any longer, Lin Xin leapt up and shot out like a swift arrow, not forgetting to leave a parting word. In that case I won't be polite. Let's go. That fellow called out in panic. Quick, stop him. Xuanwu just snorted coldly at the sight, his hands quickly crossing to create 2 formations. At this moment, dozens of formations from his body had already appeared above Lin Xin's head. He stepped through the air, stopping in front of those formations and saying, If you want to kill me, then you'll never find his head. the high priest asked in terror. What are you trying to do now? Then Lin Xin fought the obstacles in his way with his bare hands, leisurely answering, I'm taking you to the Myriad Age Forest to be a toy for the monkeys in heat. Immediately after, he threw the high priest backward. The fellow flew through the air, pleading miserably word by word, Quick, save me. The sudden turn of events made Xuanwu click his tongue in annoyance. Then he quickly swung out two formations. The flying high priest was lucky to be blocked by his cage. He breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, That was too dangerous, too dangerous. In his moment of carelessness, Lin Xin had already taken the opportunity to leave the formations and fly away. The high priest below shouted in anger, You useless thing, you let that kid get away. Only then did Xuanwu stop abruptly. Then he made an ominous judgment. This is not good. He took a risk to make a move. There must be a purpose. He just ran away so unclearly. Could it be? His thoughts paused for a moment, and he was startled when he suddenly realized the problem. Xuanwu immediately turned his gaze to Shenming. When he found she was gone, he said resentfully, Damn it, his purpose was indeed to save someone. We were played by him. The scene shifts to a dilapidated small courtyard in the city. At this time, Lin Xin had successfully escaped and landed at the entrance. As soon as he appeared, Mao Mao poked her head out and called, Benefactor. He asked curiously, How is it? Have you safely rescued her? She excitedly reported everything she had done. While their attention was on you, Mao Mao secretly rescued her. Lin Xin slowly walked in, his eyes fixed on Shenming lying on the floor. Then he instructed, Good work. You stand guard outside. Inform me immediately if anything happens. She answered immediately, Yes. At this moment, Lin Xin slowly sat down to observe. Shujia also appeared at the same time and informed him, She has multiple fractures all over her body. Even if she's rescued, it probably won't be easy to save her life. He also thought worriedly, She has no energy in her body. It's impossible for her to heal on her own. Just then, an unexpected voice sounded, stunning both Lin Xin and Shujia. I was wondering who it was. So it's you lecherous old fellow. Beside Shenming, the Book of the Divine Realm appeared with a look of confusion, then spoke. So this is the host you found in that world. Upon seeing it, Shujia rushed over and circled it, saying excitedly, Book of the Divine Realm, it really is you. Were you also brought to Earth by the Yao Empress back then? The Book of the Divine Realm just explained coldly. If it wasn't for that woman, the Yao Empress, being afraid I'd fall into enemy hands, she wouldn't have released me from the seal. At this moment, Lin Xin curiously interjected, So what's so special about the person you're looking for? Is she also a reincarnation of the Yao Emperor? The Book of the Divine Realm snorted contemptuously and replied, Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. And it looked at him with half-open eyes and sternly retorted, Do you think reincarnating as the Yao Emperor is that easy? Suddenly, the Book of the Divine Realm was so horrified its eyeballs almost popped out. It immediately asked, Could it be that you are the reincarnation of the Yao Emperor? Lin Xin replied very proudly, That's right, it's me. Shujia also began to introduce with its long nose, He is the true body of the Yao Emperor's reincarnation. I lay in wait on Earth for 1,000 years to find him. Learning this fact, the Book of the Divine Realm's pupils widened as it looked at him. A powerful aura appeared around it, accompanied by the declaration, What a fortunate coincidence, you are mine, it shouted angrily. And Shujia, who was infatuated with the Book of the Divine Realm, was instantly sent flying. Immediately after, the Book of the Divine Realm smashed directly into Lin Xin's face, laughing excitedly, In your last life you suppressed me for so many years. In this life you will be my slave. Shujia, who had just been knocked against the wall, protested in terror, Old bastard, don't be like this. At this time, the Book of the Divine Realm's aura had been fully unleashed, but it was useless. Like an arrow straight to the heart, it was suddenly shocked and realized, Damn it, I've already signed a 50 contract with Shen Baor. I can't sign a contract with two people. Then it ran to a corner, two streams of tears flowing down, and said unwillingly, Heavens, why are you playing with me like this? Seeing this scene, Lin Xin said in annoyance, This looks too pathetic. He probably didn't intentionally try to kill Shen Baor to sign a contract with me, right? Shujia immediately explained, That's not possible. If the host dies, he will also suffer a backlash. The two words backlash directly impacted Lin Xin's mind. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, Then why didn't he do anything when Shen Baor was being abused like that just now? It also hesitated a little. Just then, the Book of the Divine Realm suddenly turned back, its tears not yet dry, but its voice roared, What do you know? She was unwilling to form a substantial contract with me before, which meant I couldn't move freely to obtain materials. I lay in ambush in that courtyard for a month, just to create that little bit of gunpowder. It was no match for the High Priest and Xuanwu at all, it shouted incessantly in pain. If you could give me another month, I'd definitely beat them so hard they wouldn't know which way is north. Those last few sentences allowed Lin Xin to make an instant judgment. So you can't produce weapons directly, but are an assembler of natural materials. The Book of the Divine Realm roared again in frustration. What assembler? Do you know how heaven-defying my craftsmanship is? For this backward and ignorant era, it's an absolute dimensional strike. Those weapons are top tier with extremely strong destructive power. Just then, Lin Xin walked forward and whispered to the Book of the Divine Realm. Second Master Book, can you tell me why you appeared in this cultivation world? This is completely unreasonable. It still hadn't calmed down and just rudely retorted, This is a heavenly secret. Why should I tell you? Just then, the unconscious Shen Ming suddenly moved, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. The current situation made the Book of the Divine Realm worried. Oh no, I forgot about her. If anything happens to this girl, my cultivation of several lifetimes will be completely ruined. Lin Xin interjected from the side again. She's too seriously injured. I don't know medicine, I'm afraid. Its eyes revealed obvious worry, and it announced in a low voice, I know there is a person in the city who can heal her. Right now only you can help. Save her and I promise to help you form an alliance with her. That person is the wife of the Demon Emperor of Yu's continent, Chu Yifeng, Bei Juru. She is a divine physician of the Mo race and the only one who can cure Shen Baoer. Right now the two of them must be locked up somewhere in the palace. As it continued to speak, Lin Xin had already leapt out. You caused such a commotion during the day, the security in the palace is even tighter now. It won't be so easy to sneak in and rescue people. Plus time is tight, either find Bei Juru or rescue the Demon Emperor of Ming continent. Which one do you choose? He leapt behind a large pillar, observing the situation while answering, only children make choices. Then he pointed forward with his finger. The next 3 words were I want them all. He left Shujia speechless. At this moment, a strange well sat in the middle of the messy buildings, directly catching Lin Xin's eye. Meanwhile an abstruse pressure rolled in the place where Xuanwu and the high priest were. The high priest instructed as he walked up the steps, keep a close watch, don't let that brat cause trouble. Xuanwu, who was concentrating, answered quickly, don't worry, my divine sense has already gathered. Within a 3-mile radius not even a mouse can escape my senses. Immediately after, that fellow slowly walked forward and opened the door. An extremely perverted smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he smugly announced a piece of news. Little beauty, we can begin. Now Wadian was tightly tied to the bed. Although very scared, she still tried her best to remain calm and threatened, if you dare touch me, I'll bite my tongue and kill myself immediately. The high priest shot a stream of demonic power from his fingertip, snorted coldly, and then asked, still not giving up? In an instant that small stream of demonic power drilled in, wrapped around Wadian's tongue and then pulled her tongue out. Immediately after, a seal was placed on her tongue. After finishing, the high priest quickly lifted the hem of his clothes, saying smugly, let's see how you kill yourself this time. It's a pity I won't be able to hear your moans later. At this moment Wadian was in utter despair, screaming inwardly, I am not reconciled. After a long while nothing happened. Now the high priest was fumbling with his hand below and shouting, get up. Then he suddenly stood up, roaring incessantly, get up for me, you bastard, why won't you stand tall at the critical moment? Just then a soldier suddenly pushed open the door and called for the high priest. He was startled and shouted in panic, what are you doing? Who let you in? That soldier hurriedly explained, the chef just found this. A letter was held up on which was a drawing of Lin Xin's face with a thumbs up accompanied by a few provocative words. Lord High Priest, did you go soft? I added some seasoning to the palace well water for you. It will definitely rid you of any future worries. Stay away from women and focus on the great cause of restoring the nation. Be strong. A tear welled up in the high priest's eye. He roared Lin Xin, and then burst into tears. Did I promise you too much? You always have 1,000 reasons, or did you just not give me enough from the start? I always followed your feelings, letting me cry, letting me go, letting me indulge. Until all dreams turned to dust. Wadian was still confused by the high priest's behavior. Painful groans sounded one after another. Still not working, he cursed angrily as he wolfed down ginseng. For the great cause of restoring the nation, I have long practiced invulnerability to all poisons, but this beast surnamed Lin actually used such a sinister trick. Those last few words made Wadian have a sudden realization. The corners of her mouth lifted and a bold idea appeared in her mind. So that's it. That kid is not bad. He didn't abandon me and run away on his own. Then I'll add some fuel to the fire. She immediately put on an alluring expression, twisted her body, and then called out the high priest's name in a delicate voice. She placed her hand on the table, slowly stood up and asked, are you still up for it? Then Wadian placed a knee on the table, a pose that revealed all her curves, and said suggestively, I'm feeling a little wanting. When she blew a kiss to the high priest, the entire ginseng root in his hand fell. His nose bled and he twitched uncontrollably. Utterly embarrassed, he ran out, slammed the door shut and announced, you wait for me, I'll be right back to deal with you. Seeing the high priest, Xuanwu couldn't help but be curious. Finished so quickly? That guy shouted angrily, you shut up. Then he walked forward and decisively ordered, soldiers of the Restoration Army, that damned Lin Xin used despicable means to strip us of our dignity as men. He must be cut into 1,000 pieces to appease the hatred in our hearts. He must be hiding in the city. I want you all to mobilize, dig 3 feet deep to find him. The soldiers responded in unison, yes sir. Just as that fellow was about to leave, Xuanwu spoke again. What are you trying to do? He instructed impatiently. None of your business. Watch her carefully and be careful that bastard surnamed Lin doesn't sneak in. Seeing the high priest walk out indignantly, Lin Xin thought with satisfaction from a high place. The fish has taken the bait. It seems the poison I spread is indeed hard to cure. Just then that fellow walked into a certain place. The guarding soldiers immediately bowed in salute. High priest. Just as he reached the door, 2 other soldiers put their hands on the door handle together and said in unison, the high priest has arrived. Upon seeing that fellow, Yifeng knelt on the ground, kowtowing incessantly to the high priest. Your late night visit, I wonder what your instructions are. This humble one will do his utmost, even if it means dying 10,000 deaths. That fellow immediately cut to the chase, asking eagerly, I'm not looking for you. Where's your wife? Hearing this, Yifeng suddenly turned his head and hurriedly shouted, Juru, come quickly, the high priest summons you. From within the black curtain a responding voice echoed out. Chu Yifeng, oh Chu Yifeng, you are truly a spineless coward as a demon emperor, yet you bow and scrape before the enemy. At this time the divine physician of Yu's continent, Beijuru, had already walked out. She scolded in disgust, I was truly blind back then to have married a coward like you. Seeing her cold appearance, the high priest laughed smugly and said, Demon Empress, you have quite some spirit. Don't worry, you are still useful, so there's no hurry to kill you. Yu Feng, who was beside them, trembled and reminded, Stop making trouble, listen to the high priest's instructions first. Glancing roughly at the fellow's body, Juru quickly discovered the problem. Affected by dissolving yin qi, your lower body is unstable, you've been poisoned by something, haven't you? That talent made the fellow praise excitedly. Truly worthy of being the #1 divine physician of the Mo race, you saw it at a glance. Do you have an antidote? Interesting, she slowly stated the situation. This poison is truly sinister. It bypasses the heart meridian and specifically attacks the kidney yang. Then Juru walked past the fellow and calmly proposed, It's not difficult to cure this poison, but I have a condition. Those few words made Yu Feng furious. He roared angrily, You ungrateful bitch. The high priest asking you to cure him is a high regard for you. He was not polite, opening his mouth wide and threatening, still daring to bargain. Are you tired of living? Just then, Juru turned around and looked at him with contemptuous eyes. She announced solemnly, My condition is to lock this bastard in the dungeon in the courtyard. Don't even think about getting out for the rest of his life, the high priest answered without hesitation. You've got personality. Your wish is granted. Drag him away. That Yu Feng was dragged miserably on the ground by 2 soldiers, wailing in pain. High priest, please don't. I am wholeheartedly loyal to you. Just then, Juru wrote on a shiny piece of paper, seriously instructing, Here's the prescription. Go prepare the medicine and drink it yourself. The poison will be cured in 6 hours. After getting the antidote, the high priest walked up and lifted her chin, saying a few words obsessively. Truly a stunner. After I've had my way with that woman from Ming continent, I'll come for you. Still that same cold look, she replied, Then you just try. The high priest then left, not forgetting to say a few jokes. She has personality. Conquering such a woman is more fulfilling. Just then Juru was trembling, tightly gripping the hairpin in her hand. Only when the door slammed shut did she breathe a sigh of relief, slumping softly onto the floor, her eyes gradually narrowing, a clear worry showing on her face. Suddenly something made Juru's eyes widen. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xin had already gotten close. He scanned the area and then spoke. Beijuru, sincere and direct. This sudden appearance stunned Juru. She leapt back a step, asking guardedly, Who's there? Lin Xin confusingly searched for words to soothe her. Don't make a sound, I mean no harm. Juru ran to the door to seek help, her voice sharp with threat. The courtyard is full of Restoration Army soldiers. The moment they come in, they can hack you to pieces. This made him even more flustered. He hurriedly stood up to explain, but was unsuccessful. Wait. Just as she lightly touched the door, it suddenly opened on its own without any force at all, which made Juru extremely confused. She shouted loudly, Is anyone there? The door opened by itself. The door slowly opened and the expression on her face was heavy, unable to hide her inner unease and fear. Juru stared in astonishment at the dying Restoration Army soldiers on the ground, startled. On both sides, Kaer and Nanai were staring. She immediately asked her companions for their opinion. Should we knock her out and take her away? Hearing this, Juru took a fearful step back, sweat streaming down her cheeks, and said tremblingly, Who are you people? Lin Xin appeared from behind, smiling awkwardly and scratching his head in embarrassment, saying sincerely, My name is Lin Xin. I am a guard escorting the Demon Emperor of Ming continent. A friend of mine is seriously injured and I hope Divine Physician Bei can come with me to treat them. She turned her head in surprise. Juru's eyes widened, a difficult-to-fathom suspicion in her heart. She immediately asked, You're from Ming continent. Was the high priest poison you're doing? Faced with this question, Lin Xin was in a difficult position, able to only laugh dryly and clumsily make up an excuse. The defenses over there are very tight. I could only use some tricks to buy time. All in all, Lin Xin's exquisite calculations had to be admired by Juru as well. Not only did it protect the Demon Emperor's innocence, but it also allowed you to track the high priest to find me. What a move, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, he answered in embarrassment. I'm ashamed. At this moment she smiled slyly and proposed a possible scenario with great interest, to see how Lin Xin would solve it. But aren't you afraid that I would cure him on the spot? In that case your calculations would be completely ruined. Fortunately, Lin Xin was 1 step ahead. He answered frankly, That's why I was eavesdropping on the roof. 6 hours is enough time to save both sides, she exclaimed in surprise. The roof? Juru turned around with a smile, crossed her arms and walked away leisurely. I never thought the high priest who beat even Yu's continent so badly they couldn't fight back would be tricked by Yu twice. He was still trying hard to find a way to persuade her. Please, time is of the essence. I hope the Empress can leave this place with me. After saving the person, I will take you out of the city to take refuge. Juru sat in a chair, her expression proud, and calmly asked back, Take refuge? I'm perfectly fine in the palace. Why should I go out? Lin Xin's face was like a clay sculpture as he asked in confusion, Aren't you afraid the high priest will do something improper to you? She rested her chin on her hand, her gaze indifferent, and answered with unbelievable calm, What's the big deal? Sleeping with one person is no different from sleeping with another. Whoever has the ability, I'll be with them. After hearing this, although he blushed involuntarily, he couldn't help but admire her ability. Her words are crude, but the logic isn't. The young madam indeed sees far. She was slightly tired and stretched to cheer herself up, but in the end she still refused. In short, I won't help you. If you want to take me away, feel free to try. Although I am a doctor, my skills with poison are not bad either. Even if I can't poison you, I can poison your friend. Faced with these provocative words, Lin Xin grabbed her hands, his voice lowering. Then let's change our thinking. Lin Xin locked Juru's hands and lifted them up, changing his attitude and striking at her psychological weakness. If you don't cooperate, I will rescue Chu Yifeng, who is now locked in the dungeon. Juru was startled. What? She was instantly put on the defensive, frowning and biting her lip in resentment. You are shameless. You clearly know that I hate him to the bone. He cast aside propriety, grabbed Juru by the neck and reminded her coldly. So you'd better consider it. In the tense atmosphere, a panicked voice came from somewhere, shouting urgently, Hero, save me. I also know a little about medicine. I can try to save your friend. It turned out that the cry came from Yu Feng, who was locked in the basement. He was tied up like a pupa, struggling violently and roaring desperately. You can't believe that bitch's words. As long as you are willing to save me, I will give you this country. The atmosphere instantly intensified. Juru's face immediately darkened, revealing a sinister smile, and she proposed, Let go. I want him to wish he were dead. He was stunned for a moment. What do you mean by that? She was extremely excited, suddenly standing up and limbering up, stretching her body one by one and saying with great interest, I was going to let the high priest humiliate him, but you're more suitable than the high priest, so I'll let you have him cheap. Lin Xin still hadn't figured out what would happen next. He stood there, stunned, and stuttered in shame. Cheap? I'm a little confused. Juru approached Lin Xin, grabbing the sash on his chest. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes glazed over, her breathing ragged, and her voice became seductive. Come, my dear. Do you know why I logged him in the cellar? Because I know he can hear everything clearly down there. With that, she untied two of her sashes without hesitation, but couldn't do anything more. Indeed, this method of revenge was utterly vicious. Juru's words delved deeper, both sharp and oppressive. Can you conquer me? Let's see what you've got. As long as you satisfy me, he'll break down. From now on, I'm yours. This made Lin Xin blush, his nose bleed, his eyes glaze over, and his expression turn vacant, losing his sanity. Aren't all you royals like this? Just as she said. In the cellar, Yu Feng heard every word without missing a beat. His anger erupted like a volcano, roaring and cursing, struggling frantically in despair. Bei Juru, you bitch. Juru knelt on the golden sand, her voice low and slow, as if unearthing every dusty, sorrowful memory. My name is Bei Juru. I come from a noble family in Yu's continent. I was once the pride of the heavens, the glory of my family. At this point a hint of sorrow crossed her face, her eyes filled with an unspoken sadness. 2 years ago, the reigning demon emperor, Chu Yifeng, fell in love with me at first sight, and took me as his wife. I had intended to devote myself to helping him build a great cause for the Mo race in Yu's continent. Juru's hand gently touched a small flower which immediately withered, like a seemingly perfect love that spiraled into an uncertain future. But I never expected him to be so incompetent. In the scorching desert, Juru was as lonely as a lost shadow in the wilderness. She lamented her tragic fate in a mournful voice. No wonder he married me. He wanted me to secretly treat his illness, but there was nothing I could do. What could I do? I was so desperate, so regretful. I felt there was no more happiness or hope in this life. That delicate face now streamed with sad tears from the corners of her eyes. In the end, she still found that faint glimmer of hope. It wasn't until today, she cheered joyfully, that I finally tasted what it feels like. She caught a giant fireball falling from the sky, as brilliant and ferocious as a sun exploding in the desert sky. That fireball smashed directly into the ground, causing a cataclysmic explosion. The sound echoed through the clouds as if it would tear eardrums. A dazzling light erupted around them. Juru's face was filled with satisfaction, as if she had finally touched what she had longed for. Tears streamed down as she threw her head back and shouted, her happiness a torrent of every suppressed emotion. The tower where Lin Xin and Juru were battling shook continuously, with a series of rapid tremors. Moans mingled with ambiguous sounds came from within. Yu Feng was locked in the basement, and every muffled sound carried down clearly, like sharp knives stabbing into his heart and liver. He could only struggle, weeping and roaring like a madman. Damn you, dog and bitch, bastard. Despite this, he couldn't hide the jealousy and resentment in his heart. His face twisted, snot and tears streaming down in agony. Damn it, I wish I had that kind of talent too. The high priest, pacing in the night, suddenly noticed a group of soldiers pointing at the sky in panic, shouting as if they had seen an ominous sign. Look, the sky looks so strange. I've never seen anything like it in my life, he wondered curiously. What is everyone finding so strange? The high priest looked up and was immediately startled. What met his eyes was a strange, dazzling green light enveloping the entire sky. After a long time, the wooden door behind which the pair had been entangled finally creaked open. Lin Xin calmly walked out, adjusting his clothes and complaining with his eyes closed. With that one shot, all the cultivation and merit I'd painstakingly accumulated are gone again. He put on his hat, his icy gaze glancing back, his voice low and cold. Can you come with me to save someone now? The room looked like a battlefield ravaged by a fierce fight. Juru was sprawled on the floor, butt in the air, with 2 pieces of cloth casually draped over her body, her voice coquettish. I don't want to. No, it'll hurt if you use force. Lin Xin broke out in a cold sweat, thinking frantically, it's over. She's still talking in her sleep. Just then, in a dark corner of the city, 4 soldiers were anxiously searching for Lin Xin. The lead soldier naively pointed to the dilapidated courtyard where Shenming was hiding and said, "Let's check over there." A pair of eyes secretly hid behind the door observing them. The soldiers outside were still unaware. The leader anxiously assigned tasks. "Search the surroundings, don't miss a single corner." The others responded in unison. Yes, unexpectedly, that mysterious person was the Book of the Divine Realm, still waiting for Lin Xin to return. It thought anxiously, why isn't that kid Lin Xin back yet? Something big is about to happen this time. The dazzling golden light descended from the sky and exploded in the middle of the snowy ground, causing the earth to shake. The soldiers of the Restoration Army stumbled back in panic. In the center of the light a blurry figure appeared. It was Lin Xin holding Juru in his arms. He said coolly, "You found me." She, on the other hand, hooked her arm around Lin Xin's neck, still immersed in unfinished pleasure, cooing, "Husband Lin Xin." Upon seeing Lin Xin, the group of soldiers immediately rushed forward, getting into position to strike. "Capture him." The high priest said that capturing the enemy alive will earn a fief of 10,000 households. Whoever takes his head will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver. However, in just an instant, the few who had just been charging aggressively were now beaten black and blue. They lay on the snow, and Lin Xin quickly ran away, muttering impatiently. "Juru, I said you can get down now, right?" She stubbornly continued to act cute in his arms. "No, I want you to hold me." The situation was urgent, and with Juru's untimely clinging, he got angry, flipped her over, and gave her a few firm slaps on the butt as a reminder. "Stop fooling around, let's get down to business. If you dare to disobey, I'll show you what's what." Juru lightly sucked her finger, becoming even more interested. She turned her head and looked at Lin Xin with an innocent expression. "If I'm a good girl, can you punish me twice more?" He was speechless. The hand he was about to swing down trembled and stopped. Lin Xin pursed his lips tightly, sweating profusely, helpless to the extreme, and could only silently pray in his heart, "Help me, what kind of beast have I unleashed?" Witnessing all this, the Book of the Divine Realm watched the shameless couple with one eye, murderous intent in its gaze. "Kid, you were gone for so long, what on earth were you doing?" After a long while, Shenming had been treated and carefully bandaged by Juru and was sleeping soundly from exhaustion. A sudden voice rang out, "All right." She covered Shenming with a blanket to keep her warm, then stood up, let out a long weary sigh, and didn't forget to report the situation to Lin Xin. "The injuries are serious but not fatal. She'll be fine after a few days of rest." Hearing this, he also felt much more relieved. He placed his hand on Juru's shoulder and replied with satisfaction, "Good, I've called for someone to escort her out of the city." At that moment, a call came from outside the door. Young Master Lin, Mao Mao, disguised as a member of the Restoration Army, walked over with 2 or 3 subordinates, asking worriedly, "You called us to escort the wounded. Are you injured?" Contrary to her anxious expression, Lin Xin was full of vigor. One hand on his hip, the other around Juru's waist, grinning from ear to ear, he said energetically, "Everything went smoothly. Xuanwu really did focus all his energy on the palace." Hearing his words and seeing the blatant scene before her, she immediately misunderstood. Her face turned as red as a ripe tomato, unable to hide her shyness. She covered her mouth with her hand and admired him inwardly, one unconscious, the other drenched in sweat, as expected of the demon emperor so strong and powerful. Mao Mao shivered, subconsciously squeezing her legs together as strange thoughts popped into her head. If it were me, could I take it, so expectant yet so scared, seeing her lost in her own fantasy. Mao Mao stood by the door in an awkward posture, fidgeting. Juru couldn't help but feel strange and asked softly, "What's wrong with her?" Lin Xin, drenched in sweat, was already used to this scene and just replied with dissatisfaction, "This self-pleasurer is at it again." After a boring moment, Mao Mao quickly got back to the point. She had someone move Shenming away, then turned back to wave goodbye to the two of them. Lin Xin stood quietly gazing into the void, his heart much lighter. Having resolved some troubles, he contemplated his plans. Next, all that's left is to rescue the demon emperor, but before that, Lin Xin suddenly turned around, his eyes cold as he looked behind him. Then he questioned sternly, "You must tell me everything you know." Starting from the fall of the Yao race, it turned out to be the Book of the Divine Realm. It began to imagine the glorious scenes of the past, then slowly recounted everything. That year, because my power was too great, I was sealed by the Yao Emperor in a secret hall of the palace. I slept for an unknown amount of time. Then, relying on its memory, at the moment the Book of the Divine Realm was awakened after a long time, it said that when it was suddenly startled awake, the Yao capital was already in ruins. The Book of the Divine Realm was being controlled by a woman's power and pushed into a portal. It turned out to be for a sorrowful reason. The Yao Empress, to prevent me from falling into enemy hands, sent me into a dimensional passage. The Yao Empress's instructions from that year, and her gently parted lips, "For this world that does not belong to death you must not return," floated up in its memory, drop by drop. Everything was like a dusty memory, surging forth silently, unannounced, back to reality. And it was that very sentence that had been weighing on the Book of the Divine Realm's mind. It blushed for a moment. She said, "When I have accumulated enough power, I must return to help the Yao race restore their nation." I have always remembered this instruction. Hearing this, Lin Xin immediately became furious, frantically pulling its eyes apart and then scolding loudly, "So you didn't listen to a single word the Yao Empress said." The memory gradually shifted to a more recent point in time, when the Book of the Divine Realm first met Shenming in the real world. At that time, as she was practicing her running, her gaze inadvertently swept over a small figure lying on the ground. "I bear the seal of the Yao Emperor, and only a member of the royal family can see me. So when Shen Baor discovered me, I knew she must be the reincarnation of the Yao Emperor. Then it continued to recall the moment it brought the girl into this world. I was tired of the boring life on Earth, so I brought Shen Baor here to help her rebuild the prestige of the Yao race. And it was from that decision that the Book of the Divine Realm single-handedly transformed the innocent and untainted Baor into a strong and powerful person. Just like the current Shenming, she quickly gathered a group of Yao descendants, organized them into a force and launched a campaign of revenge against the Mo race. But I didn't expect, at this point, the mysterious organization once under the High Priest suddenly appeared in its mind. The Book of the Divine Realm continued to speak of that thing that had haunted its memory like a ghost for years. The force wanting to revive the Yao race already existed. They called themselves the Restoration Army and had been developing in secret for centuries. The leader is the High Priest, who calls himself the Messenger of the Gods, and for a reason of wanting to save peace, Shen Ming at that time actually accepted a compromise with the High Priest's side. To avoid unnecessary internal strife, Shen Baor took the initiative to reconcile with the High Priest and form an alliance to fight the Mo race together. It slowly closed its eyes, its voice growing much lower. You know what happened next. After the High Priest took Yu's continent, he was unwilling to continue the attack on Ming continent. Shen Baor personally led people to strike but was accused of disobeying orders. Lin Xin still couldn't understand and became curious. He crossed his arms and asked, "How strong is the High Priest really? Why was he able to annihilate the main forces of Yu's continent in an instant?" And he launched the attack from the border of Yu's and Ming continents. Where were they hiding before? The Book of the Divine Realm immediately cleared up his confusion. The High Priest himself is not very powerful, but he has 4 guardian generals with extraordinary combat power. Besides Xuanwu, who seriously injured Shen Baor, there are also Qinglong, Baihu and Zook. It added another key point. Qinglong doesn't go on campaigns with the army, but guards the Restoration Army's lair, Mount Tianyu. The Book of the Divine Realm explained solemnly, Mount Tianyu is a mobile floating mountain that can accommodate over 10,000 people. The Restoration Army uses Mount Tianyu to launch surprise attacks, cutting off connections with Ming continent and Yu's continent. Lin Xin finally understood everything. He frowned and replied, "So that's how it is." It then mentioned 2 other equally dangerous names. Baihu and Zook fight on the external fronts. Their strength is unfathomable. You might be able to escape from Xuanwu alone, but if 2 guardian generals join forces, there's absolutely no chance. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the city, a formidable army was assembling, preparing to march out swiftly under the cover of night. A stranger was conferring with Xuanwu, asking, "The battle in Shuzhou is about to begin. Why did you rush me back? What does the High Priest mean?" He answered calmly, "It was my idea to call you back." Regarding the purpose, Xuanwu concisely connected the dots. "A mouse has snuck into the city these past 2 days. Although he's not much of a threat, he always makes me feel uneasy." He didn't hesitate to get straight to the point. "So I need your help to take care of him." It turned out that the mysterious person was the very name mentioned by the Book of the Divine Realm. It was none other than Baihu, one of the 4 great combat powers of the Holy Yao Restoration Army. Time passed quietly, and 6 hours later, outside the majestic palace, the serene scenery covered by a layer of pure white snow was suddenly broken by a burst of laughter. After drinking Juru's divine medicine, the High Priest's complexion immediately improved, and his spirits were lifted. He stood with his hands on his hips in front of a squad of soldiers, unable to hide his joy at his recovery. Worthy of being the divine physician of Yu's continent, the medicine truly worked wonders. After holding it in all night, I'm going to let loose. At that moment, from behind the distant city wall, a thick plume of black smoke suddenly rose, billowing and spreading across the sky. The High Priest, who was laughing heartily, immediately stopped and looked back in astonishment in that direction. After composing himself, he shouted in panic, "What's happening?" A soldier pointed in that direction in terror and hurriedly reported the urgent news. "High Priest, that's the direction of our granary." A soldier standing nearby held his head, at a loss. "The Ice Emperor is relentless." He could only immediately think of Lin Xin and concluded, "It must be that Lin guy who found out." After hearing this, the High Priest was on pins and needles. He rushed in that direction in 3 steps, shouting madly with anger, "Damn it, the granary is top secret. How did he find it? If the grain is burned, the morale of the army will be in chaos. Quick, go get Xuanwu." The soldier quickly accepted the order. "Yes," he hurried to find Xuanwu, relaying his words, then reported in panic, "General Xuanwu, the granary has been attacked. The High Priest has already gone over. Please go and provide support immediately." He was sitting cross-legged in cultivation and just calmly responded. In this extremely tense situation, Xuanwu didn't hesitate and quickly flew towards the granary to reinforce it. In another location, Lin Xin and the Book of the Divine Realm were using an invisibility spell, hiding under the snow and quietly observing the situation. Seeing his appearance, he rejoiced inwardly and exclaimed, "Great, we successfully lured Xuanwu out." The book beside him immediately praised. As expected of someone from Earth, very clever. On a certain tree, Lin Xin had already set up a rather unique smoke and mirrors trap. Even the Book of the Divine Realm was in awe. To think you could make a time bomb with such crude tools. To put its operating principle simply, it was actually simpler than imagined. As the water in the bucket decreased when it could no longer hold the weight of the stone would fall, pulling the pin of the bomb. Finally, when the water in the bucket ran out, that would be the moment the bomb detonated, followed by an explosion. A world-shaking explosion followed, successfully attracting the attention of a soldier near the granary. The Book of the Divine Realm also roughly understood the intention. To create the illusion that he's been there all along, he even specially designed many booby traps. Compared to Lin Xin's calm observation of his handiwork, this side was in chaos. The Restoration Army was in disarray, running back and forth with water to fight the fire, and it was precisely because of this chaos at that time to help Lin Xin's plan succeed, just waiting for the panicked soldiers to step on the traps. The Book of the Divine Realm had just finished speaking when they will keep helping him detonate them. Which was also when the pin was pulled. Just like that, another astonishing explosion orchestrated by him continued to occur. Lin Xin proudly gave a thumbs up, boasting of his cleverness. So treacherous. The two, ambushed in the snow, kept talking in low voices. Basic operation. Isn't it because the tough to deal with Xuanwu is gone, now we can rescue people in peace, the Book of the Divine Realm replied. I've taught Shen Baoer for so long, but her comprehension is far inferior to yours. At this time, the rear guard was quietly patrolling outside the city when a stream of air suddenly drifted past. In an instant, all their legs were bizarrely frozen, causing everyone to panic. A few seconds later, the soldiers' entire bodies were frozen stiff by the cold ice. They wanted to shout, but it was too late. Not good. It turned out that everything had been arranged by Lin Xin. He charged out like a flash of lightning, decisively swinging his thunderous sword, not forgetting to praise, "Well done, Nanai." Above, the soldiers immediately spotted Lin Xin's presence and shouted to report, "Enemy attack, sound the alarm," but were hit by a powerful stream of water, unable to react in time, screaming in terror and hopelessness. It was the attack launched by Ruling. She coldly instructed, "You can stop," to avoid friendly fire. At the same time, Yuchu on the dragon's head hurriedly jumped down. She swooped down angrily, her whole body emitting an energy-filled electric light. With a loud shout, her repressed desires from so long finally exploded. She turned, quickly adjusted her posture in midair, and then immediately ordered, "Unleash!" At the command, countless bolts of lightning were immediately released, tearing through space and descending like unhesitating divine swords. After releasing all her long pent-up emotions, she jumped for joy, a look of relief on her face as if she had been reborn. Comfortable, who else can I fight? Ruling stood aside, muttering complaints under her breath. Now I'm full of anger with nowhere to vent. While the group of soldiers had already been knocked to the ground by Yuchu, twitching all over and smoking, Lin Xin was observing from a high place, constantly worrying in his heart. A big team is hard to manage. After this is over, I have to hurry and help them relieve their emotions. Then he quickly left, turning to enter the city with his sword, not forgetting to carefully instruct the two girls. "You two stand guard. I'll go in to rescue the person and then we'll retreat." Yuchu and Ruling answered in unison, "Yes." Lin Xin reached out and slowly pushed open the door. Suddenly an object of unknown shape rushed over at the speed of light, letting out a shrill scream. Tyrant fist. The door swung wide open, and at that moment, Baihu fiercely swung a mighty divine palm as if he had been waiting for a long time. Lin Xin took the hit head-on, unable to react in time, and was sent flying, his clothes already stained with black smoke. He used his sword to prop himself up, barely standing, clutching the wound on his chest. He lamented inwardly, "This guy is too strong." Seeing this, the girls immediately lost control and rushed up angrily for revenge. Ruling created a huge water ball and shouted angrily, "You hurt my emperor, how am I supposed to use him now?" Yuchu, while releasing electric currents, shouted angrily, "How dare you touch my emperor, you think we're easy to bully?" While Nanai cast an ice spell in her hand, three forces carrying destructive power attacked Baihu's position simultaneously, startling even the nearby bound Wadian, who shouted worriedly, "Don't mind me, just go." Baihu remained unharmed, completely unscathed, which stunned all three of them. Nanai said in surprise, "Completely useless." Yucho's eyes widened as she asked herself in terror, "What on earth is this guy?" Finally, it was his turn to make a move. Baihu began to channel his magic, the surrounding aura churning and gathering, his face grim. "Don't be an eyesore here." He shot out a huge stream of energy with overwhelming pressure. The attack quickly overwhelmed the opponent, gaining the upper hand and kicking up clouds of dust. Back here, facing this situation, Lin Xin was forced to recall all three of them. "This opponent is very strong. I can't let you take any more risks with the Qi Si I've just managed to recover." Although the wound on his chest throbbed with pain, he decisively struck a pose, his eyes bright and his will firm, thinking to himself, "It's not impossible to win one-on-one as long as before Xuanwu returns." He had just managed to comfort himself to regain his spirit when Xuanwu suddenly leaped down from the roof. His landing was enough to plunge Lin Xin into complete despair. Back so soon, Lin Xin's face immediately turned pale. He slowly turned his head and awkwardly tried to smooth things over. "I say, Lord Xuanwu, you really don't give the High Priest much face, do you? He told you to go save the granary. Why are you back again?" A powerful spiritual energy erupted from Xuanwu's entire body, his presence overwhelming, his body enveloped in blazing green flames. It was clear that he had cleverly seen through Lin Xin's scheme long ago, striking at the most critical moment. "If I had listened to that fool, how could I have turned the tables and caught you?" At this point, Lin Xin's only option was to force a smile and carefully try to defuse the situation. "Let's not fight for now, the two of us. I'll drop the act. I'm actually the reincarnation of the Yao Emperor." Before he could finish, Baihu had already approached him menacingly, interrupting him angrily. "You dare to defile the former emperor of my race even at death's door." In just an instant he teleported in front of Lin Xin. Bai Hu, judging others by his own standards, thought he had been gravely insulted and flew into a rage. "I must tear him to shreds." The figure streaked through the wind towards him, startling Lin Xin. Bai Hu launched a series of attacks, forming an intricate white light formation that covered the space like a spider's web. Lin Xin was completely suppressed, fending off the attacks alone with his sword. Seeing the two locked in a fierce battle, Xuanwu also joined the fray, his entire body ignited with green flames, and with a fierce stomp the ground cracked in several places. Then Xuanwu secretly provided support, casting a spell. Two glowing vines shot out from the ground beneath Lin Xin's feet, then tightly wrapped around his legs, startling him. Not good. Bai Hu immediately seized the opportunity, quickly closing in on Lin Xin and decisively throwing a straight punch with a force that seemed to want to crush everything, loudly announcing, "It's over." Leaving him no time to react, Lin Xin took the hit, spitting out black blood, a look of terror on his face. "Really?" Lin Xin barely managed to speak as he fell backward heavily. "Can't win." Wadian couldn't believe her eyes, calling out to him worriedly. "Lin Xin." Her tears fell uncontrollably. "Only silence," answered Wadian. He lay on the ground, seriously injured and on the verge of death, only her sorrowful laments echoing. "Idiot, I told you to leave, why didn't you go?" A sharp voice interjected, scolding. "So noisy, this woman is so annoying." Bai Hu looked at Lin Xin and then, without making a decision himself, asked Xuanwu how to handle it. "Kill him?" He crossed his arms and answered. "No, he possesses the lost ultimate techniques of our Yao race. Take him back and present him to that lord." Just then Lin Xin suddenly sat up and shot a bolt of golden lightning straight at the two of them. "Sorry, I don't want to go." With agile movements, Bai Hu easily dodged to the side, letting the attack go off course and fly towards the roof, leaving a large hole. He mocked arrogantly. "So this is a deathbed struggle." A cunning smile played on his lips, a look of excitement on his face as he looked at them with a teasing gaze. "Do you know why I didn't run at the beginning? I wanted to lure you two here." The lightning bolt from earlier caused an explosion in the clear sky, then flickered like a firework. Unexpectedly, everything was under Lin Xin's control. He was just deliberately putting on an act to confuse his opponents. "This move of mine is called." Both Bai Hu and Xuanwu were stunned for a moment, looking up at the hole in surprise. He shouted proudly, "Turning the tables on your plan to turn the tables." At the same time, large stones flew in from somewhere. Recalling earlier when Mao Mao was conveying Lin Xin's orders to Chigo, he scratched his head, saying with disbelief, "There's something unbelievable in those words." "Little girl, did my emperor really tell you that?" She replied, "He only said to wait here. Attack when you see the signal and retreat on your own if you don't see it by dark." At that time, looking towards the castle where the fireworks were being set off was a signal. It turned out everything had been meticulously calculated by him. Mao Mao waved her hand and shouted a reminder. "There's the signal. Aim for that position and attack." A gleam of light flashed in Chigo's eyes as he quickly responded, "Understood." After days of longing, the day he had been cheering for had finally arrived. "I can finally fight alongside my emperor." At this moment, Chigo and the surrounding trees extended their branches, grabbing large stones. Each trunk bent backward, holding the stones tightly in their midst, ready to be launched like a bowstring. Then countless huge stones flew towards the castle like rain. Ecstatic, he shouted in relief, "That felt great here." Faced with the sudden attack, Xuanwu and Bai Hu were mentally thrown into chaos and could only hastily set up a defensive formation. As he struggled to hold it, he panicked and asked himself, "What's going on?" The other was in the same boat, only able to save himself by defending. Xuanwu said in an extremely serious tone, "If we get hit, we're dead for sure." The heavy stones mercilessly smashed into the castle. Deafening explosions rang out as the stones shattered and dust filled the air, obscuring the entire space. Below, Bai Hu and Xuanwu were desperately defending, trying to salvage the situation. He cursed angrily. "This little bastard wants to take us down with him." After noticing something, he said sarcastically, "Didn't expect that, did you? This move of yours isn't—" Before he could finish, Xuanwu turned his head in terror to see that the figure had already disappeared. He roared, drenched in sweat, "He's gone?" In the chaos, Lin Xin made a quick getaway. Unfortunately, he was spotted again by Bai Hu. He shouted a report from over there. Xuanwu was stunned at this point, muttering to himself, "He can still move." Bai Hu also became curious. How could he just run over like that, unafraid of death? Just then, a huge stone came hurtling towards him at astonishing speed. Lin Xin screamed in terror, "It's over, it's over. My head is going to explode." Just as the stone was about to fall, the blazing sun's radiance appeared in time. A dazzling light exploding above his head, shattering the massive rock. The two behind were also stunned. Lin Xin turned his head, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, smiling brightly and thinking proudly, "With the world's strongest protective talisman, the blazing sun's radiance, why would I be afraid of a few rocks?" He had no time to waste and immediately ran away, leaving Xuanwu and Bai Hu struggling in the chaos. While holding up the defense, he said unwillingly, "How is this possible? What is that thing on his head?" The room where Wadian was imprisoned was also attacked by stones. The roof shook and alarming cracks appeared as rocks came crashing down. In extreme helplessness, she could only scream in terror. Two stones whistled towards Wadian at the same time without warning. She was scared out of her wits and squeezed her eyes shut. At this critical moment, Lin Xin heroically threw himself in front of Wadian like a hero saving a damsel in distress. The two stones were blocked. He turned to look at her, his expression serious. "So cool, right? Are you okay?" Wadian hadn't recovered yet, unable to believe her eyes, and stammered. "You took a fatal blow," Lin Xin said with a smile. "I was worried about an ambush before I came, so I brought 2 bags of blood. I didn't expect to actually use them." As he spoke, he held up the remaining bag of blood to show her. Lin Xin left the chaos he had created, picked up Wadian in his arms and leapt into the sky. He teased her softly with amusement. "Were you worried about me just now? It sounded like you were about to cry." He teased her until her face turned bright red and she retorted shyly, "Nonsense, I was not." Xuanwu was unwilling to accept this outcome. He refused to let them go, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Stop right there!" At the edge of the forest, seeing that the plan had succeeded, Lin Xin returned with his people. Mao Mao jumped up and cheered with joy. Hooray! Chigo couldn't hide his delight either and laughed heartily. Before they could celebrate, they were hit by an unexpected counterattack. A dazzling explosion rang out in the air, sending the 2 flying in opposite directions as fireworks filled the entire sky. Seeing this, Mao Mao and Chigo immediately turned pale, their smiles frozen, and they screamed in panic, clutching their heads. "My emperor!" It turned out that the high priest was behind everything. While the cannon was still smoking, a soldier hurriedly knelt and reported. Reporting to the high priest, "The barbarian shattering cannon has hit its target." Burning with rage, he commanded sternly, "Search for them, even if they're reduced to a pile of mush. I want them scraped into a bucket and brought back to me." The soldier decisively accepted the order. Yes, the 2, severely injured, fell straight onto the cold snow where thin wisps of smoke rose. Just then a battered hand slowly reached out from the snow pit. In this harsh weather, Lin Xin used all his strength to carry Wadian on his shoulder. He took one difficult step after another, then collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, shouting in frustration, "Book of the Divine Realm, get your ass out here." The Book of the Divine Realm appeared immediately, hastily explaining, "I swear to heavens that cannon blast had nothing to do with me." Lin Xin barely sat up, refusing to believe it, and roared angrily, "Is there anyone else in this world besides you who has firearms?" The Book of the Divine Realm continued to argue. "I haven't even unlocked a single firearm lock yet." It suddenly spoke up in defense. Maybe it really wasn't it. It crossed its arms and offered a reasonable inference. "I can unlock elemental beasts because the Yao Empress sealed them inside me. The Book of the Divine Realm can unlock military weapons, probably because someone sealed things inside it in the past." Lin Xin stared at the Book of the Divine Realm with suspicion. "So you," it quickly replied, "don't look at me, have been like this for as long as I can remember." The Book of the Divine Realm also added that it didn't know who had turned it into an armory. A loud voice came through. "People over there." Then countless arrows whistled toward Lin Xin and the others who were in discussion. He reacted quickly, immediately grabbing Wadian and flying in another direction. A squad of Restoration Army soldiers stood on the city wall, bows drawn, continuously firing arrows under their leader's command regardless of their own lives. On the other side, Lin Xin placed her on the snow and then began to channel his power. With demonic energy roiling in one hand and oppressive lightning in the other, he found himself in a dilemma, thinking irritably, "Damn it, the pursuers are too fast, I can't hide here, and with an unconscious person it's not convenient to escape." Suddenly the soldiers who had been ambushed lost their bearings and flew about chaotically. In the air they screamed incessantly. Lin Xin watched them fall headfirst to the ground, completely baffled. He was stunned, his mind filled with question marks. A hint of vigilance flashed in Lin Xin's eyes the next second, as if he had just realized something. He decisively kicked backward with all his might. The opponent stood within a defensive circle unharmed, his kick seemingly blocked. A low, cold voice came through. "Thunderclap art, supreme mystic fire art, and the blazing sun's radiance. Kid, your relationship with the Yao Emperor Mai is not a shallow one." Lin Xin glanced back, guessing to himself, but the voice was somewhat different, making him wonder. "Why does Xuanwu's voice sound different from before?" Lin Xin demanded sternly. "Who are you?" A tall man who looked very much like Xuanwu stood before him and said loudly, "Me, I am the true leader of the Yao race. I'm very interested in you now. Come to Mount Tianyu to see me." Lin Xin was taken aback, thinking in alarm. The true leader, so the high priest is just a pawn? True to his word, he immediately pulled open his pants, revealing a black hole that sucked Lin Xin in with a powerful vortex. He said in terror, "This guy has no physical body." In just a few seconds, Lin Xin's entire body was gradually sucked in. Finally, he rolled up Lin Xin, turned into a black vortex, and both disappeared into space. Now only Wadian was left lying alone elsewhere, cold and desolate. Mao Mao sat on the ground with her knees curled up, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed and blamed herself. "I didn't know that person was so strong. I didn't dare to help. I could only watch as young Master Lin was taken away. Hiding in a cave, I'm so useless. I couldn't even protect young Master Lin's blood and bones." Juru couldn't help but roar in anger. "Damn it, I finally got a taste of something sweet. Even if I have to chase him to the ends of the earth, I will find Lin Xin." She raised her head and asked blankly, "But where should we look for him?" Just then a pair of feet moved slightly and a somewhat trembling voice sounded, making Juru turn around curiously. "I know how to get to Mount Tianyu. If you want to save him, count me in." It was Shenming, who had woken up groggily after a long coma. She swayed as she propped herself up, her eyes slightly open. The scene switched to a desolate, silent, and deserted place, where jagged rocks covered each other, scattered throughout the space. A strange crack suddenly appeared in the sky, which kept expanding, and a strange stone tip slowly emerged from within. The thing shot out at an astonishing speed, followed by the appearance of Mount Tianyu. As it landed, the fierce beast below scattered in panic. After Mount Tianyu appeared, a long flight of stairs led to a small pavilion in a secluded part of the forest. The scenery was exceptionally tranquil, with only one figure lying lazily in a hammock inside. It turned out to be a 7 or 8-year-old girl, pillowing her head and muttering, "Strange, how did Mount Tianyu return to the 9 continents?" A huge vortex suddenly appeared high in the sky, from which a dazzling light shot out seemingly into Mount Tianyu's protective shield, stunning the little girl for a moment. It was none other than Xuanwu who had arrived. His feet landed firmly on the ground. Lin Xin was painfully shot out of the black hole from Xuanwu's crotch. Without even looking at him, he said coldly, "We're here." Lin Xin sat slumped on the ground, dizzy and dazed, not yet having recovered, muttering, "Felt like I was thrown into a washing machine and churned. What kind of move was that?" Xuanwu continued, "Follow me. You're going to see the Honored One," Lin Xin said, confused. "Honored?" Before he could finish, a magic circle suddenly spread out beneath his feet. Xuanwu detected the anomaly in time. Fortunately, he still had some humanity left and hurriedly kicked Lin Xin hard on the butt, shouting a warning at the same time. "Get out of the way!" A huge bolt of thunder magic struck the magic circle directly. Thanks to his quick reaction, he jumped back, successfully saving both of them. Afterward, Lin Xin looked at the smoking crater in front of him in shock and couldn't help but exclaim, "The thunder magic attack is too powerful." Xuanwu irritably shouted a reminder, "Qinglong, stop messing around, this is someone I brought." Lin Xin's side was even worse off. He was suddenly pulled down violently by something. He stomped his foot in anger and shouted, "Qinglong, get out here!" At this moment, Lin Xin's entire body was buried underground, with only his head exposed. He said helplessly, "It seems not everyone listens to your Honored One." A small foot gently stepped on Lin Xin's head and replied calmly, "I'm in charge of Mount Tianyu's position. Without the High Priest's order, no one can leave." The little girl was actually the 18-year-old Qinglong. She appeared, standing on his head, and warned sternly, "That includes you." Lin Xin was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, thinking, "Qinglong is a little girl." Xuanwu had no time to argue. He quickly got to the point and negotiated in a low voice, "I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. I need this person. Hand him over to me and it will be none of your business." Qinglong replied very calmly, "Your duty is to protect the High Priest's safety." The little girl stood with her hands on her hips, looking at Xuanwu with murder in her eyes. She kept interrogating him, "Why did you suddenly come back? Did you desert?" Hearing this, Lin Xin's eyes lit up and a smug smile played on his lips. He thought to himself, "It seems Qinglong and the High Priest are on the same side, but she doesn't know that Xuanwu is loyal to someone else. In that case, I might as well add fuel to the fire and stir things up." No sooner said than done. Lin Xin immediately put on an act. He got into character and shouted with righteous indignation, "Xuanwu, you liar, didn't you say you'd bring me back to enjoy life if I helped you get rid of the High Priest? Why did I get buried alive as soon as I arrived?" This shocked both of them. Xuanwu's face darkened, somewhat frightened, and he pointed at Lin Xin, warning sternly, "Kid, don't you talk nonsense." Seeing him so agitated, he became even more excited, grinning provocatively, and then pushed his luck. "Scared now? I know a lot more about you. Baihu was also killed by you in that pile of rubble, wasn't he?" He couldn't hold back any longer, and acted directly, decisively, throwing out a talisman. He threatened sternly, "Shut your stinking mouth." The talisman had just flown over when it was sliced in half by Qinglong's lightning in the blink of an eye. The little girl didn't hesitate, naturally sitting on Lin Xin's head, her eyes indifferent, her voice still icy. "Of course I won't believe everything he says, but you must first explain clearly why you returned to the mountain without the High Priest's order." Seeing this, he quickly chimed in, "Lord Qinglong, please uphold justice for me." At this point, Xuanwu angrily summoned all his power. He stood proudly amidst a dazzling blue lightning. "I really can't do anything about you. In that case, forgive me." Qinglong's provocative voice rang out, shattering the majesty Xuanwu had just painstakingly created. "Are you sure?" In the formation of rising lightning, Qinglong sat calmly with her legs crossed, a shining Qinglong pattern talisman behind her. Without raising her head, she asked calmly with a mocking smile, "You want to fight me?" Outside Mount Tianyu, in the desolate and harsh desert, 3 mysterious black shadows quietly infiltrated the reconnaissance area. What was even more surprising was that these 3 were Mao Mao, Zhiru and Shenming. She knelt on one knee and, relying on her positional sense, quickly tracked them down. "Found it." Mao Mao scratched her head in confusion. "When did a mountain appear here?" Shenming stood up and explained seriously in detail. "It didn't grow, it descended from the sky. Mount Tianyu is usually hidden in the void and only appears when needed. It will soon return to the void." At this point, she thought to herself, "Fortunately, I made a contract with the Book of the Divine Realm, so I can find Mount Tianyu through its positional sense." Wadian was also here. She answered with a cold face and a frown, "No wonder they can launch surprise attacks." Wadian stood straight on a branch with her arms crossed, saying casually, "Finally, the mystery in my heart is solved." Shenming glanced at her and then asked casually, "Lord Demon Emperor, you are the ruler of a nation. Are you also going to risk your life with us?" A corner of her mouth lifted in a disdainful smile as she replied without hesitation, "Lin Xin risked his life to save me. He is a loyal and righteous god, how can I ignore him?" She didn't forget to add a decisive affirmation, "I don't care what you all think, Lin Xin must return to Ming Continent with me." Zhiru stood below with her hands on her hips, not to be outdone, and deliberately retorted, "Such big words, Lin Xin is going back to Ming Continent with you, what if I don't agree?" The 2 immediately started arguing. Wadian, not to be outdone, declared, words are useless. Let's see who's more capable. Zhou became competitive and immediately followed suit. Whoever rescues him, Lin Xin goes with them. As soon as the words were out, the two girls shouted in unison, "It's a deal." Then they rushed off impatiently, leaving Shenming and Mao Mao standing there helplessly. She was speechless at these two women who were obsessed with a man. "You guys," Shenming's face darkened, her dark eyes showing obvious anger, every word seeming to want to tear them apart. "A bunch of rabble scattered before we even started." Mao Mao panicked and quickly tried to smooth things over. "They've both gone up, let's go up too. I still have to bring young Master Lin back to the tribe to have children." It was only then that Shenming suddenly remembered something important. She hurriedly chased after the two, saying in a panic, "Oh no, Mount Tianyu is protected by Qinglong's heavenly dragon formation. Anyone who enters will trigger an alarm. We need to split up and chase them to stop them." Mao Mao also hurried to follow. The scene changed and Xuanwu crazily unleashed a series of green lightning bolts. After the power was compressed, it shot directly at the golden bell. The dazzling light tore through space, its killing intent soaring as if to level everything. In the center of the lightning storm, Qinglong still sat on the golden bell with her legs crossed, her eyes looking down indifferently. The golden aura surrounding her not wavering in the slightest. The corners of the little girl's mouth lifted slightly as she said coldly, "I declare you are no match for me." Qinglong waved her hand directly, a blue lightning bolt snaking out from her fingertip. The little girl's face was expressionless as she muttered to herself coldly, "Forget it, I'll tie you up first and go ask the high priest what's going on." An ancient formation gradually appeared at his feet, with bolts of lightning snaking out from the gaps in the runes. It coiled around Xuanwu's body as if to seal and suppress him. He was shocked, not good. Ropes of flashing lightning wrapped around Xuanwu's body, forcing him into a passive position with no power to resist. The little girl clenched her fist, her indifferent gaze sweeping over him, her icy voice sounding, every word cutting his pride like a blade. "Don't think that just because we're on the same level you can shout at me." Qinglong's eyes suddenly widened and then her body tilted and she fell face down on the ground, shocking Lin Xin. His face turned as red as a tomato and his nose started bleeding for a moment. "What did you do to him?" A few seconds later, Xuanwu successfully broke free, the lightning ropes shattering into countless pieces. He roared in anger, his aura surging like an enraged beast. "This subordinate was incompetent. I must trouble the honored one to intervene." At this moment, a mysterious figure appeared. He walked out from the forest and softly soothed the man. "It's not your fault. I just wanted to see if Qinglong's cultivation has improved." So this was the honored one, the highest authority on Mount Tianyu who was mentioned. He pointed and said, "I'm taking this person with me. You go back to the high priest, don't let him get suspicious." A force shot out, wrapping around Lin Xin and pulling him into midair. "Qinglong will wake up in a moment, no problem." Xuanwu obediently complied. "Yes." Hearing the somewhat familiar voice, he immediately realized it was the same person who had controlled Xuanwu outside the city. Wu Ming turned and left coldly, not forgetting to pull him along. "Come with me, let's talk somewhere else here." Mao Mao and Wadian were jumping over a series of undulating rocks. She followed closely behind Wadian and urged anxiously, "Lord Demon Emperor, Shenmeng said there's a barrier on this mountain. Will be discovered if we wander around." However, she rejected it outright, saying, "Nonsense. Aren't we already in? What barrier?" Mao Mao stood dumbfounded, asking herself blankly, "Yeah, where's the barrier? Yeah, isn't Qinglong passed out over there?" The person who set up the barrier was unconscious. Wadian looked up and observed the surroundings for a long time, then pointed to a huge statue on the mountaintop and suggested, "Let's go and check in that direction." Meanwhile, at that statue, a voice rang out, "Lin Xin, do you know who this is?" Wu Ming and Lin Xin were also present at the time. He answered quickly, "Your ancestor." After hearing this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He turned to look at him, his gaze like a blade closing in on his neck, and said slowly, word by word, "No, it's your ancestor." Lin Xin suddenly turned into a stone statue, his posture stiff, his face flushed with anger and shame, his eyes dark and askew with confusion. "I suspect you're slacking off." Segments of memory surfaced one by one through the narration like a stirred-up dark current. A long time ago, this world was in chaos until the Creator God appeared, and only then did heaven and earth begin to open. It was like an important turning point that was hard to forget. The Creator God established the 9 continents, taught all things the method of cultivation, and the world was peaceful from then on. A long time later, 2 gods appeared. Later, the Creator God divided the universe between the 2 gods to help him manage the 9 continents. While he went into seclusion and no longer cared about the affairs of the world, everything had been proceeding peacefully on one track. The Qian God led the human race and the Kun God led the Yao race. The 2 races lived together under the leadership of the 2 gods without conflict. But good things never last long. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. The human and Yao races had many conflicts due to different interests and habits, which eventually led to a long war. The 2 imperial leaders of the human race confronted each other for power. That moment seemed to be deeply imprinted in my mind. The Qian and Kun gods agreed to a decisive battle to compete for the position of co-ruler of the world. Through the narration, a long and protracted war broke out between the 2 sides. The whole scene at that time was filled with a harsh and deadly atmosphere. The war lasted for 3 months, and heaven and earth changed color because of it. Back to reality, he continued to narrate. The Kun god lost by a hair's breadth but did not die. The Qian god also fell into a deep sleep due to a great loss of vital energy. From then on, the Yao race retreated from the center of the 9 continents and lived a precarious existence. Later, they managed to rise again with great difficulty, only to fall into a trap again and be nearly exterminated. However, there is still a secret in the world that is difficult to find. What outsiders do not know is that although the Kun God's body is dead, he still retains one soul. Wu Ming remained expressionless and said flatly that this soul was his chance to be resurrected. Lin Xin floated in the air and asked blankly, "Resurrected?" He looked up at the sky and, while confirming, he dispelled the magic ring, causing him to fall heavily. "That's right. To restore the glory of the Yao race, we can only rely on the power of the Kun God. I have already found a way to resurrect the Kun God. The final key is to find the Kun God's remnant soul. In this world, only you can do it." Lin Xin jumped back a distance and said sympathetically, "That's too bad. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Today is the first time I've heard of a divine chicken. How could I know where his remnant soul is?" Wu Ming was stunned and subconsciously repeated, "Divine chicken." Seeing this, he quickly changed the subject. "It's not important. Let's talk about your Kun God," he said without hesitation. "The Kun God's remnant soul has merged with the successive Yao emperors, repairing the primordial spirit by absorbing extreme qi through the Yao emperors. But after the Yao race was destroyed, the whereabouts of the last Yao emperor's coffin are unknown, and it is also difficult to find the Kun God's remnant soul attached to it. A coffin appeared and its location is still an unsolved mystery." After beating around the bush, Wu Ming immediately got to the point. "I know you are the reincarnation of the last Yao emperor, and only you can find his coffin." Lin Xin sighed, his face clearly showing dissatisfaction, and muttered, "After all this time, so that's the intention. So the high priest led the Yao restoration army to attack the Mo race for this purpose as well?" He admitted it frankly without hesitation. "That's right, but his method has a slim chance. I didn't have much hope at first, but after you appeared." A regained hope. Lin Xin immediately asked where he didn't understand without beating around the bush. "Then the question is, who are you?" Wu Ming replied with a smile. "It was my oversight not to introduce myself. I am Wu Ming, a servant of the last Kun God and also the master of this Mount Tianyu." After listening, he pondered for a moment and made his own judgment blankly. "That is to say, you secretly control Mount Tianyu, recruit the lucky ones of the Yao race, organize the restoration army, and search for the last Yao emperor's coffin. The high priest claims to have received the Kun God's decree, which was also secretly ordered by you." He didn't stop and continued to conclude. "And Xuanwu among the 4 great generals is your confidant, while the others are all kept in the dark, not even knowing of your existence, right?" Lin Xin's judgment was indeed godlike, which made Wu Ming can't help but clap his hands in praise after listening. As expected of the Yao emperor, you can even guess this. The muscles on his face relaxed and his voice became less tense as he confirmed with a smile, "That's right, my identity on Mount Tianyu is a farmer. I convey orders to the high priest through telepathy, making him think he has heard the Kun God's decree. This is also to avoid unnecessary trouble. Through every gesture, expression, and word, Lin Xin seemed to see through the other person's thoughts and analyzed decisively. No need to put it so nicely. You're just afraid of exposing yourself and bringing about your own death. After all, the Qian God is still alive, and he won't just watch the Kun God be resurrected, right?" Wu Ming immediately changed his attitude. The smile on his face disappeared, replaced by an air of arrogance. "You talk too much." He looked at him with contempt and sneered arrogantly. "Being able to show my true form in front of you is already giving you face. Be obedient, follow orders, and find the Yao emperor's coffin. I guarantee you a life of wealth and prosperity." Seeing the atmosphere getting more and more tense, Lin Xin quickly waved his hand to smooth things over. "Don't be so serious. How do you need me to find it? I'll cooperate." Wu Ming materialized a sphere in his hand, inside which was a strange little thing. He said, "It's simple. I'll put this spirit insect in your brain and it will enhance your ability to sense the remains of your past life." Wu Ming continued to introduce the function of this magical treasure. "Then you will realize where the coffin is, and by moving forward you will be able to find the location." At this point, Lin Xin was already sweating coldly in fear, but he still pretended to be calm and negotiated awkwardly. "Are you trying to turn me into a zombie like this? Can I refuse? Why don't we look for it ourselves while we travel and enjoy the scenery?" Wu Ming coldly rejected his words, extended his hand and warned sternly, "I don't have the patience to play with you. Come here." Lin Xin sighed and muttered helplessly to himself. "Then the negotiations have broken down. In this situation, his only option was to run." Lin Xin flew away. In a few seconds he was in the air, one hand raised high, shouting down, "Thank you for telling me so many secrets, but I'm not the reincarnation of the Yao emperor you're looking for." Lin Xin took out countless badges and held them tightly between his fingers. He announced loudly, "My name is Lin Xin. This is my one and only identity." Wu Ming was driven mad by his anger. He crushed the energy ball in his hand and said with arrogant force, "Then I'll do this the hard way. It's just a waste of a little time." Lin Xin loudly affirmed that surrendering was not his style. As soon as his voice fell, Lin Xin threw out the badges in his hand. In just a moment, 6 pairs of long, beautiful legs appeared before him as he had wished, accompanied by one that clung tightly to him. Lin Xin was stunned on the spot. Perhaps he had come to terms with life and death and decided to fight if he was not satisfied. In the dense jungle, Qinglong was lying asleep with her butt high in the air. The next second she woke up with a start, her sleepy eyes blinking open as she moved her head slightly. "Strange, how did I suddenly faint?" Qinglong sat up and looked around in a daze, her heart filled with doubt. That waste Xuanwu couldn't possibly have this kind of ability. A thought flashed through her mind, making her eyes light up. Lin Xin's figure appeared in Qinglong's mind. She guessed with suspicion, could it be that treacherous fellow? He must have used some secret technique to ambush me when I wasn't on my guard. Suddenly a loud noise came from the high cliff. A figure was using a technique with earth-shattering momentum. Qinglong was shocked and looked over there. Not good in that area. A huge fire phoenix roared in the air, its body crimson as it spread its wings to summon a magic circle. From the center of the formation, a fierce pillar of fire shot down, the flames seeming to have a soul as they coiled down with a destructive heat wave. Strangely, Wu Ming remained unscathed. He waved his arm gently, and his power immediately tore through the fire stream. He said disdainfully, "With just this little skill, you dare to show off?" As soon as his voice fell, Nanai charged up again, instantly getting behind the opponent. She raised her hand and condensed cold air and frost spread, enveloping the opponent's legs, freezing Wu Ming's legs in the blink of an eye. Even so, he still curled his lips in disdain, his eyes cold and annoyed. Muttering to himself, "So boring," a cracking sound was heard and the ice around him instantly exploded. It couldn't trap him for even a second. It was completely destroyed by the demonic power that erupted from Wu Ming's body. Not only Nanai, but Buman and Yuchu also arrived in time to join forces. Two huge energy waves hit him at the same time. "Don't think you can run wild, we're here too." As soon as they made contact, Wu Ming calmly snapped his fingers, creating a sturdy barrier that deflected all the attacks. He looked at them and didn't hold back his sarcasm. "As the reincarnation of the Yao Emperor, is this the strength of your elemental beasts? I'm truly disappointed." Lin Xin stood not far away, watching all this with a serious expression, countless thoughts running through his mind. This guy is too strong. Attacks are useless and it's pointless to keep trying. It seems I'll have to go in myself and try close combat. Lin Xin was about to fight when he was suddenly stopped by Ruling. She expressed her desire to test him. "You don't have to rush, I'll test his close combat strength." The flame in his hand was still burning hot, but he stopped immediately. But in midair, a magnificent blue dragon's tail coiled, clearly visible, stunning Lin Xin. He looked at the other person with some doubt and said, "You're also good at close combat." Ruling shouted, "Dragon scale armor, equip." Immediately her body was covered in a layer of shiny dragon scale armor. The scales glinted like water waves, emitting a powerful aura. Soon Ruling emerged in her close combat form, fully armored. The water waves gathered on her body, spread out, and her expressionless face was awe-inspiring and fearsome. Lin Xin watched from the side, amazed. She can even switch to a close combat form. The Book of the Divine Realm stood with its hands on its hips and boasted proudly. "Didn't expect that, did you? As long as you keep leveling up, you can unlock new forms. So you have to work harder. Even the donkeys on the production team wouldn't dare to be as lazy as you." At this time, Ruling was extremely decisive, her face serious as she immediately charged toward the target. With one strike, a vortex of water rolled into a huge mass of energy, tearing through the air with a whistle. The enemy was hit and immediately thrown back like a kite with a broken string. Wu Ming slammed heavily into a stone pillar, his body deeply embedded in the cold stone surface. As if he had been nailed to the wall, she snorted in satisfaction at her accomplishment. The three behind her were also amazed and clapped their hands. "Nicely done, sister." "Feeling better now?" He frowned in annoyance, his eyes flashing with a cold light. His aura was gloomy, and the spiritual power in his body suddenly erupted, surging out. He roared, "You're courting death." In the blink of an eye, the magic released by Wu Ming made her scream and hold her head, the excruciating pain spreading throughout her body. Kair was also significantly affected, feeling dizzy and holding her forehead to maintain her sanity, her body trembling as she gritted her teeth and endured the pressure. Nanai was forced to her knees. Lin Xin watched everything around him in panic, a wave of suspicion rising in his heart. All the elemental beasts he had summoned fainted within minutes. This guy is suppressing their spirits. After turning the tables, Wu Ming regained his original arrogance. He casually brushed his hair back from his forehead, and his disdainful voice rang out, "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a few elemental beasts. Messing up my hair is your limit. From now on, no one." Before Wu Ming could finish his mocking words, "Don't even think about touching a single hair on my head." A long foot suddenly kicked him in the face. The force of the kick was so great that his face was deformed like a squashed bun. Wu Ming was sent flying, rolling on the ground like a ball for several rounds. Lin Xin watched blankly with only one thought in his mind. "I think I heard the crisp sound of a bone breaking," a female voice slowly sounded. "It seems I was mistaken. So it was you, kid, who ambushed me at the foot of the mountain." The reinforcement arrived suddenly, and it was none other than Qinglong. "Your earth-shattering kick has utterly defeated Wu Ming." Wu Ming couldn't believe he had been played so badly. He sat up, clutching his swollen face, trembling with anger. "You idiot!" Qinglong completely ignored these irrelevant warnings. She stood with her hands on her hips, turned back to look at the dumbfounded Lin Xin and questioned, "Why are you fighting among yourselves? How many more accomplices have infiltrated Mount Tianyu?" After waiting for a long time without any reaction from him, only a dazed look on his face, her expression gradually became suspicious. Just then a flash of inspiration struck Lin Xin. Under the light of inspiration he began to act, putting on a look of utter grief. He placed his hand on his chest and said sincerely, "Heroine, save me, there are only two of us accomplices. He's the boss. He was trying to kill me just now to take the treasure for himself. Fortunately, you arrived in time. If you save my life, I'm willing to surrender to you. Life is like a play, all depending on acting skills." Hearing these words that seemed to come from the heart, Qinglong couldn't help but believe him. She turned around abruptly, pointed at the slumped Wu Ming and shouted, "So you're the boss, watch me catch you." Seeing that he was being framed, he immediately jumped up. He pointed to his head and shouted, "Are you brainless?" Wu Ming unleashed his true essence and the pressure around him began to boil. He once again frantically channeled his inner power, and as soon as he made his move, Qinglong became a little panicked. Lin Xin immediately reminded him in a low voice from the side, "Heroine, be careful of his spiritual attack." The little girl immediately understood and quickly slammed her hands on the ground, casting the dragon return wall. A jade-green barrier appeared, blocking the attack. Not only did it defend, but it also secretly absorbed the opponent's force. When she felt she had accumulated enough, Qinglong secretly gave the order, instantly turning the tables. The rebounding force rushed towards Wu Ming. As expected, the attack was reflected back, hitting him directly. Wu Ming himself swayed, clutching his head and howling in pain. Lin Xin didn't waste any time. He took advantage of the chaos to retrieve all the badges into his sleeve, preparing to escape. He thought to himself, "Qinglong is indeed capable. She can hold this guy off for a while." Qinglong still wasn't paying attention to her surroundings. She stood there, delivering a proud and impassioned speech. "Didn't expect that, did you? This dragon return wall can reflect all attacks in the world. On Mount Tianyu, no one's actions can escape my eyes. You'd better behave." While she was lecturing Wu Ming, Lin Xin had already quickly jumped off the platform. The sound of his footsteps immediately alerted him. Wu Ming pointed in panic and shouted, "That guy is running away?" Qinglong was startled and looked back, but she didn't care. She turned to look at him, her face filled with a sense of responsibility. Mature, meticulous, and witty, her skirt swayed gently in the wind, and her small feet remained steady as if she had never known fear. "He can run, but he can't hide. I can catch one kid. You, the leader, are the real business." As for Wu Ming, his face turned purple with anger. His eyes were dark and he gritted his teeth, his heart filled with resentment. "You've ruined my plans. I must have been blind to choose you as one of the 4 great generals back then." The scene changed. After Lin Xin successfully escaped, he flew quickly over one cliff after another, secretly pleased with himself. This trip to Mount Tianyu was not in vain. This was a huge scoop. "I never thought there were gods in this world." When he jumped to the next cliff, Lin Xin was startled and stopped, saying in surprise, "How did you guys get here?" Opposite him were Mao Mao and Wadian, who were also climbing up. Seeing him, they both cheered happily. "Young Master Lin." Lin Xin, Wadian opened her arms, her face full of joy, and shouted excitedly, "I came for you." She and Mao Mao were suddenly pulled backward by Lin Xin. Both were panicked and didn't understand what was happening while he didn't have time to explain and just said urgently, "Let's go before that guy catches up." Mao Mao reacted faster, adjusting her falling posture, and then said, "Wait, there are also Juru and Shenming. They came in too." When Lin Xin heard this, his mouth dropped open and he shouted in shock, "What?" At the same time, white doves flew chaotically in the sky. A strange blue light shield suddenly appeared in midair, covering the entire mountain. Lin Xin looked up in confusion and asked himself blankly, "What is this?" The next second, an unlucky bird crashed into the barrier and was immediately electrocuted into paralysis. Before it could struggle, its body disintegrated, leaving only a skeleton that fell straight down. This scene stunned all 3 of them. Wadian trembled and exclaimed, "What a terrifying protective formation." He began to worry. He then remembered that the previous protective formation only had a warning function. It seemed that Qinglong had upgraded the formation. Mao Mao looked up to investigate, and her ears suddenly caught an echo from the mountaintop. "Listen, all Yao citizens of Mount Tianyu." She was startled. "Where is that voice coming from?" In another place, Wu Ming's voice echoed like the law, spreading throughout the heavens and earth, reaching every corner. "Foreign spies have infiltrated Mount Tianyu, intending to sabotage the restoration of our nation." This panicked the people, who broke out in a cold sweat and quickly recognized it as the voice of a god. "The god has appeared." Wu Ming still stood proudly on the platform. "I need you to act and capture this foreigner." It was he who had broadcasted the notice. At this moment, the unconscious Qinglong was at his feet. Her posture was disheveled. After hearing the news, the people immediately burned with the fire of revenge. They all shouted in unison. "The common people heed the order, obey the divine decree, all out, search the mountain and catch the spy." As expected, the people's hearts were very united. A few seconds later, they were carrying weapons up the mountain to search. Lin Xin's group, even though they were standing far away, could clearly see the villagers' search operation. Wadian whispered worriedly, "This is trouble. If we're trapped on this mountain, we'll be found sooner or later." His face darkened, and he immediately asked in a deep voice, "Book of the Divine Realm, have you been to Mount Tianyu before? Is there a way to break the formation?" Beside him, the Book of the Divine Realm floated in the air and explained the situation in detail. "The barrier of Mount Tianyu is not some formation. Its energy comes from a huge spiritual core in the mountain. It acted like a dutiful assistant, drawing a schematic diagram. It is this spiritual core that provides the powerful energy that allows Mount Tianyu to travel back and forth between the other dimension and the 9 continents." After listening, a sly glint flashed in Lin Xin's eyes, and a cunning smile appeared on his lips. "So we can escape by destroying the spiritual core? Speaking of destruction, isn't that your specialty? So it's that simple." The Book of the Divine Realm looked at him with suspicion, sweating profusely, its eyelids drooping as it shyly asked, "Are you thinking of detonating?" The scene cut back to the courtyard, where a call of General Qinglong echoed through the space. Before Qinglong, 3 servants knelt on one knee and reported seriously, "We have found traces of the spy, but it seems there is more than one person who has infiltrated." A burly man who looked like a white wolf respectfully clasped his hands and bowed his head to report, I led my clansmen to follow the scent. It seems there are 3 of them. The little girl's dazed eyes seemed to contain the entire starry sky, mixed with a glazed luster. Her voice was cold and decisive as she commanded. No matter how many there are, capture them all. Remember, I want them alive. At this moment, Qinglong seemed to have been controlled by Wu Ming, and her words and actions were very strange. The other 2 didn't think much of it and immediately bowed and left the room. Yes? The White Wolf also left quickly. He relayed the order to each outpost. Pass the order, continue the pursuit. They are not familiar with the terrain, they can't have run far. However, in another scene, a cold smile played on Wu Ming's lips, his eyes indifferent. He frowned, secretly pleased. It seems there are other accomplices who have slipped in, but you won't escape my grasp. At this moment, Lin Xin was present. Mao Mao respectfully knelt down, kowtowed, and placed her hands on either side as she began to report. The pursuers behind us haven't been shaken off. She struck a strange pose with her butt high in the air and her upper body lowered, making the person behind her blush and quickly cover their lower body. It seems there's a wolf type among the pursuers who can track us by scent, Lin Xin called out in embarrassment. You don't actually have to do that. He stared at the spring scenery, his nose bleeding, and then whispered to the floating book of the Divine Realm beside him. You've signed a contract with Shenming, can't you contact her directly? At that moment it was staring just as intently as Lin Xin, then replied very calmly. I've only reached a 50% contract, so I can only sense her location, not communicate. He suddenly stretched out his hand and urged anxiously, then let's go find them quickly. That hand was decisive, slapping Mao Mao's raised bottom, causing her to fall flat on the ground, yelping. Lin Xin's face was filled with delight, grinning as if he had achieved some great accomplishment. Stop sniffing, let's go. Wadian stood behind, completely speechless, not knowing what to say. Elsewhere, between 2 cliffs, screams echoed, get them, after them. 2 figures were fleeing from pursuit. It was Shenming and Juru. The 2 of them argued and blamed each other as they ran. I told you not to move around. Now we've been discovered. She was not to be outdone. Can you blame me for the rock falling? My chest is big. What can I do? Suddenly, a guy with a big belly and pig-like ears jumped down from above. He held a burning fireball in his hand and roared excitedly like a madman. Where do you think you're going? Not only his ears but his entire head was a pig's head, his body was burly, and he clasped his hands together to shoot out flames. Spy, die! Just as he pounced, lightning flashed under his feet. Dozens of lightning bolts from Lin Xin's saber intertwined, roasting the pig black and emitting a fragrant barbecue smell. When the other 2 saw his figure, they were immediately as happy as children seeing their mother, shouting Lin Xin. In an instant he became a hero, saving the damsel, still holding his saber tightly, his dashing figure flashing past the 2 girls. I'll take care of these pursuers. You 2 take this pork, it'll be good for filling your stomachs. When Juru, Mao Mao, and Wadian saw this, their hearts pounded and they screamed incoherently, as expected of the man who takes me to the heavens, so handsome. Only Shenming remained completely unmoved. In the distance, a group of humanoid demons arrived one after another, charging aggressively. They were all bizarrely shaped, holding various weapons, and shouted angrily, "Kill, be loyal to the god." Lin Xin was still majestic. He lowered his feet, his eyes sharp. He gently slid his hand over his saber, which began to transform. His voice was flat and emotionless, but every word carried a sense of unspoken helplessness. Although we are all Yao people, our positions are different now, so I have no choice but to kill you. He shouted a 3-word farewell, go in peace. Finally, he decisively swung his saber. A black light poured down like a waterfall in the night sky, instantly swallowing all the pursuers and the entire space. A moment later, in a certain forest, Lin Xin's group gathered together. Juru happened to run over to report the good news. I've sprinkled hallucinogenic powder around here. The pursuers will lose their sense of direction if they get close. We're safe for now. In a certain forest, Lin Xin turned to look at Shenming and asked eagerly, do you know where the spiritual core is? She frowned in thought and then answered vaguely, the spiritual core. I'm not sure, but it's a very deep cave. Xuanwu and the others won't let me get close, he pressed on. Do you know the approximate location? Looking at the map, Shenming began to explain. If the spiritual core is hidden in Mount Tianyu, only that cave can lead there. Wadian also nodded in agreement from the side, her face slightly worried as if she had already foreseen the coming trouble. That's right, that place is very dangerous. And the enemy will definitely set up defenses. We'll be walking right into a trap if we go there. Lin Xin sensed that the situation was not good and whispered, Book of the Divine Realm, I want to unlock a new beast girl. Upon hearing the summons, it immediately appeared, its face full of anticipation. And it readily agreed, okay, what attribute do you want this time? He fell silent and lowered his voice. Earth. A single word made the Book of the Divine Realm's face change instantly. It looked at him in astonishment as if it had misheard and then refused in terror. Earth type is not okay, absolutely not. She can't come out. Lin Xin turned to look at the Book of the Divine Realm, his face innocent. He pouted and raised his eyebrows, retorting, Why? The Book of the Divine Realm looked as if it had suffered a huge blow, sweating profusely, its lips trembling as it stammered, She has a nickname that makes all the males in the world tremble in fear. The Juicer. Lin Xin turned his back to the Book of the Divine Realm, his voice becoming serious. He was considering, the Juicer, isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Maybe I should pick another one. The Book of the Divine Realm reacted strongly, loudly protesting, absolutely not. Ever since she was brought into the harem back then, the Yao Emperor has had kidney deficiency. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped him. Lin Xin was in a dilemma, his thoughts tangled in his mind, unable to escape. He blurted out, The mood is already set. Even if I wanted to change, this group of perverts wouldn't agree. The Book of the Divine Realm was stunned after hearing this, wanting to say something but stuttering. But Lin Xin decisively turned around, his eyes firm. He rubbed his finger forcefully on the cover of the Book of the Divine Realm, questioning as he rubbed, "No more buts, we have no choice now. Come on." This action made it blush with embarrassment, at a loss for what to do, and it let out a faint sound. "Don't." Lin Xin seemed to turn a deaf ear and continued to rub even harder. The Book of the Divine Realm suddenly screamed, "It's coming out!" A pink light shot out from within. A huge explosion sounded, and everyone around was sent flying by the shockwave. Shenming lost her footing and fell backward while Juru was thrown into the air, exclaiming in surprise, "What is this?" In the lingering white smoke, a pair of long, beautiful legs slowly walked out. As soon as she appeared, the person looked up at the sky, enjoying the fresh air, and sighed with a cheerful voice, "Finally I see the sun again." Then she sighed again. "I've been empty for so long, it's so uncomfortable." Her enchanting figure was fully displayed with golden hair, smiling eyes, and graceful curves full of temptation. This was the alluring Earth-type snake girl, Gansao. Lin Xin was about to go up and greet her, his hand still half raised, when the person disappeared like smoke. He was stunned on the spot. "Hi, I'm in a bit of trouble right now. I hope you—" Then a sweet and devilish voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" It sent a chill down his spine and his feet froze. Gansao had somehow gotten close, her soft hands wrapping around him, gently stroking Lin Xin's chest. "I'm willing to do anything. I can accept any task." This gesture made him as stiff as a statue, his eyes wide. Not understanding what was happening, she boldly leaned close to his ear, her voice slowly sliding into his mind. Any position. It made his face turn red to the tips of his ears, not knowing how to react, only able to stand there and be manipulated. Her hands explored his body freely. Lin Xin forced a smile, his voice trembling as he said, "Your reputation is well deserved. Can you get off me first?" Gansao took something out of her sleeve and whispered, "You're cuter than I thought. I like you very much. Here's a little gift." It was a small red heart-shaped string. She shamelessly stuffed it into Lin Xin's pants, her voice still as soft as the wind but full of suggestion. "It's still warm." While he was still lost in a state of bliss, unable to tell if it was shame or pleasure, a few grumbles came from behind him. The four girls took turns speaking, each voice filled with anger and obvious jealousy. "Big bitch." Only Gansao was still climbing all over the glowing Rui Jingu bang inside Lin Xin's body, unable to put it down. She exclaimed excitedly, "The mood is set. Why don't we get down to business first?" He sensed that the situation was not good. He immediately grabbed his belt tightly with one hand and pushed Gansao away with the other, shouting shyly as he pushed, calm down. Destroying Mount Tianyu's spiritual core is the top priority." He thought to himself, who can handle this? She wasn't angry at all, but instead smiled with satisfaction. She knelt down, striking a seductive pose, and looked at him with misty eyes. "The spiritual core? Simple. I'll take care of it for you right now." When Lin Xin saw this, his nose started bleeding and his eyes widened. He howled like a child who got candy. "Pink, it's pink, I see it." Gansao sat down, supporting herself with her hands behind her, and secretly channeled her true essence. The wood root skill was activated, and a powerful magical force shot out from where she was sitting, drilling into the ground like an earthworm. Elsewhere, Wuming was sitting blankly in his chair when he suddenly felt a strange energy. He frowned and thought, someone is using Earth's spiritual power to probe the location of the spiritual core. At this time, Gansao had no intention of stopping. She twisted her body, deliberately leaning back, her voice as sweet as honey, her eyes never leaving Lin Xin. "I'm so tired. I need kisses, hugs, and to be lifted up high to stand up." He was afraid he would be swayed, so he immediately closed his eyes and seriously returned to the main topic. "Stop fooling around. Have you found the spiritual core?" Gansao moved to the side, and a bottomless hole immediately appeared where she had just cast her spell, leading straight underground. She pointed down and announced, "I've opened the hole. You can go in and rush as you please." Lin Xin looked at the somewhat damp hole, stunned, and sighed in his heart. This girl gives off the feeling of being in a car at any time. Wadian couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "I can't take it anymore. I'm going first." Then she was the first to jump down. Juru followed closely, shouting as she jumped. "Shameless." Shenming took a breath and then said disdainfully, "Disgusting." Mao Mao next to her also nodded in agreement. Seeing everyone rushing to jump down, Gansao hugged Lin Xin and pushed him down with her. Lin Xin yelled as he was free-falling, "Actually, we could have waited a little longer. It's easier to get in when it's wetter. I mean the water from underground seeping out." The people behind him all spoke up angrily. Juru said bluntly, "This hole is already big enough." Wadian said angrily with a resentful tone, "No need to lubricate it further." After jumping down the deep dark hole, Wadian was naturally the first to arrive. She looked around and whispered in confusion, "I didn't expect there to be such a large space inside the mountain. Where should I look for the spiritual core?" After a while, Mao Mao looked up at the entrance of the cave and kept wondering, why hasn't Lin Xin come down yet? After the four girls had all arrived, only Lin Xin and Gansao, that couple, were missing. A series of screams echoed from the entrance of the cave, stunning everyone below. "It's too fast. I'm about to fly. I'm coming out. I'm coming out." A moment later, Lin Xin finally landed with Gansao in his arms, his feet steady. She held onto his neck tightly and shouted excitedly, "Hold me tight." He looked impatient and said coldly, "Get down and walk by yourself." She put on a coquettish face. Her lips moved slightly, her eyes misty, and she seduced him softly. "No, my ankle is sprayed. It hurts so much." before he could answer, a series of gritted teeth sounded from behind him. In that case, let us carry you. They were furious, their faces ferocious, as if they wanted to eat Gansao alive. They took turns saying, "It's perfect, 4 people to carry 4 limbs. Let's see who's stronger." "A great idea." She trembled, thoroughly frightened, and quickly refused in embarrassment. "No need, I think I'm better now." To break the tense atmosphere, the group continued deeper. Lin Xin walked while observing the cave's surroundings, then asked softly in confusion, "The path is so complicated. How can you tell which way to go?" Gansao led the way, saying leisurely, "My tongue can taste the spiritual energy in the air, so of course I can follow the scent." He smiled faintly, a hint of surprise and admiration in his eyes, and marveled. "Discerning the taste of the air with your tongue, that's an amazing ability." Gansao turned her face, enchantingly puffed out her chest to show off her graceful curves, and stuck out her tongue. Her voice held a teasing tone. "My tongue has even more amazing skills," she asked bluntly without a hint of shyness. "Want a taste?" He laughed awkwardly, stammering, unable to speak. "Maybe some other time." Just then, the tip of Gankao's tongue twitched slightly, clearly sensing something unusual. She opened her eyes wide in alarm and shouted a warning, "Not good, our presence has been discovered." At the same time, a hair-raising sound came from the deep darkness ahead. Mao Mao asked in panic, "What's that sound?" Wadian tried to remain calm and quietly made a deduction. "It sounds like water." In this critical moment, Lin Xin decisively gave a loud command, "Nanai, get ready." She appeared immediately, instantly entering a defensive stance and replying in a resolute voice, "Roger." In the dark depths of the cave, a faint light at the end grew clearer. The atmosphere instantly tensed up, and everyone secretly felt a sense of foreboding. "It's so bright, there's an exit over there." "Impossible, it wasn't this bright just now." Lin Xin broke out in a cold sweat, his brows knitted and his face darkened as a sense of unease welled up in his heart. "Wait, what if it's not water?" Wadian tilted her head and asked in a small, confused voice, "If it's not water, what else could it be?" The sound was clearly audible. The next moment, crimson lava suddenly surged out uncontrollably, its scorching heat sending everyone into a panic. Then a shrill scream rang out. "Lava?" Nanai immediately rushed out, quickly casting her ice magic, desperately trying to block the searing torrent. Lin Xin turned back in terror and yelled, "Nanai, get back!" Mao Mao, trembling with fear, turned and fled. "Run!" The group scribbled to grab him in a panic. Some grabbed his hands, some grabbed his chest, making him turn pale with pain and howl as he ran. He never expected to be viciously screwed over while being chased by lava. That dog is really ruthless. The scene shifted to Mount Tianyu, where the volcano that had slept for 1,000 years had awakened. Waves of crimson lava rolled out, pouring into the cave entrance as billowing heat filled the air. Wu Ming hovered in midair, watching all the movement below, and muttered to himself smugly, "Let's see how long you can hide." Meanwhile, Lin Xin's side was in extreme danger, hovering on the brink of life and death. Seeing the lava about to close in, Mao Mao screamed, "Is there no other way? I don't want to be burned to a crisp." The lava rose higher and higher. It showed no sign of stopping, surging and churning as if to devour everything, leaving no one a path to survive. At this moment of life and death, a huge boulder from an unknown source suddenly crashed down, sealing it off. The group quickly turned back, their eyes filled with extreme confusion, too surprised to speak. "This is..." Gansao, panting heavily and completely exhausted, collapsed to the ground on the spot. She said with a sigh of relief, "Thank goodness it's blocked." A moment later, a foot suddenly kicked out from within the boulder. The impact spread, sending rubble flying. Beads of sweat started to roll down Gankao's forehead as a sense of unease crept into her heart. The person who appeared was none other than Wu Ming. His face was cold as his calm voice rang out, "Found you." Lin Xin bent his knees into a defensive stance, his fighting spirit high as black energy rose around him like a mist from the realm of the dead. He instructed them seriously, "I'll hold him off. Gansao, take them and find the spiritual core." The girls immediately turned and ran, responding in unison, "Yes." In an instant, a protective light screen appeared, completely enveloping Wu Ming. Like a transparent shell of spiritual power, it blocked the surging black energy. He spoke slowly, his voice icy, mixed with disdain and mockery. "Still want to struggle? When will you finally understand?" Wu Ming's lips curled up, his eyes half closed in a look of utter contempt. He mercilessly taunted them with malicious words, making the atmosphere even more tense. "You lower life forms are no match for a god." The scene changed. As they were searching for the spiritual core, a loud bang was heard. Qinglong suddenly appeared, smashing a huge boulder and sending fragments flying everywhere. Wadian jumped in fright and shouted a warning. From the pile of rubble, the little girl's figure walked out calmly, her expression serene as if nothing had happened. Gansao quickly moved to the front of the group, trying to stay calm, and warned in a deep voice, "Everyone get behind me." Under the influence of the mind control seal, Qinglong channeled her power. Spiritual energy began to gather from her arms and then formed into several magic circles that flew into the air. They converged into a triangle and shot directly at a massive rock. A huge bolt of lightning caused the space to shake violently, and the air currents swirled and churned. The massive rock was instantly destroyed, shattering into countless pieces of varying sizes. As the debris gradually settled, Qinglong found a bottomless pit ahead, but strangely the figure she was looking for had completely vanished. The little girl stopped in her tracks. At that moment, Gansao had instantly transformed into a snake-like beast, coiling her body around everyone. As she burrowed deep into the Earth's core, she sent a telepathic message, "We'll take a shortcut. As long as we destroy the spiritual core, we can rescue Lord Yao Emperor. Over here." Qinglong paused for a moment, then without further hesitation quickly jumped into the pitch-black hole. The moment she fell, her body was immediately sealed by a dazzling fireball. As if sealed by a restriction, all her movements were locked, and she was rigidly knocked back. It turned out that upon sensing the urgency of the situation, Lin Xin had a flash of inspiration and summoned Kaer. He then said, "I'll leave her to you." After she appeared, her eyes were determined and she quickly accepted the order and took action. Yes, the two of them, one controlled and one clear-headed, faced off in a place where killing intent and fury burned simultaneously. The atmosphere grew heavier and more suffocating. Just then, Wu Ming urged, "Stop wasting time." His voice was like a demonic sound that shook the mind, wave after wave of sonic power delving into the soul, an ancient magic specifically used to suppress one's will. Kaer trembled slightly, her aura clearly wavering. "Not good," Nanai, standing to the side, seemed to have anticipated it but was still panicked. "He's using a spiritual attack again." At this critical moment, Lin Xin appeared at the same time. He knelt down, formed a hand seal, and a circle of dazzling golden energy emanated from his palms. It expanded rapidly, enveloping the entire area and reflecting all the demonic power back. All the spells that were spreading were instantly sucked back to their master. Wu Ming took the full force of the backlash, his body convulsing, his face contorted in pain, and then he fell backward onto the ground. Lin Xin stood straight, his arms crossed. His expression was still cold as he secretly admired. It seems Zuri Wei isn't just strong in physical defense, but its spiritual defense is also quite good. The two girls behind him couldn't hide their admiring gazes, thinking to themselves, "The Yao Emperor is so handsome." Kaer was even bolder. "I want to have the Yao Emperor's babies." Wu Ming gasped for breath as he got up, leaning against the stone wall to barely steady himself. His face was twisted with rage as he roared savagely, "Qinglong, what are you standing there for?" Hearing the roar, she immediately charged forward. Qinglong shot forward like a phantom at the sound, instantly closing in behind Lin Xin, preparing a surprise attack. However, Lin Xin's reaction was too fast. He waved his hand, gathering power into a palm of light, forming an explosive golden glow that enveloped Qinglong. The little girl was immediately suppressed, unable to move within the halo of light. This scene stunned both Kaer and Nanai, increasing their admiration even more. Lin Xin glanced at the Zuri Wei, secretly marveling at the power of this new treasure he had discovered. "I never thought Zuri Wei would be effective not only on elemental beasts but also on the Yao race. It locks their spirits." He turned to the enemy, his gaze falling on a small seal in the center of Wu Ming's forehead. Lin Xin excitedly said two words, "Interesting." He executed a spirit shock technique, instantly shattering the spiritual shackle, which broke like glass. Suddenly a scream rang out. "You!" Wu Ming was startled, his eyes filled with terror, his face as pale as a corpse. Qinglong descended from the air, continuing to roar. "You!" The little girl's eyes widened, her jade-green pupils flashing as tiny bolts of lightning suddenly burst from them. Qinglong questioned sharply, "You used me as your puppet again." Wu Ming frowned, squinted and scolded, still pretending to be in control of the situation. "Bastard!" He jumped up and spoke insolently, completely unaware that he was now at a complete disadvantage. "Can't you tell master from servant? Deal with these intruders first." Ignoring his childish threats, Qinglong leapt up and punched him directly in the chest, sending Wu Ming flying backward hard, his back slamming into the stone wall. "Who do you think you are, to order me around?" In the end he was utterly defeated, his body lying limp in a rocky crater on the verge of death. Yet he still managed to mumble a few aggrieved words. "You idiot." On the other side, the little girl now seemed to be venting long-suppressed frustrations, letting out a relaxed cry. "Using my fists to let off steam feels so much better." Lin Xin quickly fled, turning back to shout his instructions. "Sister Qinglong, you're amazing. I'll leave this guy to you." He gave a thumbs up, a sincere smile gracing the corner of his lips. Qinglong was instantly infuriated and roared sharply, "Cut the crap, you're not going anywhere until you've explained things clearly." This scared him out of his wits and he broke out in a cold sweat. After speaking, the little girl decisively turned to look at Wu Ming with one eye, while he lay on the verge of death, complaining aggrievedly, "You truly disappoint me." He gritted his teeth, his eyes wide, and ordered savagely, "Give me back what's mine." The jade on Qinglong's brow seemed as if it was about to be torn from her flesh. Qinglong groaned in pain, her voice heart-wrenching. Seeing the little girl suddenly in peril, Lin Xin cried out in terror, his voice filled with panic, "This is bad, it'll be a disaster if Qinglong is taken out." Qinglong's screams grew more shrill, the piercing sound echoing through the air. Her eyes were wide open as excruciating pain spread through her mind and her whole body trembled. In an instant the jade stone flew out from her brow with a crisp sound in the air. Qinglong's body seemed to lose all strength and slowly fell backward. Just as Wu Ming called out his name in a deep voice, "Lin Xin," the jade stone immediately flew straight into the center of his forehead as if guided by a sentient will. As the spiritual jade smoothly entered his mind and merged with his cerebral hemisphere, Wu Ming threatened calmly, his tone bone-chillingly cold. "You will pay the price for your insult to a god," he declared majestically. "This is the true power of a god's emissary." He then released streams of colorful spiritual light, causing everything around to lose its inertia and be swept away. The earth cracked, and even human bodies were easily tossed into the air. Qinglong was planted miserably on the ground headfirst, while Lin Xin, thanks to his agile movements and quick reflexes, was lucky enough to plant his feet firmly on the ground and stabilize himself. Seeing this, the Book of the Divine Realm asked in confusion, absorbing Qinglong's spiritual core to enhance his own power. "What kind of technique is this?" Wu Ming approached slowly with heavy steps, his entire body enveloped in the energy of his spiritual pressure. His presence was overwhelming, his gaze sharp as he answered casually, "The 4 great generals, just 4 pieces of trash." If I hadn't given them a piece of my own spiritual core, would they have achieved what they have today? His voice echoed in their ears, every word filled with arrogance and contempt. They are nothing more than pets I raised. How dare they bite their master? What's the point of keeping them? Qinglong struggled to open her weak eyelids. Hearing what he said, she fell silent, having no strength left to retort. Wu Ming raised an eyebrow, his tone still harsh, binding the listener with a heavy threat. Just kill it and get a new dog, Lin Xin. I'll give you one last chance. Will you submit to me or not? Lin Xin took a defensive stance, 2 balls of electrical light coalescing in his hands ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. He frowned, a contemptuous sneer playing on his lips, and replied loudly, "Sorry, but I think I'm a person, not a dog." Then Lin Xin used a lightning flash bomb technique. An immediate blinding light shot towards Wu Ming like an arrow released from a bow. He frowned, displeased, covering one eye with his hand and muttering a curse. "This bastard," then he continued arrogantly. "Since you're so determined to die, then I'll grant you your wish." When the smoke gradually cleared and the space became clear again, Lin Xin and Qinglong had vanished without a trace. In that moment he had already scooped up the little girl and leapt into the bottomless pit. A series of lewd-sounding conversations came from the bottom of the pit. "Lin Xin is here." It turned out everyone had already arrived. The two landed safely. Wadian looked back and ran over in confusion. "Why did you bring her?" Lin Xin quickly explained. "She's no longer a threat. We might need her help to leave Mount Tianyu." He then got down to business. "Have you found the spiritual core?" Gansao replied with a grave expression, her voice filled with worry. "We found it, but it's impossible to destroy." Lin Xin slowly walked down the path and began to instruct Gansao on his plan. "First, seal off the passage so Wu Ming can't follow us here." She immediately nodded in agreement. "Okay." The entire team stood before the majestic spiritual core, which emanated a brilliant light. Its size was truly unimaginable, someone said uneasily. "We've tried. The spiritual core is too big. No attack can damage it." After hearing this, Lin Xin channeled his true essence into his hands. On one side was rolling black energy as dark as ink. On the other was burning golden lightning as bright as 10,000 gold stars. The two forces quietly approached the spiritual core, but to no avail, making Lin Xin anxious. He frowned deeply, clicked his tongue in frustration, and could only mutter to himself, "It seems the only way is to wait for Qinglong to wake up and disable the barrier." A familiar voice, weak yet strong, sounded out, "You can't wait for me." Everyone turned at the same time to see the little girl speaking with difficulty, her breath faint. "Although the situation is unclear, my spiritual core was taken by that guy." Qinglong, dragging her battered and exhausted body, barely managed to stand up. She used her last ounce of strength to point out the most feasible course of action. "Only he can disable Mount Tianyu's barrier. If you want to leave, you either defeat him or destroy Mount Tianyu's spiritual core." Lin Xin was silent for a moment, then asked seriously, "Do you have a way to destroy this spiritual core?" Qinglong opened her eyes slightly, and from her dazed gaze she said hesitantly, "I do, but you will most likely lose all of your cultivation." Hearing this, the 3 girls couldn't hide their astonishment, their eyes showing expressions of disbelief. "Lose all of his cultivation?" Lin Xin was stunned for a moment. He unconsciously let out a cry. Ha Juru, however, had a different reaction. She lowered her head slightly, her expression a mix of embarrassment and shyness, and asked in a small voice, "Will it affect his stamina?" Wadian stuck her face out and couldn't help but yell, "What the hell?" Shenming was also speechless, her face flushing red with embarrassment. "Where are your priorities?" Only Gansao answered very calmly. "Why worry about such a small thing?" Shenming glared angrily, pointed behind her, and questioned sharply, "Even she knows it's not appropriate to say such things right now." Juru hung her head low, clutching it in shame and muttering, "I'm sorry." While the atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring, Gansao, far from being worried about the emergency, chimed in cheerfully, "I have faith in my handiwork and oral skills." The moment she finished speaking, a sharp roar echoed through the space. "You're even worse than her." Lin Xin's face fell and he pressed urgently, "Is there no other way?" Qinglong, in her exhausted state, still said softly with her eyes closed, "Only by merging our spiritual cores." "Can you control Mount Tianyu's spiritual core?" "There is no other way, and you must think it through. Destroying the spiritual core is equivalent to disrespecting the Creator God, and the consequences are very severe." After hearing this, Shenming became agitated. She raised a large cannonball with both hands ready to throw it down. "I don't believe it. Let's see if it can withstand a shot from truth." But she was frantically stopped by Lin Xin. Calm down. If you throw that thing, I don't know what will happen to the core, but we'll definitely be in trouble." Gansao paused for a few seconds, but sensing something was wrong, she warned loudly, "Not good, someone is approaching fast." But no one seemed to pay attention, all too busy arguing. Wadian gritted her teeth, determination shining in her eyes, and volunteered, "It's just a spiritual core, right? I'll do it." Mao Mao also nodded in agreement. "I can do it too. As long as I can conceive his child, cultivation and all that is fleeting." To extinguish the two's fighting spirit, Qinglong seriously analyzed for each of them. "You need to enter the center of the spiritual core. The stronger your cultivation, the greater the chance. Otherwise, it's just a pointless sacrifice." In the chaotic atmosphere, a resonant voice suddenly interrupted, "All right, you two, stop fighting." This slightly startled the 2 girls. Without another word, Lin Xin reached out and wrapped his arms around the 2 girls' waists. In a cool and dashing tone he said, "If I don't descend into hell, who will? It's just a spiritual core. Let me handle it." This left Wadian and Mao Mao swooning over his majestic presence. The little girl heard this resounding declaration, her face full of doubt, unable to believe her eyes. Such courage! You must not be a nobody. State your name." He raised an eyebrow, lifted his face proudly, then smiled faintly. A sly glint flashed in his eyes as he answered meaningfully, "I'm the man who will sooner or later take down the Creator God." Qinglong's eyes widened as if she had discovered a great truth, and she secretly admired. This guy talks big. He immediately flew towards the spiritual core as fast as lightning. Huadian hurriedly chased after him, shouting, "Lin Xin!" But her voice could no longer reach him. Lin Xin activated his diamond body, spread his arms and legs and rushed forward in a perfect and decisive neutralizing posture. When his body made contact with the surface of the spiritual core, a loud bang echoed through the space. He slowly sank into it, watching as his diamond body was intensely compressed by the high temperature. Lin Xin secretly reminded himself, "The temperature inside is too high. I must destroy the spiritual core before my diamond body breaks." Up above, the remaining people sat nervously by the stone wall observing. Every one of them couldn't help but worry. "Why is there no movement? I hope nothing happened. Don't jinx it." Suddenly, a burst of energy shot up violently from below, shattering a huge boulder into countless fragments. The four girls were still unaware of the imminent disaster. Only Gansao was doing her best to stabilize her energy flow. From the spreading dust, a figure emerged. It was none other than Wuming, the jade he had taken from Qinglong, now on his chest. His voice was deep and hoarse. "To let you find your way here again. This is truly my dereliction of duty." When Qinglong saw him, she flew into a rage and cursed, "Bastard, you took my spiritual core again." At the same time, Huadian asked herself in confusion, "Why does he look different from before?" Facing the six women, Wuming didn't waver in the slightest and asked directly, "Where's Lin Xin? Did he abandon you and run?" After a few seconds he paused, raised an eyebrow, and then, as if he understood something, said, "Could it be?" Qinglong stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes indifferent, and answered cryptically, making him wonder, "Why do you think we'd be waiting here?" Wuming was instantly enraged. His figure shot forward like a ferocious beast as he roared with murderous intent, "I'll kill you." The moment his voice fell, he released a savage power that rolled towards Qinglong. However, just an instant before it made contact, an invisible barrier appeared and blocked it, saving the little girl from a fatal blow. Before he could understand what had happened, Wuming was suddenly counter-attacked by waves of blue energy that came from nowhere as if they were sentient. They attacked in turns, showing no mercy. Wuming could only use his movement technique to leap backward and dodge, still unable to comprehend what was happening, and blurted out, "What is this?" Almost everyone was stunned, their gazes turning in unison to look behind them with astonished expressions. Qinglong froze for a moment, unable to believe her eyes. Impossible. She looked again at the spiritual core that was emitting a mysterious energy, the source of the rampaging energy from just a moment ago. She softly stated a judgment filled with doubt. "He's merged with the spiritual core." Wuming had never imagined this scene could become real. Every detail was beyond his imagination. He broke out in a cold sweat, his expression panicked. How is that possible? In the center of the spiritual core, Lin Xin slowly emerged, his presence overwhelming. His body emitted a bright blue light like a precious jade, and spiritual power swirled around him as his cultivation broke through to the realm of a god. Descending to the mortal world without any warning, he lightly swung his sword. A dazzling light cut through the air, and a powerful force surged out with immense pressure. It rushed towards Wuming, slashing down violently where he stood, sending rubble flying. But thanks to his quick reaction, he had jumped to another direction in time. The attack missed its target and instead hurtled toward the area where the girls were standing, causing rubble to rain down. The stone wall began to crumble and huge boulders started to slide down, causing everyone to panic and scream, "Danger!" While the girls hovered on the brink of life and death, Wuming landed safely and laughed heartily, every word filled with amusement. "This time you almost killed your own people, didn't you?" But Lin Xin quickly denied it, stating clearly, "I've already cut off the spiritual core's connection to the barrier. The barrier should be gone. You all leave first, I'll hold him off. The bottom is supported by a system of energy chains which is enough to hold up the rocks." Qinglong shouted loudly. Lin Xin, Wuming sneered, spitting out a few harsh words. "You're so naive." This confused the others. He continued, his expressionless face revealing the truth bluntly. "From the moment I knew your goal was to destroy the spiritual core." Speaking of the barrier, a multicolored floating ring appeared. Its structure was like an ancient grand formation, emanating a thick, oppressive aura. It was a trap laid in advance. I had already proactively severed the connection between the barrier and the spiritual core. The barrier is now maintained by the 72 Sprite Grand Formation. You can't escape. At the mention of this, Qinglong's face instantly became panicked. "You actually awakened the 72 sprites." Juru stood to the side, looking completely lost, not understanding why the little girl was so agitated. "What sprites? Are they very strong?" Qinglong frowned, an indescribable, hair-raising feeling creeping up on her. Her tone was serious as she affirmed their danger word by word. "The 72 sprites are the 72 individuals with the best innate talent from each generation of the Yao race over the past 1,000 years. They used a secret technique to enter a state of suspended animation at the peak of their cultivation. Each of them is a peerless master at the Zon Saint realm. They were supposed to be awakened only at the most critical moment of our nation's restoration. I never thought he would use them at a time like this." Before everyone could digest this, Wuming interjected again, his tone one of light mockery. "What bullshit restoration of the nation?" He gently closed his eyes and let out a long breath, his face full of disdain. That was just a trick to fool you children. Since it has come to this, I'll let you in on a secret. Lin Xin only needed one glance to see through all of Wu Ming's malice. He frowned and gave a decisive order. Enough nonsense. You all get out first. He's stalling for time. Gansao opened a tunnel to lead everyone out, thinking anxiously, I can't last long inside the spiritual core. Qinglong was stunned and she unconsciously cried out in terror. What? This guy is the Yao Emperor. Gansao immediately obeyed. She bent down, pressed her fingertips to the ground and sent waves of purple sound into the earth. In the next second a giant arm emerged from the ground, reaching for the rock, holding it steady and then slowly pushing it upward. The hissing sound was heard. It's rising. Gansao smiled smugly and said modestly, I told you my technique could get bigger. Shenming's face turned red with anger and she corrected sharply, what time is it to be making dirty jokes? Meanwhile Wu Ming was still yelling nonstop, I told you the barrier is very strong. Even if you get out it's a dead end. Still trying to struggle, how pitiful. But Lin Xin remained silent. He stretched out his hand and a series of mysterious light energies surged up from below the ground, pushing the rock higher and higher, leaving Wu Ming dumbfounded. The people above were involuntarily startled and began to discuss among themselves in a panic, what is this? Is that guy attacking us? No. Then they gradually watched in astonishment as a pillar of blue light shot straight into the sky. It decisively pierced through the rock layers, broke through the mountaintop and opened an escape route. Everyone looked up at the same time. Shenming immediately recognized it and shouted, It's Lin Xin, he's opening a path for us. Outside the ground began to shake violently. The crowd was in an uproar and a feeling of extreme unease washed over them. What's happening? An earthquake. Then one of them pointed at the sky in terror and screamed fearfully, look over there. From Mount Tianyu a pillar of blue light pierced the clouds and rings of energy vortexes spread out. An ancient aura surged from the depths of the mountain range. The dazzling light made people instinctively raise their hands to shield their eyes, exclaiming, who's doing what? It's too bright. At the barrier, the 72 Sprite Grand Formation sat in a circle, their spiritual power circulating endlessly. Someone sensed an intruder and shouted, someone is trying to break the barrier? Yes, came the immediate response. The scene shifted to Qinglong staring blankly at the hole in the mountaintop, saying in despair, it's useless. Once the 72 Sprite Grand Formation is in place, it's unshakable, even with the power of Mount Tianyu's spiritual core. Hearing this, Mao Mao panicked and asked anxiously, her voice filled with unconcealable worry. Then what should we do? Wu Ming still stood there, taunting them relentlessly, trying to break their spirits. Do you really think you're the chosen one, that you can do whatever you want? So what if you were lucky enough to merge with the spiritual core's power? You still can't escape from my grasp. But Lin Xin ignored him completely, simply putting his hands together calmly, as if circulating his true energy, and retorted serenely. What's the rush? That last strike was just to open the mountain gate. You only severed the connection between the spiritual core and the barrier, not the connection between the spiritual core and all of Mount Tianyu, he announced in a steady tone. I have already gathered the spiritual energy of the entire Mount Tianyu. From the peak of Mount Tianyu, streams of green light shot through the layers of trees, then spread throughout the entire forest, shrouding the landscape in a hazy halo of light. Lin Xin began to count down. 1, 2, 3, 4. A huge spiritual sphere once again condensed between his hands. In that brief moment, Wu Ming was stunned, his eyes wide, his lips trembling. The light shone on his face, clearly reflecting his extreme terror. I've painstakingly nurtured Mount Tianyu for thousands of years, you unscrupulous bastard. A world-shaking explosion erupted into the sky. Rolling rubble and towering waterspouts like a reverse waterfall sent the girls flying and tumbling to the ground. They were tossed about in the air as urgent warnings echoed in all directions, danger, run. The camera pulled back, overlooking the entire Mount Tianyu, as a burst of azure light exploded forth. Like the spiritual light of an awakened ancient formation, it shattered the clouds above and dense cracks spread across the sky like a spiderweb. Below the Grand Formation, the 72 Sprite Grand Formation suffered a backlash. Black blood sprayed out like ink, and their bodies, along with flying earth and rock, were sent flying in the chaos. Wu Ming stood in the blazing light, his spiritual power seemingly incinerated in a boiling sea of blood. His eyes were crimson, and his accumulated fury turned into the piercing sound of grinding teeth. Bastard, you dare destroy my Mount Tianyu? He drew his bow, launching a massive spell. A multicolored beam of light as brilliant as a meteor shot swiftly toward his opponent. Wu Ming's voice was shrill and ferocious. Die! The killing blow streaked across the sky like lightning, aimed directly at Lin Xin's slender figure and struck his body. The attack exploded on impact, a violent collision that triggered a world-shaking tremor. The light flashed like a divine tribulation, and another astonishing explosion followed, kicking up a sky full of dust. Zhiru was swept up by the pressure, suspended in the air, and asked in confusion, "Where's Lin Xin?" Qinglong turned back in surprise and answered in a grave voice, "Over there." Lin Xin's body was sent flying, tumbling as it crashed to the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust in the distance. Two girls cried out his name in unison. Lin Xin. He lay unconscious on the ground, covered in wounds, his face bloody, his breath so faint it was nearly gone. Their calls echoed in the empty space, but they couldn't wake him, couldn't bring him back. Lin Xin, wake up. After an unknown amount of time, he was taken to a quiet place. The faint light from the window shone in, and a hint of color gradually returned to his pale face. His eyelids twitched and slowly opened. He asked dazedly, "How did I get here?" Outside the door, Mao Mao walked in with a basin of water. The moment she saw he was awake, she joyfully announced, "Young Master Lin is awake." In the room, Lin Xin, bare-chested, propped himself up with great effort and asked with concern, "Was Mount Tianyu destroyed?" 4 women faced him. Shen Ming looked at him and quietly confirmed, "Yes, the main peak was blown up from the inside. Mount Tianyu can no longer retreat into the void. If Wu Ming is still alive, he must hate you to the bone." Lin Xin looked around carefully, frowning, feeling that something was strange, and pressed, "Where's Qinglong? Did she not make it out?" Juru slowly repeated the challenge the quirky little girl had left for him. "She left Mount Tianyu with us, then went off on her own. She said that while she's grateful you saved her, she still can't accept you blowing up her home. She told you to be careful, that she might come for revenge one day when she's sorted things out." After hearing this, Lin Xin's expression stiffened like a clay statue, speechless and helpless in the face of her playful nature. What a girl, clear about her gratitude and her grudges. She lifted her face, placed a hand to her lips, and reminded him enthusiastically, "Forget about her for now, you should take a look at our big baby." In the corner of the room, Wadian's face was full of displeasure. Hearing the word "R" from the other's mouth, a fire of anger ignited in her heart. On the bed, Lin Xin was a little curious, but still gently lifted the blanket with some hesitation. "Big baby?" When the blanket was fully pulled back, a brilliant light shone from his lower body. Like a divine pearl forged in a 1,000-year furnace, its shape was like a rooster. Before he could think, he screamed loudly, "It's huge!" Lin Xin was terrified, roaring in despair, his voice shaking the entire room. "What is this? How did it get this big?" Beside him, Shen Ming frowned in difficulty, closing her eyes and trying to explain calmly, "It was normal when we rescued you, but I didn't expect it to get bigger and bigger." Juru tasted a bit and she said, "It's full of very pure Qi." Lin Xin took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and began to circulate his energy. "I'll try cultivating." He tried to steady his mind, but not long after he suddenly opened his eyes wide, having remembered something important. The previous words echoed in his mind, shaking his spirit violently. Qinglong had said, "That's right, merging with Mount Tianyu's spiritual core will cause me to lose all my cultivation." Juru stood to the side, her eyes misty and hazy, bit of drool at the corner of her mouth, her face full of craving as she described it as if it were a delicious delicacy. She fell into a dazed state, her cheeks flushed, and sighed, "But the Qi in your thing is very abundant. I only had one bite and I felt my cultivation improve quite a bit." The Book of the Divine Realm spoke up seriously, explaining clearly. "To be precise, your spiritual core dissipated after merging with Mount Tianyu's spiritual core. In fact, your cultivation has grown so rapidly recently that you had already formed your own spiritual core." It analyzed professionally, describing how the true essence had gathered around Lin Xin like a small sun in the universe. "It's just that your celestial saint body is too powerful, so the condensed spiritual core didn't put any burden on your holy body, and you didn't feel it. Although you released most of the Qi, a portion of it remained in your body." The Book of the Divine Realm paused, turned to look directly at Lin Xin, its gaze seemingly piercing his soul, its voice low and grave. "It's a good thing you have a celestial saint body. Otherwise, with so much Qi gathered inside you, you would have exploded. But your spiritual core has dissipated, and it will be very difficult to cultivate a new one." Hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale as he cried out in panic, "Then won't I be useless? The next time I run into Wu Ming, I'm dead for sure." The Book of the Divine Realm held up a small finger and proposed a surprising suggestion. "What he said just now gave me an idea. We could give it a try. If it succeeds, you'll not only return to your peak, but you might even have the power to fight Wu Ming," Lin Xin asked eagerly. "What's the plan?" It slowly analyzed. "For example, using a coffin sealed in some ley line to simulate the state of the spiritual body. The Yao Emperor's corpse is protected by spiritual energy and can remain preserved for 10,000 years, so his spiritual core must still be intact. Find his coffin and take out the spiritual core for your use." Lin Xin pondered for a moment, his eyes narrowed, and then he suddenly shivered. His face changed drastically as he guessed in terror. "Are you telling me to?" He froze on the spot as if petrified, his voice changing pitch, "Go grave robbing?" After hearing the Book of the Divine Realm's plan, Lin Xin stood under a tree, stunned. The wind blew desolately. He couldn't help but punch the trunk of the ancient tree. The next second, Lin Xin paid the price. As Shen Ming bandaged his hand, she asked, "You really won't give up until you've hit a wall? Do you have to break your arm to accept reality?" He answered with a grim face, "It really doesn't work." The Book of the Divine Realm then appeared, asking with a smile, "How's the consideration coming along? Want to go find the Yao Emperor's coffin?" Lin Xin immediately retorted, "Wu Ming is just waiting for me to lead the way. What if he jumps out to reap the rewards just as we're about to find it?" Shen Ming calmly interjected. "Even without you, Wu Ming will use the Restoration Army to wreak havoc across the 9 provinces. The hope of defeating him rests entirely on you. We have to take this gamble," he replied dejectedly. "That's true, but how do I protect myself?" Then Lin Xin wearily called out to the Book of the Divine Realm. It immediately appeared and asked, "What's wrong?" He showed a twisted smile and asked curiously, "If all my cultivation is gone, I'll have to rely on you. Can you get me a tank?" Shen Ming was stunned when she saw this. "Isn't the Book of the Divine Realm my contract book?" "How did he summon it?" It immediately replied. "I only specialize in synthesis magic. I need the necessary materials to synthesize military weapons. In other words, I don't produce weapons, I'm just a mover of weapons, understand?" Lin Xin sighed, propping his chin up. And you call yourself the Book of the Divine Realm. In the end, you're still unreliable, it cursed angrily. How dare you doubt me? Once I find the right ores, I'll synthesize a full set of travel gear for you in minutes. Seeing this, Shenming muttered to herself, Are you a transmigrator too? She thought to herself that they had fought side by side for so long, yet she never had the chance to find out his origins. The Book of the Divine Realm saw his expression and asked, Don't believe me? Lin Xin sat there and uttered 5 words, Palace Jade Nectar Wine. Shenming was stunned and asked, puzzled, 180 a cup. So you're just like me, she turned around and asked in confusion. But you clearly said I was the only one who could revive the Yao race and you even brought me here. Then everything I've been through. What's the point of it all? It explained anxiously. Well, about that, mistakes happen occasionally, Lin Xin chimed in. Of course it had a point. If it weren't for you, the Book of the Divine Realm wouldn't have returned, he continued with a feigned serious expression. And if the Book of the Divine Realm hadn't returned, how would I deal with those enemies when my cultivation is all gone? The Book of the Divine Realm listened and complained aggrievedly. You still have me and so many demon girls. Lin Xin immediately turned and gestured for it to be quiet. Shenming could only sigh at this point. All right, even though it's not me, being part of this adventure is satisfying enough. She knelt on one knee and continued. You saved my life. I am willing to relinquish my rights to the Book of the Divine Realm. From now on I am willing to follow you and assist you in achieving great things in this other world. Lin Xin was a little embarrassed by her actions and patted her head saying, Relinquishing it is impossible. You two have already formed a 50% contract. It can't change masters. Shenming then asked, puzzled, then what should we do? He immediately gave a serious order. I have a mission for you two. First, go find mineral resources. Build up your strength and wait for my summons. The Book of the Divine Realm spoke up. I have one more question. Are you sure you want to make an enemy of Wu Ming and the Kun god behind him? That's a god all-powerful. Hearing this, Lin Xin appeared incredibly calm and confident. A god? So what? I've made peace with death. If they won't yield, we fight. At that moment, Wadian walked over with a platter of large, round and juicy fruits and asked, Where are they? How come they're all gone? He was lying on a long chair enjoying himself leisurely and answered, They went to handle their own business. What about you? When are you leaving? She slammed the fruit platter heavily on the table, fuming. Seeing this, Lin Xin's eyes widened and he asked in a panic, What happened? Are we under attack? Wadian spoke in a low voice filled with anger. I am the ruler of a state, kindly washing fruit for you here, and you're actually trying to kick me out, he replied with a trembling voice. Then don't go. She was so angry her temper flared and she shouted loudly, Too late, I'm leaving right now. As Wadian walked away, she muttered under her breath. Pighead. Lin Xin was left standing there, shouting at her back, Remember to set up the defenses and prepare to fight the Restoration Army, he thought to himself. She flips out just like that. Being with a ruler is truly like being with a tiger. Just then, Mao Mao ran over and shouted, Young Master Lin, we've investigated. The Restoration Army is still in Modu. Zhuru added from the side. Bai Hu has already returned to the front lines. Only Xuanwu and the High Priest remain. Hearing this, Lin Xin was overjoyed. He took a bite of an apple and remarked, Excellent. Now I can confidently venture into Modu again. Mao Mao reminded him, Now that your cultivation is gone, shouldn't you be hiding? What if they find you? Why are you actively seeking them out? Zhuru, panting, pulled open her collar to cool down and chimed in. That's right. If you get caught, there's really no way out. He answered with a cold smile, Returning to Modu, I'm looking for 2 people. One is the High Priest and the other is the Demon Emperor of Zhejiu. The scene switched to another location where a trembling hand was writing a letter. Painful tears dripped onto the paper. Yu Feng sat there, tears and snot streaming down his face, muttering to himself in a trembling and emotional voice, The hatred of having my wife stolen, the grudge of being cuckolded. I cannot live under the same sky as them. The content of his letter was an acrostic poem. Sunlight illuminates the world withering. The lake's revered one is mad. Seek the heaven-slaying sword soon to eliminate the snow demon and bring a new era. Looking at the poem he had just written, Yu Feng couldn't help but praise himself. How am I so talented? Just then a black shadow hung behind him and praised, What a fine acrostic poem. He turned to see the figure of the black shadow and screamed, his voice dragging out in terror. Demon, ah! Afterwards Yu Feng was hung up, howling nonstop. You shameless pair, how dare you show your faces here? The High Priest will not let you off? Zhuru stood with her hands on her hips and threatened, Keep yelling and I'll slap you. Beside her, Mao Mao said to him, What should we do? If he keeps screaming like this, he'll alert the Restoration Army soon. Lin Xin could only sigh and reply, No other way. You two go out first, I'll persuade him. The 2 girls walked out, and she turned back to ask in confusion, What can he do? Inside he was asking Yu Feng, You really won't cooperate? The man yelled. I am a magnificent demon emperor. I will never yield to a bastard like you. Lin Xin lowered his eyes coldly and said, Then let me show you this. Outside, Mao Mao said, We have to catch him before we're discovered. Zhuru interjected. Yu Feng has been so humiliated he's bound to be very resistant. Getting him to cooperate will probably be harder than climbing to heaven. Just then, a shrill scream came from the room, startling the 2 girls who didn't know what was happening. They immediately pushed the door open. Zhuru asked in surprise, Did you kill him? Mao Mao added, What happened? They saw Yu Feng massaging Lin Xin's leg, saying flatteringly, From this day forward you are my big brother. Whatever big brother commands, your little brother will surely obey through fire and water, even if it means dying 10,000 deaths. He calmly replied, No need for fire and water. I just need the Yao Emperor's relics. This left the man somewhat puzzled. The Yao Emperor's relics? What does Big Brother want those for? Lin Xin glanced at him sideways and retorted, What, are you disowning me as your big brother so soon? Yu Feng hurriedly ran to him, kowtowing and bowing. I wouldn't dare, little brother will go and get them for Big Brother right now. He used his ultimate move of prostrating himself completely, crawling forward, which left Zhiru dumbfounded, while Mao Mao asked curiously, How did you do that? You made him obedient in an instant. Lin Xin glanced at her and replied, I just took off my pants, showed him what huge is, and then told him that as long as he follows me he can have this size too. His answer left the two girls somewhat speechless, standing there at a loss for words. After a while Yu Feng walked in with a pair of shoes and said, Big Brother, please look. These are the Yao Emperor's relics that our Nether State Demon Clan received, the Poshua shoes. Legend has it that the Yao Emperor's whirling step was unparalleled in the world, allowing him to travel 1,000 miles a day and disappear without a trace. Even a volley of 10,000 arrows couldn't harm him in the slightest, all thanks to these Poshua shoes. When he saw the shoes his eyes lit up, thinking to himself, if I wear these, won't my evasion be 1086? From now on, even if I can't win, I can run. Lin Xin jumped up from his chair, walked over to take the shoes and said excitedly, Very good, I'll mark this down as a great contribution for you. The man immediately asked curiously, Then how should this little brother cultivate his size? He put on a serious expression and replied, Listen carefully. First, build a good foundation. Do 500 hip thrusts every day until you can clench a banana. After that I'll tell you what to practice next. Hearing this, Yu Feng's face turned a little gray and he asked, puzzled, Hip thrusts? The scene switched to a grand hall where someone was kneeling and reporting to the high priest. Xuanwu still refuses to explain why he arbitrarily recalled Baihu to the capital. Baihu also returned to the front lines on his own without seeking instructions from Yu High Priest. It's utterly disrespectful. Hearing this, he replied angrily, What do two brainless brutes like them know? The high priest said sharply. Why was I chosen as high priest? Because I can hear the voice of God. Can they? Just you wait. God will soon deliver a new decree to me, and God will never forgive them for their sins. High priest, I am your God. Just then a voice rang in his ear. High priest, I am your God. The voice repeated itself over and over. The unfamiliar voice continued, Listen well, prepare these things for me at once. Listen well, prepare these things for me at once. Listen well, prepare these things for me at once. Hearing this, the high priest immediately took out a pen and paper, muttering to himself, It's here. God has come to give me a decree. The other side immediately rattled off a list: braised lamb cakes, braised bear paws, braised deer tails, roasted floury duck, roasted spring chicken, roasted gosling. He wrote as he repeated, Braised lamb cakes, braised bear paws. The high priest then suddenly realized, turned around and roared, Damn it, are you reciting a menu to me? Lin Xin hid behind the giant chair, continuing his foodie persona. Roasted pigeon, braised pork, braised duck. A guard noticed the commotion and shouted, Enemy! Just then Mao Mao's figure silently leapt behind him, preparing to kick. A single blow sent his soul scattering. Zhiru walked in and reported, No one outside, it's safe. The high priest shot up, looked at him and said in surprise, I can't believe you dared to come back after running away. Lin Xin smiled and replied, I didn't run. I was taken to Mount Tianyu by Xuanwu. This puzzled the man, who immediately pressed, What did he take you to Mount Tianyu for? He replied calmly, Because the real big shot in Mount Tianyu wanted to see me. The high priest immediately denied it. Nonsense, I never gave him such an order. Lin Xin planted a foot on the chair and asserted, You're just his puppet. He continued with a smile, I guess you became high priest because you can hear the secret words of a god, right? Lin Xin's words exploded in his ears like a series of thunderclaps. It's a person named Wu Ming. He's the one controlling everything. He hides behind the scenes, cultivated the four generals, supported your rise to power, and formulated the restoration plan. After hearing this, the high priest trembled all over and shouted, Impossible. I am the one chosen by God. God only trusts me. He immediately cut in, Wake up. From start to finish you've been nothing but a pawn for Wu Ming. No longer able to remain calm in the face of these taunts, the man immediately extended his sharp claws and attacked him. A black aura spewing forth, Lin Xin sat steadily in his chair and said coldly, If you don't believe me, why not call Xuanwu out for a confrontation and find out? Or you could just kill me now, then continue living in your self-deluded world. The high priest's hands immediately began to tremble, and his attack stopped. He thought for a moment and asked, How do you plan to have this confrontation? Lin Xin gave a twisted smile and replied, Do as I say and I guarantee you a surprise. The lesson in betrayal is now in session. Some time later, Xuanwu walked to the main gate and asked the guard, Why must I see him? The person leading the way immediately answered, The high priest only said he has very important intelligence to discuss with you. As for anything else, this lowly one does not know. The moment he stepped into the main hall, the doors were immediately shut. Xuanwu looked up and asked, High priest, what did you want to see me about? The man quickly replied, That person named Lin Xin secretly infiltrated the city and was captured by me. The high priest continued, I plan to kill him. You should be on alert for the city's defenses and see if there are any other accomplices. Hearing this, Xuanwu blurted out in a panic, You can't kill him. His question echoed in the great hall. Why not? Xuanwu immediately explained, He is cunning and full of tricks. I fear there's a trap. High priest, you need only hand this person over to me. I am willing to deal with him personally. Once I've confirmed there are no more schemes, I will personally send him on his way. After hearing this, he clasped his hands and replied, Is that so? The man is locked in the dungeon. Go take a look. Be quick about it lest more trouble brews overnight. The scene switched to the dungeon. The subordinate leading the way reported, this spy was caught red-handed trying to steal medicine after infiltrating the city. Another added, strangely it seems he has no cultivation. Inside the cell behind the iron bars, Lin Xin sat complaining, you guys have no honor. The two subordinates immediately pointed at him and scolded, behave yourself, the divine general himself is here to interrogate you. Straighten up your attitude. As soon as they finished speaking, the two were hit in the head by a mysterious force spitting blood. Xuanwu's voice grew heavy. You destroyed my sacred mountain and ruined my grand plan. I never thought you'd fall into my hands. He walked to the bars and continued, I will cut off your 4 limbs and make you obediently lead me to the Yao Emperor's coffin, otherwise I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Xin reacted, shouting, You wish. I'm on the high priest's turf now. He won't let you do as you please. Xuanwu sneered, that pig, I've played him for so many years and he still doesn't know. You're expecting that fool to come and protect you? How naive. After hearing these words, he unexpectedly revealed a twisted smile, as if everything was under control. Seeing this expression, he felt a trace of unease rise in his heart, thinking, what's the meaning of this sudden smirk? At this moment, Xuanwu felt a sense of unease in his heart, feeling that something was wrong. Just then a black shadow quietly approached from behind him. The black shadow suddenly attacked, knocking the hat off Xuanwu's head. He quickly rolled to dodge. Covering his face with his hand at the same time, Xuanwu's ugly face covered in stitched scars was revealed. He exclaimed, you two actually teamed up. At this moment the high priest appeared, asking loudly, who are you? Why can you control Xuanwu? Lin Xin also walked out of the cell and stood beside him. An image of Wu Ming sitting cross-legged appeared, and he answered, control? You're mistaken. He was created by me to begin with, and you, without my help, would be nothing more than the lowest-level little demon right now, he continued, speaking through Xuanwu's body. I'll give you one last chance. Capture Lin Xin and you can continue to be the high priest. Otherwise, just as I can put you in this position, I can also crush you. Not accepting this demand, the high priest immediately attacked, simultaneously shouting a challenge. Then you can just try. Afterwards, he reminded, Lin Xin, this is an internal affair of our restoration army. Do not interfere. He immediately agreed, sitting on the steps outside the door to watch the show. Okay, I'll have some fruit first. Lin Xin sat there thinking to himself, from the looks of it, Wu Ming can't control the high priest like he controls the 4 generals. If I can win the high priest over, he can hold off Wu Ming and I can search for the Yao Emperor's coffin with more peace of mind. He sat there watching the tigers fight from a mountain. A fierce clash unfolded, giving him a good opportunity to see the high priest's true strength. The two fought, shaking the palace to the point of collapse, and at the same time 2 black shadows burst through the wall and flew outside. The high priest quickly stabilized himself and shot black energy at Xuanwu's distant body. At this time Wu Ming had already taken control of him and immediately raised an earth wall to block it. This move was useless. He stood there and asserted, I know your moves all too well. As long as you use this move I can easily. Just then the high priest exclaimed, what? At some point Lin Xin had appeared behind him and pierced through Xuanwu's body with his hand, his tone full of mockery. Thanks for that, for leaving me such a huge opening. In his hand he now held a crystal stone. Seeing this the high priest feigned displeasure and said, you, surnamed Lin, who told you to meddle in this? But deep down he felt this act was very righteous. Xuanwu's body fell, and Wu Ming's voice rang out unwillingly, you're shameless. Lin Xin looked at him as he fell in a heap and sneered, face, I threw that away long ago. When you reach the pinnacle of shamelessness you become a god. On the other side Wu Ming trembled with anger, his whole body ashen, and cursed, bastard. Like a madman he kept spewing profanities. Damn it. Afterwards Wu Ming ordered 72 sprites all out attack. Lin Xin at once. The sprites below knelt on the ground and accepted the order in unison. Over here the high priest asked in confusion, what did you take from him? Lin Xin replied calmly, a spoil of war. I helped you out big time, so it's not too much to take a little something, is it? Hearing this, the man warned, I'm just afraid you'll have the life to take it, but not the life to walk away. He answered coldly, you're a smart man, so you naturally know who the enemy is now. Wu Ming will definitely bring his men here. If I were you, I'd gather my forces immediately and prepare to fight. The high priest was a little worried. Baihu and Xuanwu are both his people, and he has the 72 sprites on his side. Although I have a large army, their strength is average. I'm afraid it will be difficult to hold them off. Lin Xin immediately offered a solution. I'll show you a clear path. Immediately retreat with your troops to the border of Mingzhou and form an alliance with the Mingzhou demon clan to build a line of defense against the rebel army. This shocked him, and he blurted out, what? The high priest roared with rage. As the leader of the Yao Restoration Army, I shoulder the grand ambition of revitalizing the Yao race. How can I collude with that bunch of demon clan bastards? The scene switched to the Mingzhou demon palace where Wadian was sitting listening to Lin Xin explain the situation beside her. That's how it is. He stood there, continuing with a smile. The high priest is willing to surrender, hoping that the Yao and demon races can temporarily set aside their differences and fight the enemy together. The true fragrance law may be late, but it always arrives. The high priest next to them said awkwardly in a low voice, please. Soon, seemingly having received Wadian's consent, the high priest walked to the door but didn't forget to turn back, wave and thank her. Thank you, Demon Emperor. It's better to resolve enmity than to create it. Our Yao and demon races will be one big family forever. The Demon Emperor is mighty. The Demon Emperor is magnanimous. She stood there, looking outside and sighing. I never thought that in the end even I would have to join forces with him. Lin Xin chimed in from the side. Mount Tianyu is destroyed. Wu Ming can't launch a surprise attack. Under the clear sky, he added, you'll be fine as long as you guard the border. Zhiru and Mao Mao will also stay behind to help you. They are familiar with the situation in Yu's state and can be of help. Wadian immediately asked him, aren't you staying to keep me company? Lin Xin replied, I have to find the Yao Emperor's coffin as soon as possible and find a way to restore my cultivation. Only then will I have a chance to fight Wu Ming and the person behind him in the future. Hearing this, she was a little puzzled. The person behind Wu Ming? Are you saying there's an even stronger opponent who hasn't appeared yet? If that's the case, how terrifying must the strength of the person behind the scenes be? Holding the blue cube in his hand, he quickly explained, I've studied it. This thing is not naturally formed. Judging from the last battle, Wu Ming definitely couldn't have made it either. Wadian was a little surprised. But I never expected you to be the reincarnation of the Yao Emperor. No wonder you chose Zhou Rui back then. He rubbed his head in embarrassment and said with a smile, I hope your majesty won't hold my crime of deceiving the sovereign against me. Just then, a husband came from behind. Hearing these two words, Lin Xin was struck by lightning and froze on the spot. He immediately turned and ran, not forgetting to instruct, Wei Wuxing is here. Just tell her you didn't see me. Wadian stood there blushing and sighing, how could I hold it against you, you silly goose? The scene switched to the demon palace that night. Wei Wuxing stood there looking confused. Damn it, they said he came back but I can't find him, you stinking man, where are you hiding? Her face turned red as she thought of a perverted idea. When I find you, I'll swallow you whole, skin and bones, not a single bite left. Then Wei Wuxing ran off, her heart blooming with joy, muttering, husband, come out quickly. Wuxing misses you so much I can't keep my legs together. Lin Xin hid in a large water vat nearby, thinking to himself, my dear girl, it's not that I'm unwilling to give it to you, it's just that my little brother is too powerful right now. I'm afraid of hurting you. Let me find an expert to spar with and release some of it before I come to comfort you. Then he slowly walked out of the water vat naked, thinking to himself, the question is who can withstand the first shot? Maybe Feng Yun can give it a try. Just as he was pondering where to release the flood, a large cloth suddenly fell from the sky, covering his head. Lin Xin was thus wrapped in a blanket and carried away by two people. He shouted in panic, who did this? A moment later he was mercilessly thrown into a pool. Lin Xin struggled and shouted, what kind of demon are you capturing me and stripping me naked? Do you really think I'm a pushover? He was now in a small bathing pool surrounded by fluttering flower petals and fragrant steam. Lin Xin looked around and asked in confusion, where is everyone? Suddenly a familiar woman's voice came from beside him, don't be nervous. It was I who had them bring you here. That person was none other than Wadian. She was wrapped only in a thin white towel, looking down at him with concern. Did they hurt you? Seeing her fiery figure, Lin Xin's blood boiled, his nose started bleeding, his heart pounded, and he stuttered, Your Majesty, what are you doing? The maid quickly untied her bath towel and Wadian walked down into the pool answering, For the sake of governing the country, I have dressed as a man for many years. But a country cannot be without an heir. Now that war is about to break out, I can't delay any longer. Stepping into the water, she continued, Since you are the reincarnation of the Yao Emperor, you are a good match for me. Leave your dragon seed tonight. Lin Xin asked with some excitement, Isn't this a bit too casual? Why don't we find another place? I can't put my strength into it in the water, Wadian replied softly. No need. She quickly pushed him down, asserting confidently, I am the ruler of a nation, so I'm on top. He was completely powerless to resist, able to only lie there and enjoy it. A single thought constantly echoing in his mind, I must be stronger than a woman. I must be in control at all times. The reality was the complete opposite of Lin Xin's thoughts. After feeling that astonishing size, Wadian let out an excited gasp. The sensitive scene here has been censored. She sat down abruptly, her entire body erupting with a violent golden spiritual energy splashing water everywhere. The burst of energy made Wadian's whole body glow, and she thought to herself, Is this the power of the Yao Emperor? After a while, the mysterious energy in her body seemed to be stimulated, breaking through a long-standing bottleneck. She cried out in pleasure, I'm coming out. As soon as the words fell, gurgling bubbles rose from the water's surface. Lin Xin poked his head out from under the water and asked, You're finally out, right? Are you satisfied this time? But there was no one before him, only a wall broken into the shape of a heart and a small point of light in the distance. He exclaimed, Where did she go? Meanwhile, on the other side, the palace soldiers were struck down, lying scattered on the ground. A group of men in white sent by Wu Ming stood there, mocking, The imperial guards of the demon palace are nothing special. Split up and search after we get in. According to intelligence, the demon emperor's cultivation is only at the 3rd tier of the Zon Saint realm, one of them confidently added. We're already at the 8th tier of the Zon Saint realm. Killing her will be a piece of cake. After we succeed, fire the signal flare to report back to the divine emissary. Just then an unidentified object flew past where they stood, straight into the city wall behind them. The three men looked back in bewilderment. They looked at each other, confused. What was that? It flew too fast to see. Then they were startled again by a blood-curdling cry from a distance, Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor. Lin Xin ran desperately, shouting, You can't have anything happen to you. Your guards are about to dismember me. Behind him, the palace guards were chasing him, shouting, Get him. The Demon Emperor's whereabouts are unknown. After she came into contact with him, Die, you traitor, Lin Xin tried to explain. Everyone calm down, find the demon emperor and ask her what happened before you try to capture me, a guard ordered. Archers, ready, shoot him. As soon as the words fell, a shower of arrows came at him, and at the same time a sword chi appeared, sending them flying. One of Wu Ming's 3 subordinates rushed behind him, shouting, "You scoundrel Lin Xin, you destroyed my sacred mountain, now die!" He was startled. What? Lin Xin turned his head and saw the sword chi about to strike his back. He could only exclaim, "It's over, there's an assassin." In this critical moment, a green light like an aurora descended from the sky, striking directly behind him. The horse-faced man looked over in surprise, confused. What? Wadian spiritual phantom appeared in a jade-green form, she announced coldly. "My man, whoever dares to touch him will begin without mercy." Wu Ming's men immediately rushed forward. "Attack, kill the demon emperor first." Her eyes instantly lit up, full of pressure. A huge dragon head-shaped energy shot towards the 2 men, sending them flying completely. The powerful energy swept over their bodies, almost shattering their souls. Only 2 charred, smoking corpses fell to the ground with a thud. He stared wide-eyed and said in a trembling voice, "It's the ancient saint realm, a level one could hardly reach in my entire life. How did she do it?" Lin Xin sat beside him and answered nonchalantly, "Well, it's not that difficult actually." He lay on the ground, leaving his last words with his dying breath. "To learn the Tao in the morning and die in the evening is acceptable. I wish to hear the details so I can die with no regrets." He smiled and enlightened him. "It was just 1 round with me and she broke through." Hearing this, he bled from all 7 orifices and shouted, "What a guy!" A short while later, 3 charred bodies were carried into the main hall. A guard reported, "There were 3 assassins in total. 2 were burned to death and 1 was angered to death. The palace has strengthened its defenses to prevent assassins from infiltrating," Wadian immediately ordered. "Understood. You may leave." The guards immediately obeyed. Lin Xin muttered to himself. It seems Wu Ming failed to break through the border defenses, so he resorted to a decapitation strike instead. "But sending only 3 people is underestimating us. You must be careful after I leave. As long as you are here, Mingzhou will not fall into chaos." Wadian immediately asked him, "Are you really leaving? I think maybe we could try a few more times. Perhaps I could surpass Wu Ming," she continued boldly. "Then you wouldn't have to take the risk. You would be in charge of me and my kingdom." Lin Xin replied with difficulty, "This method is extremely damaging to the body. If it weren't for your good foundation, your meridians would have shattered long ago. If you don't believe me, look at your legs. You can't even close them. You should rest first." "We have plenty of time." Wadian looked down at her uncontrollably trembling legs and replied helplessly, "All right." Sometime later at dawn on the Flying Dragon Terrace, Lin Xin departed on a dragon, not forgetting to turn back and wave goodbye. "I'm leaving, take care." Wadian stood there reluctant to part, tears silently streaming down her face. "You must come back soon." "I'll be waiting for you," a guard beside her asked, puzzled. "What's wrong with Her Majesty? Should we call the imperial physician?" Another replied, "Her Majesty won't allow it. She says it's a dislocated joint." Looking at her standing with her legs apart, they thought to themselves, how could a joint get dislocated there? On the other side, Lin Xin asked the dragon rider, "Wei Wuxing didn't leave the demon capital?" He quickly replied, "Yes, General Wei never came to the Flying Dragon Terrace. She should still be in the city." He stroked his chin, pondering, strange, where did that girl go? "That's good too. It's indeed inconvenient to bring her back to the human territory." The scene switches to Mingsha City. A group of guards followed behind, asking anxiously, "City Lord, do you want us to help you back to your room?" Wugen walked unsteadily but still stubbornly replied, "No, I'm not drunk." He returned to his room, pushed the door open, his face flushed with drink, smiling smugly. However, with his sharp intuition, Wugen immediately sensed that something was off. He suddenly punched through the door. Fortunately, Lin Xin had already retreated quickly and dodged the attack. He then shouted in panic, "It's me, it's me!" Wugen looked over with hazy eyes and said sheepishly, "Brother-in-law." He quickly went forward to hug Lin Xin, rubbing his head and laughing happily. "You're back. I heard you caused a huge scene in Yu's state. I was worried Wuxing would become a widow." He immediately complained, "Can't you wish me something good for a change?" Wugen replied, "You're not leaving this time, are you? Hurry up and have a few kids with Wuxing." Lin Xin pushed him away and explained, "Not yet. I have to hurry back to Tianquan State." After hearing this, his expression changed, his eyes filled with killing intent as he asked sternly, "Are you trying to abandon your wife and child?" He hurriedly replied, "What child? Besides, I really have important business. This is His Majesty's imperial edict. If you don't believe me, take a look." Wugen took the edict and muttered, "Lin Xin is on a secret mission. Everyone must fully cooperate and not obstruct him. This is indeed His Majesty's handwriting." He stood there relieved and asked, "Do you believe me this time?" He turned his head and replied, "Since it's His Majesty's wish, of course I wouldn't dare to disobey." Lin Xin frowned slightly and continued to ask, "Where are Feng Yun and the others? I need to take them with me. Also, I need you to issue a document so we can pass through the Black Zon Gate." Wugen looked puzzled. "They've already been picked up. Didn't you arrange it?" He recalled, 3 days ago a man named Lu Diao came from the Black Zon Gate claiming to be your friend. He said he had received your message and came to pick up Qin Feng Yun and the others to handle some business. They knew each other, so I let them go." Hearing this, he became thoughtful. "Diao, I haven't contacted him since I entered Mingzhou. How could this be? He must be lying." The scene switches to the Black Zon Gate. A dragon carried 2 people to a huge gate and a guard immediately ran out. The guard asked, "City Lord, why have you come so late at night? What happened?" At the same time, Wugen and Lin Xin jumped off the dragon's back. The City Lord stood there and asked, "Did a few humans pass through the Black Zon Gate a few days ago? Do you know where they went?" The guard immediately replied, "Yes, beyond the Black Zon Gate is a vast desert. I don't know what happened to them after they went out." He turned his head and said, "This is trouble. I have to go after them quickly," Wugen chimed in. "All right, I'll prepare the best sand-walking beasts for you." The guard scratched his head, asking in confusion, "Didn't Miss Wuxing already go after them?" Hearing this, the two exclaimed in unison, "She came too, Wuxing," the guard hurriedly replied. Yes, his voice trembled. "She took a group of men and just left this afternoon. I thought she was going after those people," Wugen roared at the guard. "Why didn't you report something so important?" "Did she say what she was going to do?" he recalled. "I asked at the time and Miss Wuxing got angry right away. If you dare say another word, I'll exterminate your clan. Aren't you going to catch the thief? Otherwise, sooner or later, I'll have Ghost kill you and hang you on the gate. Remember my words. I'll be back in 3 days to ask you. If you get a single word wrong, you can wait to lose your head." Back in the present, the guard continued. "And then they left," Wugen asked sternly. "Did you get a clear look at those people's faces?" He immediately replied. "They were all wrapped up tightly. I didn't dare to look too closely." Lin Xin stroked his chin and mused. "Don't you find this a bit strange?" he replied loudly. "Of course it's strange. Wuxing would never leave without saying goodbye, let alone come to the Great Desert." Lin Xin's gaze sharpened and he said, "What I mean is, Wuxing's words, such a chaotic sentence, actually feels like she did it on purpose." Lin Xin asked the guard again, "Are you sure you didn't miss a single word of what you just said?" He replied, "Absolutely not. She said she would come back in 3 days to check, so I memorized it immediately." He immediately asked for a pen and paper. After writing down all of Wuxing's words on the paper, Lin Xin and Wugen stood at the table observing carefully. He was puzzled. This doesn't seem to have any special meaning. He frowned and thought, then asked the guard, "Just looking at this sentence, I really can't figure it out." "What was the second sentence she said?" Wugen replied, "Remember my words in 3 days. Lin Xin circled the characters on the paper and deduced, "The key is in this 3. If she's giving us a hint, then we need to look at every third word." He immediately circled the last line of that sentence. Wugen stood there, reading it word by word. "Yao clan captured me, Ghost Capital City," he shouted in terror. "The Yao clan captured my sister and took her to Ghost Capital City," Lin Xin chimed in. "It must have been hard for her to come up with such a way to pass on information." The guard behind them was startled, thinking to himself, "You're the one who's more amazing, figuring out such a hidden code." He looked displeased, gritting his teeth. "It seems the sprites in the demon capital used her to pass through the Black Zon Gate. No wonder only 3 people went to assassinate the demon emperor. They had more than one target. I was still too careless." Wugen immediately opened the door and ordered, "Gather the team and follow me." Lin Xin hurriedly stopped him. "Don't rush. What is this Ghost Capital City? Acting rashly could easily lead us into the enemy's trap." He turned around and answered angrily, "Ghost Capital City is a city deep in the desert. It's a gathering place for human traders and Daru's puppets from the Demon Clan. Although I don't know why the Yao Clan would go to Ghost Capital City, it's definitely nothing good." After hearing this, he looked worried. Daru again, Lin Xin thought to himself. "When I parted with Lu Diao, it was right after we fought Daru in Baiting Country. Could his abnormality also be related to Daru?" Sometime later, a group of people rode sand-walking beasts across the desert. Wugen said, "The speed of the sand-walking beasts is twice that of horses. As long as we're going in the right direction, we'll definitely catch up." Lin Xin asked curiously, "So this thing is a sand-walking beast?" In the vast and desolate desert, the group of people kicked up a long cloud of sand as they moved forward. On a nearby cliff, a group of mysterious people were looking down from above. One of them asked, "My lord, we're only half a day away from Ghost Capital City. Why are we stopping here?" The leader was Li Yuan. He looked down and ordered, "No rush. Let's clear the tail before we go." He asked Wuxing, "You left them a message at the Black Zon Gate, right?" he said sarcastically, enunciating each word. "Yao clan captured me, Ghost Capital City. I didn't remember that wrong, did I?" These words made her, lying on the ground, shed tears, her heart filled with worry. In the desert below, Wugen kept urging, "Keep up." Lin Xin sensed something was wrong and was a little puzzled. "The other party is riding horses. At our speed, we should have caught up long ago. Could we have taken the wrong path?" Hearing this, he frowned and replied, "Impossible. This is the only road to Ghost Capital City. Everywhere else is shifting quicksand. If you fall in, you'll surely die." He immediately ordered, "Jija, go scout ahead." She appeared in the form of a fire phoenix and responded, "As you command, my emperor." On the other side, Li Yuan hid behind a stone pillar and ordered, "Hide well, don't be discovered. Wait until they are all close before we attack, annihilate them directly." Another subordinate stomped on Wuxing forcefully and reminded, "Don't move." Just then she struggled and dislodged the cloth from her mouth, immediately shouting a warning, "Danger, it's an ambush." Jija heard this and was suddenly startled. "What?" Seeing that their entire army was exposed, Li Yuan launched an attack and simultaneously ordered, "Damn it, attack." A green energy immediately struck the fire phoenix, causing her to spit blood. The team immediately stopped. Wugen exclaimed, "They've ambushed us on the road again." Meanwhile, Lin Xin worried about his pet. shouted loudly, Jija. She was severely injured and fell straight from the sky into the desert. Li Yuan's men also rushed out from the valley, shouting, Charge, none of you will escape. Wugen was not one to be outdone and immediately ordered his subordinates, Follow me, kill them. Lin Xin, disregarding the danger, quickly rushed forward and asked Jija, How are you? Her body was heavily injured and she looked battered, answering in a weak voice, My emperor, this servant saw Sister Wuqing on the mountain. She's in danger. This made him very worried and he pressed, What? Lin Xin clenched his fists in anger and called out, Bookmaster, I need Gansao. It hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Don't be reckless. You've lost all your cultivation now. There's no need to risk your life. He was furious, the veins in his eyes showing, and answered sternly, Since we're married, I absolutely cannot stand by and watch my wife die. I have 3 hard things on my body. My mouth is hard, my bones are hard, and that thing down there is hard. Gansao suddenly appeared, wrapped around Lin Xin's body and praised, Well said, you are truly the Yao Emperor. She leaned closer, licked his face gently and continued, I'll help you save her. After it's done, you have to let me see just how hard you are. He replied shyly, Definitely, definitely. As soon as he finished speaking, Gansao immediately burrowed into the ground. Lin Xin shouted to remind Wugen, Brother-in-law, you hold them off for now. I'm retreating first. Hearing this, he roared angrily, Bastard, are you really running away when there's trouble? He still didn't know that Lin Xin had lost all his cultivation. On the other side, Wuqing was being controlled by Li Yuan's men, her head pressed to the ground. That guy raised his hand to gather energy, his eyes red and full of murderous intent as he cursed, Damn woman, you've ruined my plans time and time again. What use is there in keeping you alive? Just then, a circle appeared in the sand below, surrounding them. In an instant, one of them was sucked into the sand, leaving the rest to scream in terror. Lin Xin rushed over at this moment and kicked him in the face. The pig-faced man's eyes turned cold and he growled angrily, Is that all, or are you trying to humiliate me with your foot? His face turned gray, tears streaming down, and he cursed inwardly, Damn it, how is this losing his cultivation? This is just being limp and powerless. The pig-faced man exerted his strength and Lin Xin was immediately sent flying. He slid for some distance, thinking to himself, Anyway, it's just you. I can beat you down in a fistfight. Suddenly many figures emerged from the sand. Lin Xin frowned, his eyes wide with surprise, exclaiming, An ambush? Li Yuan flew up, emerging from the sand, and said at the same time, You are very cunning, so I must be even more cunning than you. He observed Li Yuan's forehead, frowning and whispering, Another one of these spiritual cores. He really likes creating freaks. At the same time he exclaimed, So you're Xuanwu? Li Yuan answered impatiently. What Qinglong, Baihu, Zook, Xuanwu, they are all useless things now. I am the inheritor of God's newest will, Li Yuan. Lin Xin looked at him and commented with a sneer, The dragon has 9 sons, which means he's created 9 experts this time. The guy next to him ordered, You're about to die, you have no right to talk nonsense. Kill him. The sprites immediately rushed forward. He anxiously calculated to himself, These sprites are stronger than Jija and the others. I must think of a more reliable tactic. Sending them out to fight randomly will only increase the casualties. Suddenly a pillar of sand shot up into the sky, blocking the path between Lin Xin and the sprites. Gansao appeared, her body enlarged, and said to him, My emperor, go quickly, I'll hold them off. Li Yuan immediately drew a magic circle in front of him and said coldly, Just you. Immediately after, many magic circles appeared around them, surrounding her. Threads shot out from the magic circles, instantly binding Gansao and making her scream in pain. Seeing this, Lin Xin couldn't help but shout her name in worry. She swung her tail without hesitation, swatting him away while shouting, Go quickly. Lin Xin was sent flying high into the air and complained in pain, You almost broke my waist. Just then a crab-headed sprite jumped in front of him, blocking his path. Kid, where do you think you're going? Lin Xin closed his eyes at this moment, thinking, Is this the end? He was caught by the neck by the crab-headed sprite's pincer, and the other party laughed triumphantly. Lin Xin suddenly struggled, and with a sudden thrust of violent energy sent the crab-headed sprite flying, leaving him greatly puzzled. The distance he was sent flying was quite far, with dust flying everywhere. Accompanied by his shrill scream. Seeing this, Li Yuan thought to himself, What? This kid is still pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The sprites immediately rushed forward, shouting in unison, Get him, watch out for his tricks. He was forced back repeatedly by them, only able to parry. The bookmaster spoke from behind. What did you just do? How did you unleash such terrifying power? Lin Xin replied, I didn't do anything. It asked, puzzled, How could you have done nothing? You must have bumped into him, right? He looked down at his little brother and described the thrusting motion. I just thrusted like this. As soon as Lin Xin made this move, a sprite was immediately sent flying high into the sky. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, his eyebrows almost knitting together, and the energy below him glowed golden yellow. What the hell is this thing? Seeing this move, Wuqing's eyes went wide with excitement. The pig-faced man behind them cried out in terror. He unleashed that kind of power again. What kind of technique is this? Li Yuan immediately ordered. No matter what technique he has, just don't fight him up close. Keep your distance and eliminate him from afar. The sprites received the order and jumped back, putting a distance of 10 zhang between them. Lin Xin said regretfully, Don't go. The pig-faced man raised his hand and pink energy mixed with lightning gathered in his palm. Watch me finish him with my ultimate move. This move was called Cannon Execution, burning body, life-chasing, soul-snatching annihilation of all beings. And a palm force flew towards him. Lin Xin calmly blocked it with his little brother, and the moment the move made contact, it was immediately reflected back. Unfortunately, this move hit another sprite, greatly alarming the others. The sprite hit by the cannon execution had a large hole blown through his chest, his whole body trembled, and as he slowly dissipated he only had time to leave behind a single reproachful sentence, "You idiot." Seeing this, Li Yuan roared, "Attack together. What are so many of you standing around for?" Immediately, the sprites launched their moves, each a different color, all shooting toward Lin Xin. Without the slightest hesitation he immediately loosened his belt, let his pants slide down, then bent over and swung his little brother in a very sexy pose. The ace pilot requested to engage and his little brother swiftly neutralized all the attacks. Watching his men get defeated one after another by their own moves, Li Yuan was stunned. He stared wide-eyed and shouted, "What the hell, that works too." Lin Xin then pulled up his pants, resumed his serious demeanor and looked at him saying, "Your turn." Li Yuan immediately turned to run, screaming in terror, "Are you kidding me? I'm not fighting you." Just then his feet were suddenly frozen to the ground, causing him to cry out in surprise. "What?" He rushed forward, praising, "Nanai, good job, I'll go finish him." Li Yuan quickly shattered the ice, sat down, and complained with a frown, "Damn it, I let my guard down for a second and got sneak attacked." Before he could even react, Lin Xin's little brother was already swinging over. Li Yuan leaned back, taking several steps backward as he struggled to dodge. He laughed smugly, "You can't get me, you were so close, bet that pisses you off." At that moment, sexy images of several girls flashed through his mind and he said to himself, "Babies, I need you." A ray of light shone down from above, enveloping Li Yuan. His eyes widened, his mouth agape. This was the so-called accumulate and burst forth cannon execution. The moment Lin Xin finished speaking, a shocking explosion occurred where he stood. Wuxing saw this by chance and muttered to herself in amazement, "Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" She looked at his back and sighed. "How can this man have a little brother like that?" Lin Xin turned around, smiled and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, it's all over now." The energy within Wuxing erupted. She moaned as she snapped her ropes, her heart filled with desire. "No, I want something to happen. I want the cannon execution too." After venting his inner desires, Lin Xin breathed a sigh of relief and pulled up his pants. Wuxing also straightened her clothes, her cheeks slightly flushed. Just then Wugen ran over, shouting worriedly, "Sister, you scared me to death." He hugged her tightly and cried, "Brother, I thought I'd never see you again. You silly girl, how did you fall into the hands of these Yao clan members?" She stood there and recounted, "That night in the demon capital I was suddenly ambushed by them. They knew my identity and forced me to lead them through the Black Zon Gate to Ghost Capital City." Lin Xin asked seriously, "Do you know why they wanted to come to Ghost Capital City?" Wuxing immediately replied, "They were very cautious and rarely discussed it in front of me. I think I heard something about meeting the Ghost King, but I don't know anything else." Wugen chimed in, "Whatever they're up to, since we've rescued you, let's go back quickly." He frowned in thought. Sprites sent by Wu Ming crossing Mingzhou to meet with Daru's forces. There's definitely a major conspiracy. If we've stumbled upon it, we must investigate thoroughly. It's for the security of Mingzhou too. Hearing this, he asked in confusion, "They've all run away. How can we investigate? Are we supposed to go ask the Ghost King of Ghost Capital City?" Lin Xin said seriously and decisively. "That's right, we'll go ask him." Wugen looked utterly bewildered. "Big brother, I was just asking, are you serious?" The scene switched to a desolate land where a giant skull-shaped building stood. Below in the desert a figure was walking toward it. The figure's build was somewhat familiar, but he was completely wrapped in a heavy cloak. As the person drew near, an arrow shot out from Ghost Capital City and landed at his feet, accompanied by a loud shout for him to halt. The captain of the city guard stepped forward and questioned, "What business do you have coming to Ghost Capital City in the middle of the night? State your name and we'll send you on your way." The mysterious person coldly took out the green crystal and held it up. The guard's eyes widened in fear as he said, "The Divine Spirit Stone, a distinguished guest of the Yao clan, please come in quickly." Hiding in the distance, Wugen said, "The kid was right. Daru really doesn't know the Yao clan members." Wuxing added, "No wonder they made me lead the way. They had never met them either." He turned to his men and reminded them, "Everyone stay sharp. Be ready to charge in and rescue him at any moment," she added from the side. "If Daru has already sided with the Yao clan, there's no way we can get out of this in one piece with just the few of us." Wuxing thought with some worry, "Husband, you must be careful when you come out. I still want to battle you for 300 rounds. Inside Ghost Capital City, the guard asked, "The Ghost King was very interested after receiving the message and has been waiting for you for a long time. Did you come alone?" Lin Xin simply grunted. He turned and said, "But didn't the letter say you were bringing a team of Yao clan masters to strengthen our forces? Why don't I see them?" He was slightly taken aback and answered in a deep voice, "When sprites strike, they kill and leave no trace. Sprites manifest in the land of the undead. If you really want to see them, I can have them come in right now." This scared the guard witless. He quickly waved his hands and said with a fawning smile, "No need, this lowly one was just speaking casually. Please don't take it seriously." A moment later, the soldier had already led Lin Xin into the main hall. He bowed respectfully and reported, "Lord Ghost King, the envoy from the Yao Kingdom has arrived." Sitting on the throne in the center of the hall, the Ghost King asked, "Where is the thing Wu Ming had you bring me?" Lin Xin took out the spirit stone and replied, "I can give it to you if you want, but the real Ghost King needs to come and get it." This remark startled the Ghost King, who immediately ordered, "Kill him." A group of demons and monsters instantly appeared from above, leaping down with sharp weapons in hand. He gripped the spirit stone tightly, preparing to fight. Outside, Wugen said worriedly to his sister, "I just feel it's too dangerous for brother-in-law to go in alone." She immediately replied, Could Daru have seen through my husband's identity? He quickly followed up. According to Daru's custom, they only submit to the strong. Whether he's been found out or not, they will definitely test brother-in-law's skills. But now he had lost all his cultivation, which made Wuqing's expression darken. She couldn't help but worry for Lin Xin's safety. Over here a group of weapon-wielding underlings were leaping toward him. Lin Xin lifted his foot and with a slight movement golden spiritual dust appeared. He swiftly weaved between each person, dodging while making his move. Lin Xin frantically rubbed against the ground. Witnessing this, the Ghost King shot up from his seat, exclaiming, "That movement technique is so graceful." Meanwhile, the underlings he had thrown off rushed forward, swinging their swords and shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" He stood there, calmly sidestepping all the killing blows, not forgetting to taunt, "The likes of you aren't worthy of me making a move." Just then a voice called out, "Stop!" Everyone in the hall froze and looked back. A dark figure walked over and ordered his men, "All of you stand down." Lin Xin looked over and said with a smile, "The real Ghost King has finally shown himself." He was the Ghost King Daru, alias Magia. The scene switched to a secret chamber where the Ghost King now formally introduced himself. "I'm Magia. May I ask what my brother's name is?" he answered curtly. "Li Yuan." He walked over, handed Lin Xin a cup of tea and continued to ask, "I never revealed my identity in the letter. How did brother Li Yuan know the person on the throne was not the Ghost King?" Lin Xin sat there and replied, "Simple. The width of the Ghost King's throne didn't match his build. This means the person who usually sits in that chair is someone else." Hearing this, the Ghost King threw his head back and laughed. I see. That was my oversight. Brother Li Yuan truly has a discerning eye. Now bring out the item." He immediately became serious at this point. "Aren't you going to show some sincerity before I hand over the item? I've come from 1,000 miles away and not for free." He stood there, arms spread wide, and said, "Isn't it just an alliance? Don't worry. As soon as I become stronger using the spirit core you brought, I will immediately mobilize the entire Daru Legion to launch a pincer attack on Mingzhou with the Restoration Army." Lin Xin struggled to remain calm, thinking to himself, "So it really is these two colluding. It's a good thing I disrupted their plan, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable." The Ghost King now extended his hand, demanding, "Now can you give me the spirit core?" He thought for a moment, muttering to himself, "I need to find a way to stall for time, and I also have to confirm if Dazhao and the others are here." Just then, soldiers pushed a person in and reported, "We've captured a spy." She kept shouting, "Let me go." The Ghost King snapped harshly, "Can't you see I'm in the middle of important business? Just kill her." Lin Xin hurriedly stood up and said, "She's a guide I captured. She's still useful." He cursed inwardly. "I told her to wait outside. How did she run in here?" He turned his head to look at Lin Xin and said, "We have plenty of guides. Why keep this one? Kill her, kill her." Lin Xin put on a lecherous look and replied, "Such a tender little thing, what a waste to kill her. Would the Ghost King be so kind as to lend me a place for a little warm-up show?" Hearing this, Zan Yi got a little excited. Oh, so my brother is into this sort of thing. In that case I'm getting interested too," he asked in confusion. "What are you interested in?" He immediately replied, "To be honest with you, brother Li Yuan, I have no other interest, just this one little hobby." After taking off his top, the Ghost King said to Lin Xin, "What are you standing there for? Since we're allies, what's there to be shy about being honest with each other? My brother doesn't mind, does he?" He, on the other hand, was still standing there, staring blankly at Wuqing. Lin Xin closed his eyes and thought, "So he's into threesomes, trying to take advantage of me, huh? Then don't blame me for not saving you any face." He immediately undid his belt and his pants slid down, revealing his enormous little brother. He said to Zan Yi, "Since the Ghost King has such refined tastes, it would be rude of me to refuse. Let's see your weapon." Seeing that size, he could only stare wide-eyed, utterly terrified, completely intimidated by Lin Xin's heat-seeking weapon. The Ghost King quickly put his clothes back on and hurriedly excused himself. "I just remembered I have a meeting to attend. I won't be joining." "Brother, you take your time. We'll talk later." Lin Xin immediately agreed. After closing the door, an underling asked in confusion, "Boss, tomorrow would you like mushrooms stewed with mountain chicken or crispy pork with rice?" For some reason, Zan Yi heard that differently. He flew into a rage and yelled at his underling, "What's small? Who are you calling small? Drag him out and feed him to the rhinos." Inside, Lin Xin finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Great, I passed that test." Wuqing now put on a cute face and said with a smile, "Husband, you're okay. That's wonderful," Lin Xin asked in confusion. "Didn't I tell you all to wait outside? How did you follow me in? You almost ruined everything." Her eyes filled with tears on the verge of crying as she answered aggrievedly, "I was just worried about you. If anything happened, I'd have to live the rest of my life as a widow," he said seriously. "I will find a way to get you out of here. Then you all must go back immediately. Daru and Wu Ming are colluding to launch a pincer attack on Mingzhou. We must be prepared." After hearing this, Wuqing said with concern, "But if we are prepared, won't that expose you?" He calmly replied, "Of course I'm not stupid enough to stay here and wait to have my identity revealed. I will find a way to lure this Ghost King away. Even if Wu Ming senses something is wrong, he won't be able to find the leader when he comes to make contact again." Wuqing threw herself into his arms and sighed, "Great idea, and you can find a chance to take care of him." Lin Xin stood up, hands on his knees, and said, "All right, it's decided. I'll take you out now." But at this moment her eyes lit up, filled with excitement. Wuxing suddenly jumped on him and whispered seductively, "You've already drawn your weapon, aren't you going to punish me if we just go out like this? They'll definitely find out." Lin Xin cleared his throat with interest and said with some hesitation, "Alright, but you have to be able to take it. I'm quite fierce right now," he thought to himself, "a fierce wolf outside, a hungry tiger inside. My life is so hard." At this moment, Wuxing's voice was weak, her cheeks flushed, ready to enjoy herself as she whispered in reply, "It's okay, I've come to terms with it." She sat there imagining the sensation. In the grand scheme of things, for a rocket to strike the enemy's nest, even death is worth it. Wuxing directly caressed it with her hand and commented, "This rocket is so hot and so thick." She made a satisfied expression and sighed. "But it feels so good." She closed her eyes, so happy she was about to cry. Under the fierce assault of the powerful little brother, it was as if fireworks were set off inside Wuxing's body. She sighed, "Today I am truly satisfied." After it was over, Lin Xin stood up and pulled on his pants. Seeing him walk out, the guards bowed, staring at him blankly. He asked them in confusion, "What's wrong?" One of them replied, "Gee God, how did you train that? Can you teach us?" Lin Xin smiled, patted his shoulder and replied, "Of course. Are there any other women here? Bring them out and I'll give you a demonstration," he answered fawningly. "No, we just raid for women when we want them. We definitely don't bring anyone back." He smiled and said, "Is that so?" He thought to himself. "It seems Feng Yun and the others aren't here. I'll have to think of another way." Then Lin Xin pointed behind him and requested, "Could you please carry her out?" They were shocked and blurted out, "We're not killing this woman," he replied with a perverted smile. "What a waste to kill her. I want her to go back and spread my glorious name, to make the women of the demon clan drool over me, and to make the men of the demon clan fear me. What do you think of this plan?" They looked at him with eyes full of worship. "Good, very good, that's brilliant." While carrying Wuxing out, the guards asked, "Do you need a few men to stay behind?" Another one immediately interrupted, "With that little toothpick of yours, are you trying to ask for humiliation?" Lin Xin stood there, smiling with great interest. "If Feng Yun and the others aren't in Daru's hands, then I can do as I please." Afterwards, an underling led Lin Xin to another area of Ghost Capital City and said solemnly, "Distinguished guest, please dine." In front of him was a sumptuous feast. From a distance, Zan Yi said with great enthusiasm, "My worthy brother, you must be hungry. Come and eat. The kitchen prepared this in a hurry, so it's a bit simple. Please don't mind shredded taro, grilled scallops, sea dog penis soup, abalone, charcoal grilled pig penis and clams." Lin Xin looked at the feast spread across the table and asked in confusion, "I get the principle of it all, but how is there so much seafood in the desert?" He immediately replied, "This is nothing. From now on you'll eat like this for every meal." Looking at the dishes before him, he quickly declined, "I'll skip the meal. I still have a mission to attend to and must set off immediately. The spirit core is yours, Ghost King. Farewell. By what method do you plan to fuse with it?" This left Zan Yi a bit puzzled. "Doesn't fusing with it just make you stronger? Are there different ways to use it?" Lin Xin glanced over slightly and replied, "The spirit core is profound. Different fusion methods will bring different effects, such as increasing appetite, making hair thicker, or boosting virility." Hearing this effect, he blushed slightly and interrupted, "Wait, I have a friend who has some unspeakable difficulties with virility. Could you elaborate on that?" He immediately explained, "But there's only one spirit core. Are you thinking of giving it to him?" Zan Yi replied happily, "Of course not. But it's useful. I can ask the divine emissary for another one later." Lin Xin now had a realization. "So you mean you'll test the effects for him first?" He nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's exactly what I mean." He sighed and said helplessly, "I personally suggest you pick another one. The virility method is too difficult. For example, the teeth whitening effect is both easy and fast." Zan Yi looked at him seriously and replied, "My worthy brother, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on any man, it will first fill his heart with suffering, toil his sinews and bones, and expose his body to hunger. Am I the kind of person who craves comfort and ease? Just say it." "I'm not afraid of any pain." Lin Xin had no choice but to agree. "All right, you are truly worthy of being the Ghost King. I am willing to admit you are the most capable man on earth. Then take off your pants," he asked, somewhat confused. "Why take off my pants?" His eyes were serious. "The part of the body where the spirit core enters determines the added effect. If you choose virility and development, it naturally has to go in from that position." Lin Xin warned again, "But it's very painful. I've been through it and it was really hard to endure." Zan Yi's eyes lit up and he blurted out, "What? My worthy brother used this method?" He put on a perverted expression and replied, "Goes without saying, I was so foolish back then." Hearing this, he turned his face away and rejoiced inwardly, "If I could also have that kind of size, I'd be willing to endure 10,000 needles in my chrysanthemum." So Zan Yi became serious, regained his composure and asked, "My worthy brother, do you know what is the most important thing for a man in this life?" Lin Xin replied, "To make a name for oneself." He answered loudly, "Vulgar, it's faith and righteousness, a promise to a brother. That is what a true man upholds." Zan Yi was getting emotional now, pointing as his whole body seemed to steam with passion. "From the day I promised my brother I would boost his virility, this burning promise has been deeply branded in my chest. If I can fulfill this promise, what is a little physical pain?" He grinned, gave a thumbs up and continued, "If you're my brother, come and stab me." After hearing this long speech, Lin Xin's eyes filled with tears. He said moved, "I am enlightened, big brother. Such righteousness." Zan Yi faced down, butt in the air, and continued, Come, today I'll let you see what a truly capable man of this world is. He put his hands together, held out 4 fingers to clamp the spirit core, and prepared to make his move. The big one's coming. A swift exchange took place, and a burst of green spiritual energy erupted. Zhang Yi's expression was one of complete satisfaction as he let out a soft moan. Lin Xin wiped his hands and continued. All right, it's in. Big brother usually takes good care of himself. It's quite smooth. He stood there, his whole body trembling, and asked in a weak voice, how long until it takes effect? He replied calmly, if you use this method of fusion, the effect will be very slow, about 2 to 3 months. And the risk is very high. Without professional care, it's easy to convulse and die. I'm leaving soon, big brother. Take care. After hearing this, Zhang Yi suddenly became weak, tears streaming down his face. He thought in agony, damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? At this moment on the sun-drenched, sand-swept desert, a person was walking with weak steps. It was none other than Li Yuan. He was in tattered clothes, complaining as he walked. I finally found it. Standing before Ghost Capital City, he was yelled at by the guards. What are you doing here? He immediately introduced himself. I am the special envoy of the Yao Restoration Army, here to pay my respects to the Ghost King. The guards were puzzled. Why is there another special envoy? The person next to him took something out and added. Lord Li Yuan said before he left that if anyone impersonates him, we should open this pouch. The note Lin Xin had left read, any who claim to be Li Yuan shall be executed on the spot, with a reward of 1,000 gold pieces and a fiefdom of 10,000 households. Upon receiving the news, the guards' eyes glinted. They asked in a sinister tone, full of killing intent, your name is Li Yuan, right? You can't be lying. Hearing this, he replied weakly, it is I. He wondered inwardly, why do these people's eyes look so thirsty? The men of Ghost Capital City immediately charged forward with swords and bows. He ran while shouting, you've got it all wrong. I am Li Yuan. The soldiers shot back. We're getting you. Kill the special envoy, win a celestial ferry. From then on, Li Yuan began to doubt his existence. Meanwhile, over here, Zhang Yi was riding a dragon, his butt sticking up because he couldn't sit normally. He mumbled, my worthy brother, I told you, you have to protect me completely. Lin Xin, sitting behind him, promised, don't worry, big brother. If anything happens to you, I'll write my name Li Yuan backward. He thought to himself, this flying dragon is quite convenient, saves me from crossing half the desert. I'll find a place to deal with him after we land. Zhang Yi turned his head and asked with a smile, by the way, my worthy brother, what mission brings you to Tianquan State this time? Lin Xin replied, the divine emissary sent me to inquire about several cultivation techniques, said to be able to control others' minds and turn them into puppets that can be manipulated at will. Hearing this, he asked with some concern, is the divine emissary looking for puppetry arts? Zhang Yi became unconsciously excited and laughed loudly. Haha, that's what I heard too. Lin Xin lowered his eyes and thought, something's not right, he's hiding something from me. Could Dazhao and the others' disappearance really be related to him? Aboard the Flying Dragon, Zhang Yi's voice rang out, worthy brother, Beishang country is ahead. Where should we go first? He immediately requested to go to the Qingyun sect. Hearing this name, he repeated in a panic, Qingyun sect? Lin Xin asked, puzzled. What's wrong? Zhang Yi replied awkwardly. No, nothing, fat dragon, to Qingyun sect. He then added, worthy brother, I'm going to wander around town for a bit and buy some food. You can go up the mountain first. After agreeing to Zhang Yi's suggestion, he thought to himself, he didn't ask for directions. He's been to Qingyun sect before. He doesn't dare go up the mountain, which means he's afraid of being recognized. Interesting, this identity of his is not simple. Over here, a strange statue carved with Lin Xin's face accompanied by a sigh. Lianzi sat there, drenched in sweat, looking somewhat exhausted. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and a familiar voice sounded, a fake is a fake after all. In the end, it's not as good as the real thing. Seeing him outside the window, she cried out in surprise. What, real or fake, Lin Xin? Am I dreaming? Lianzi rushed over to hug him, shouting happily. This is great, you're finally back, Lin Xin replied with a blush. I wasn't gone for that long, you've changed so much. Your hair has grown and your chest has filled out, she whispered, stimulating words in his ear, making him sigh inwardly. What kind of ferocious words are these? The scene switched to another place. Lin Xin sat in front of a girl and said, I know you're eager, but don't be so eager just yet. There are 2 things I need your help with. She smiled and replied, all right, no problem. Then she immediately started taking off his clothes, shouting, wait until I've eaten my fill. He could only gasp in surprise, thinking, I really shouldn't have let her have a taste. The person from before has become so aggressive. Is the power of this little brother really that great? Lianzi was so blinded by a ray of light that she couldn't open her eyes, and she immediately muttered to herself, I see it. Before her was the legendary level little brother, the Wanlong beast. Lianzi could only swallow her saliva regretfully, then hurriedly helped Lin Xin get dressed. She stood up and asked softly, go ahead, what do you need my help with? He smiled relieved and thought to himself, she really knows when to back down. Then Lin Xin drew a picture of Zhang Yi on a piece of white paper and asked Lianzi, this is him. Do you know him? She looked at it carefully and then replied, no impression, I've never seen him, he said, puzzled. That's strange. Why is he afraid of the Qingyun sect? Lin Xin pondered. The Qingyun sect has many eyes and ears. Send out an order and have people everywhere search for any trace of Dazhao and the others. Lianzi immediately agreed and asked, all right, should we investigate this person too? He replied with a sly smile, no need. I'll make him tell me himself. The scene switched to a street where Zhang Yi was walking along. He thought to himself, the human realm is so prosperous, much better than my godforsaken place. At this time, his butt was wrapped in several layers of cloth and a strong stench emanated from behind him. While eating corn, Zhang Yi thought, Oh no, I didn't ask my worthy brother what to do about going to the toilet. The spirit core won't be pooped out, will it? Thinking of this, he quickly clutched his butt and ran into a nearby alley, muttering, whatever, if it comes to it, I'll just stuff it back in. Zan Yi looked around and thought, this should be the place, it's clean here. I can pick it up later. Just then a large cloth sack covered his entire body. A moment later the sack containing Zan Yi was thrown with a thud beside a small creek. The leader said, come on out, you brat. So this is where you were hiding, his underling next to him chimed in. We had a hard time finding you. He clutched his stomach trying to hold it in, and explained while trembling all over, big brother, you've got the wrong person, I'm not. The leader lifted Zan Yi up and continued, still trying to deny it, we all recognize this face of yours. Aren't you the third young master of the Hua residence, Hua Bing? He clenched his butt cheeks together and quickly explained, I'm not Hua Bing, in the nearby bushes. Lianzi said in confusion, he can't even fight back, is he that weak? Lin Xin quickly replied, it's not that his skills are weak, it's that the laxative I put on the corn is too strong, that guy continued to question. If you say you're not Hua Bing, then who are you? Zan Yi quickly replied, I'm just passing by, can you let me go to the toilet first? The leader took him to the edge of a cliff and replied, fine, go ahead. Zan Yi screamed, no, if I go here it'll be washed away by the water. I have to do it on the shore. That guy frowned impatiently. Are you trying to stink us to death? Cut the crap and talk. Who are you? He shouted loudly, introducing himself. I'll scare you to death when I say it. I am the second in command of Longmen City, Long Zan Yi. Now hurry up and let me down. Hearing this, Lianzi remembered. He was the lord of the Tiandao Alliance, and his Longmen sect was the strongest power in Tianquan State. Lin Xin focused his mind, deducing that there was indeed something wrong with this guy's identity. Just then the spirit core had reached the edge of his anus, ready to erupt. Zan Yi's face was flushed red and he bit his lip, moaning, I can't hold it in anymore. It shot out with the force of a rocket followed by a seven-colored rainbow. Zan Yi's screams echoed through the sky. The boy from Longmen, not to be outdone, had relied on that long thick object his whole life, enduring the pain to let his chrysanthemum bloom and receive the treasure, only to have his dreams shattered, crying nightly in Beishang. After a spectacular fireworks show, Zan Yi could only sob uncontrollably. He hugged Lin Xin's leg and wailed, worthy brother, why did you only come back now? Those beasts came after me. They're not human. Lin Xin quickly patted his head to comfort him. Don't cry, my condolences. Zan Yi, somewhat enraged, gathered a huge amount of energy in his hand and shouted resentfully, damn it, I'm going to raze this place to the ground and avenge my wrongfully killed chrysanthemum. Lin Xin quickly reached out to stop him. Calm down, there's still a chance to fix this. He immediately placated him. Although that spirit core was washed away by the water and its whereabouts are unknown, I know there's another spirit core within Beishang country. He immediately grabbed Lin Xin's hand and said excitedly, that's great. If I can get another spirit core from now on, you'll be my real father. I'll call you big brother and you call me little brother. Who's your big brother? Lin Xin replied, if you're willing to try, I can go with you to find it. Of course, if we can't find it, you can't blame me. So the two set off together, and he added, there's no time to lose, let's go. Zan Yi sighed. Worthy brother is truly a good person. Lianzi recalled what she had just said to Lin Xin. 3 years ago, the old sect master of the Longmen sect died, and the position was inherited by his eldest son, Long Xuanjia. The martial world thought the second son, Long Zan Yi, had died in a power struggle. Unexpectedly, he had run off to the desert to become a ghost king. He thought for a moment. No wonder he refused to go to the Yunchuan sect at all costs. He was afraid of being recognized by old acquaintances, wasn't he? In that case, I can't kill this person. He might be useful if I keep him alive. Find Dajiao and the others as soon as possible and notify me if you have any news. Recalling these instructions, Lianzi thought to herself, don't worry, I will do everything I can to find them. The scene switched to Ziling Mountain, which as its name suggested was shrouded in a purple spiritual aura, devoid of any sign of life. After the flying dragon landed, Zan Yi asked in confusion, where is this? Lin Xin immediately replied, the former palace of the last demon emperor. The spirit stone I mentioned should be here. Just then, something shot out from the bushes. As he was startled, Zan Yi quickly waved his hand and neutralized the attack. Many locals holding bows and arrows questioned loudly, this is the forbidden land of the demon emperor. Who dares to trespass? Are you tired of living? He pinched the arrow in his hand and asked himself, another army? Lin Xin, on the other hand, seemed a bit helpless. What bad luck to run into people even in a godforsaken place like this. At that moment, a person walked over from a distance and asked, where did the ghost troops' orders come from? His attire looked somewhat familiar. He stepped forward and ordered, another one looking for death. Then send them on their way. Before they could even loose their arrows, the man looked at them, his eyes nearly popping out of his head as he exclaimed, get away, how is it you? Lin Xin looked over and asked, do you know him? Zan Yi immediately denied it. No, it's my first time here, I don't know him. So it's Tai Xiao. He pointed at Zan Yi and shouted, don't play dumb with me. You've been gone for so long I thought you died in the desert. What are you scheming? Suddenly appearing here, before Lin Xin could finish speaking, Zan Yi charged forward with a punch, cursing, no one will think you're mute if you don't talk. He threw an incredibly powerful punch. No, we're talking here. What's it to you? The underlings cried out in horror. Your Royal Highness? Zan Yi stood there and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, that was close. He almost revealed my real identity. Good thing I acted decisively. A sage in thought, a giant in action, the soldiers charged forward with swords, shouting, kill them, kill. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he coldly announced, worthy brother, I'll take care of these clueless fools. You don't need to get involved. You go about your business first, he thought to himself. There shouldn't be anyone here who recognizes me, right? Forget it. To be safe, I'll just kill them all. Lin Xin left so calmly. Then I'll leave it to you, brother. I'll go take a look around, over here. After having his facial bones shattered by the blow, Tai Xiao quickly wrote a message. Go send the message quickly. The person who received the news sighed. I thought he was dead. I didn't expect him to show up at Zilling Mountain. Dejing looked at the woman hanging upside down behind him and asked with a cold smile, It seems his purpose is the same as mine. What do you think? The state preceptor was covered in wounds, her face stained with blood, listening quietly to his words. State preceptor, I respect you. Dejing sat, picked up a large piece of meat and continued. But I didn't expect you to sympathize with that scoundrel Lin Xin who has brought disaster to Beishang country. Now that he has infiltrated the ruins of the demon clan, it's the perfect opportunity for me to tear him to shreds. The state preceptor replied with a trembling voice. The situation is strange now. Lin Xin is by no means an enemy of the empire. You cannot act recklessly. He waved his hand and shouted at the same time, Shut up. What followed was her shrill scream. Just then an underling came in to report, Your Majesty, here is the list of all the masters in the country. Please choose who to send to support Prince Tai Xiao. Dejing looked at the trembling list in the soldier's hand and asked impatiently, These people are all too mediocre. Is Hong Dao still alive? The soldier hurriedly replied, He's still alive. He broke out of the death row prison again. The Zhenyu army suffered over 50% casualties and can hold him for at most 3 more days. The prison judiciary has requested to blow up the death row prison to deal with him. Please grant your permission. He even bit through the sword in his hand and ordered, No need to send anyone. Go tell Hong Dao to bring me Lin Xin's head and I will pardon his crimes. The soldier immediately accepted the order. Release that demon. Yes, this humble one will arrange it at once. Someone was eavesdropping outside, thinking to himself, This is getting out of hand, it's dangerous. The scene switches back to the Mountain of the Undead. Lin Xin was standing there when a burst of laughter was heard. He immediately glanced in the direction of the sound. At this moment, Lin Xin was surrounded by many people interspersed with savage laughter. They said to each other in grim voices, What a fearless fool, daring to come to the land of vengeful spirits to die. Brothers, let's grant his wish. A burst of energy flew past his head, accompanied by Zan Yi's warning, Worthy brother, be careful. That ghost's forehead was pierced by a hole from the attack, but he just laughed nonchalantly and taunted. Is that all you've got? He walked up to Lin Xin and continued, As expected of the old demon capital to have so many ghost generals blocking the way, normal attacks are useless against them. This is going to be troublesome, he asked in confusion. Have you dealt with all those soldiers from Beishang country? Zan Yi replied. Those small fries were dealt with in a few moves. These guys are the real trouble. Seriously, I'll give it my all. Don't worry, hurry up and find the spirit core. Lin Xin jumped back and sat on a stone slab behind him, replying, I don't know where to look either. You'd better try to get some information out of these ghosts, he thought with worry. If he doesn't leave, won't my ultimate move be exposed? Zan Yi bit his lip and blamed himself. Damn it, he offered to help me find the spirit core and I'm still being wary. A thought flashed through his mind, questioned by his inner voice. Long Zan Yi, are you even human? So he closed his eyes tightly and decided to use his ultimate move. Watch closely, worthy brother. My chrysanthemum has already bloomed for you anyway. Zan Yi immediately formed hand seals, striking out with his palm. Take this great desolation mystic palm, he made up his mind. Tonight I will give myself to you without reservation. Lin Xin was surprised and marveled to himself. This move is so profound. It uses so little spiritual energy to launch such a large-scale attack. The green light spread out, immediately blowing away the group of ghosts in front of him. He smiled and commented, A pity, brute force is useless against enemies in this form. As expected, even though parts of their bodies were blown away, the ghosts were still laughing, taunting helplessly. Is that all you've got? You've really disappointed us. Zan Yi was shocked. They can revive. They immediately gave chase and he ran shouting, Get away, don't come near me. Lin Xin sat there and commented, Very good. His trust in me is starting to waver. He took out a ghost mask with many horns and thought, Now is the time to make them worship me. You dead ghost, your king has returned. Over here. Zan Yi threw a punch, but his hand passed right through the ghost's face. He blurted out, I can't hit you and you can't hit me. After all that spooky act, you're just trying to scare people. As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost behind him swung its palm and Zan Yi's bangs were blown away. He clutched his head and fled. Damn it, they really don't play fair. As he ran past Lin Xin, Zan Yi hastily reminded him, Worthy brother, they're not human. Zan Yi stood there calmly, and a strange energy wave emanated from around the Ghost King mask. The ghosts immediately sensed something was wrong. Thinking this feeling, they immediately knelt down, prostrating themselves and paying their respects in unison. Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, our Emperor has returned. Lin Xin asked them, Where's my tomb? Take me there. Meanwhile, Zan Yi looked utterly shocked. Demon Emperor, a ghost replied. Yes, this humble one will lead the way for you now. Zan Yi walked beside him and asked in a low voice, Worthy brother, where did you find this treasure that can suppress them? Lin Xin replied calmly, I am a descendant of the Demon Emperor. I can activate the Scorching Sun's radiance. This was reclaimed from the hands of the demon royal family. After hearing this, he slapped his hand in realization. So that's how it is. After a while, they arrived at the entrance of a deep cave. The ghost reported, Your Majesty, if you go down from here, you will reach the tomb. Lin Xin asked it, What, you don't want to lead the way? The ghost hurriedly replied. This humble one wouldn't dare. It's just that the tomb keeper below, that lord is too terrifying. The two heard this, exchanged a glance and broke out in a cold sweat, worried. Even ghosts were afraid of him. So they left the ghost above and walked down the dark steps together. Zhan Yi asked worriedly, "Worthy brother, do you think the spirit core is down there?" He replied, "It should be." He was a little happy. Sighing in his heart, "Oh heavens, please bless me to find the spirit core smoothly. This time I will hold it with all my heart, with all my love, with all my strength, and not let it run away again." Suddenly Lin Xin stopped. Zhan Yi also looked up in confusion and asked what's wrong. Seeing the broken and collapsed door in front of him, he replied, "The Demon Emperor's tomb seems to have been invaded." He was caught off guard and rushed in, crying, "What, my treasure?" Just then a voice came asking, "Who's there?" This surprised Lin Xin a little. A glimmer of light flashed from the darkness and Zhan Yi was ruthlessly thrown out. He lay there trembling and warned, "Worthy brother, be careful, there's a master inside." He replied calmly, "Thanks for the warning, but I know that without you telling me." A woman's foot stretched out and a sweet voice asked, "Which bastard dares to come here and cause trouble?" A pair of long legs appeared and her voice continued, "If you want to die, this old lady will grant your wish." A family letter appeared at this moment, warning, "Not good, it's that crazy woman guarding the tomb. Run." Lin Xin put on the Ghost King mask and asked, "Is she that strong?" She held a bone, looking excited, and continued, "Great, His Majesty's scorching sun's radiance. With this I can feel the pleasure of His Majesty's tongue. I'm tired of this leg bone." He looked over, very confused. "What, you've worn down that bone from the Demon Emperor's corpse so thin? Wait, which part did you grind it with? Girl, your words are making my CPU burn out." This girl, named Sichin, seemed to be the tomb keeper. She licked the bone pervertedly and looked at Lin Xin, saying, "Baby, big sister is here to love you." Zhan Yi quickly rushed to him and gestured, introducing, "Look clearly. He is also of the demon clan. You are of the same race." Lin Xin rubbed his head and chimed in, "Yes, yes, yes, a fellow countryman meeting a fellow countryman." However, Sichin didn't care at all. She only activated her demonic power and her foxtails immediately unfurled. She said loudly, "I don't care who you are. Anyone who dares to defile the Demon Emperor's remains must die." As soon as she finished speaking, she kicked out, striking between the two, intending to kill them both. They quickly jumped to the sides to dodge. He cried out in terror, "This person really doesn't distinguish between right and wrong." Zhan Yi's eyes widened unconsciously as he looked over in confusion. He scanned Sichin's sexy body and silently commented, "It seems she's not wearing anything." Then Zhan Yi rushed forward to block the way, warning Lin Xin, "Worthy brother, step back, I'll protect you." He muttered to himself pervertedly, "This is a demon clan that has been missing for 1,000 years. Would I still be a man if I missed a scene like this?" Zhan Yi looked at those fair jade legs and secretly hoped, "Yes, kick me. Kick me with all your might." As he expected, Sichin kicked him in the face, sending saliva flying. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xin could only look on with disdain. "Taking a kick with your face, what are you thinking?" She stood there, smiling lightly at him and said, "Now it's your turn." Lin Xin immediately put on the mask and announced loudly, "I am the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor, with the scorching sun's radiance and the Bodhi tree as proof. Do you still not believe me?" Sichin didn't care at all, continuing to kick while cursing nonstop. "Shut up, how do I know if this is real or fake? Don't try to fool me." After a series of ineffective attacks, she stood there panting, "How is this possible? My heavenly flower's remnant silk foot is useless against you." Lin Xin looked over and asked, "Should you believe me now?" Sichin at this moment emitted an alluring aura from her tail and replied at the same time, "Then let's try this move." He quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth and nose, thinking to himself, "Not good." I still breathed it in. After a while, Lin Xin was slowly opening his eyes. He looked over in surprise and saw Sichin standing by the stone coffin while he and Zhan Yi were tied to nearby pillars. She drew a sharp knife, muttering, "My emperor, 2 rats have come to disturb your rest. Chun'er will dig them out and offer them to you." Lin Xin thought, why did they get a psycho to guard the tomb? Just then the family letter gave him information. Her name was Shang Sichin, a trusted female guard of the Demon Empress and also a loyal admirer of the Demon Emperor. It was said that she had often peeked at the Demon Emperor, favoring his concubines from the outside. Lin Xin's face darkened as he imagined the scene of her peeking, commenting, "What a pervert. No wonder she ground someone's bone into a needle." It interrupted and reminded, "Stop laughing. The top priority is to find a way to make her believe your identity." Before he could come up with a plan, a loud shout rang out, "Don't make a sound," followed by a sharp knife that plunged right next to his head. Sichin stood next to Zhan Yi and said coldly, "I'll offer this guy's heart to my king first, and I'll deal with you." Lin Xin was startled, thinking this was bad. He couldn't let her kill Long Zhan Yi. The family letter immediately suggested, "Release the beast girls." He then replied, "My hands are tied, I can't release them." "How about?" Lin Xin closed his eyes tightly, thinking, "I can only rely on you, brother." At this moment, Sichin noticed the movement and turned her head in surprise. She saw his little brother suddenly erect, striking her directly in the face. Sichin let out a stimulated moan, thinking, "Could this be my emperor's?" Sichin knelt on the ground, trembling as she looked at the enormous object. She asked excitedly, "No, impossible, my emperor is already dead." "Who are you?" Lin Xin calmly replied at this moment. "I am indeed the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor. This huge object is the proof. Otherwise, is there anyone else in the world with this size?" She immediately frowned and reacted, saying, "Yes, only my emperor has it. Even my emperor is bigger than him." Sichin frowned, looking very skeptical. "But it could just be a similar appearance. Don't think you can convince me with just that." As she finished speaking, she threw a small knife, directly cutting the rope that bound him. Zhan Yi was still unconscious. Sichin immediately took off her clothes, looked at him provocatively, and said, "I'll give you one more chance to convince me." Lin Xin had no choice but to bite the bullet and reply, "All right, then I'll have a deep exchange with you." The huge object shot out like a dragon or a phoenix, engaging in a brief contest. Sichin lay there enjoying it, wondering in her heart, how can it be so fierce? Lin Xin stood there constantly twisting his waist as if doing gymnastics. 1 2 1 2 one more time. Her body swayed rhythmically with him, screaming non-stop. A moment later the huge object formed the character 1. Sichin's face was both excited and satisfied. In a moment, it changed to D, then to F, then to 30. A hearty battle ensued, a great dragon and the great flood merging and combining with incredible skill. Sichin's clothes were now completely stripped off. She sighed to herself, he's really too good at this. Immediately she collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Sichin seemed extremely satisfied. So real flesh is much tastier than bone. Lin Xin also quickly got dressed. He opened his mouth and asked, how about it, do you believe my identity now? She immediately lay there and bowed, saying in a weak voice, your servant Shang Sichin pays her respects to my emperor. Lin Xin replied, alright, don't wake that guy up with your noise. Don't expose my identity or I'll hold you responsible. Sichin's eyes were glazed over as she lightly licked her lips and replied, rest assured my emperor, your servant's mouth is very tight. This suggestive language made him a little wary. I feel like I'm hearing the roar of an engine. Lin Xin sensed danger and called out loudly to Zhang Yi, big brother, wake up, wake up. He was still snoring at this time. Zhang Yi sat there shouting loudly, don't lick there. Hearing this, he immediately asked curiously, hey, what are you dreaming about? He asked Lin Xin worriedly, worthy brother, are you okay? Lin Xin replied, don't be afraid, the misunderstanding is cleared up. She believes I'm a demon. Sichin now smiled and chimed in, I'm so sorry, it was Chun'er who was blind and almost hurt you too. You're looking for the demon emperor's coffin, right? As she spoke, she lifted the stone coffin and poured out its contents. White bones scattered on the ground. Here, it's all here, take your pick. Zhang Yi worriedly leaned closer to his ear and whispered, brother, is this woman the demon emperor's tomb keeper? She's so disrespectful to the dead. Lin Xin scratched his head and replied with a dry laugh, it's probably because she has a better solace now, right? After searching for a while, he asked worriedly, is there a spirit core in here? Sichin asked back, puzzled, what's a spirit core? Never seen one. Zhang Yi continued to rummage through the pile of white bones. No spirit core, how is that possible? Did you secretly use it? She replied, I don't use those messy things. What if I can't find it? Lin Xin picked up a bone, examined it carefully and commented, this is not the real tomb of the demon emperor. He looked at the bone and then asked the other two, do you know what this is? Sichin replied, isn't this a bone? Zhang Yi took a closer look and added, but there are bloodstains on it. He thought for a moment and then said something perverted, even during those days she wouldn't spare his corpse. Honestly, hearing this, her eyes widened and she warned sharply, shut your filthy mouth. Lin Xin continued, if I remember correctly, the demon emperor died of illness, but there is blood in this skeleton, which means he died from external force. In other words, this is a new discovery, a new clue. He pointed decisively like a detective and said, the demon emperor's body was switched. Perhaps this was just a desolate grave to begin with, Sichin cried out in surprise. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I was ordered by the empress to guard the tomb. I have never left and no outsider has ever entered. How could it be switched? Lin Xin was a little puzzled. The empress? Could it be her arrangement? Didn't she die in battle during the coup in the demon capital back then? Sichin calmly replied, no, she broke through the siege with the last of the imperial guards. I heard she went to find the legendary land blessed by the gods, Amber Crossing. Hearing these three words, Zhang Yi's eyes nearly popped out of his head in surprise as he repeated, Amber Crossing. He walked over and asked him, have you heard of this place? Zhang Yi rubbed his head and flatly denied, no, never heard of it. I don't know anything. Lin Xin thought to himself, he definitely knows something, but now is not the time to force it out of him. He walked up the steps and said, in that case, let's go first. The things we're looking for aren't here. We'll think of another way after we get out. Sichin, who had run up from below at some point, shouted, wait, I'm going with you. Seeing her, Lin Xin couldn't help but be curious. You're not guarding the tomb anymore? She replied with a blush. I've been guarding it for so many years, my hands are tired. If I follow you, I won't have to use my hands anymore. Zhang Yi looked very confused. Use hands? What are you guys talking about? He thought to himself. Bringing her along would be a help. Then he made a request, just follow my orders. Just as they reached the entrance of the cave, a call echoed throughout Ziling Mountain, father-in-law. Father-in-law, Lin Xin recognized the familiar voice. This voice is nephew. Zhang Yi was puzzled. It sounds close. Can just anyone get close to the demon emperor's tomb? Even if it's a fake, it's too easy. Sichin chimed in. There's a maze formation outside the cave. If I hadn't let you in, how could you have gotten here? She asked for Lin Xin's opinion. What should we do? This guy who popped out of nowhere, should we kill him? He calmly replied. No rush, let's go see. Over here, Ku Shen was running and shouting loudly. Father-in-law, are you still here? I have urgent intelligence to report to you. Zhang Yi was still full of doubt. Who is he calling father-in-law? Lin Xin thought to himself. Ku Shen is in such a hurry to find me. He must have important intelligence. But how can I hide it from Long Zhang Yi and prevent him from noticing anything unusual? With that thought, he jumped out from the bushes and responded, I'm here. He thought, I can only shut him up before he opens his mouth. Ku Shen's face now showed a brilliant smile, and as he turned around, his smile grew even wider. That's great. He rushed over, intending to hug Lin Xin while saying nonstop, I thought something happened to you. I knew it, after all you are. Lin Xin didn't give Ku Shen a chance and immediately punched him, feigning a question. Where did you run off to? Zan Yi asked with some surprise. Isn't this worthy brother's first time leaving the demon capital's territory? How does he know this person? And he's his father-in-law, he replied with a dry laugh. Oh, he's my spy in Beishang country. His codename is Idiot and my codename is Father-in-law. Ku Shen sat there clutching his face and crying, Father-in-law, why did you? Lin Xin stood there and said in a low voice, This is Ghost King Daru whom I brought from Mingzhou. This is the demon clan's tomb keeper. Shut up, don't expose our identities, especially don't expose my identity as a spy within the demon clan, understand? Ku Shen made a dazed expression, fragmented images flashing through his mind. He thought to himself, I understand, important figure of Tianyin country, prince of Beishang country, father-in-law, son-in-law of the Qingyun sect. After regaining his composure, Ku Shen got to the point. Master, this is bad. The emperor has sent Beishang country's #1 killing star Hong Dao to hunt you down. Lin Xin turned to Zan Yi and blamed him. Look at the trouble you've caused, you've even offended the emperor. He scratched his head, confused. I don't even know him. He walked over, patted his shoulder and asked, He doesn't know him, so he must be looking for the wrong person. Do you know Amber Crossing? Ku Shen replied, Amber Crossing, never heard of it. But just then, Hong Dao had arrived. Sichin called out a warning, someone is approaching very fast. The scene switched to the outskirts of the forest where a small black shadow appeared, accompanied by a burst of laughter. The ghost stood up to block the way, asking loudly, Who dares to trespass on the forbidden land of the demon clan? The black shadow sternly ignored them. Leaping over their heads at an extremely fast speed, Ku Shen shouted worriedly, Oh no, it's Hong Dao, he's too fast. A person riding a gray wolf jumped over, threw something and shouted, Found you. Everyone sensed the danger and immediately jumped away to dodge. Zan Yi commented, A casual attack can cause so much destruction. What kind of weapon is he using? Hong Dao sneered, began to count and commented, 1, 2, 3, 4, you have quite a few people. Who is Lin Xin? The gray wolf's eyes were red, also looking very fierce. Zan Yi was puzzled. Who is Lin Xin? He calmly feigned ignorance. Such a boring name, it's the first time I've heard it. Ku Shen wrung his hands, smiling worriedly. Great hero Hong, there's no Lin Xin here. You can look elsewhere. Hong Dao jumped down, spun the hammer knife in his hand and replied coldly, The order I received was to kill Lin Xin, but I find this order very boring. Ku Shen hurriedly agreed. Yes, why kill an unrelated person? He smiled, revealing his sharp teeth and continued, If I have to kill, why kill only one? His murderous gaze swept over the group of people in front of him, and he announced, As long as I kill enough people, I'll eventually kill Lin Xin, right? As soon as he finished speaking, an oppressive and suffocating atmosphere enveloped the entire Zilling Mountain. Lin Xin commented, What domineering killing intent? How many lives did he have to take to cultivate this? Sichin charged forward, shouting, How dare you be impudent before the mausoleum? You're looking for death. Hong Dao looked at her and remarked, To still encounter a living demon, how rare. She didn't hesitate, preparing to strike. Lin Xin shouted a warning from behind, Dodge. At the same time, his blade flew over with a cold smile. Sichin tilted her head in terror, just in time, the blade's edge grazing her neck. Hong Dao looked at her and sighed. Quick reaction, Ku Shen shouted. Hong Dao isn't human, he's a towering humanoid meta-beast. Hearing this, he laughed heartily. More arms sprouting from his back, a total of 8 as he laughed. I've been found out again, all the more reason to send you on your way. Zan Yi stood in front of Lin Xin and said, Worthy brother, the situation is critical, let's join forces to deal with him. He thought, Hong Dao is incredibly strong, I have no reason not to act now. Lin Xin pondered, but if I use my second brother, Long Zan Yi will notice something is amiss. My cultivation is completely gone, how can I pretend to be strong? Inadvertently, his eyes lit up. Right, that thing. Lin Xin clenched his fist and a green spiritual energy appeared. He asked himself, Will this work for me? No, there's no time to think. Lin Xin immediately rushed forward, reminding them, Don't hold back, let's attack together. Zan Yi quickly agreed. In the distance, Ku Shen also mustered his courage and followed and shouted excitedly, In ancient times, 3 heroes fought Lu Biyu. Today, the 3 of us will fight Hong Dao. We fight side by side, and from now on, the legend of us 3 heroes will spread throughout the martial world. As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a flurry of punches that left him dizzy, his mouth and eyes askew. Hong Dao's arms extended, delivering continuous punches. Lin Xin and Zan Yi kept dodging, while Ku Shen fainted on the ground, defeated before the battle even began. Dreaming of being spoon-fed by his mother as a 3-year-old. As for Zan Yi, he thought to himself while dodging, Damn it, this guy's attack range is too wide, I can't get close. Looking at Lin Xin, he was utterly perplexed, thinking, How is he doing it? He's not being suppressed at all. Hong Dao laughed heartily at him, showing great interest. Interesting, such a unique movement technique. He then spun the large blade in his hand, shouting 8-petaled lotus, while confidently yelling, Take this. At this moment, Lin Xin thought, Now's the time. He directly threw Zan Yi's spirit core into his mouth. The moment he swallowed it, he immediately felt the change within his body, thinking, So hot, such powerful energy. The 2 spiritual forces began to intertwine in his abdomen. The family letter appeared anxiously, exclaiming, Are you crazy? Eating a spirit core will only increase your burden, leading to death by explosion. At the same time, Hong Dao's spinning blade had already struck. Lin Xin was sent flying, blood spurting out as he screamed in pain. The force was so great that his face was distorted, his eyes turning a ghastly white while he stood there triumphantly. The 1103rd life, I'll take it. Seeing him fall, spewing blood, Zan Yi and Sichin both rushed over anxiously, calling out, Worthy brother, my emperor. Hong Dao swept past the 2, striking them both on the back of the neck. They cried out and collapsed. He stood beside the gray wolf and sneered, No challenge at all, so boring. Hong Dao aimed his weapon at Ku Shen and said decisively, "I'll take this head back first to report." Just then a stone flew over and knocked the weapon from his hand. Hong Dao retrieved his weapon and looked into the distance, only to see Lin Xin stir and stagger to his feet. He sat up, stretched, and said cheerfully, "That felt good." A huge wound on his abdomen was smoking, but surprisingly the wound was healing at an unusually fast rate. Witnessing this, Hong Dao thought in confusion, his intestines were mangled, yet he can still heal. What kind of monster is this? Lin Xin stood up, rubbing his belly and muttering, "I thought I was going to die. I didn't expect a blessing in disguise," the family letter happily explained. "Thankfully, he struck your abdomen at the critical moment, helping you channel the power of the swallowed spirit core." Lin Xin's cultivation was now soaring. He ignored Hong Dao and turned to ask the family letter, "Did I only channel that small piece? The spirit core from Tianyu Mountain hasn't been fully digested yet." It immediately replied, "Get real. With that much energy you won't be able to digest it in 100 years. He tried to interject, "What are you?" But Lin Xin continued to ignore him, turning to ask the family letter, "Then how about finding someone to beat me up a few more times?" It crossed its arms and replied, "That was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't even think about replicating it. I can't stand it anymore." Hong Dao rushed forward to attack, shouting, "Look at me when you're talking to someone." He rolled aside to dodge. "That was close." Lin Xin waved his hand in a counterattack. "I'm a man who settles his scores. Thanks for that move, it helped me a lot." Then he landed a heavy punch on his face, sighing, "Those stabs earlier really hurt." Hong Dao's face contorted from the blow, a sharp pain in his heart, thinking, "It feels like I'm going to explode. This guy's strength is terrifying." He immediately kicked off the ground, shattering it. Then he aimed a knee strike at Lin Xin. He thought, "But I still have a chance for a fatal counterattack." A red light flashed in Hong Dao's eyes, but then he froze, asking himself, "What is that sound?" He looked at him, smiled and praised, "Attacking below the belt, how insidious, too bad you ran into me." His face crumpled and he muttered, trembling, "It's broken, it's broken." Hong Dao jumped back a few steps, shaking his hand and shouting, "You were just pretending to be weak." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a flurry of punches, shouting decisively, "Die!" The moment he attacked, a look of terror unconsciously appeared on Hong Dao's face. He trembled all over, filled with anxiety, his punches becoming weak as he stammered, Who are you?" Lin Xin raised his hand, a circle of spiritual energy appearing at his fingertips. He looked at the other man and said coldly, "Telekinesis, how interesting." Hong Dao's weapon was now aimed at himself. Accompanied by a thick killing intent, he screamed in terror, "No, don't wait," not giving him a chance to finish. Lin Xin simply clenched his fist. A second later, Hong Dao's weapon pierced through his head, flesh and blood flying everywhere in an extremely gruesome scene. The scene switched to an unknown location. His eyes were wide open, as if he had sensed a change. He sat and said to his subordinate, "The spirit core of the Black Tortoise has been activated. Lin Xin found it. Bring him to me." The subordinate immediately replied, "Yes." In a flash, the three subordinates disappeared, leaving only Wu Ming sitting there. Muttering Lin Xin's name, he looked at the iceberg and the lava before him and continued, "Did you think that by destroying Tianyu Mountain and having Mingzhou block the Restoration Army, I would be helpless against you?" Back at Ziling Mountain, Ku Shen was being woken up by someone tickling his face with a feather, but he was still pouting and talking in his sleep. "Don't move, I want milk," the voice continued. "Eighth Prince, do you want to inherit the throne?" Upon hearing this, Ku Shen's eyes lit up. "My beloved ministers, you may rise." Lin Xin stood there and commented, "See, I told you he was fine. Let's go, you go hide with the state preceptor for a while." Ku Shen sat there, confused. "Where's my throne?" He suddenly turned and hugged his leg, shouting, "Father-in-law, you can't leave. Father Emperor knows about you and Auntie. He wants to kill her." This news startled Lin Xin. The scene switched to Taishao's military camp in the deep forest. He was pacing back and forth in his tent, constantly muttering, "Too slow, too slow. Could Hong Dao have failed? Why isn't he back yet?" Just then a voice came from outside, reporting that a guest had arrived. Taishao was overjoyed and ordered, "The person I've been waiting for has arrived. Bring him in quickly." But the person who appeared was actually Lin Xin. He waved and greeted, "Prince Taishao, did you miss me this much?" Beside Hong Dao's corpse, his head was shattered and blood was everywhere. Suddenly a strange hand moved. His several arms picked up the hammer knife and propped up Hong Dao's body. Another hand clawed at the ground, overflowing with killing intent. "Over here," Lin Xin spoke coldly. "Just because the state preceptor and I had relations, he wants to execute her. This emperor is too cruel, don't you think?" Taishao, covered in wounds, trembled and stammered in reply, Right, too cruel. Da, Beijing, he's truly not human." He held a strangely shaped object to his ear and the object repeated his voice, Right, too cruel. Da, Beijing, he's truly not human," Lin Xin commented nonchalantly. "The Demon Clan's strange gadgets are really useful. I heard this recording shell can repeat for 100 years. Taishao hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy. "Hero Lin, please stop playing with me. What do you want me to do? Just say it. This humble one will cooperate fully." Seeing this, he replied, "You brought this on yourself. I didn't force you." He immediately answered, "I'm being sincere." Lin Xin leaned in front of Taishao and demanded, "Sneak me into the capital of Beishang country and help me rescue the state preceptor." He hesitated slightly. This he immediately sneered back. "What, scared? Then I'll have Ah Shen send this recording shell to Beijing." He immediately changed his tune, replying, No, all right, I promise you." Taishao thought to himself, "A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Once we're in the capital, crushing you will be as easy as crushing an ant." Lin Xin tossed the recording shell back and instructed, "Grandson, take this recording shell back first. If I can't successfully rescue the state preceptor within 5 days, you know what to do." He took the object and happily agreed. Afterward, a flying beast flew out of the tent accompanied by Taishao's command. Mao, back to the palace. Zhang Yi was a bit puzzled, thinking, strange, why would a demon clan envoy care about the state preceptor of Beishang country? I feel like his relationship with the people here is unusual. After some time in Wolf Sacrifice City, the capital of Beishang country, Taishao rode on his horse and said to Lin Xin's group, "His Majesty does not allow outside armies into the city, so you can only enter the palace to see him as my attendants. When the time comes, I'll find a way to find out the state preceptor's whereabouts and you can find an opportunity to rescue her." He was secretly delighted. "Fool, I've already arranged for my trusted men to set up an ambush. With 10,000 arrows raining down from the city tower, I can shake you off in the blink of an eye on my horse. As for that idiot Ku Shen, I have 100 ways to explain it. You think you can control me?" Taishao spurred his horse, feeling smug. "Excellent, we're almost at the city gate. Time to whip the horse and fly." Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed the horse's reins. Without letting him say another word, Lin Xin led the horse and spoke directly. "Since we're your guards, of course we have to act the part. That's more realistic," he cursed inwardly. "Realistic, my ass, you've ruined my perfect plan." He looked at Taishao and asked, "Prince, why do you look so pale?" He quickly waved his hand and replied with a dry laugh, "Do I? No, I don't think so. The soldiers on the city tower saw the signal and said to each other, 'The Lord has signaled not to attack.'" Lin Xin successfully entered the city. He spoke up, "Prince, if you had set up an ambush here, I might not have been able to get out alive, and if you suddenly rode your horse and ran away, I wouldn't have been able to stop you in time, right?" He hurriedly replied, "How could I? There's absolutely no ambush, absolutely none." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people holding weapons suddenly rushed out from the city shouting in unison, "Kill!" Taishao hurriedly shouted, "Didn't I tell you not to attack? Are you fucking deaf? Are you trying to piss your father off?" His face darkened and he glanced sideways at Lin Xin, realizing he had been played while shouting, "Wait, they're coming for me." He pulled the horse and ran, instructing the two, "Sichin, you two stop the assassins, you can't die here." Taishao could only shout for help. The horse was dragged at high speed so fast that it was out of sight, leaving only dust in its wake. His voice cried out, "Stop, stop, my butt is going to split open." Lin Xin suddenly braked. The horse was reined in and Taishao was thrown forward by the inertia. A group of people led by a woman stood before them. She pointed her blade at them and shouted, "Hand over Taishao and we'll spare your lives." He recognized the girl with some concern. It was Sixing. Hearing Lin Xin's voice, her eyes filled with tears, her face flushed, and her voice stammered, "Who, husband, over here." The horse dropped a pile of dung in front of Taishao. He shouted, "May the former emperor protect me. I was almost defiled by this filth, tarnishing the noble identity of the royal family." As soon as he finished speaking, Sixing walked up and stepped on his head, pressing his face firmly into the pile of horse manure. She shouted towards Lin Xin, "Husband." Sixing jumped up, wrapped her legs around his neck and said happily, "That's great, you're not dead, you're still alive." Lin Xin gasped for breath. "Get down, I can't breathe." She tilted her head back, humming in satisfaction, "Yes, just like that. Breathe a little more." At this moment, the official troops ambushing in the city appeared. "The assassin is over there." Sixing looked over, annoyed. What a killjoy. She held the knife to Taishao's neck and demanded, "Stop one more step and I'll kill your prince." "The prince, Prince Taishao, has been captured by them." Because the image of his face buried in manure was too unsightly, he loudly denied. "No, I am not the prince." Taishao lost all face, 2 streams of tears flowing down as he shouted, "You've got the wrong person, I'm dirty." The soldiers shouted arrogantly, "Where did this fool come from trying to impersonate our prince? Seize them and kill them." Sixing grabbed his clothes, dragged him along and ordered this useless fellow retreat. Taishao thought to himself, "I fear not death by 1,000 cuts, I must preserve my innocence in this world." She immediately kicked him in the butt, shoving him into a bag and shouted, "Cut the crap and get in." The suicide squad provided cover. Lin Xin looked at her and asked curiously, "What are you doing here?" Sixing replied, "To avenge you." She took out a letter and handed it to him. She continued, "After you went missing, I ordered the intelligence agency to intensify their investigation and received information a short while ago." Sixing continued, "The intelligence confirms that Taishao, Beijing and the Tiandao Alliance are colluding. And before, when you went to the baiting country to set a trap, they wanted to use the Holy Mother to get rid of you." Lin Xin then asked, "So you personally led a death squad to sneak into Beishang country just to eliminate Taishao and avenge me?" Sixing replied, "Not just him but also that dog Beijing. They are all culprits who harmed you." After hearing this, he smiled and thought, "Although this princess is unreliable, her feelings for me are genuine. She's willing to risk her precious self and venture deep into enemy territory." She ran over, put her arm on his shoulder and continued, "Good thing you're still alive, I don't have to be a widow. Why don't we consummate our marriage tonight?" Sixing didn't see Lin Xin speak, so she waited with some expectation. He then softly requested, "Sixing, actually, I have important business in Beishang country. I need you to cooperate with me." Her passion ignited and she said enthusiastically, "Okay, I can cooperate in any position." Lin Xin was in a difficult position. "Calm down." Suddenly, someone opened the door and announced, "Princess, there is a man and a woman outside who claim to be friends of the prince consort and wish to enter." Sixing shouted loudly, "No one is allowed in. Close the door, prepare the bed, draw the curtains. This princess wants to have a deep exchange with the prince consort." He helplessly interjected, "I promise you, after this matter is settled, I will definitely satisfy you, all right." She directly made a request 3 times. I want it 3 times. Having no other choice, Lin Xin had to agree. All right, 3 times it is, he thought to himself. Truly a newborn calf that does not fear the tiger. With my skills now, how much can you handle? Let's see how long you can last. Sixing seemed quite satisfied and then asked, then it's a deal. Tell me, how do you need me to cooperate? Lin Xin replied. First tell me, does Taishao have any connection with the Shoudan Longmen sect? She happily answered. Of course, he has a good relationship with the current young master of the Shoudan Longmen sect, Long Xuanjia. They have corresponded many times. He showed a dangerous expression and continued, is that so? I've finally found the key person. This time I'm going to play big in Beishang country. Sixing cupped her breasts and thought shyly. Play big? As for Taishao, he was closing his eyes tightly, telling himself, a king's demeanor, not arrogant, not impetuous. Still as a lion, swift as a hare. Thinking of this, he opened his eyes, a calculating glint flashing within. So Taishao turned and ran. After all, I am a true Yuan realm master. The spiritual energy of my whole body gathers at my feet, and with an instantaneous burst my speed is astonishingly fast, one might say the ultimate speed. Through tireless effort I broke free from my physical restraints. He dashed past the guard so quickly that the guard had no time to react. As he ran, Taishao secretly rejoiced. I'm out. He weaved through the alley, his heart filled with immense joy. Taishao leapt into the air, his expression like an angel finding freedom. I'm finally free. At this moment he was completely naked. Back with the guard, he held a cactus in his hand and wondered. The big rat just ran past. Where did these clothes come from? Taishao landed, muttering, perfectly calculated, just enough to jump over the courtyard wall. He now appeared in a women's bathhouse where many women were bathing. Seeing Taishao, the women screamed in unison, cursing him as a pervert. A moment later his face was swollen, his image completely ruined. Lin Xin looked over and asked, who is this? The guard reported. Reporting to the prince consort, this is Taishao. He escaped just now and broke into the women's bathhouse. If we had arrived a moment later he would have been beaten to death. Although he was in pain, he still had the strength to curse. You, surnamed Lin, if you don't let me go, His Majesty will declare a citywide lockdown and search. At that time, forget about saving the state preceptor. None of you will get out alive either. He coldly replied, let you go? I was planning to let you go anyway, as long as you help me deliver a letter to Long Xuanjia. Taishao was puzzled. What is your purpose? Why do you want to drag the Shoudan Longmen sect into this? Lin Xin stepped forward and replied, I'm settling old scores and new grudges at the same time. Will you help or not? He remained stubborn. You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. I won't be led by the nose by you forever. I won't help. He still maintained his smile and proposed a condition. I can help you ascend to the throne of Beishang country. Without even thinking, he replied. I, Taishao, am a man of integrity. How could I be swayed by such a small favor? But after reprocessing the information about becoming the emperor of Beishang country, he asked in utter amazement, what did you say? Taishao tilted his head, puzzled. You're really talking nonsense, trying to trick me, aren't you? Even if you can overthrow Beijing, you would surely support Ku Shen to succeed the throne, Lin Xin interjected. The princess of Tianyan country is here. If I deceive you, how can I establish myself in the martial world in the future? Ah Shen is still too green to take on such a great responsibility. Only you are the most suitable. He pointed at him and asked back, do you dare to write it down? On a pair of black triangular briefs, the still wet ink read, I guarantee. After eliminating Beijing, I will ensure Taishao becomes the emperor of Beishang country. Signed, Lin Xin. Taishao held the underwear high and laughed. I've waited so many years, my time has finally come. And he pulled up his pants and asked, how about it? Can we talk about cooperation now? He turned to look at him and asked, tell me, how can I help? I'm not interested in the throne, I just can't stand Beijing's tyranny. Lin Xin handed the letter to Taishao and said, it's simple. You find a way to deliver this letter to Long Xuanjia. When he sees the letter, he will naturally come. He replied, Xuanjia hasn't left his sect for years. You want him to come here? That's absolutely impossible. He still said confidently, don't worry, he can't refuse the bait I've set. The scene switched to another room. Lin Xin walked in and asked, Big brother applying medicine? Zhan Yi was applying medicine to his butt and replied, the doctor just looked at it. He said the tear is quite severe and I can't do any more strenuous exercise. He stood there and asked, can you do me a favor and impersonate someone? Without thinking, he replied, what's with the courtesy between us? Just say it. Who am I impersonating? Lin Xin's voice sounded. The second master of the Shoudan Longmen sect who has been missing for many years. Each word made him freeze. Long Zhan Yi, he asked himself. Why does he want me to impersonate Long Zhan Yi? Do I look like him? I see, Lin Xin explained. Because you're an outsider, unfamiliar with the people and places here, it's convenient to impersonate someone. Besides, Long Zhan Yi has been missing for 10 years. His appearance must have changed. If you act a little, no one will see through the disguise, Zhan Yi hurriedly shouted. No, aren't we looking for the spirit core? How did we get involved with the people from the Shoudan Longmen sect? He thought to himself. Making me impersonate myself, what kind of nonsense is this? He quickly replied. This is all for the sake of finding the Demon Emperor's coffin, Lin Xin continued. I just got news that the Demon Emperor's coffin was found by the Tiandao Alliance. Only by luring them out can we find out who got the coffin. Don't worry. He definitely won't come to Wolf Sacrifice City himself. He'll surely find an excuse. Zhan Yi was puzzled. But how can you only invite the Shoudan Longmen sect? Just then, someone ran in to report. Report, the Shoudan Longmen sect has replied. Long Xuanzhao will personally come to Wolf Sacrifice City tomorrow to hold the annual Tiandao Alliance Summit Conference, the guard standing at the door added. At that time, the sect masters of the 9 major orthodox sects will all be present. He smiled triumphantly. The plan worked. Zan Yi was still a little worried. I really can't do it. Can you impersonate Long Zan Yi? Lin Xin placed his hand on his shoulder, his tone full of trust. I have important matters to attend to. Did you know Lin Xin, the sect master of the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 major orthodox sects who has been missing for many days, was actually killed by me? He pretended to continue. In order to get close to them to gather intelligence, I must impersonate Lin Xin and deal with them. He frowned. This is the truly dangerous task, but for your spirit core I'll risk it all. After hearing this, Zan Yi was a little worried, thinking, although something feels strange. But the atmosphere seems to have been built up to this point. The two held each other's hands tightly. Lin Xin encouraged, keep it up, we will definitely succeed. He then asked, so what should I do? He answered softly, it's simple. You just move around freely in the city using Long Zan Yi's identity. The scene switched to the sky above where the flying palace of the Showdown Longmen sect was in flight. Inside, a subordinate knelt and reported, reporting to the sect master, spies have reported spotting Long Zan Yi in Wolf Sacrifice City. Please advise. A reply came from above. No rush, keep a close watch. Wait until I arrive to deal with it. The burly man, holding 2 women in his arms, continued with a cold smile. His sudden appearance is to lure me over. I'd like to see what tricks he has up his sleeve. On the other side, a punch was thrown, accompanied by an angry shout. How chaotic! Dejing stood there, complaining. Without my permission, on what grounds is the Tiandao Alliance holding the 9 sects conference in Wolf Sacrifice City? Are they planning a rebellion? Taishao knelt below, trembling as he explained. The Tiandao Alliance has always been domineering. They probably don't have any ill intentions. I'm afraid they chose this place to show their support for our country and Tianyin country. After hearing this, he immediately asked, you said Lin Xin has been killed by Hong Dao. Where is Hong Dao? Where is Lin Xin's body? Taishao still answered with worry in his heart. That guy was too arrogant. After killing Lin Xin, he just left without a care. I have already arranged for the army to transport Lin Xin's body to the capital to present to you, your majesty. It should arrive soon. After Dejing heard this, he stared and replied, I have a relationship with the Showdown Longmen sect. If they could help kill Lin Xin, they could replace the Qingyun sect as our country's state religion. Could it be that Long Xuanzhao knows that Lin Xin is dead and has come to confront me about my promise? Outrageous, Taishao blurted out. We killed him, they did nothing, and they still have the nerve to ask for benefits? If that's the case, I'll be the first to disagree. Hearing his younger brother say this, he immediately responded, they are just a few sect masters. What big waves can they make? Immediately deploy the Imperial Guard, the border defense troops, and the field army into the city to lay an ambush just in case. The scene switched to that night where a small house was still lit. Lin Xin summoned Gandian at this moment. She appeared in a stimulating pose and asked, my emperor, you haven't summoned me for a long time. I think of you every day so much that I can't stop flowing. Lin Xin hurriedly stopped her. Let's talk business first. Taishao said the palace is protected by a barrier. To break through, we can only go through the underground passages. Can you dig a tunnel? Gandian immediately replied. I'm not a mouse. Why do you always ask me to dig holes? She had a flash of inspiration and then proposed a request. How about we make a deal? Gandian continued. You tunnel my hole first and then I'll help you dig your hole. He pursed his lips and thought, I thought you wanted to use your heart, but it turns out you want to use brute force. Lin Xin untied his belt and took off his pants. Let's get this straight. He stood there, the thing between his legs like a dragon or a tiger, and confidently announced, in my current state you won't be able to handle me. She looked back at him, replying with coquettish charm, truly extraordinary, but I'm willing to give it a try. Lin Xin frowned slightly and snorted, brimming with confidence. Go ahead and laugh now, I'll make you cry for your mommy and daddy later. He charged forward with his spear, shouting, take this, Dragon Flash. Abyss. The moment his words fell, the great dragon immediately invaded Gantian's crystal palace. The stimulation of this move made her scream. After the invasion, Lin Xin unleashed Dragon in the field. Gantian's legs went weak and she could barely stand. Then the great dragon coiled upwards, soaring dragon in the heavens. This ultimate move left her in awe, pleasure surging to the depths of her soul. The room was filled with stimulating screams. Outside the door, Sichin was eavesdropping, trembling uncontrollably. Yes, just like that, my emperor, don't pity me. Just as she was lost in her fantasy, a familiar blade came flying. Sichin quickly extended her hands to catch it, stopping it in its tracks. Looking at the blade before her, her eyes widened in shock. This blade, impossible, isn't he already dead? Hong Dao's cold voice came through. Unexpected, isn't it? He leapt down from above, saying, I'm back. Sichin immediately charged at him, attacking. Don't you dare ruin my emperor's good time. Since you've come looking for death, this young lady will grant your wish. Hong Dao walked forward, coldly replying impatiently, Little girl, don't get in the way. He used several arms to grab her hands and feet, covering her mouth and nose, and lifted her high in a position she couldn't resist. Sichin thought to herself, my legs went numb just now, how embarrassing. In the room, although Gantian was enjoying herself, she sensed something was wrong and turned to remind him, my emperor, there's an assassin. Let's go out and take a look. Lin Xin gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, and replied, not yet. His little brother was erect and he blurted out, I'm too hard, I can't even put my pants on. Outside the door, Hong Dao restrained Sichin and shouted, Lin, get your ass out here. I'll crush her, she hastily warned. My emperor, don't fall for his trick. A huge bamboo rod appeared, piercing through the door and heading straight for Hong Dao. He jumped aside to dodge it, wondering, "What is that?" In the quiet of the night, Lin Shin's voice rang out. "I was wondering who it was, turns out it's a defeated foe." He stood there holding a giant bamboo rod, a scornful smile on his face. "Dying once wasn't enough, you want me to kill you again?" Hong Dao blurted out in surprise. "What kind of look is this? It's burning my eyes." Hong Dao crossed his arms over his chest, his face grim as he declared, "Since I took the job, I must take your head. I won't make the same mistake as last time." Lin Shin raised his hand, and this time the golden spiritual energy circle was even larger. Last time the overlapping triangular blocks on his chest had blocked Lin Shin's move, he replied confidently. "The same trick won't work." Lin Shin was also a bit surprised to see this. "A telekinetic shield? Why didn't you use it last time?" Sichun's eyes widened, and she shouted a reminder, "There's something on his back." A beast's face appeared on his body, with a spirit core in the middle of its forehead. Her voice continued, "It looks like the head of a void beast. The void beast's ability is a telekinetic shield." Hearing this, he immediately asked, "What exactly are you? Do you sustain your life by devouring your own kind?" Hong Dao threw his head back and laughed, answering, "That's right. I can devour metabeasts of different attributes to gain their abilities, and I can also devour humans to obtain their cultivation. These tentacles are the relics left in this world by those fools who tried to dominate me, and they are also my spare lives," Lin Shin thought to himself. Absorbing metabeasts to gain abilities, absorbing human cultivation to increase tentacles. This is too demonic. To think such a heaven-defying metabeast exists in the world, the family letter said angrily. Such a monster must not be allowed to exist in this world. I'm afraid it's another demonic beast concocted by someone. He raised the giant bamboo in his hand and said decisively, "Then I must eliminate this threat today," he replied with extreme confidence. "To counter your telekinesis moves, I specifically captured a dark attribute metabeast. Now let's see what tricks you have left." Hong Dao immediately shot tentacle blades at him. The blades scraped against the giant bamboo, creating dazzling sparks. He looked very puzzled, wondering why he heard the sound of metal clashing. Hong Dao looked at the chip in his weapon, cold sweat dripping down, and worried. "My Nine Heavens Mystic Iron Star Steel Katana." Before he could recover, Lin Shin's giant bamboo had already pierced his chest. Hong Dao screamed in pain, "Just a simple thrust and it cost me a life." Gan Tian watched from the side and marveled, "I endured so many critical hits just now. I'm truly amazing." He knelt on the ground, blood flowing freely, and asked weakly, "Such a size, such waist strength, such length. What kind of monster are you?" Lin Shin stood there triumphantly, with two assistants hugging his thighs, their faces full of excitement. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect the upgraded state to unleash even stronger destructive power. This time I can definitely pacify the world with one rod." Unexpectedly, his giant bamboo fell down with a snap. Lin Shin cried out anxiously. It went soft. Seeing this, Hong Dao rushed forward, pouncing on him and shouting gleefully, "Good opportunity." Lin Shin hurriedly shouted to the two girls beside him, "Quick, quick, help me." Gan Tian and Sichun quickly used their hands to rub his bamboo rod vigorously while saying angrily, "It's no use, we can't touch it through the pants." He quickly raised his hand and shouted a summons, "I need Yuchu." Yuchu appeared, a look of intoxication and excitement on her face, and whispered, "My emperor, for what matter have you summoned Yuchu?" The moment he saw her, lust flared in Lin Shin's eyes, his presence becoming imposing. At this moment Hong Dao had already reached him. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he said, "At this distance you will surely die." Just then, the stimulated bamboo rod quickly became firm again. Lin Shin thrust upwards fiercely, using the ultimate move, Pillar, supporting the heavens, and sent him flying. Hong Dao was knocked into the sky, cursing incessantly. "Bastard, insulting me this way again. I didn't even have time to make a move." A figure appeared before him, greatly shocking him. This person was none other than Ruling. She flashed past, slashing him with her sword. Hong Dao lost another arm and thought to himself, "Ruling, stay calm, there's still a chance to turn this around." At this time he had 5 lives remaining. A second later another person appeared and struck. It was Nanai, 4 lives remaining. Then came Kaer. She snapped her fingers and Hong Dao was burned black with only 3 lives left. Back to Yucho's side she lashed out with a long whip. He had 2 lives remaining. Next, Gan Tian delivered a fatal blow with her huge tail, leaving him with only 1 life. Hong Dao struggled to reach out, his hand trembling as he clawed at the ground. He staggered to his feet, his mouth still defiant. "No new tricks. Let's see if you have more metabeasts or if I have more lives." Finally, Bumon walked up, poured a bottle of poison into Hong Dao's mouth and said, "Come DeLong, time to take your medicine." At this point he had run out of lives. He rolled on the ground, coughing in pain. Lin Shin walked up, looked down and remarked, "You finally revealed your true form." It turned out he was an 18-star illusion beast, a spirit-devouring tapir. The family letter exclaimed, "It's a rare illusion-type tapir beast. No wonder it can absorb metabeasts and humans." He immediately jumped up to attack, asserting, "I will never submit to you, even in death." Suddenly, Hong Dao's whole body stiffened, his hand smoking, and he wondered, "Why can't my body move? Is he using telekinesis on me again? No, he's not controlling me with telekinesis." His legs trembled as he realized his own body had stopped on its own, even wanting to kneel. Hong Dao looked at the dazzling protagonist halo and thought, "Who in the world is he?" Lin Shin then proposed, "Let's make a deal," he continued with a smile. "You have 2 choices. First, acknowledge me as your master from now on and I will help you become the strongest metabeast." He calculated in his mind. Using Scorching Sun's radiance when he's on his last breath really does make it easy to suppress him. He trembled as he continued, "If I don't agree, the second choice is death, right?" Lin Shin acted very magnanimous and announced, "If you don't agree, you can leave. No one will stop you." That is your second choice. Hong Dao still asked with a hostile look, aren't you afraid I'll come back to kill you after I become stronger? He smiled confidently and replied, if you feel you're ready, you can make a move at any time. I will give you that chance. He closed his eyes, his voice filled with resentment. Humans always think they can make me submit with such despicable means. What do you want me to do? You're not going to let me off so easily, are you? Lin Xin snapped his fingers and replied, smart. I need you to go into the palace to see Taidajing and find a way to locate the state preceptor. Hong Dao was a bit confused. His order to me was to take your head. Now that I've failed, how could he possibly see me? He took out a head identical to his own and replied coldly, simple, I'll give you a head. We're just that magnanimous. Seeing this, Hong Dao couldn't help but be terrified, asking with a trembling body, a head? Your head, are you kidding me? The head had a twisted expression, dripping with blood, accompanied by Lin Xin's voice. Taidajing has never seen me. If you say this is my head, then it's my head. With Taishao and Taiku Shen as witnesses, you can turn white into black. Seeing his expression, he asked with some surprise, no way, no way. You didn't really think I'd cut off my own head for you, did you? Have you lost your mind? Lin Xin put the fake head back into his storage space and continued to ask, can you transform into a human form? Hong Dao replied, I need to devour human lives to transform into a human, but I can't just act recklessly. He showed a perverted expression and replied, that's simple. Someone can help you with that. Sixing asked while munching on a cucumber, find a few top-tier experts who have committed heinous crimes. He opened his eyes wide and replied, are there any in the city that are hard to deal with? I'll have Hong Dao take care of them and replenish himself at the same time. She lay on the table and replied, there are a few wanted criminals hiding in the city. It shouldn't be hard to find them. Sixing added, by the way, 2 pieces of intelligence were just delivered. One is from Taishao and the other is from Qinglianzi. Lin Xin looked at the intelligence in his hand. Taishao said that the Shoudown Longmen sect and Taidajing had made an agreement. If they got rid of me, the Shoudown Longmen sect could replace the Qingyun sect's position in Beishang country. In that case, Dadiao and the others' mysterious disappearance was most likely the work of the Shoudown Longmen sect. I'll have my stand-in investigate this thoroughly, he continued. Qinglianzi said that the Shoudown Longmen sect has requested all the sect masters of the Tiandao Alliance to have a meeting tomorrow. As the state religion of Beishang country, I, the sect master of Qingyun sect, cannot take leave. Sixing was a bit puzzled after hearing this. Long Xuanzhao wants to lure you out? Taidajing wants to see a dead person and Long Xuanzhao wants to see a living one. What should we do? He replied perversely, then let's create a time difference. I suddenly have a brilliant plan. Let's call it the double act and let them fight each other. The scene switched to the next day. In the imperial palace of Beishang country, a guard announced loudly, summoning the martial arts hero Hong Dao for an audience. Daijing sat on his throne and laughed loudly, praising, as expected of the #1 warrior of our Beishang country, you have indeed succeeded. He looked at Hong Dao below and continued, I thought Hero Hong had failed. He stood there and replied, Lin Xin's head is here, presented for your majesty's inspection. At the same time, the guard immediately presented the head. Daijing paused, somewhat doubtful. Wait, I have never seen this person. How can I determine if the head in the box is his? Someone summoned Taiku Shen and Taishao for an audience. Upon hearing this, Hong Dao's voice grew heavy. Oh, he said, asking, your majesty doesn't believe me? He replied calmly, Hero Hong, don't mind it. I just want to see their expressions. They have seen Lin Xin. When they see this head later, I won't believe what they say. I only believe their expressions in that split second. He replied with a cold smile, your majesty is wise, but his heart was filled with anxiety. This old fox is indeed hard to fool, but he's right. Words can be false, but expressions can't lie. What should I do? A moment later, the 2 who were summoned appeared behind Hong Dao. One called him Imperial Brother, the other called him Father Emperor. The Daijing above gestured with his hand. I just received a gift, but I can't tell if it's real or fake. Please authenticate it for me. Taishao hastily replied, Imperial Brother is joking. How can our tastes compare to Imperial Brother's? He frowned and continued, just see if you recognize him. Taishao scratched his head, looking puzzled, while Ku Shen next to him also looked over curiously. Daijing observed from above, the slightest hint of falsehood in their expressions will not escape my eyes. This is your only chance to show your loyalty. As for Hong Dao, he had his own thoughts. To reach the palace before the Shoudown Longmen sect, I couldn't inform them, but even if I did, an acted expression wouldn't fool Taidajing. This is dangerous. The guard slowly opened the wooden box, revealing familiar hair. Unexpectedly, the one playing the guard was him. Lin Xin spoke, you two please take a look. Hu Shen fell backwards, stammering, be big demon beside him. Taishao also stammered in panic. Lin Xin, the 2 of them fell to the ground, their expressions filled with terror. Taishao asked, trembling, why you? How did you appear here? Ku Shen also blurted out, how audacious. Hong Dao stepped forward at this moment and interrupted, your majesty, I believe you have already made your decision. This is Lin Xin's head, guaranteed to be genuine. The uncle and nephew looked up with confusion and asked in unison, what? Seeing this scene, Daijing clapped his hands and laughed with great interest. Good, excellent. Thank you for your hard work, hero Hong Dao. Someone take this head to the 100 Beast Garden to feed the dogs. Hearing this, he immediately raised his hand to stop him. Wait, wouldn't that be too much of a waste? Hong Dao stood there and continued, I heard that Lin Xin has many female admirers. If they could see this head, it would surely demoralize the assassins and further display your majesty's might. Daijing thought this was a good idea and continued to laugh as he ordered, reasonable, very reasonable. "Someone bring the thieving state preceptor up here." The guards immediately brought the state preceptor over, her hands and feet shackled, her body trembling. In the main hall, Dejing said loudly, "State preceptor, look and see who is in the box." She quickly looked forward. In the state preceptor's eyes it was not a wooden box but the figure of Lin Xin disguised as one of Hong Dao's subordinates. Seeing him standing there, she couldn't help but be moved to tears. A thought flashed through his mind and he immediately gave an order. "The target has appeared. Gan Tian, make your move." Upon receiving the order, she appeared in her giant serpent form, roaring and releasing her oppressive aura. Lin Xin closed his eyes, a flash of anger on his face, but then he continued to act, throwing the wooden box and pretending to shout in fear. "There's a snake, so scary." Gan Tian immediately swallowed the wooden box, her body coiling around the state preceptor, and using her body to knock away a group of guards. The palace guards appeared, shouting, "Its target is Lin Xin's head, stop it." Dejing roared like a furious tiger, his eyes crimson and filled with murderous intent. He rushed forward and directly attacked Gan Tian's body, causing blood to spurt out. The state preceptor's body also fell heavily to the ground. The guards rushed forward, shouting, "Catch her." Lin Xin frowned and transmitted a command. "Gan Tian, plan B. You take the box and slip away first, don't worry about what's happening here." She immediately bit the box and quickly burrowed into the ground. "As you command, my emperor." Dejing grabbed Gan Tian's tail and shouted, "You think you can run after breaking into my forbidden palace? Reveal your true form." Seeing this, his eyes widened with some worry and he sighed to himself, "What terrifying power." Just then, Gan Tian's skin suddenly shriveled, which greatly surprised him. She quickly burrowed into the ground, leaving Dejing standing there, roaring in anger. "Damn beast, I didn't expect it to dare shed its skin to escape." Hong Dao quickly chimed in. "Catch it, it wants to snatch that head. We absolutely cannot let it succeed." He immediately jumped into the large hole with Lin Xin, who was disguised as a subordinate, while reassuring him, "Your Majesty, rest assured I will find a way to get the head back. No matter who the opponent is, I will do my best to help your Majesty." Dejing turned and scolded, "Taishao, what's wrong with the defensive structure of this palace? How could someone sneak right under our feet without being discovered?" Hearing this, he quickly knelt down and admitted his mistake. "Your servant deserves death, please punish me, Imperial brother. Logically, this structure shouldn't be breakable by anyone except the Tiandao Alliance. I don't know why we were breached." Dejing's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "So that's how it is." A very clear explanation. He was so angry his eyes turned red, and he roared, "Until now, only Long Xuanjia needs Lin Xin's head, and only he can break into the Forbidden Palace." Dejing was furious. Thundering with rage, he loudly commanded, "Not only do they dare to hold a meeting at my doorstep, but they also dare to come to my home to snatch a head. This is a clear slap in my face, trying to force me to abdicate. Pass my decree, assemble the Imperial Guards and deal with them." On the other side, Lin Xin and Hong Dao high-fived, their plan a complete success. The scene switched to a forest outside the Imperial Palace. Lin Xin and Hong Dao jumped out of the hole. Zan Yi jumped out and asked, "How did it go? Was it successful?" He immediately replied, "Almost." He immediately asked worriedly, "So we still can't leave?" Zan Yi was sweating profusely and continued, "I've been wandering around the city using Long Zan Yi's identity for the past 2 days and have already been targeted. If I keep up this disguise, something bad will happen." Lin Xin took the head box out of his storage space and replied, "Don't be afraid, this is for you. Tomorrow you will take this box to see Long Xuanjia." He said to him, "This is Lin Xin's head." This sentence scared him out of his wits. Zan Yi hurriedly pushed the box back, loudly complaining, "You didn't say before that you wanted me to see Long Xuanjia." "I can't do it. Find someone else." Lin Xin turned around and replied calmly, "You're the most credible person to go, don't make excuses." He continued worriedly, "But I'm not Long Zan Yi. If I see Long Xuanjia, I'll be exposed on the spot." He pretended to strategize. "Just say you've been in exile for many years and changed your appearance to avoid attention. He won't suspect anything." After hearing this, Zan Yi cursed inwardly. "Suspect my ass, this kid either wants to play me to death or just wants me dead," Lin Xin added seriously. "Remember, you must make Long Xuanjia believe that this is Lin Xin's head. Only then will he go to Taidajing to claim credit, creating a conflict between them. That will give us a chance to rescue the state preceptor." He trembled, feeling wronged, and asked with a tearful face, "But why is this state preceptor so important?" He turned to the side and replied, "She is my person and the only one who knows where Gubo Ferry is. Don't you want the size you've always dreamed of?" Zan Yi thought of that poem. 1,000 mountains, no bird's flight. 10,000 paths, no human trace. A lone pillar proud against the sky, fighting alone the world's every space. He closed his eyes, letting the tears fall. He regained his spirit, clenched his fist and shouted, "I will definitely complete the mission." Then he flashed away, his laughter echoing through the forest, leaving Lin Xin standing there muttering to himself, "People with dreams are the easiest to manipulate." He then turned and asked, "You follow him and keep an eye on him. Report to me immediately if anything happens." Hong Dao accepted the order and asked with confusion, "What about you?" He replied calmly, "I'll wait here for Taidajing to leave the palace." The scene switched to the venue of the Showdown Conference. Many factions had gathered around the high tower. A subordinate of the Showdown Longmen sect reported, "Yesterday evening we were still watching that person, but he disappeared in a tavern. The 4th team is arranging manpower to search, and we will definitely find him today." Xuanjia, sitting above, replied, "No need." The subordinate was puzzled. "Do you mean we don't need to look for him anymore?" He pointed at the subordinate and said coldly, "I mean I don't need you to look." As soon as his words fell, the subordinate clutched his neck in agony. He tried to beg for mercy but to no avail. He ended his own life, his eyes crimson, a terrifying sight in death. The subordinate fell to the ground with a thud. Xuanzia sat there and asked, "Have all the sect masters arrived?" Another subordinate replied, trembling, "Reporting to the sect master, except for Lin Xin of the Qingyun sect who hasn't shown up. Everyone from the other sects has arrived." He smiled triumphantly. "Very good, if he doesn't show up, I'll use the crime of disrespecting the alliance leader to flatten the Qingyun sect." Just then, a wooden box was suddenly thrown in. Xuanzia was startled and reached out to catch it. His eyes widened as he looked outside, somewhat surprised. Seeing Zan Yi standing there, he sneered sarcastically. "So it is you, you beast, betraying the family for a woman?" Xuanzia roared in anger. "You beast, this time I will kill you with my own hands, a long-lost brother." Zan Yi stood there and replied calmly, "Don't get so excited. I'm here to discuss cooperation. You can take a look at what's in the box first." Xuanzia looked at the wooden box in his hand with suspicion. The woman beside him immediately reminded him, "Sect master, be careful of a trap. This subordinate is willing to open it for you," he praised. "You are very thoughtful." She hurriedly stepped forward and said, "This is what this subordinate should do." Xuanzia said coldly, "But I don't like meddlesome people." As soon as his words fell, the woman's body was dismembered into several pieces, blood staining the space red. Witnessing this, Zan Yi could only close his eyes and sigh. So many years have passed, yet his temper is still so bad. Inside, Xuanzia opened the wooden box. His eyes widened when he found a head inside. Zan Yi continued, "That's right, it's what you need." Lin Xin's head, he thought to himself. This Lin Xin is so pitiful. He offended so many people and they all want his head. He looked outside and said to his brother, "Come in and talk." From a nearby alley, the emperor's men saw Zan Yi walk in and whispered to each other, "Quick, go back and report to his majesty." In another corner, Hung Dao also followed orders and secretly observed his movements. The scene switched to inside the palace. Beijing said angrily, "So it was Long Xuanzia who took it." The soldier knelt on the ground and continued to report. The guard in charge of surveillance saw with his own eyes that it was Long Xuanjia's younger brother Long Zan Yi who delivered the box. There can be no mistake. In his bedchamber, on the dragon bed, while doting on a palace maid, he was still cursing in his heart. "Bastard Long Xuanzia, is he trying to reap the rewards without sowing and forcefully take my credit?" The palace maid sighed. "Your majesty is so amazing," the soldier added. "The imperial guards have already assembled and are just waiting for your majesty's order to charge in and make the arrest on the spot." Beijing gasped for breath and stopped him. "Don't be hasty. I feel like there's something wrong here, like someone is deliberately sowing discord. I'll go myself." Sometime later, a group of people rushed out of the palace. Lin Xin sat on the roof observing, thinking, the troublesome bear is finally willing to come out of its den. He immediately jumped into the forbidden palace. Lin Xin landed without hesitation. The soldiers quickly assembled, shouting, "There's an assassin." He stood there and commented, "As expected of the forbidden palace, the defenses are really tight." They immediately made a demand. "Hands up, what are you laughing at?" Ku Shen walked up and shouted loudly. "How audacious, what are you doing here?" The guards were astonished. "The seventh prince is here. Your Highness, this subordinate has just captured an assassin," he directly cursed. "Assassin my ass, this is a guest invited by this prince." Ku Shen put his arm around Lin Xin's shoulder and led him away, leaving behind a group of bewildered guards. "A guest, and why not use the main gate? Is there some ulterior motive?" Walking down the steps of the city wall, Ku Shen whispered, "I say, father-in-law, how did you just walk in so brazenly?" "Didn't we agree to wait for my signal?" he replied. "Time is precious. I was afraid Taidajing would come back." Hearing this, he asked worriedly, "But the guards all saw me bring someone in. When Father Emperor comes back and finds the person missing, he will definitely still blame me." Lin Xin immediately reassured him. "Don't worry, I've planned everything," he added. "After I rescue the person, you set fire to the palace and say the state preceptor died in the fire, reduced to ashes." After hearing this, Ku Zhen scratched his head and said with a smile, "As expected of my father-in-law, your strategy is truly—" He then realized something was wrong. His face turning dark at the thought of Lin Xin burning down the house, holding the head in his hand, Xuanzia asked directly, "Lin Xin's head, how did you get it?" At this moment, the two brothers were in a secret room in the tower. Zan Yi sat there and replied, "I was a groom in Mingzhou. He asked me to help him rescue a few women. I heard that many people here wanted his head, so I took it." The subordinate beside him whispered in Xuanjia's ear, "The intelligence about Lin Xin being in Mingzhou is top secret and few people know about it. What the second young master said should be true." After hearing this, he looked at the other and asked, "So you've been hiding in Mingzhou all these years?" Zan Yi calmly drank his tea and replied, "I wasn't hiding, just went to clear my head." Xuanzia looked over, his killing intent palpable as he continued to ask, "Oh, since so many people want his head, why did you give it to me? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" He also replied coldly, "Then you let me get this close. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Two powerful auras of spiritual energy appeared on the two brothers, red and blue like fire and water, terrifying the subordinate standing there. Then they suddenly burst into laughter. Xuanzia spoke up in praise, "Quite the mouth on you. It seems you've improved a lot over the years." Zan Yi replied nonchalantly. So, he then asked impatiently, "Enough with the nonsense, you've captured those women, haven't you? Give me Lin Xin's head and you can take the women." Hearing this, he asked curiously, "What do you want those women for?" Zan Yi replied, "Before Lin Xin died, he told me he had hidden a large sum of money, and only those women know where." Xuanzia nodded after hearing this. "So that's how it is," he sneered and continued. I don't care what your purpose is, but since the head is in my hands, what can you do to me if I don't hand over the women? Zan Yi could only sigh after hearing this. You have to show me proof that this head belongs to Lin Xin before I'll believe you. I'll only give you the head, but the key evidence is still in my hands. How about it? Want to make a trade? These words startled Xuanjia, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. His face grim, he asked coldly, "How did you know I was killing Lin Xin for someone else?" Zan Yi replied with a cunning smile, "I guessed you have no connection with him." This displeased Xuanjia, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. "Long Zan Yi, don't lie to me, you can't fool my eyes." He pointed at a subordinate and commanded directly, "Seize him for me." Immediately a secret unit ambushed in the darkness leapt out. Zan Yi cleverly burst out through a window after landing, he lamented inwardly. "Damn it, I still got exposed. I told myself not to talk carelessly." At this moment before him stood the imperial army of the court, a sea of soldiers. Zan Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Xuanjia's men were already chasing from behind. He had arrived just in time. He stood there and asked loudly, "The forbidden army of Beishang country. You dare to approach my residence? Are you trying to provoke a war?" A deep voice rang out. "Well asked. Then I, the sovereign, also have some questions. Showdown Longmen, you secretly summoned the various sects for a meeting right under my nose." Beijing appeared, standing on his carriage, and asked in a cold voice, "Are you trying to annihilate this city of Langji?" Xuanjia sighed. "Your Majesty has misunderstood. I am only here to—" Zan Yi interrupted loudly at this moment. "Brother, stop wasting your breath on him. Give him Lin Xin's head and make him honor his promise. Our Showdown Longmen sect will be the state religion of Beishang country." Hearing this, Beijing's blood rushed to his head and he roared in fury, "You snatched the head from my hands, then use that head to ask for benefits from me. You've truly driven me mad." Xuanjia was startled and became vigilant. His brother's words were like a bolt from the blue. That sudden brother felt like an attempt to get him killed. The king's eyes were bloodshot, filled with murderous intent, and he waved his hand to command, "Forbidden army, hear my order, seize this cult leader." The thousands of soldiers and horses obeyed in unison. Xuanjia and his subordinates immediately jumped back, cursing incessantly. "Fool, you can't even see through such an obvious attempt to sow discord. We're pulling back to avoid conflict." Hong Dao had been hiding and observing in secret, thinking to himself, as expected of the leader of the Tiandao alliance, he saw through the scheme at a glance. If he insists on retreating, the plan will fail. He held a small pouch in his hand, asking himself, "I wonder what other backup plan they have. Before I came, they gave me this silk pouch, saying that if a fight doesn't break out, I should use the plan inside." Suddenly his expression became somewhat horrified, his face pale, his eyes bloodshot, and sweat pouring down. The scene switched to the other side. Lin Xin swept past two guards, causing them to sway before collapsing in front of Ku Sen. He said in shock, "Father-in-law, be more humble. What if the emperor and the others don't fight and he comes back?" Lin Xin replied confidently, "Don't worry, I've arranged everything. Even if the Dragon King himself came today, this fire would have to be lit." Hearing this, Ku Shen's voice trembled as he continued to ask, "Even if Father Emperor is fooled, Long Xuanjia isn't that easy to trick, right?" He pushed open the cell door, turned around, and replied coldly, "That's right, so I prepared a plan in advance. This plan is called Attack What They Are Bound to Save." Back in the area where the king and the Longmen were clashing, Hong Dao, dressed in a guard's uniform and holding a giant axe, quietly appeared above Zan Yi's head. Xuanjia was loudly ordering his men, "After we withdraw from the city is when—" Just then a subordinate ran over to interrupt and report, "Sect Master, the second young master has been captured by the Forbidden Army." Hearing this terrible news, he was utterly shocked. Zan Yi was now tightly bound, his mouth gagged. Hong Dao in his guard uniform stepped forward to report, "Your Majesty, your humble general has captured Long Xuanjia's brother, Long Zan Yi, alive. Please give the order." Beijing laughed with delight. "Long Xuanjia, it doesn't matter if you dare not fight. I will just interrogate him to find out the new techniques your Showdown Longmen sect has been researching. Once I crack them, let's see how your Showdown Longmen sect will establish itself in the future." Hong Dao, hidden behind the mask, thought sinisterly. "So this is Attack What They Are Bound to Save. This move is truly a stroke of genius." Xuanjia's face was grim as he cursed angrily. "That fool got himself captured alive again," a subordinate hastily added. "Sect Master, the tortures of Beishang country are cruel and inhumane. The second young master definitely won't be able to hold out." He immediately changed his tune and ordered loudly, "Attack, kill them all, finish off this group of shorties." The people of the Showdown Longmen sect immediately turned back to fight, charging and slashing continuously. In a dark corner of the capital city, many people were sitting on the mountain watching the tigers fight. One of them spoke, "Fellow Taoists, we are all members of the Tiandao Alliance. Seeing the alliance leader in a bloody battle, shouldn't we go down and help?" Master Qibai immediately chanted, "Amitabha, don't you Taoists have a saying?" The Honglian woman continued, "Better you die than I. The world has long suffered under the Showdown Longmen sect. If something unfortunate were to happen to the Showdown Longmen sect today, it would be a good thing." He sighed, "I wonder which master set up this trap to make a country and a sect slaughter each other. The brilliant layout controlled within the palm of his hand, truly a heaven-sent genius. I wonder where the mastermind is right now." As he was mentioned by others, Lin Xin immediately sneezed. He asked himself, "Who's cursing me?" Ku Shen, following behind, kept asking, "Father-in-law, didn't you say your cultivation was damaged? How are you still so valiant? These are all elite imperial guards." Lin Xin replied, "I just used a few tricks, it's not that valiant." He thought to himself, "The effects of the Black Tortoise spirit core are showing." He walked up to a large cell, holding a huge key, and said quickly, Auntie is locked in here, I'll open the door, Ku Shen shouted excitedly. Auntie, we're here to save you, but unexpectedly an iron-armored hand appeared, grabbing his neck, making it hard for him to breathe. His eyes bulged and his veins popped. The state preceptor inside had turned dark. She had lost her sanity. Her eyes glowing, her whole body transformed into a grotesque snake form. Seeing this, Lin Xin couldn't help but ask in surprise what happened to her. The family letter explained frantically, "This is bad. She has been devoured by her meta-beast and has begun to beastify. She can't distinguish friend from foe and will desperately attack any living thing." Meanwhile, Ku Shen was struggling to break free from the state preceptor's hand, his body trembling and his voice weak. "Auntie, it's me." Just then, a strike landed directly on her wrist, forcing the state preceptor to let go of Ku Shen's neck. He fell to the ground with a plop, clutching his neck and gasping for air. In the state preceptor's crazed eyes, Lin Xin's figure appeared. He walked forward and reminded Ku Shen, "Get out quickly, she's very dangerous right now." He ran towards Lin Xin in fear, replying, "You don't have to tell me, I know." Before he got far, a snake tail appeared and wrapped around Ku Shen's leg. He was restrained and dragged towards the iron bars, causing him to scream in terror. The book spirit reminded him, "She wants to drag him in and eat him as food." Lin Xin took out a rope and twirled it above his head, reassuring him, "Don't panic before he gets dragged in." The rope has already tied around Ku Shen's leg in time, he shouted in fear. "It's over, father-in-law, save me." Lin Xin quickly pulled with force to get him out, but from inside the state preceptor pulled in with even greater force from her snake tail, causing the iron bars to bend and Ku Shen to scream in pain. "No," Lin Xin continued to reassure him, "I'll definitely pull tight this time." He threw another rope at Ku Shen, but unexpectedly it tied around his little elephant trunk. Ku Shen cried out in both pain and surprise. "Wait, what are you doing tying up my good brother?" Lin Xin shouted. "Hold on, watch me work miracles with my great strength." On the other side he howled in pain. "This is more like castrating Peter with your great strength." Ku Shen was crying his eyes out, letting out miserable screams. "Ah, it's going to break," Lin Xin continued seriously. "Hold steady. When it comes to stamina and endurance, I'm confident I can beat her." But because it was too painful, Ku Shen could only cry out, "Just kill me with one strike," as he was pulling hard. A stream of green energy shot out from behind him, and a small blade flew out, directly severing the snake tail. Ku Shen fell, lying there hugging Peter, the pain feeling like his soul was leaving his body, groaning incessantly. "My good brother," Qinglong appeared. She walked in and said, "You clearly have the Black Tortoise's ability but don't know how to use it. You're terrible." Lin Xin asked, Qinglong, "What are you doing here?" The little girl replied, "I came to find something useful and just happened to run into you guys, so I followed. This one who's been devoured by her meta-beast, do you want to save her?" He replied hastily. "Of course, I broke into the Forbidden Palace for her. Do you have a way?" Qinglong answered. "She was implanted with a spirit-devouring GU, her spirit core is shattered and she's suffering a backlash from the meta-beast," the little girl added. "To save her, you can only use a pillar divine spirit, inject it from the lower orifice and force out the spirit-devouring GU just like this." Lin Xin had a perverted expression, sweat pouring down, looking somewhat embarrassed as he stammered in reply, "Although it's a bit that. Your handiwork is really good." Ku Shen lay on the ground, writhing and hugging his treasure tightly, crying. "My good brother?" Qinglong asked impatiently. "That guy, is he not better yet?" Lin Xin clicked his tongue. "Growth probably requires some self-reflection." Suddenly, from inside the cage, terrifying sounds came again. A huge tail extended and retracted, constantly swinging, startling all three of them. Lin Xin shouted in a panic, "Why are there so many?" Qinglong immediately said loudly, "There's no time. We must get the spirit-devouring GU out of her body as soon as possible. You control her first." Soon he raised his hands and formed two Bagua diagrams, pointing them straight at the cage. In just a few minutes the tails were mostly controlled by the seal technique. However, they didn't seem to want to submit and were still trying to break the encirclement. Sweat poured down Lin Xin's face as he gritted his teeth and said, "There are too many snake tails, I can't hold on for much longer." At this moment, Qinglong's entire body emitted a dazzling green light with several fine bolts of lightning around her. Her eyes were incredibly serious. "Wait, I'm ready." As soon as her words fell, the bolts of lightning shot from her hands, tightly coiling around the several tails. Lin Xin turned his head blankly and asked, "Has your cultivation recovered?" Qinglong replied nonchalantly, "I've been cultivating for so long, of course I have a way to recover my cultivation." Then her voice became sterner. "Hurry up and aim properly." He immediately became serious, his eyes shining, looking at the target with extreme determination. But the opponent was no pushover. She continuously pushed out hundreds of tails of various sizes. Seeing this, Lin Xin suddenly said, "Looks like I'm going straight into the nest." Seeing him standing there dumbfounded, Qinglong roared angrily, "What's wrong? Why aren't you moving yet?" Lin Xin was now covered in cold sweat, his heart in turmoil. He couldn't get hard looking at this scene. At this point, Qinglong's face turned pale with fright and she shouted, "Why are you only saying this now? My spiritual power is about to run out." Lin Xin fumbled with his waistband looking for something. "Wait, let me look for it." Suddenly, Qinglong spoke, "This should work, right?" At the same time, the slip dress she was wearing was taken off. The little girl said shyly, stammering, "Consider it repaying my favor to you. If this still doesn't work, then you're on your own." Meanwhile, Lin Xin stared from beginning to end without blinking. Qinglong roared in anger, "Have you looked enough?" He nodded repeatedly. "Enough." Then he activated a super-large seal technique, producing a dazzling golden light. That power pierced through every single bar of the cage, stabbing straight into the center of the snake swarm. Lin Xin gritted his teeth, hot air puffing from his nose. After fumbling for a moment, he confirmed in his heart, "Found it. She doesn't want to open." But how can one refuse entry upon meeting? Convex and concave complement each other, a match made in heaven. He used all his strength to unleash his ultimate move. The state preceptor finally couldn't hold back and let out a moan with her mouth wide open, simultaneously spitting out a cloud of black smoke. The snake tails began to dissipate. Seeing this, Qinglong breathed a sigh of relief and said joyfully, "It's working. You can stop and save her now." However, Lin Xin's face was now as black as the bottom of a pot, and he said in a heavy voice, "I'm afraid we'll have to wait a little longer." The little girl looked back with her innocent eyes and asked, "Why?" He replied in the same tone, "Because you know how to make it hard, but you don't know how to make it soft, little sister. You're too biased." After fainting, the state preceptor also woke up, her dazed eyes slowly opening. Seeing this from the side, Lin Xin called out happily, "She's awake. She's finally awake." Although she was awake, her head was still a bit dizzy. The state preceptor said, panting, "Why am I here? Wasn't I locked in the dungeon?" He replied with a smile, "You've been rescued. This is little Shenzi's princely palace. It's very safe." Hearing this, she screamed in terror, "You guys have to leave quickly. Taidajing put a GU on me. I could lose my mind and beastify at any moment." Lin Xin walked forward, held her small hand caringly, and gently soothed her. "Don't be afraid. The GU has been dispelled. You're very safe now." The state preceptor looked at him in surprise. How did you do it?" he said softly. "This little trouble is nothing to me." But she was still very worried and said, "Taidajing set this trap with the GU because you failed to save me last time, yet you still walked right into it. The process of dispelling the GU must have been very dangerous, right?" Lin Xin shrugged lightly and replied, "It went quite smoothly." As the two were being lovey-dovey, Qinglong popped out of nowhere to disturb them. "This beast fainted right after dispelling the GU. What was that about a quarter of an hour, and what was that about a puddle of water? What a disgusting pervert." Lin Xin's face darkened as he replied, "You don't understand men. Don't talk nonsense, okay?" The state preceptor, however, showed an interested expression after hearing this. "Doing that kind of thing to someone who's unconscious, so you have this kind of hobby," he explained helplessly. "That was all to dispel the GU and save you." Ku-sun also ran in from outside, his face full of tears. "Auntie?" He threw himself at her, hugging her legs and crying, "Your nephew did not fail his mission. After thousands of hardships and tribulations, I finally saved you." Seeing her nephew crying so miserably, the state preceptor comforted him. "Little Shen has worked hard. You must have suffered a lot," Ku-shen said stubbornly. "I climbed mountains of daggers and plunged into seas of fire. I would die 10,000 deaths without regret." Qinglong didn't believe these boasts. The little girl challenged him, "Weren't you dragged until you fainted? What mountain of daggers? What sea of fire?" Lin Xin also chimed in. "If you don't know how to talk, then shut up," the state preceptor asked curiously. "Dragged where? How did you faint? Quick, let me see." Ku-shen was afraid he would be exposed if he said more, so he quickly pushed Qinglong to leave. It's nothing, just a scratch." "Miss Heroine, weren't you looking for the palace's secret treasury? I'll take you there." The state preceptor was still worried and turned to ask, "Where's Taidajing? If he finds out, we won't be able to leave." Lin Xin said directly, "Don't worry, he's still busy outside right now. You continue to rest. Wait for me to come and get you." She asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Suddenly, his eyes became incredibly cold, and his voice turned stern. "He dared to lay a hand on you, which means he touched my reverse scale. Taidajing must die." At the same time, outside the city, thick smoke billowed and the scene was chaotic. The people of the demonic sect, covered in blood, threw a bound person on the ground and reported, Sect master, we successfully rescued the second young master." As soon as the words fell, they all collapsed in front of Xuanjia. This fueled Xuanjia's rage. Xuanjia roared, "My most elite personal guards died here for nothing. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Charge, kill every last one of these Beishang country people." The demonic sect subordinates accepted the order and charged in to kill frantically. Beijing stood on top of his carriage and ordered loudly, "Hold them back, surround them, don't let a single one escape. Pass my decree, mobilize the guards to join the battle immediately." A soldier accepted the order and replied loudly, "As you command." Immediately after, another soldier rushed to report urgently, "Your Majesty, His Highness Taikyu Shen colluded with the Tianyan country and forced his way into the Sky Prison. The guards are resisting the enemy. Please return quickly to quell the rebellion." But he didn't care at all and said casually, "Let them rescue him. They're all going to die anyway." Hearing this, the attendant added, "Your Majesty, the leader is Lin Xin. He's still alive." This news was like a bolt from the blue, causing Beijing's expression to change drastically. This news even made the fighting soldiers stop to discuss it. "What are you talking about? Lin Xin isn't dead, then why are we fighting? Have we been tricked?" The great Beijing roared in anger. "What are you looking at? Keep fighting, you damn bastards, keep it up." Then he immediately turned around. "I will go see for myself, lead the way quickly." The attendant obeyed and quickly followed. He didn't know that the attendant was Lin Xin in disguise. He thought to himself, "I will definitely send you on your way." Beijing ran frantically, cursing nonstop as he ran. "Lin Xin, I'll screw your ancestors for 18 generations. Suddenly his eyes hit a thin thread. Just as he dodged the one in front, he nearly stepped on the one at his feet. Sensing danger, he quickly jumped up, using 49 kinds of marvelous postures to pass through this dense net of ropes. After passing through, Beijing shouted excitedly, "Who's playing tricks? Get out here." Qinglong walked out from a corner and commented, as expected of a nation's ruler, your vigilance is truly high. I was just a little bit away from dicing you into meat slices. Seeing this little girl, he gritted his teeth and asked, a demon, a member of the demon race, where did you pop out from? Qinglong jumped down from the city wall and answered without hesitation. Well, he asked me to come and help. At this moment, the attendant who had been following the old emperor finally spoke. Tai Dejing, do you know who I am? As he spoke, the person lifted the cloak from his head. He turned back in shock and blurted out, Lin Xin. He revealed his true face and replied frankly, that's right. Suddenly, the old emperor clutched his stomach and laughed, mocking, the one who destroyed my White Tiger Hall's years of hard work, ruined my plan to seize the saint's position, forced me to compensate for the city purchase, and even snatched away the Qingyun sect, turns out to be a pretty boy. But Lin Xin was not angry at all and just softly added another reminder. You missed one thing. I also made you and the Showdown Longmen sect fight like dogs. Tell me, aren't you furious? Dejing was so angry he charged over directly. A huge tiger's shadow appeared roaring. His eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted, I'm so mad I could kill your grandmother. Dejing cursed as he fought. Since you managed to fool me with your disguise, why didn't you find a chance to ambush me? How foolish, Lin Xin replied in a provocative tone. I like to play with people, but I don't like to ambush them. Those are two different things, he asked again. If you're going to do something, do it decisively. Down there just now, if I hadn't reacted quickly, my head would have been on the ground. You call that not an ambush? He flew up to dodge the attack, then replied frankly, that was a misunderstanding. My intention was to prevent you from escaping. At this time, Lin Xin jumped up and landed opposite the old emperor. The two faced each other within the intricate web of ropes set up by Qinglong. His previous words kept echoing in his mind, making Dejing feel that something was not right. Then he laughed even louder. Wait, let me sort this out. Do you know how big the power gap is between you and me? Lin Xin shrugged and replied, Zon Saint Fifth Heaven, I'm True Yuan Third Heaven. The gap is huge. Seeing that he knew this yet still looked at him with disdain, he said loudly and contemptuously, Then what kind of monkey show are you putting on? Why should I run? Did your stinking mouth make me want to run? Lin Xin's expression didn't change. Although I can't beat you, I have her. At the same time, a small button was taken out. Dejing laughed even louder, sneering, After all this playing around, it turns out to be a meta beast. I've long heard about your meta beast, but it's only mid-tier. If you want to defy fate, you're too naive. He completely ignored his words, his hand tightly clutching his crotch, telling the old guy, This brother of mine has shrunk by half compared to an hour ago. Do you know who I used it on? Dejing was furious and roared, Like I care, anyone whose brother is bigger than mine is unforgivable. Lin Xin threw out the red button and whispered softly, It's all up to you now. From that button a dazzling red light grew stronger and stronger. From the flames the mecha gradually appeared in her powerful melee form. Reaching a 21-star form, Lin Xin praised from behind as expected of one who has it all. Facing Kaijin is like a splash of cold water. The work is thick or thin, the aura is imposing. The mecha turned around aggrieved and complained, To call upon this consort to continue fighting right after such a battle, my emperor truly doesn't know how to cherish a woman. My thighs are still soft. He walked up to hug her and promised, Fight well, and if you win I'll feed you milk again later. The mecha replied excitedly, I like yogurt flavor. This lovey-dovey scene, thick with the scent of milk, was too much for Dejing to bear, and he shouted, You adulterous pair, go to hell. Accompanying the curse was an extremely ordinary punch. The mecha casually created a shield in front of her. Lin Xin said provocatively, Oh, someone can't take it anymore. Although it was just an unremarkable punch, its power was immense. The force directly hit the shield and then bounced to both sides. This somewhat startled Lin Xin as well. So powerful, just the shockwave alone destroyed a row of houses. Then he and the mecha charged towards Dejing, who shouted, Little punk, don't you have the guts to not hide behind a woman? So the beautiful mecha reminded him, Hey, watch your mouth. He roared in anger, Get lost. Seeing that this old emperor didn't seem angry enough, she added more fuel to the fire. As a result, Dejing was roasted until his hair was singed and white smoke was coming out of his mouth. Seeing that he was left with only a pair of shorts, Lin Xin clicked his tongue. Mecha, you're so rude. How can you use your ultimate move on His Majesty? She replied nonchalantly. Didn't you do the same to me? The conversation between these two was like a sharp knife stabbing into his body, one slash to kill, another to crush the spirit. Dejing's eyes were about to pop out and he gritted his teeth. You adulterous pair, you. However, before he could do anything, he was stared down by the mecha's fierce gaze. The frightened old emperor jumped back a few steps, thinking, If I take another hit at this distance it'll be trouble. Over here, Lin Xin whispered to Qinglong, Little sister Long, I'm counting on you for the barrier. We can't let this person escape. The little girl replied with certainty, Don't worry. At this moment Dejing reached into his pants and fumbled for something, saying resentfully, To dare put on airs in front of me, you're the first. That's right, Lin Xin, you do have some skills worthy of me using my final treasure. Hearing this, he thought to himself, He's finally going to send out his meta beast. A golden orb was thrown out by the old emperor, who commanded at the same time, Appear. A huge super beast appeared, knocking the three of them aside. He asked in annoyance, Qinglong, didn't you say not to worry? How did it just fall apart like that? The little girl replied with a tense expression, The spirit thread prison is still there, it was just stretched out of shape. Lin Xin said through gritted teeth, What? Qinglong pointed at the monster's armor and said, This thing's scales are too hard. This super beast was called the Golden Armored Earth Dragon, a 23-star Earth type. Dejing stood on the monster's back and laughed. Scared pissless, aren't you? This is my nation-suppressing divine artifact, a golden-armored earth dragon. The mecha didn't like to talk much. She lipped up and swung out a scorching sword aura. Fire burns the 9 heavens. However, this attack was no different from a scratch to the monster. It didn't even blink. Lin Xin asked doubtfully, "Is this still a meta beast?" The old emperor shouted loudly. "It's my turn to attack." As soon as his words fell, he ordered the golden-armored earth dragon to stomp down fiercely, causing the ground beneath its feet to crack. From those cracks, the pressure formed a massive earthquake, making the entire ground seem like it was about to explode. In this chaotic moment, Lin Xin suddenly flew up, facing the attack head-on. Qinglong said nervously, "This fool, the power gap is so large and he still wants to die." And the old emperor laughed excitedly. "I really want to see you get chopped into meat paste with my own eyes." Without hesitation, Lin Xin aimed his divine weapon at him and said aloud, "Can I interrupt?" The artillery spell pierced deep into his throat. After landing, Lin Xin closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Good, although it's half the size, it's still enough." Then he opened his eyes and stared contemptuously at the old emperor. Dejing's throat was choked by his divine weapon, and he couldn't utter a single word. Having taken advantage, Lin Xin even determined that the length was just right and the thickness was perfect. This eye-searing scene made Qinglong want to poke her own eyes out. "Alas, I have no eyes to see." Lin Xin retracted his divine weapon and said apologetically, "I really didn't mean to. Thank you for not biting me." Dejing hurriedly grabbed a jar of water that appeared out of nowhere and poured it into his mouth, cursing at the same time. "I'm going to kill you, you bastard. I swear I'll tear you to pieces." Seeing his agitation, Lin Xin reminded him with concern, "Your Majesty, please don't choke. I still need to kill you." Dejing went mad with rage and smashed the water jar. "Shut the hell up, you bastard. I'll deal with you right now." However, Lin Xin found it a bit strange and asked, "Wait, your tone has changed. Did I unleash your second personality?" The old emperor could no longer bear it. Man and beast leapt up together, roaring, "Wait for what? What more do you want?" The golden-armored earth dragon roared and stomped its foot violently. In an instant, countless sharp spikes shot up from the ground, aiming straight for where Lin Xin stood. Lin Xin used his super teleportation boots to glide past as lightly as the wind, easily weaving through the spikes. Seeing him in such a sorry state under his attack, the old emperor sneered contemptuously, "Let me tell you something, you can't dodge this. You're about to die. Hurry up and release your meta beast to stall for a little more time." Lin Xin leapt up and shouted loudly, "I'll deal with you first." He was still full of confidence, laughing loudly. "Can't you see I'm turning your own trick against you, you fool? I was waiting for this move. Let's see how you'll dodge this." As soon as his words fell, the golden-armored earth dragon opened its gaping maw, waiting for its prey to walk into the trap. Lin Xin frowned at the giant beast before him, thinking, "The vitals are all in the throat. If I detonate it from the inside, the scene must be spectacular." He quickly threw a ball of fire into that bottomless throat. This is what you call turning a trick against them and then turning that trick against them again. From within the flames, the mecha charged out with murder in her eyes, diving right into the giant earth dragon's throat, stunning it on the spot. Dejing turned pale with fright and shrieked, "Don't stab the mouth!" Suddenly, the golden-armored earth dragon exploded with a boom and the old emperor was sent flying amidst furious screams. You actually had another move up your sleeve." Standing outside, Qinglong didn't forget to remind him, "Be sure to protect your butt." As soon as she finished speaking, Dejing's rear was about to land on the crisscrossing silk threads below. Just like that, the old emperor was dismembered into several pieces by the spirit threads, his limbs and remains scattered on the ground. Lin Xin walked step by step toward his still-breathing head. "What a pity, in the end you still didn't die by my hand." Dejing enunciated each word furiously, my royal sons will not let you go." He smiled brilliantly and replied with great interest, "You're overthinking it. Ku Shen can't wait for you to die so he can inherit the throne. And Taishao, your brother, is also eager for you to be gone." The old emperor coughed violently in anger. "Impossible. How could my own flesh and blood collude with foreign enemies?" Lin Xin glared and answered sternly, "You've been emperor for 18 years. How many of your own flesh and blood have you killed? Don't you have a number in mind? Only when you're dead can Ku Shen sleep soundly. You brought all of this upon yourself." Although his body was severed, he still struggled, trying to punch Lin Xin. "Shut up, I am the son of heaven, the true dragon. I can kill whomever I please." Just as Dejing was making a scene, a muscular hand grabbed the back of his neck. Hong Dao appeared, lifting the old emperor's head with one hand and said loudly, "Just die quietly. Stop embarrassing yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, the mouth on his chest opened and slowly swallowed the head. At this moment he cried out in panic, wait a moment," but it was all too late. The old emperor's final miserable scream sank deep into the darkness. Blood splattered everywhere like rain. Hong Dao savored absorbing Dejing. Witnessing this, Lin Xin said speechlessly, "What a strong taste." Suddenly he began to writhe strangely, letting out a few moans of "un" from time to time. Then a huge arm grew out of his back. Lin Xin said with great interest, "The Qilin arm has grown out? Absorbing an emperor is indeed superior to the common goods outside." He knelt down in ecstasy. "Master above, please accept Hong Dao's bow," he replied. "Since I promised to compensate you, I will not go back on my word." Lin Xin casually asked, "What's the situation with the Showdown Longmen sect?" Hong Dao immediately answered, "After Dejing left, the Forbidden Army lost their will to fight. The Showdown Longmen sect took their men and left first. A princess and Shang Xichen secretly followed them to track down Qin Fengyun and the others." He nodded. "Then let's wait for their news. Let's make the most of these few days and settle the matters of Beishang country." The scene switched to the main hall of the palace, where Taishao was all smiles, spouting endless flattery. "Benefactor, you are so brave. I, Qin, am so fortunate to have your help. It's truly a blessing from my ancestors, an accumulation of virtue from 8 generations. As he spoke, he kissed Lin Xin's feet. He couldn't stand it and stopped him. All right, you're going to make my shoes stink with your kisses. Tai Xiao began to rub his hands together and said, Benefactor, he pleaded with shining eyes, do you still remember the promise you made to this humble one? After this is done, you'll let this humble one inherit the throne of Beishang country? Lin Xin said coolly. You are a prince, and your men are strong and numerous, are they not? Beijing is dead. Do you still need an outsider like me to approve you becoming emperor? He answered hypocritically. You may not know this, but the sect master of the Qingyun sect is the divine protector of the nation. Matters like changing the throne require the sect master's approval. Isn't that you? Besides, you deserve the most credit for overthrowing Beijing, so of course it needs your approval. After hearing this, he became confused too and answered blankly, so that's how it is. Outside the hall, the state preceptor and Ku Shen were eavesdropping. He asked with a mournful face, Why won't father-in-law let me inherit the throne? She replied firmly. Perhaps he has other plans. We must trust him. Back in the hall, Lin Xin held a map and said, Then I want to carve out a piece of land to compensate little Shen. As the emperor of Beishang country, do you have any objections? Tai Xiao was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Of course, no objections. Ku Shen has made great contributions, so it's only right to give him a piece of land. He said this, but in his heart he was cursing. Damn it, once I've gathered enough strength, I'll kill you both, Lin Xin replied with satisfaction. Your Majesty is truly magnanimous. I've already drawn the map. Take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out the map. Beishang country was divided into 2 halves, one large and one small. Tai Xiao's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he cursed in his heart, Damn it, this is dividing the country and leaving me with just the head. In the imperial palace of the Tianyin country capital, the atmosphere was peaceful when suddenly a guard ran in hastily. Urgent report from the northern border. The emperor was shocked upon hearing this. Lin Xin isn't dead, and he single-handedly killed Beijing. The empress stood to the side, her legs pressed tightly together, thinking to herself, I knew he was still alive. At this moment her whole body was hot, her eyes glazed over. The more she thought of him, the more sensitive the empress became. What a valiant man, but the emperor didn't notice and continued. Not only that, he has permanently divided Beishang country in 2. The empress writhed with excitement, skillfully suppressing the pleasure within her body. The emperor turned around happily and asked, Truly a talent of our nation. Empress, what do you think I should reward Lin Xin with? She replied through her gasps. Whatever I'm done. This greatly confused the emperor. The guard below reported again. There is also a letter sent by the princess, the emperor said happily. Sixing must be very happy, right? She always wanted to cause trouble in Beishang country. Thankfully she didn't run into any danger. However, this joy did not last long as he read the few short lines on the paper. Father Emperor, the Shoudan Longmen sect has captured Sister Feng Yun. I'm helping my husband consort capture them. Farewell, the emperor cried out in alarm. Lin Xin, why did you get involved with the Shoudan Longmen sect again? The empress's complaining voice came from the side. Here we go again. The scene shifts to the former Beishang country, now the southern Shang Kingdom palace. Ku Shen, dressed in a magnificent dragon robe and wearing a crown, laughed heartily. I've finally made it. Below were the ministers, kneeling in salute. In a corner of the hall, the state preceptor said to Lin Xin, This child is not cut out for greatness. It would be better for you to be the emperor. He leaned against her soft body and replied comfortably, If I become the emperor of this country, how can I go and deal with the other countries? The state preceptor asked curiously, You still want to unify the other countries? Lin Xin's eyes sharpened and his voice deepened. That's right. Mingzhou has enough power to subvert the entire human race and is operating in the shadows. Although the demon emperor is helping to delay, it's unknown how much time she can buy. The only hope for victory is to gather the strength of the entire human race and organize the strongest spirit army before the evil forces invade. Do you have the confidence to unify the entire human race? The state preceptor asked again. He gently lifted her chin and whispered closely, Where there's a will, there's a way. The couple was being affectionate when suddenly little Qinglong appeared and interrupted them. Something's happened, Lin Xin complained loudly and aggrievedly. Do you not make a sound when you walk? I, a future peerless hero, was almost scared to death by you. The little girl ignored him and turned to leave. Follow me quickly. Following Qinglong outside, he looked around and asked in confusion, What happened? Everything around here is normal. The little girl pointed ahead and said, Not nearby. Over there, about 300 li away, there are demons. About 3 of them. Lin Xin curiously looked in the direction Qinglong was pointing and said that direction. He looked at the soldiers and said loudly, With just 3 people, I have hope for a comeback. So many, this is more like an emperor. As he spoke, he held the imperial seal in his hand. The intelligence said that Lin Xin finally appeared in the capital of Beishang country. This was a map issued on the night of Ku Shen's enthronement. The guards spotted 3 strangers and immediately reported, Your Majesty, there are people on the roof. Tai Xiao quickly looked up and asked loudly, What are you doing? He thought to himself. Heavens, could that dog Lin Xin be afraid I'll rebel and sent people to monitor me? The red-haired demon asked coldly. The person you were just cursing was Lin Xin, right? Tai Xiao thought. They really are here to cause trouble. He quickly waved his hands and replied, No, how could I curse Lin Xin? He is the light of my Beishang country. The family of me, Tai Xiao, I will be a horse and a cow for Lord Lin Xin for the rest of my life. I will never have a second thought. After he finished his reply, the three suddenly became murderous and drew their weapons. I thought we could cooperate, but it turns out you're Lin Shin's dog. Kill him. Taishao's whole body stiffened and his scalp tingled. I get it, this is metaphysics, right? No matter what I say, you all want to kill me, don't you? The scene switches to southern Shang country. Kushan ran over, happily holding a box of jewelry and spirit cores. The tributes from all over are here. Qinglong carefully inspected each one. Lin Shin asked curiously, how are they? Are they usable? The little girl said faintly. The quality is average. But hope was not lost. Qinglong thought that if they were refined twice they should be fine. He said seriously, after all, you're snatching spirit cores because of me. I have a responsibility. If you need it, I can give you the remaining spirit core power in my body. After hearing this, the little girl asked doubtfully, how? Injected into my body with that thing? Lin Shin nodded. Yes, but you have to trust that I have no malicious intent. In the end, he was slapped across the face by the little girl. Lin Shin sighed, a look of disgust on his face. Still don't trust me? Ku Shen trotted over and asked, Father-in-law, how are things on the northern Shang countryside? He said. I sent Hong Dao. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Dao returned. Lin Shin chuckled lightly. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. You're back, however, the foolish Ku Shen next to him asked blankly. Who is Cao Cao? Hong Dao immediately reported. Master, I arrived a step too late. The new capital of northern Shang country has been razed to the ground. The attackers were ruthless, leaving no one in the city alive, he said in a deep voice. I didn't expect to find anyone, nor did I expect there to be any survivors. They have no intention of hiding their tracks at all, Ku Sen said anxiously. Ha, does that mean it's my turn next? Lin Shin replied coldly. Don't panic, they can't threaten you. He cheered happily. Father-in-law, with your words. However, before the new emperor could finish, he added the second half of the sentence. The Son of Heaven guards the nation's gates. The monarch dies for his country. Even if they kill you, it will only make you a hero for eternity. Soon, his attitude took a 180-degree turn. His face changed drastically and he cried out, that sentence makes me even more panicked. Hong Dao also took out 2 notes. This is intelligence from the princess and the Qingyun sect. Please take a look. Lin Shin quickly read the 2 letters and said, Sixing and Qinglianzi have both found out. It's very likely that Feng Yun and the others are imprisoned in the Shoudan Longmen sect's holy land, the Tungtian Tower. Hong Dao said, the Tungtian Tower is the heart of the Shoudan Longmen sect. Breaking in to save them is harder than climbing to heaven, he agreed. There's a wolf in front and a tiger behind. It's indeed quite tricky. However, nothing could stump Lin Shin. He looked into the distance with determined eyes and said with certainty, but I absolutely cannot abandon them. They are my people and they must be rescued safely. At the same time, the Shoudan Longmen sect must pay the price. At this moment, Ku Shen was so scared by Lin Shin's words that he collapsed to the ground, unable to stand, tears in his eyes. My dragon throne isn't even warm yet and I'm about to become a hero for all eternity. He turned away helplessly. All right, you won't die before you've accomplished something. Do as I say and you'll be fine. Hearing this, he ran over and hugged Lin Shin's leg, crying, Father-in-law, I'm going to offer my body to you, he said with a look of disgust. No need, then he instructed seriously. From now on, you only do 2 things. First, use all your intelligence resources to spread the news that I've been captured by the Shoudan Longmen sect. Second, write a letter to the Shoudan Longmen sect. The scene switches to the Shoudan Longmen sect's Tungtian Tower. Xuanjia had just received the news and was flushed with anger. What? Northern Shang country is still clinging to this, slandering me for capturing Lin Shin, the subordinate below added. To be precise, it's southern Shang country. They said that since we've captured the person, we should release Qin Fengyun and the others. Qin Fengyun is an important official of Tianyin country after all, and they're afraid it will affect the relationship between the 2 countries. This made Xuanjia even more furious. Damn it, if I had captured Lin Shin, shouldn't he be honoring the Shoudan Longmen sect as the state religion? This is pissing me off. At this moment, the subordinate hesitantly continued. This disciple asked the same thing. They replied that the one who agreed to this was northern Shang country. What does it have to do with them, southern Shang country? Xuanjia gritted his teeth, his whole body seeming to burn with a raging fire. Zan Yi, locked in the cage, took the opportunity to laugh out loud, his tone full of mockery. To think that the esteemed master of the Shoudan Longmen sect would be so angry, he's speechless. Xuanjia cursed in anger. You brat, shut up, I saved you only because I didn't want outsiders to get the better of me. Your death is not far off either. If you hadn't stabbed me in the back this time, how could I have suffered such a huge loss? Suddenly, a pair of long, slender legs slowly walked over, accompanied by a sweet voice. You 2 brothers, are you really going to fight to the death in the end? Seeing her, Xuanjia stood up in a panic. You honor, little sister, why are you here? She replied softly. I rejected both of you because I didn't want you brothers to turn against each other. Unexpectedly, this beauty was Qin Yuan, the adopted daughter of the former master of the Shoudan Longmen sect. The scene switches to a forest. A few simple tents were set up here. As the sun just came up, Sixing woke up, walked out of the tent and stretched comfortably in the sunlight. Suddenly a cloud of smoke appeared in front of her, startling the princess. From within the smoke, Lin Shin said softly, Don't be afraid, it's me. Seeing him, Sixing joyfully threw herself into his arms, cheering, Husband. At this moment her full fruits pressed tightly against him, making Lin Shin's heart race. It had only been a short while, but the green beans had already grown into grapes. To diffuse the awkwardness, he asked, Why are you alone in the camp without even a guard? Sixing replied playfully, So what? I'm very capable. Lin Shin smiled and reached out to pat her head. All right, what's the situation now? Tell me first, Sixing said excitedly. Come on, I'll take you there directly. The two arrived at a cliff. The guards stationed there immediately saluted upon seeing them. Your Highness husband consort, Sixing said, we've been guarding here but we really can't find a way to sneak in. As soon as any outsider gets close they are immediately discovered. To rescue them it will probably take some effort. Lin Xin looked at the Tongtian Tower soaring into the clouds before him and sighed. The Tongtian Tower truly lives up to its name. Suddenly he turned his head and asked, what about sneaking in from the air? Sixing replied, no, the entire tower is shrouded in a barrier. Not even a bird can fly in. If you force your way in, you'll be discovered immediately. In the distance, Hong Lianzi ran towards them in a hurry. Hey, I'm here, she said, panting. I was worried you'd try to force your way in, so I rushed over as soon as I got the news. Seeing the pair of plump fruits that had just arrived, Lin Xin was stunned, thinking in confusion. That's not right, they weren't this big before, Sixing continued. All right, next, let's give my husband consort some intelligence about the Tongtian Tower. Hong Lianzi chimed in. If you rely on yourself alone it will be quite difficult. He nodded absently, his eyes fixed on the two pairs of fruits in front of him, so firm yet so soft. Afterwards, Lin Xin learned more detailed information about the tall tower from the two girls. There is only one road up the mountain to the Tongtian Tower. The entrance is guarded by disciples of the Shoudan Longmen sect, and outsiders are not allowed up the mountain without the Tower Master's permission. He asked curiously, who is the Tower Master? Sixing said that the Tower Master is the adopted daughter of the former master of the Shoudan Longmen sect, seemingly named Qin Yuan. But you certainly can't count on her to help you, you'll have to find another way. Lin Xin nodded. Then besides that, are there any other ways? She continued. There's a protective barrier outside the Tongtian Tower and any flow of spiritual energy within the barrier can be sensed. Not only can you not force your way through the barrier, but even if you sneak in, summoning a meta beast will be discovered. The Tongtian Tower holds the Shoudan Longmen sect's ultimate secret technique, the Saint Dragon's Roar Fist Manual. Hong Lianzi leaned close to his ear and whispered. The former sect master passed the position of Tower Master to his adopted daughter, and to this day, Long Xuanjia has not been able to obtain the Fist Manual. Lin Xin asked curiously, why does this Qin Yuan want to leave the Shoudan Longmen sect and establish her own? Hong Lianzi said. I'm not too clear on the specifics, it seems to be related to the conflict between the Long Xuanjia brothers. Hearing this, Lin Xin's expression suddenly changed, and he grew anxious. I almost forgot about my unlucky brother. I wonder how he's doing now. Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. The people on the mountain must eat, right? Can I mix in with the food delivery carts? The two girls clung to him like vines, their faces filled with infatuation as they replied, we thought of that, but the mountain has its own vegetable garden, so they don't need to buy vegetables. Grain is bought a few times a year, so we can't wait for that opportunity. Hearing this, another brilliant idea flashed in his mind, and Lin Xin laughed triumphantly. That's simple, just make it so they can't eat, right? And so, Ruling was summoned. She appeared, sitting on a large rock and complaining, you haven't thought of me for over a decade, and when you do, it's for hard labor. You men are all pig-headed, he pleaded with a placating smile. It hasn't been that long. After this is done, I'll definitely make it up to you and feed you a big sausage. Under Lin Xin's command, Ruling immediately summoned wind and rain, causing it to rain continuously over the Tongtian Tower. He said smugly, it's working as expected. The rain isn't being blocked by the barrier, it's all going up the mountain. Lin Xin's face was full of pride at this moment. Very good. Once the vegetables in the fields have all rotted, the enthusiastic fellow villagers and vegetable farmers can make their appearance. Turning to the foot of Tongtian Tower after days of heavy rain, the sky finally cleared. A long line of carts carrying food was making its way up the mountain. A guard of Tongtian Tower complained, what the hell, it suddenly started pouring for no reason, and all the vegetables on the mountain are flooded. One person asked suspiciously, are these people reliable? Another replied, don't worry, they are all familiar faces from the nearby villages. For decades we've gone to them for whatever we need, and there has never been a problem. But she was still uneasy. With so many people, what if a spy has mixed in? We should still check carefully. However, another person said sternly, we can't delay. The Tower Master is returning tonight and the kitchen is in urgent need of vegetables to start cooking. Hearing this, she also became anxious. All right then, hurry up. Don't delay important matters. Follow quickly up the tower. Lin Xin was struggling to push a bullock cart, and Uncle, seeing his unfamiliar face, asked curiously, young man, which village are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? Lin Xin turned around and replied with a grin, I'm old Lu's son, just came back from outside. The uncle's mind was a bit muddled at this point, recalling the several generations of girlfriends he had dated, all surnamed Lu. Which old Lu was it? Meanwhile, a few hundred meters from the foot of the mountain, Sixing and Hong Lianzi were secretly watching the food delivery team, filled with worry. Honestly, he insisted on going up by himself. It's too dangerous. Maybe he's afraid too many people would be easily exposed. Sixing sighed deeply. What should I do? I'm so worried about him. I feel like I can't breathe. Hong Lianzi agreed. Me too, I'm having trouble breathing. Could it be a bad omen? At this moment, the team had arrived at the warehouse and several female guards were urging loudly, hurry up, don't look around. Finish moving and get down the mountain immediately. In a corner, that uncle kept pestering Lin Xin. Young man, is your mother named Lu Shusho? However, his mind was entirely elsewhere. I've only reached the 10th floor. I need to find a way to go higher. I must find a chance to slip away. As he was calculating, a sudden scream was heard. What are you doing over there? A man was pinned to the ground by a female guard, a sword pointed at his neck as she shouted, "How dare you steal in the Tungtian Tower? Do you have a death wish?" A golden cup fell out, and he immediately trembled and begged for mercy. "Spare me, I'll never do it again." The other cart-pulling farmers also knelt down and begged for mercy. "Heroine, spare us. Heroine, have mercy. My uncle knows he was wrong. He was just momentarily confused." However, she lumped them all together. "I see you're all no good." Suddenly a sharp, sarcastic voice came through. "Well, what's going on?" The two female guards immediately bowed their heads and reported, "Senior Sister, someone was caught stealing. Please deal with them." That Senior Sister Wei walked over arrogantly and said loudly, "I've long said we shouldn't let these paupers up here. Their hands are dirty, their persons are dirty, and the food must be dirty too." She couldn't even be bothered to look, immediately turning around and coldly ordering, "Kill them all," as a warning to others. This made the man who had been stealing tremble with fear. All the farmers were surrounded by the people of Tungtian Tower, and they trembled in fear, begging for mercy. "Heroine, spare us. We have old and young at home." In the silence, a loud voice suddenly rang out, scaring the pipe out of Senior Sister Wei's hand. "Utterly devoid of conscience, if we don't return, the villagers will seek justice for us," she asked angrily. "Who's shouting?" The others didn't know where the voice came from either. It was elusive, and it was unclear who was shouting. The one surnamed Wei wiped the lipstick from the corner of her mouth and said angrily, "Immediately, right now, do it, this bunch of ignorant fools." Once again, that voice rang out, applying pressure. It was like an electric current passed through her, making her whole body tremble. "Kill us all then. Let's see how your Tungtian Tower will hold its head high in the martial world. Still dreaming of breaking away from the Showdown Longmen sect? With such a foul reputation, don't even think about establishing your own sect." Senior Sister Wei gritted her teeth and squeezed out a few words. "Try shouting again if you have the guts." Lin Xin suddenly pointed at the person next to him and said loudly, "The voice seems to be coming from you, isn't it?" The uncle waved his hands in terror. "No, it wasn't me." Then he turned and said in a low voice, "Hey, I might be your father. Unlucky kid." The few female guards were also very confused. "The voice is too loud, can't tell who's shouting." What a loud voice. At this time, someone leaned close to the one surnamed Wei's ear and whispered, "Senior Sister, the Tower Master did say to treat the common people kindly. Once a reputation for wantonly killing the innocent spreads, it will be hard to explain." This seemed to give her an idea. Thus a sinister smile appeared on her made-up face. "Since I can't wantonly kill the innocent, then I can at least catch a thief, right? Investigate everyone's background for me. Anyone with treasures on them, arrest them first." Suddenly, Lin Xin felt his face flush and his heart race, feeling embarrassed. A body search? How am I supposed to hide my big treasure? He hadn't expected this kind of unexpected situation. Lin Xin stared at the other party and questioned, "Who are you?" The man stroked his chin and thought, "I'm from the Dasheng sect, Kunlun Prefecture. You should have guessed that by now. Since you've ruined my plan, there's no need for me to stay here anymore." Before he could ask more, the man's dark silhouette gradually faded away, not forgetting to reveal more information. "If you need answers, you can make a trip to Kunlun Prefecture. I'll be at Guba Ferry." Lin Xin's eyes widened. Thinking of Sichin, he couldn't help but feel curious. Guba Ferry, a divinely favored land. He reached out and shouted, "Wait," but the man's figure had long since vanished without a trace. Lin Xin fell into thought. So Guba Ferry wasn't in Tianquan Prefecture, but in Kunlun Prefecture. But this also proved that this god and Wu Ming weren't on the same side. So I must get there before Wu Ming finds the demon emperor's true coffin. Just then a sweet voice sounded in his ear. "Sect Master Lin." Lin Xin turned back in confusion and asked, "What, you want to continue challenging me?" The people behind him immediately lowered their heads. Hong Lian spoke on behalf of the crowd. "We wouldn't dare. You have already proven your strength. We are completely convinced to have the Tianming sect managed by you." Seeing this, he had no choice but to scratch his head and explain, "I don't want to fight for this position of alliance leader. I was actually doing this to demonstrate my power to Zan Yi of Showdown Longmen." Zan Yi sighed and suggested, "I appreciate your good intentions, but my foundation is unstable and I am not up to the task. It's better for you to be the alliance leader. That way, everyone will be truly convinced." Lin Xin had no choice but to go with the flow. "All right then, it's better to obey than to be overly polite. Now I declare the first order. The elite forces of the various sects in the Heavenly Tao Alliance were to immediately assemble and head to Mingzhou." Wu Chang repeated in surprise. "Go to Mingzhou?" Hong Lian also asked in confusion. "Why send us to the demon race's territory?" Upon hearing this, the prince scratched his head and ears, evading the topic. "I'll go rest first. We can talk about going to Mingzhou later." Suddenly, a hand slapped his shoulder with a thwack. He revealed a demon-like expression and emphasized word by word, "If Sect Master Zan's body doesn't allow it. Qingyun sect still has a position for a gatekeeper, very suitable for your retirement. Would you like to consider it?" The prince couldn't help but lean back, breaking out in a cold sweat as he said, This." He came back to his senses, raised his hand forward and resolved to accept the order. "Rest assured, Alliance Leader, we guarantee we will complete the mission." Hearing this, Lin Xin quickly gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Smart." Suddenly his body began to spin as if sucked in by something, leaving Lin Xin stunned on the spot. In an instant he disappeared from the air, his entire body sucked into that purple mass. The crowd shouted in panic, "Where's Lin Xin?" At this moment, Lin Xin had been transported to another space. He landed headfirst on the ground with a heavy thud, and a captivating voice sounded, "The boring battle is finally over." He looked up and saw a pair of long, slender legs in front of him, his eyes nearly popping out. Under the speaker's mesmerizing tone, his breathing became difficult. "You should fulfill your promise." He leaned back and yelled unreasonably, "The world is unsettled and the four seas are in peril. How can you spend all day thinking with your lower body? We must set lofty goals and abandon base desires." The moment his words fell, Lin Shin's entire body began to tremble. His body grew hot and sweat poured down like rain. It turned out that the woman was rubbing his thigh with her foot, her tone seductive. "Don't even think about stalling for time." As things had come to this, it was revealed to be Niang. She lowered her head and said softly, "You have no choice." He jumped back in fright and shouted, "How outrageous! Do you dare to force me? I am your master, how dare you?" Before he could finish, Lin Shin felt a chill in his lower body. He subconsciously looked down and found that his underwear had fallen off at some point, and Niang held the sash from Lin Shin's waist in her hand and persuaded, "Give up, this is my dark secret realm. Everything is under my control. Even if the demon emperor were alive, I would consummate our marriage before killing him, let alone a reincarnated body like you." She narrowed her eyes and instructed, "So just obediently fulfill your mission." Before she could finish, a gust of wind blew past, lifting the corner of his robe and stunning Niang on the spot. He frowned and calculated. "She hasn't seen my big treasure, so maybe I still have a glimmer of hope." She felt as if she had been struck by the thunder of love, her mind filled with unrealistic thoughts. "I've read about it in books before, but it wasn't this big. This is, calm down, it's just individual differences. It's normal for some to be big and some to be small." Meanwhile, Lin Shin was desperately channeling his energy. He pursed his lips and thought, what a pity. After a large amount of spiritual energy was absorbed, the size has shrunk considerably, otherwise it would be perfect for use right now. No choice. I have to go all out and try to force out all the spiritual energy in my body. Lin Shin crossed his hands, emitting a dazzling golden light. In this critical moment, he could only bet everything on one throw. In an instant, the entire space was illuminated by a golden halo, and Niang, with her eyes half open, said, "Wait," she thought to herself, "how did it get bigger again? If it's like this, how can I bear it?" In an instant, he had already rushed forward, grabbing Niang's arms and pinning her to the ground. Lin Shin immediately used his ultimate technique. One pillar holds up the heavens, two peaks confront and settle the universe. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably, and Niang covered her mouth and thought, "How is this possible? How can it feel like this?" She was enveloped by that power, and Niang desperately covered her mouth, trying not to make a sound. In a moment she fell backward, unconscious. A short while later, Niang slowly opened her eyes and let out a moan. Seeing this, he stood with his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. "You're awake." She retreated in terror, warning, "Don't come over here." Lin Shin shrugged and taunted, "It's over. You can kill me now." And Niang was so ashamed she was beat red and couldn't speak. You, he even turned around to provoke her. "Go ahead, I have no regrets dying at your hands." She knelt on the ground, her face full of sorrow, and whispered, "Ah." And Niang turned her face away and made up an excuse. "I'll send you on your way when I can pin you down from above. You bullied me so much just now, I won't let you die so easily." After speaking, she stared at Lin Shin's back and thought, "Once I've recovered and learned the proper techniques, I'll fight you for 300 rounds. He turned around smugly and ordered, "In that case, let me out quickly." "I need to hurry up and prepare to leave," Niang asked in surprise. "Where are you going?" Lin Shin, looking radiant, answered honestly, "Kunlun Prefecture." The scene switches back outside, where the prince and the others were still looking around. "Where's Lin Shin? Why did he suddenly disappear? Lord of Longmen, do you know what happened?" Zan Yi scratched his head and said with a dry laugh, "I'm as clueless as all of you." But in his heart he was thinking, this guy disappears at a critical moment. He hasn't even properly won over everyone's hearts yet. Suddenly, the prince turned his face and said with a sly smile, "HMPH, I get it." His arms were both in cast, but his tone was still arrogant. "There's no such person as Lin Shin. As clever as I am, we must have been caught in Long Xuanyi's illusion." Hearing this, everyone turned around and shouted in surprise. "What? An illusion?" The prince closed his eyes and gave a reason. "How could I possibly lose to Lu Wei? The only explanation is an illusion. Lin Shin, Kunlun Prefecture. They're all just inner demons." Suddenly, a dark figure behind him spoke. "That's right." He turned his head instinctively, startled, and screamed, "Lin Shin!" He just crossed his arms and taunted, "Don't be afraid, I'm just an inner demon you imagined." Lin Shin raised his palm, his eyes filled with killing intent, and said, "The most effective way to dispel an illusion is through pain. I'll help you. Today I am the god of spiritual management." After getting beaten up, the prince cried and admitted his mistake. "It's not an illusion. I won't let my imagination run wild anymore." He turned to the others and asked, "Does anyone else need to be woken up?" Everyone backed away in fear, shouting, "No, no." Lin Shin put his hands on his hips and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get back and gather your men." Hearing this, Hong Lian immediately took flight to accept the order. Yes, he crossed his arms below his chest and instructed, "I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to Kunlun Prefecture. You must hold the fort until I return." Yi muttered in surprise. "He's going to Kunlun Prefecture," he advised with a worried frown. "Back then, I would rather go to the demon clan in Mingzhou than Kunlun Prefecture. We are both human forces. Do you know why?" Zan Yi took out a map and pointed. "This is the border between Tianquan Prefecture and Kunlun Prefecture, Dragon Spine Mountain." The two quickly moved indoors. Zan Yi, holding a small stick, pointed and said, Dragon Spine Mountain is said to be the resting place of the 9 prefectures' dragon veins. The mountain is 10,000 li high, and even birds find it hard to cross. Only experts at the Grand Prime Realm and above can pass. Ordinary people will surely die. Lin Xin stroked his chin and pondered. What if I use the Qingging to ride the wind? He quickly stopped him. There are reverse thunderstorms at the summit. There's no chance. He glanced back and asked, Who among you is willing to go with me for a look? Qin Yuan, Bai He, Miao Miao, and the Great Eagle all clamored. I'll go. Me too, I can go too. Seeing this, Lin Xin turned and instructed, Qin Yuan, don't go. The Lord of Longmen is leading the team to support Mingzhou. I need you to stay here and hold the fort in Tianquan Prefecture, just in case. She could only sigh and agree. All right. Bai He and Miao Miao, however, were secretly pleased. Great, no one else is in the way. She glanced at the other, thinking, I met him first, and the last time that shameful thing happened. It definitely can't fall to me. She glared back, refusing to admit defeat. This is a rare opportunity. I must achieve a breakthrough from nothing. The two ignited a battle of honor for dominance, and the flames of war were about to erupt, giving Lin Xin a headache as he thought, why did these two suddenly get so fired up? Zan Yi, standing to the side, was also helpless and could only obey. If you must go, I'll pick a few masters to go with you. After all, the situation there is unclear. However, the words no need rang out. Their group immediately moved outside, and he raised the corner of his mouth, smiling as he said, Let's keep a low profile. This time just the 4 of us acting together will be enough. The Great Eagle lures the enemy. The 2 girls carry the guns. A classic combination, a reliable formula. They set off immediately. As they walked, the 4 of them suddenly stopped on a patch of green grass. Everyone looked up at the scene before them. The Great Eagle's mouth fell open as he said, This mountain before them was Dragon Spine Mountain. He marveled at the mountain range soaring into the clouds before him. This is too much. The Great Eagle's legs trembled incessantly, and it took him a long time to stammer out a sentence. Second uncle, is this going to work? It turned out Lin Xin had invented a seesaw made of wood and stone. He stood on a log on the opposite side and reassured him, Trust me, you go up and see if there's a suitable path to climb over. He stood at this end, crying with snot and tears, You must control your strength well, don't throw me into the dark clouds. He placed his hand on the log and said with a smile, Don't worry, my control of strength is very precise, super safe. The next second, Lin Xin slammed down with all his might, his entire body exuding an intimidating aura, accompanied by a command. Here we go. At this moment, one end of the log was slapped down by him, causing the end the Great Eagle was standing on to tilt high up. He was thus launched into the air by inertia. The Great Eagle's mouth hung open, unable to even breathe. Just like that, he somersaulted a few times, accompanied by a shrill cry, and was shot towards the mountain peak. Lin Xin, below, shielded his head with his hand and asked himself what was that just broke. Miao Miao, standing on the ground, finally spoke up. Why not ride the wind up to take a look? Why use this method? He held up a finger and explained enthusiastically. This isn't an ordinary thundercloud, but a reverse pole thunderstorm. If you ride the wind, it will actually attract these extreme thunders, so we can only use the dumbest method. Bai He frowned, whispering in confusion, Great Eagle, I wonder what technique he used in the sky? At this moment he was still spinning non-stop, screaming loudly, Second uncle, didn't you say your strength control was very precise? Suddenly, the Great Eagle saw a bird flying below. His body tilted and his cheeks flushed as he asked himself, Is this the feeling of flying? The Great Eagle quickly tucked one leg in, preparing to land on the Skyhawk beast. He felt incredibly refreshed and debonair. Damn, this feels good. He hadn't relaxed for long before it pecked him on the head. He clutched his head and struggled, shouting, let go of me. In a moment of inspiration, the Great Eagle clasped his hands together and shouted, Dead bird, let's see how I'm gonna mess you up. Before he could make a move, several golden bolts of lightning shot down from the sky. No one knew what happened. Lin Xin, below, held the 2 beauties and watched the one person and one beast fly out amidst the lightning, muttering to himself, What is he doing, dancing in the sky? A second later, the Great Eagle fell to the ground with a thud. Miao Miao turned and pointed. He fell. The 3 of them ran to the large pit in front of them, and Bai He shouted, Great Eagle. His entire body was burnt black, with only a thin pair of shorts left. The Great Eagle tremblingly raised a hand and shouted, I'm here. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the opposite side, startling everyone. She warned sternly, Danger? She frowned, vaguely sensing that's a Skyhawk beast. Not a single feather was left on its body. It stared at its own bald body with wide eyes. Lin Xin immediately imagined a delicious dish, roasted chicken. Seeing this, he hurriedly retreated and shouted, I ran into this guy when I went up. I was about to make a move when I was struck by lightning. It must be a beast from Dragon Spine Mountain. Everyone be careful. He glanced back and muttered, On Dragon Spine Mountain. Lin Xin smiled slyly and praised, Great Eagle, I knew it was right to bring you. You're truly a fortunate eagle. He looked at the tightly bound Skyhawk beast and ordered, You must be very familiar with the terrain on this mountain, right? Help us get across and we'll let you go. Seeing it shake its head, Lin Xin threatened, Not cooperating, are you? It's fine, I won't force you. Great Eagle, it's yours to deal with. The Great Eagle hurriedly put on his clothes, stepped forward and shouted, All right. Only then was it willing to speak, but its tone was reluctant. However, when the Skyhawk beast saw him, it was panic-stricken, its eyes as wide as bronze bells, its mouth forming an O. He smiled slyly and said in a low voice, I'm tired of playing with ground-walking beasts. I've long wanted to try a flying beast. The Great Eagle smiled, his fate uncertain. his turban wrapped, a fire of desire burning in his belly. It quickly hugged Lin Xin's trouser leg and begged for mercy. He turned his face in surprise and asked, "Changed your mind?" Bai He stood to the side, muttering with a dry laugh, "This move is a bit roguish, but it works very well." Meow Meow added, "The Great Eagle's acting is still the best." Seeing this, the Great Eagle had no choice but to take off his hat and sigh a few times. "Really, I thought I could surprise those two women." A short while later, the Skyhawk beast, tied up completely, led the team at the front. The Great Eagle climbed up the cliff following it and suddenly turned his head to ask, "Second uncle, it won't play any tricks, will it?" Lin Xin didn't know what to do either and could only answer vaguely, "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's see what tricks it can play. At least for now it seems to be climbing up smoothly." At this moment, it was thinking about happily leading this group of confused people on its own. Then the Skyhawk beast would call its companions to surround them. Thinking of this, it trembled with excitement. He squinted at the Skyhawk beast's exhilarated expression and thought, "This guy really can't hide his thoughts." Suddenly it saw a nest formed by the mountains. The Skyhawk beast giggled as it ran over quickly. The Great Eagle stretched out his hand and shouted, "Not good, it's trying to run." It immediately leaned against the rocks and shouted in their species language, "Dad, Mom, Second Uncle, Shao Kui, there are enemies, take them down." However, the tragic scene of the Skyhawk beast's family being killed unfolded before its eyes. While the Skyhawk beast was still stunned, tears streaming down its face, the Great Eagle had already jumped on its head and shouted, "Where are you running?" The leader in front quickly ordered, "Capture the people, kill the Skyhawk beast and pluck all its feathers." Two subordinates immediately rushed out. Seeing this, he pushed the Skyhawk beast aside and shouted sharply, "Danger!" It narrowly dodged the attack of the two. The Great Eagle and it then desperately ran backward. Bai He and Meow Meow only just arrived, and the two of them used their fists and feet to kick them away. Lin Xin stood on the cliff, arms crossed, and asked, "Are you all right?" He reported the situation, panting, "I'm fine. These people started fighting without a word." He squinted his eyes and judged, "Looking at their attire, they don't seem to be from Tianquan Prefecture. I wanted to sneak in secretly, but I didn't expect a fight to break out so quickly." The leader on this side also frowned and pronounced judgment. "Where did these blind fools come from, daring to cause trouble on the territory of the Da Sheng sect? Aren't you afraid of having your entire clan exterminated?" Lin Xin feigned foolishness, clapping his hands a few times and exclaiming, "The Da Sheng sect, what good luck to run into the real deal right away." Seeing his attitude, the man was very displeased and quickly ordered his subordinates, not afraid to cry but laughing instead, "This is contempt, blatant contempt. Kill them, leave no one alive." Hearing the order, they all rushed forward together. He held the two beauties in his arms, raised his chin, and met the challenge. "Their strength is unknown. We should go all out. Just leave one alive. We absolutely cannot let any believer escape to report." Bai He and Meow Meow were a little shy, but they still answered loudly, "Yes." Meow Meow stood to the side, full of imposing manner, saying, "Xiao Wu, extreme cold freeze." A wave of cold air gushed out, dyeing an area white. The opponent's pet struggled to resist, temporarily blocking the cold air. Two men in black seized the opportunity and jumped up to counterattack. A series of hidden weapons were shot by them. Meow Meow was not flustered at all and called out, "Xiao Wu." It immediately understood and froze all the hidden weapons from just now. Suddenly a whirlwind struck, cleanly knocking down the two. It was Bai He. While guiding spiritual energy throughout her body, she said, "I'll disrupt them." Her skills were put to good use, knocking down one enemy after another. Just as she was gaining momentum, a tall fellow suddenly appeared out of nowhere, startling her pet. Bai He's pupils shrank slightly, and her tone was resolute. "Pierce it." Upon receiving the command, Quan Nio used all its strength to pierce the burly body in front of it, but it felt that something was strange. Its beak was firmly stuck between his abdominal muscles, unable to move. The muscular man seized this opportunity and delivered a heavy punch, knocking Quan Nio directly to the ground. With its pet injured, Bai He also suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. A few men in black took advantage of Quan Niao's loss of combatability and shouted loudly, "A human-beast cooperation has been established between the master and servant. Killing the meta-beast can severely injure its master." Just as they were getting cocky, something fell from the sky onto the spot where the two men in black were, startling them. Before they could react to what had happened, the man in black was whipped into oblivion by a tail. It was Gansa. She leisurely twisted a strand of hair amidst everyone's fear. They reminded each other, "Everyone be careful, the other party has another tall humanoid meta-beast." A voice full of doubt sounded. A wolf-like creature and a mecha appeared beside Lin Xin, boosting his morale tenfold. "Who are you looking down on?" Seeing the situation was not good, the man in black became angry out of embarrassment and said, "Is Tianquan Prefecture trying to invade?" Three tall meta-beasts, his accomplice, also shouted, "Quick, send an alert." After being beaten black and blue, the man in black immediately changed his tune. "Stop hitting, I surrender. Spare my life, hero." Lin Xin began to interrogate, "Why did the Da Sheng sect appear on Dragon's Spine Mountain? Are you trying to invade Tianquan Prefecture?" He had no other choice but to answer obediently, "We were ordered to pursue the remnants of the Shenyan Holy Land. We have intelligence that the daughter of the old master of the Shenyan Holy Land wants to escape to Tianquan Prefecture." Hearing this, he was completely stunned and began to doubt his life. Shenyan Holy Land, the old master's daughter. Lin Xin frowned, realizing that things were not simple. The man in black added, "Kunlun Prefecture is different from Tianquan Prefecture. There is no unified country. Different cities form alliances to develop. The larger alliances have no more than 3 to 5 cities, and there are many independent cities as well. This guy had a lot of information, but to save his own life he had to speak. The reason why the forces in Kunlun Prefecture are scattered but not chaotic is because of a century-old great sect, the Shenyan Holy Land. The Shenyan Holy Land manages and mediates disputes between the various forces. Because of its powerful influence, no one dares to disobey. Then he remembered the masters here and continued, but the good times didn't last. 3 years ago, 9 peerless masters emerged and formed the strongest sect in history, the Da Sheng sect. These 9 masters are all wise and martial with divine skills and graceful bearing. Meow Meow, hearing his nonsense, couldn't help but knock him on the head. Don't add so many adjectives. After being hit, he had to admit his mistake. I'm sorry. A chaotic scene appeared in his mind. 6 months ago, the Da Sheng sect attacked the Shenyan Holy Land, and the sect king Sidu Aoshan killed the Shenyan Holy Land sect master Lan Tusheng. The Da Sheng sect officially replaced the Shenyan Holy Land and became the #1 sect in Kunlun Prefecture. His voice became serious. But Lan Tusheng's daughter Lan Yingying broke through the encirclement and escaped, her whereabouts unknown. Our team received intelligence that she was very likely to cross Dragon Spine Mountain and escape to Tianquan Prefecture, which is why we pursued her here. Because we were hungry, we hunted a few skyhawk beasts to eat. We didn't expect to meet you heroes. Hearing him say this, the great eagle's veins bulged. Eat, you wiped out their entire clan. The 3 of them kicked his butt together, cursing incessantly, worse than a beast. The man in black, after being beaten, could only cry and apologize. Lin Xin raised another question. So has Lan Yingying already run to Tianquan Prefecture? He answered obediently. To cross Dragon Spine Mountain, one must pass through the Skyhawk Beast's nest. We were the first to arrive here, so they definitely haven't passed yet. He stepped closer and pressed on. What else do you know about the Da Sheng sect? The answer to the question came quickly. I'm just an outer disciple. I've never even seen the sect master's face. I've told you everything I know. Lin Xin fell into deep thought. The situation with the Da Sheng sect was definitely not simple. If he could find this Lan Yingying, perhaps she could provide more intelligence. Let's start with her, the man in black pleaded nervously. Hero, I've said everything I was supposed to. Can I go now? He tilted his head and suggested. Do you want to take a tour of Tianquan Prefecture? Suddenly faced with such a good thing, he quickly agreed. Yes, please, but I don't know the way. How do I get down the mountain? He thought smugly to himself. As long as I know the way. I'll go rob your house. Lin Xin pointed to the distance and asked. See that mountain? The man in black nodded repeatedly. But that's too far. It'll be dark by the time we walk there, right? Without any extra movements, he sent him on a free, thrilling flight. It's much faster to fly. After he was done, Lin Xin turned around nonchalantly and said, Let's go. Let's hurry down the mountain, try not to attract attention, and then find a crowded place to gather intelligence and see if we can find any trace of this Lan Yingying. All 3 of them gave him a thumbs up at the same time. Suddenly, something made him stare with wide eyes in surprise. The great eagle followed his gaze and saw a familiar figure. He then spoke. Why are you still here? Lin Xin said leisurely. Its entire clan was killed. If it weren't for the great eagle stopping it, it would have died here too. If it's fate, great eagle, you should take it in. The Skyhawk beast walked over with eyes full of affection, holding on to the great eagle's hand and not letting go, which made him pause for a moment and say, Ah. The scene switches to the bustling Dragon Desert City. He whispered softly. How strange. Why are there no soldiers at the city gate? Meow Meow immediately replied. Could it be a shift change? The great eagle reminded. Whatever, let's find information about the Shenyan Holy Land first. In a small restaurant, a mysterious figure spoke up. Wait, you few. This sentence startled the 4 of them and they stopped in their tracks. The mysterious person continued, You were just talking about the Shenyan Holy Land, right? The 2 girls immediately glared at the great eagle, who hurriedly explained in a low voice, How could he hear me when I was speaking so softly? Is this guy a dog? The mysterious person immediately turned his face and asked back, What do you think? It was the first time the great eagle had encountered such a situation, and he was startled. Is he really a dog? This young man with a dog-like face was Xiao Wu. It leisurely ate a banana and asked, You were just talking about the Shenyan Holy Land, right? Are you remnants of the Shenyan Holy Land? Lin Xin immediately put on an innocent look and replied, It's a misunderstanding. We were just chatting casually. We have nothing to do with the Shenyan Holy Land. But he ignored him, ran over and sniffed, leaving Lin Xin speechless. The smell on you. Why is it so strange? Where did you come from? What business do you have in Dragon Desert City? The great eagle felt this was too embarrassing and stepped forward to stop him. Who is this dog of yours? Are you an official or a gatekeeper? Why should I tell you? Xiao Wu's face darkened as he replied, It seems this is your first time in Dragon Desert City. You don't even know me. The surrounding crowd started murmuring again. They don't even know Captain Wang Wang. These outsiders are in for trouble. The great eagle still didn't know who was in front of him, so his tone was still arrogant. What's a little meta beast acting so tough for? Tell your master to come out. Just based on this sentence, Xiao Wu immediately recognized the group's identity. Meta beast, so you're from Tianquan Prefecture. Hearing this, he was scared out of his wits. How did he know? I didn't say anything. Seeing this reaction, Lin Xin was speechless, as expected of you. Xiao Wu gave a light command, Arrest these spies. A row of soldiers appeared on the city wall, ready to take this group down immediately. Seeing this scene he asked with some worry, Lin Xin, what should we do now? Although Great Eagle was scared, he still declared righteously, Heaven gave me talent for a reason. One person does things and one person takes responsibility. To shoot a man, first shoot his horse. To capture thieves, first capture their king. He summoned his meta beast and rushed forward with his soaring eagle steps, deciding to strike first and capture the leader. Lin Xin didn't even have time to stop him. Faced with the enemy's attack, Xiao Wu simply threw a banana peel on the ground. After just a few tough words, seeing this action, Great Eagle's face changed drastically, and he roared in his heart. Good heavens, he stepped on the banana peel and slid straight towards Xiao Wu, who was already waiting with his sword drawn. Xiao Wu struck a pose ready to send him on his way. Seeing that this trip was about to end in disaster, Lin Xin ran over from a distance, put Xiao Wu in a headlock and then pushed Great Eagle away. His eyes turned sharp as he warned, "That's enough. Seeing as we have no ill intentions this time, if you continue to be aggressive, that might change." This aura immediately made Xiao Wu recognize him, an expert of the Grand Sage Realm. Lin Xin flashed an extra smile. The Sage Realm expert was acting almighty. Thinking he was about to get away, to his surprise, all four of them were thrown into prison. Great Eagle was bewildered. "Second uncle, didn't you say you'd taken care of them? Why are we still locked up?" Lin Xin recalled what Xiao Wu had said earlier. "This has become a big deal. I'm a city guard captain after all, and I have professional ethics. You have to cooperate with me to clean up this mess." An unconscious smile appeared on his lips. This guy was really interesting. A voice came from outside. "You can come out now." The people in the cell immediately became happy. "He's here," Great Eagle, as if on drugs, roared nonstop. "I'm warning you, our patience is limited." "Open the door." Xiao Wu walked down lightly and said, "You came to the city to find the missing Lan Yingying from the Shenyan Holy Land, right?" Lin Xin replied nonchalantly. "So what if we are, and what if we aren't?" He had lost his patience and cut straight to the chase. "I'll stop beating around the bush. You're the ones who dealt with the Da Sheng sect's pursuers, right, kid? You don't want others to know about this, do you?" Hearing this, Great Eagle also stopped shouting. "What's wrong?" Xiao Wu sat in a chair and calmly added, "Unfortunately, they came to me before they went into the mountains to search. I remember their scent is the same as yours, and I've already sent people up the mountain to check. It's all corpses, no survivors. You can't escape this crime." He faced the group and continued, "Crossing the border without permission and killing disciples of the Da Sheng sect, you've got some nerve." Lin Xin's eyes darkened and he asked directly, "So what do you plan to do?" Seeing his reaction, he was startled and hastily explained, "Don't get excited, I just want to do some business with you." "Do business?" The two girls immediately thought of other things and blushed. A moment later, the group was treated to a lavish meal. Xiao Wu poured wine while saying, "Although the Da Sheng sect has replaced the Shenyan Holy Land, to us in Dragon Desert City it doesn't matter who the #1 sect in the world is as long as it doesn't interfere with our business. 3 days ago, people from the Da Sheng sect came to me, wanting to buy information about Lan Yingying's whereabouts." Lin Xin probed with suspicion. "They came to you to buy information? Aren't you a government official?" He sighed and replied, "An official's salary is only a few taels of silver. How can I support my family? Of course I have to do some side business to supplement my income." Great Eagle, having finished eating and drinking, heard this and praised him. "You're truly farsighted." Xiao Wu's expression changed in an instant. "At that time I didn't have any news about Lan Yingying either, so we agreed to trade after they came down from the mountain. I found some clues through my informants these past few days, but I didn't expect you to kill them. This information can be sold to you instead." Lin Xin smiled and said, "Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. What's your price for this information?" Waiting for just this sentence, Xiao Wu immediately named a sky-high price, 100 taels of gold. Hearing this, Great Eagle shouted, "What, are you crazy poor?" He began to play the game of soft and hard tactics like a market woman. Quality determines the price. Lan Yingying's whereabouts directly affect the stability of the world. Of course it's worth this price. If you don't want it, I can just sell it to the Da Sheng sect. "Buy," he immediately said dejectedly. "We only brought 200 taels when we left. What should we do?" Meow Meow immediately chimed in. "Worst case, I'll sell myself to make up some of the money." Seeing that this was a bit difficult, Lin Xin asked, "Since it's a business deal, I can bargain, right?" Xiao Wu generously agreed. "Of course you can, go ahead. If he wasn't going to bargain, fine." But once he started, Lin Xin slashed the price directly to 10 taels of silver. Hearing this price, Xiao Wu was instantly culture shocked, shouting in disbelief, "Are you crazy? People usually just knock off a zero when they bargain. You've cut it down to the ankles. Can we even talk?" Seeing Xiao Wu getting angry, he calmed him down. "Don't be anxious, let me explain. There's a reason I gave this price. If you're selling information, you should know what the essence of information is, right?" Great Eagle ran over and added some startling news, and the two girls immediately pulled him away to deal with it. "I told you not to read those tabloids." Xiao Wu also understood the key to the problem, the timeliness of the content. Lin Xin answered happily, "That's right." He began to analyze. "Lan Yingying is on the run right now. She won't stay in one place for more than 3 days, which means your information from 3 days ago might not be useful now. It was worth 100 taels of gold before, but now it's only worth 10 taels of silver. Of course you can also sell it to the Da Sheng sect." Lin Xin's face became sinister. "On the condition that they don't blame you for what happened to the pursuit team. After all, you're the most likely person to sell their information." Hearing this, Xiao Wu swallowed, sweating nervously. Lin Xin took the opportunity to turn and leave. "Looks like they don't want to trade, let's go." This move was indeed effective. Xiao Wu hurriedly stopped them from behind. "Don't go, friend." 10 taels of silver. Witnessing this, the two girls couldn't help but admire him in their hearts. He could definitely be called a profiteer. Amidst the fields of corpses a bold voice rang out, daring to obstruct even the envoy of the Da Sheng sect. The man in the lead questioned, "Where the hell is the commander of Dragon Desert City? Why isn't he out here to greet us?" One of the 9 founding elders. "Master Yun Mo has arrived." Inside the carriage was a girl with a voluptuous figure, well endowed and curvy. The transaction was successful. Xiao Wu took out a photo and said, "According to reliable intelligence, the only surviving elder of the Shenyan Holy Land, Hu Yidao, is in Dragon Desert City. It said that he's scouting the path for Lan Yingying to cross Dragon Spine Mountain." Lin Xin asked back in confusion, "If we find Hu Yidao, we can find Lan Yingying?" He replied with certainty, "Of course." He then asked, "Where is this person now?" But the answer he got was, "That's separate intelligence, you'll have to pay more." Helpless, Lin Xin had to take out his money. "You're quite direct, not afraid of being played to death." Xiao Wu smiled with satisfaction and said, "As long as I'm not dead, I'll keep doing it until I die." As they were chatting animatedly, a knock came from outside. "Captain, there's trouble at the city gate. You should go take a look." Xiao Wu immediately replied, "Got it. I'll be right there." After speaking, he turned to leave. "Hu Yidao is in the Ghost Market in the West City. You guys find a place to stay for now. Go after midnight. You can stay here if you want. 3 taels of silver per person." Everyone was speechless at this greedy nature. "No need, we'll go for a walk." Lin Xin's gaze became serious as he scrutinized him. "By the way, how did you know we came from Tianquan Prefecture?" Before leaving, Xiao Wu also answered his question. "In Kunlun Prefecture, no one says meta-beast. Here they're called demon slaves. This information is free. Consider it a gift." Only then did Great Eagle understand why he was discovered. "I see, I have to be careful not to speak carelessly anymore." Miao Miao also added, "It seems there are still many things we need to learn slowly." Lin Xin seemed very interested in this place. "Demon slaves, in that case, let's go for a stroll and experience the local customs." At the city gate, a figure ran over. "What happened? Why is everyone kneeling on the ground?" The envoy on horseback said in a condescending tone. "Why is it a demon slave? Where is your commander?" Xiao Wu bowed his head and replied, "The commander is away on business, leaving me to temporarily handle the city's affairs. I am Captain Wang Xiaowu." He roared in frustration. "Damn it, who asked for your name?" The envoy and his horse spat in derision. "Stinking demon slave, do you really think you're human?" His accomplice also chimed in. "I suddenly thought of an idiom, a dog in human clothing." Hearing this, the crowd burst into laughter. A soldier kneeling nearby whispered, "Captain." Xiao Wu's face darkened. Those people continued to mock him. "That's hilarious." He couldn't help but move, drawing his sword. Just as he was about to fight them, a voice rang out. "All right, stop laughing." The voice came from inside the carriage. "Don't forget the mission we came here for." The envoy immediately became as obedient as a dog. He stepped forward and asked, "We are the envoys of the Da Sheng sect, here to investigate the remnants of the Shenyan Holy Land. A team should have come here a few days ago. Do you know their whereabouts?" Xiao Wu bowed and replied, "I've seen them. They came to ask for the way up the mountain and then left." The envoy probed. "Just asked for the way and said nothing else?" He replied calmly, "Indeed they didn't. They didn't want to say more, so the envoy ordered, 'Then you send someone to guide us, take the 2 of us to find them. Also arrange for the best inn in the city. We need to stay.'" Xiao Wu had no choice but to comply. "Yes, I will make the arrangements. May I ask what important business brings the master here in person? Is there anything we need to do?" Hearing this, the envoy showed extreme displeasure. "Don't ask about confidential matters you shouldn't know. You can't handle it. Hurry up and lead the way to the inn." Knowing he had spoken out of turn, Xiao Wu bowed in apology. He thought to himself, "It seems they're also here for Hu Yidao. This is going to be troublesome. I hope the 2 groups don't run into each other." The scene shifts to the Dragon Desert Ghost Market. A voice sounds in the night. "For those in the martial world who have been deceived, stolen from, or robbed, the most suitable place to trade is the Ghost Market. There are no officials here, and any black market transaction can happen. You might find rare treasures or you might buy fakes at the same time. This is also a place for underground information trading." Great Eagle watched the bustling crowd and exclaimed, "This is like using a small knife to slice a butt. It's really opened my eyes." Miao Miao was extremely excited. "I have to buy some jewelry." Bai He's eyes were also sparkling. "I have to check out the nail houses." Faced with their excitement, Lin Xin was very calm. "Let's split up and ask around for any trace of Hu Yidao. We'll meet back here in an hour." As he walked down the street, he couldn't help but ponder. Captain Wang didn't specify where to look. "The Ghost Market is so big, I really don't know where to start." As he was walking leisurely, a girl suddenly bumped into him. This voluptuous girl said in a pleading tone, "Please save me." Opposite them, the envoy of the Da Sheng sect and his subordinates were walking arrogantly. He pointed ahead and shouted, "Stop!" The envoy and several burly men stepped forward and surrounded Lin Xin. He said arrogantly, "Run, weren't you good at running? Let's see how you escape from my grasp." Then he cracked his neck, making a crack sound, and shouted fiercely, "Kid, this is none of your business, get lost." But inwardly he was reminding himself, "The master's divination said that this kid is the key to helping me find Lan Yingying. I have to put on a good show of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Luckily my brothers are all professionals." However, Lin Xin coldly pushed Yun Mo in front of him and said, "Fine, I don't know her. You guys continue." These few words shocked the man beyond belief. How could someone be so unheroic? The plan wasn't going smoothly. The envoy forced a stiff smile and praised, "You did well. If you don't protect her, then I'll have to play with her. First that, then that." Lin Xin didn't care much and walked straight to a watermelon stall asking, "How much for this melon?" Yun Mo and the envoy were both so angry they shouted, "You clearly just want to watch the show, don't you?" She clenched her fist tightly, her lips pursed, trembling with anger as she asked herself, "Is he even a man? Faced with a delicate flower like me, he doesn't have a single shred of protectiveness. Is he humiliating me?" This cold, hard fact strengthened Yun Mo's resolve. She decisively tore off the cloth on her body, thinking to herself, "I don't believe any man can be indifferent to beauty." Just like that, she called out coquettishly, "Young master." Lin Xin subconsciously turned to look. At this moment Yun Mo was lying there with her clothes in disarray showing off her figure, and then put on a miserable expression, pleading, "I come from a poor family with no one to rely on and am still a virgin. Now I am being humiliated by a villain. If young master can save me, I have no way to repay you but to offer myself to you." The sight before them made the envoy and his men spurt blood from their noses, a common feeling of pleasure in their hearts. "Such a big sacrifice, this scene won't cost me 3 years of my life, will it?" Just then, someone transmitted a message to the envoy, "Make your move, don't let him see through the act." He suddenly snapped out of it and stammered, "Yes." Immediately he rushed forward and slapped Yun Mo hard across the face, cursing, "What a slut." This slap left Yun Mo's cheek red and swollen. He glanced behind her, her face showing clear indignation. The envoy had snot and tears streaming down his face as he painfully whispered an apology. Then he lunged forward, grabbed Lin Xin's collar, and roared with both pain and anger. "Damn it, you still want to ruin my good time, don't you?" he asked back in confusion. "I didn't do anything. Is the bar for chivalry in Kunlun Prefecture this low?" The envoy was furious. He swung his fist forward, roaring, "I've had my eye on you for a long time. Don't think you can get away with being handsome. If you don't make a move, I'll force you to, then I'll casually create an opening for you to hit me and my mission will be complete. Damn, you're a genius." Just then his fierce punch went straight through the watermelon in Lin Xin's hand. The watermelon was immediately smashed with a large hole. Lin Xin took a side step forward and with one palm strike gave the guy a lesson he would never forget, shouting menacingly, "Pay for my watermelon." The envoy's eyes were red, his mouth tightly shut. Trying not to let the blood flow out, he asked himself in pain, "Is this a punch a human can have? My bones are broken." His two subordinates, however, looked very excited and said with a laugh, "He finally made a move, it's a success. Big brother's strength shows no sign of acting." Then they lifted the envoy together, preparing to leave, and threatened, "You just wait. Don't you dare leave if you have the guts." They hadn't gone far when strange lightning appeared around the two of them. They heard a stop and immediately froze. Lin Xin appeared behind one of them, a powerful force surging. He ordered sternly, "Hand over all the money on you and pay for my melon." After finishing his business, he happily tossed a pile of copper coins and left, thinking gleefully, "These three guys are quite rich. I have money to buy information this time." Then he sighed, "If only Chu Yifa were here. I wouldn't have to spend money to get information from her." Just then, Yun Mo rushed over excitedly, her arms open, shouting, "Great young master, you're my savior." Lin Xin looked at her with confusion and asked, "Stop playing games. That's a high-end fragrance you're wearing. Tell me, who are you?" Though his eyes lit up as he observed Yun Mo's posture with her rear jutting out, his tone remained cold. "What's your purpose in approaching me?" Only then did Yun Mo drop her pretense. She remarked gravely, "What a clever person. I underestimated you." Then she turned to Lin Xin, her eyes sharp as she threatened, "If you wish to live, take me to Lan Yingying." Hearing this, he sighed helplessly and replied, "After all that, it turns out you're one of us. I thought it was someone from the Shenyang Holy Land testing me. I don't know where she is either. You've got the wrong person." Despite this, Yun Mo stood firm in her conviction. "Stop pretending. My divination proves that you are the key to finding her. My astrological results are never wrong." At that moment, Lin Xin leaned in and whispered, "I presume you're from the Da Sheng sect, aren't you? How about we make a deal? You buy my intelligence for 100 taels of gold." Yun Mo didn't hesitate. A slender leg swung high as she shouted, "Still talking tough?" Lin Xin instantly straightened up to dodge the attack and even asked with interest, "Want a bite, huh?" Yun Mo maintained her one-legged high kick stance, her tone stern as she warned, "Don't force me to kill you or I'll spare no one but you." Before she could finish, she quickly brought her legs together because Lin Xin with a nosebleed reminded her, "A big sis Hong, you're exposed." Yun Mo's face flushed red with embarrassment. She shouted angrily, "You've got the nerve of a bear and the guts of a leopard, daring to flirt with me, a master." Seeing her terrifying expression, Lin Xin quickly raised his hands to defend himself. "Miss, let's be fair. You were the one who came over and showed me." A formation had already appeared behind Yun Mo. She roared furiously, "Shut up!" The current situation made him even more confused. He widened his eyes and asked, "Wait, are you planning to do this in a crowded place?" Before he could finish, the crescent moon chant was already shot at him. The surrounding crowd scattered in panic. Lin Xin leaped into the air, the ultimate technique of the dragon chant, gauntlets erupting from his hand. He asked her curiously, "Are you trying to destroy half the city?" Then he leapt up and met the fierce blow head-on. The two forces collided, creating a massive tremor. Yun Mo's magic power shot up into the sky and swirled there, his light dragon also wrapped around that axis of magic power. The stunning scene before her left Miao Miao dumbfounded. She thought to herself, who did Lin Xin get into a fight with? Lin Xin clenched his fists, letting out a sigh of relief, thinking, that was dangerous. Luckily I diverted the force into the sky, it wasn't over yet. A black and white formation continued to appear behind Yun Mo. She menacingly shouted again and used the move Half Moon Strike. Things seemed to have gotten out of control. Lin Xin gritted his teeth, his pupils constricted, and then announced, "I don't usually hit women. Don't force my hand." Just then a strange black shadow flew from somewhere behind Yun Mo, a sword in its hand. With her keen intuition, she sensed it in time and turned with a swing, saying, "You little thief." Immediately, the two forces collided, unfolding an extremely fierce duel in the air. At this moment, Yun Mo stretched out her hand within the formation and black slime immediately gushed out from above. With a point of her finger, the slime turned into sharp claws and lunged forward together, forcing the stranger to retreat. After what had just happened, Yun Mo couldn't help but say smugly, "With just that little skill, you still want to sneak attack? Let me tell you, no one in this world can sneak attack me from behind." The moment her words fell, Lin Xin slapped her across the face. He even added contemptuously, "Is that so? Let me try." Yun Mo's eyes widened and her lips trembled as she said, "You didn't say?" Just as she finished a few weak words, she let out a miserable scream and fell backward. Her eyes rolled back again. Lin Xin quickly retracted his hand and taunted, "With just this level of skill, you dare to put on an act? You almost scared me." He thought for a moment, then picked up Yun Mo and said, "Your secret technique is quite interesting. Come with me for a trip." The moment he finished speaking, someone suddenly ran past him at high speed. It was the same stranger who had just fought her. At this moment, that person was hiding nervously behind a corner. Xiao Wu's sweat-drenched face was revealed in the moonlight. He said with a tremor, "That was dangerous. I was almost taken care of." Just as he was catching his breath, Lin Xin suddenly appeared and said, "It really is you, Captain Wang Wang." Xiao Wu was startled and asked, "How did you chase me all the way here?" He said with interest, "If you ran on all fours, maybe I wouldn't have been able to catch up." Then he jokingly asked, "Thanks a lot. I didn't expect you to go out of your way to protect us. Can this be considered a complimentary service with the purchase of intelligence?" Xiao Wu immediately explained, "I was afraid you'd get me involved." "Big brother, you're really not afraid of death. Why are you still holding this old woman?" Lin Xin looked at the woman in his hands and said seriously, "After all that commotion, Hu Yidao must have run away. She seems to be proficient in divination. We can have her lead us to him." Hearing this, Xiao Wu became even more panicked, his face turning pale as he reported some startling news. "She is one of the 9 founding elders of the Da Sheng sect, leading the investigation into the whereabouts of Master Yun Mo." This news surprised Lin Xin a little. No wonder she was so powerful. Xiao Wu hurriedly interjected, "Why don't you hurry up while she's unconscious?" He quickly threw Yun Mo to the ground, tied her up with a red rope and said, "Luckily you reminded me in time, then there's no problem. This is the 9-tendon, 9-knot tying technique I learned from the movies." Then Lin Xin said to Xiao Wu with interest, "Once it's tied tight, it's absolutely impossible to escape." Seeing this, Xiao Wu asked back with a look of disgust, "Did you misunderstand what I meant?" Without another word, he immediately leapt away and notified, "I'm going to find them. Please help me watch her." Xiao Wu was scared out of his wits and shouted, "Do you really see me as one of your own?" The situation was too dangerous. He immediately regained his composure and judged, "If this isn't dealt with, it will bring a disaster upon Dragon Desert City. What should I do? I absolutely cannot let a master of the Da Sheng sect get into trouble here." Then he reached for Yun Mo and a thought flashed through his mind, "That's right, before he comes back, can't I just let her go? As long as she can escape, the one who has a grievance has a debtor. It definitely won't be blamed on me." Xiao Wu grabbed both ends of the rope knot, excited by his idea. "I'm a genius, but this knot is really hard to untie." Just then, Yun Mo snapped her head around, her sharp eyes on him as she roared, "I'll remember you, the captain of Dragon Desert City, daring to tie me up while I was unconscious with ill intentions." Soon after, Lin Xin and his team also returned. He didn't forget to announce, "We're back," upon entering. The sight of Yun Mo beaten black and blue with Xiao Wu sitting fearfully to the side puzzled Lin Xin. How did she end up like this? Just then, Xiao Wu, with tears in his eyes, pleaded miserably, "Big brother, I'll refund you the money for the intelligence. Can you please leave Dragon Desert City? She saw what I look like. I can't kill her, and I can't let her go. What should I do?" In contrast to that panic, Lin Xin appeared very confident. He raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Just for this. Don't worry, I've already thought of a perfect plan for you." "A perfect plan?" At this moment, Bai He whispered worriedly in Miao Miao's ear. "Sister, do you have an impression of this smile?" Miao Miao also answered uneasily, "Yes, the last time he smiled like that, someone fell into a pit later." Just then, Lin Xin happily put his arm around Xiao Wu's shoulder. He asked eagerly, "What perfect plan?" He answered happily, "Come, I'll tell you." His expression changed, becoming sinister, but his words were unusually certain. "Her goal is to find Lan Yingying, right? So if you find Lan Yingying, won't you have made up for your mistake? Maybe the Da Sheng sect will even reward you." Hearing this, Xiao Wu asked with some hesitation, "But aren't you guys looking for her too, and the master has already seen me with you guys? Why would she reward me?" Lin Xin immediately started brainwashing him nonstop. "We don't want to protect her. After asking a few questions, she's useless to us. You can hand her over to the Da Sheng sect, and then you can say that you were trying to protect Yun Mo by pretending to join us. If we cooperate a little, won't it be seamless?" These few words worked. Xiao Wu immediately agreed. That makes sense. Faced with this situation, he was ecstatic and said with tears in his eyes, "Then my wealth and prosperity for the rest of my life depend on you." Lin Xin still had the same expression and replied, "It's a small matter. Come, shake on it. Let's hurry up and find her." Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, he turned his head excitedly and shouted loudly, "Wang Wang squad assemble!" This call startled everyone. The two girls Bai He and Miao Miao vied to ask, "Wang Wang squad, is there really such a team?" Xiao Wu proudly held up 4 fingers and introduced, "That's right, they are swift as the wind, silent as the forest, fierce as fire and immovable as a mountain. The enemy trembles at their name, evil has nowhere to hide, the absolute cream of the crop." In a flash the somewhat goofy-looking members of the Wang Wang squad appeared in a neat row. Miao Miao, Great Eagle and Bai He were all silent, the atmosphere becoming unusually awkward at this moment. Xiao Wu was furious. He walked over, kicked a dog that was about to relieve itself anywhere and barked, "Line up, get your spirits up, line up." Before dogs from small to large had assembled. The husky at the front spoke, "Wang Wang squad assembled, awaiting instructions." On the other side, Xiao Wu raised his fist and ordered menacingly, "Brothers, Dragon Desert City has reached a life or death moment, we need your help to save it." After receiving the mission, the husky's eyes lit up as he looked at Xiao Wu and excitedly suggested, "Big brother, we want triple the late-night snack." Hearing this, his face darkened and his tone became fierce. "All right, I'll kill the 3 of you first and then triple the dog food for the one that's left." "Who's first?" The Wang Wang squad immediately scattered. They seemed excited, taking turns to say, "Time to work, I love overtime." Xiao Wu waved his hand urging them on. After the Wang Wang squad left, Lin Shin's reminder stunned Xiao Wu. "Did you tell them who to look for?" He immediately shouted, "Come back, go find traces of Hu Yidao, do you understand?" The husky put a paw on its forehead and replied, "Understood." After giving the order, Xiao Wu waved them away again, telling them to scatter and flee. "Go." After he was done, he turned back triumphantly and announced, "The net has been cast. If all goes well, we'll have news before dawn. Do you want to go back to my place to rest?" Lin Shin immediately refused. "No need, I have to hurry." He noticed Yun Mo sleeping soundly and said, "I need to get what I need from her." At this point, Yun Mo's hair had been neatly tied up and the veil on her face had been removed. As the light shone on her, she woke with a start. Across from her, Lin Shin was sitting leisurely on a stone bench, sipping tea. Seeing her open her eyes, he said cheerfully, "Awake, how do you feel?" These few words made Yun Mo scream in anger. "You villain, how dare you disrespect a master? Do you know the consequences of messing with the Da Sheng sect?" Then she thought to herself, "This guy definitely doesn't know my identity. Watch me tell him." Just as the thought crossed her mind, something flew into her mouth. Yun Mo coughed a few times and asked angrily, "What did you just feed me?" Lin Shin calmly replied, "Just a pill I refined. As long as you cooperate, I'll definitely give you the antidote." Although she was a little uneasy, Yun Mo said calmly, "Wishful thinking. I've long since become immune to all poisons. No poison can harm me in the slightest." Lin Shin showed an extremely sinister expression and declared, "Didn't say it was poison. This pill is called Lustful Desire Pill. It's a veterinary medicine specifically used to help animals mate. Surely this medicine won't be useless on you." Hearing this, Yun Mo's expression changed drastically. Her cheeks flushed red, she was sweating profusely, and she shouted angrily, "You pervert, how dare you use such a despicable method?" Lin Shin quickly moved behind Yun Mo, his hands gripping her shoulders tightly as he said, "Do you feel a surge of heat in your stomach? That's the effect of the medicine. If you don't mate or take the antidote within an incense stick's time, the lustful fire will burn your spiritual core. At best, your cultivation will be destroyed. At worst, you'll explode and die." Then he brought his mouth close to her ear and asked in a low voice, "Just answer one question and I can give you the antidote. Where is Hu Yidao?" Yun Mo's face was flushed red. She asked back in confusion, "How do you know Hu Yidao? Who are you?" Lin Shin assured her, "Don't worry, I have no intention of getting involved in the feud between the Da Sheng sect and the Shenyan Holy Land. I'm just here to find Hu Yidao, to retrieve the relic of a deceased friend." Yun Mo's lips suddenly curled up. A purple vortex appeared before her as she replied, "Whatever your purpose is, you're too late. Hu Yidao no longer exists." Seeing this, Lin Shin was a little shaken, a trace of unease rising in his heart. "I've already sealed her spiritual core, how can she still?" Just then, a person completely wrapped up and holding a sharp blade rushed out of the vortex. The person leaped out and immediately swung a fierce blow forward. Lin Shin quickly sidestepped to dodge. A loud crash was heard in the distance. Everyone was startled, looking back. Bai He immediately asked, "What happened to Lin Shin?" The dust from the collision gradually dissipated, clearly revealing him confronting a stranger. At this moment, Xiao Wu ran over in shock. He clutched his head tightly and shouted in terror, "That's a dragon scale guard." At this time, a group of people was slowly walking out of the vortex. Lin Shin was a little confused by the situation before him. This time it's trouble. A formation appeared beside Lin Shin. He decisively drew his moon-cleansing saber and said, "I told you I have no ill intentions. Must you make things so difficult?" Just then his whole body trembled violently. Lin Shin suddenly fell to his knees, unable to stand steady. His moon-cleansing saber stuck in Yun Mo's formation. At this moment she rubbed her wrists, looked ahead seriously, and ordered, "Lead the way if you want to live." Just then Great Eagle burst through the broken wall with great momentum. He shouted angrily, "Let go of my second uncle." Beside him, Miao Miao cried out in worry. Lin Shin, before everyone could act, 2 purple dragon scale guards had already made their move. One of them looked up with sharp eyes and declared contemptuously, "Keep your necks clean, we'll be back." They disappeared in an instant. Great Eagle shouted angrily, "Damn it, where did these people come from?" Xiao Wu looked up in fear and replied, "They are the true elite force of the Da Sheng sect, the dragon scale guards. I didn't expect them to even send the dragon scale guards." It seems Lin Shin is in more trouble than he's worth. Hearing this, Great Eagle grabbed Xiao Wu by the collar and said frantically, Where can I find them? I have to save my second uncle. He was sweating profusely and stammered. They appear and disappear like ghosts, how would I know? Just then a voice startled Great Eagle. He turned to see Meow Meow and Bai He, their eyes burning with anger. Meow Meow decisively suggested capture Hu Yidao and use him to trade for Lin Xin. The scene shifts to Lin Xin's side. After a while he weakly opened his eyes. At this moment he was wearing only a scarf, his hands tightly bound to a cross. He tilted his head and looked ahead in confusion. Opposite him, Yun Mo, dressed in a sexy outfit, was crouching in front of a pile of weapons. She blushed and threatened. You're awake? You don't have the antidote on you. Tell me, how do I get rid of this poison? Otherwise I'll let you taste my methods. His harsh words made Lin Xin's cheeks flush, but his eyes lit up. He replied excitedly, torture me. Bring it on, my whole body is full of hard bones. Yun Mo frowned, her lips pursed tightly as she questioned. Still have hard bones? You look down on me, don't you? Where's the hardest part? I'd like to test it. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. She hurriedly drew the curtains and asked loudly, Who is it? The dark figure outside slowly pushed the door open and said, Dai Lamao requests to see Master Yun Mo. Hearing this, Yun Mo requested, Wait a moment. After speaking, she lifted the curtain and took out a piece of cloth. Yun Mo returned to Lin Xin's side, leaned in close and threatened with a frown, You dare tell anyone you drugged me? I will kill you immediately. He replied helplessly, I'll say it again, that was medicine, not poison. Green Hat waited for a long time without any movement and called out again, Master. She quickly stuffed the cloth into Lin Xin's mouth, then turned and walked away, saying, Coming. Yun Mo had just opened the door a crack when she sized up the other person. Why are you here? The guy was holding a bouquet of flowers, leaning against the wall, stroking his hair while striking a cool pose, and said in a sweet tone, Sorry I'm late. This is a forget-me-not flower. I picked it for you from the Nine Kings Peak of the West Sea. Seeing this, she turned away dismissively and rejected him directly. Thank you, I appreciate the thought, but I don't like flowers. You can keep them for yourself. Green Hat casually tossed the bouquet aside and chased after her, trying to please her. You look so beautiful today. Yun Mo stopped, her cheeks flushed, and she asked sternly like a thief on the roof, Subordinate, you said that besides this outfit there are no other clothes in the entire branch. You arranged this, didn't you? He raised his hands to defend himself. I'm being wronged. I just arrived, how could I have done something like this? She angrily rushed him out. I'll rest here for one night and return to the mountain tomorrow. I'm being wronged. I just arrived, how could I have done something like this? If there's nothing else, Vice Captain, please leave. Suddenly, Green Hat turned Yun Mo around, cornered her and said softly, Yun Mo, at a time like this, are you still playing games with me? She cried out in terror. What do you want? That guy put on a lecherous face and said suggestively, Although I'm the Vice Captain, I hold real power with a large force. You won't lose out by being with me. I want to be with you tonight. Yun Mo struggled violently. Let go of me. Green Hat pursed his lips to stop her. Don't struggle, I'll be good to you. She was panicking. Damn it, no wonder the Dragon Scale guards didn't unseal my spiritual core after saving me. It turns out he arranged it. Just as he was about to make a move, a tall figure suddenly appeared. A familiar voice sounded, stunning the guy. Pardon the interruption. Lin Xin brought his face close to Green Hat's and said with a grin, I wanted to observe up close. Seeing him, the guy screamed in terror. Oh my god, Green Hat was scared out of his wits by him. He collapsed on the ground, pointing at him and demanding to know his identity. Who are you? Yun Mo, still in shock, muttered. How did he break free? Lin Xin propped one hand against the wall and introduced himself in front of her. Let me introduce myself. I am the remnant of the Shenyan Holy Land captured by Master Yun Mo. According to the sect master's secret order, she was just interrogating me. Yun Mo looked bewildered and stammered her agreement. Yes, that's right. Green Hat was stunned by these words and couldn't speak for a long time. The sect master's secret order. He turned to look at her and continued calmly, Why don't you two get busy? You can interrogate me tomorrow. It's not like I'll talk anyway. If your sect master blames you, you'll have someone to take the fall for you. The guy was burning with anger on the side and said sharply, You scoundrel, still talking tough when you're about to die. I'll interrogate you myself and see if you talk. Lin Xin put his hands behind his head and taunted, Don't brag. If you really can't handle it, you'll have to provide top-secret information. Yun Mo turned to Green Hat and warned, Vice Captain Dai, are you sure you want to get involved in this? You know the sect master's temper. Getting involved without permission, you should consider the consequences carefully. Hearing this, the guy's hands and feet trembled with fear, so he had to back down. I was just saying, of course I can't act rashly. I'll take my leave, let me know when you're done. After speaking, Green Hat quickly slipped away, not forgetting to leave a message, farewell. He looked at the door and asked softly, Does this count as me doing you a big favor? Can we call it even? Suddenly, she swung the saber forward quickly. Yun Mo pinned Lin Xin underneath her, the tip of the blade pointing at his neck. She closed her eyes, her breathing becoming more and more rapid, and her words were somewhat intermittent. You know too much. I can't let you leave here alive. Lin Xin raised his chin and stared down, saying, I've struck a chord. I guess you've been carrying the token Vice Captain Dai gave you, which is why they were able to pinpoint your location and save you. But you didn't want to use it, which is why you waited so long to call for help. In other words, you didn't want to ask him for help. After all, he covets your body. Yun Mo, shamed into anger, roared, Shut up. She gripped the saber tightly, raised it high, and at the same time declared, Be on your way. Suddenly, the space turned pitch black, and only a flash of white light was seen. Yun Mo was also stunned for a moment. It turned out that she was sitting on his lower body, making Lin Xin stammer in embarrassment. Sorry, I can't help it in this position. Outside, the Dragon Scale Guard was reporting the situation. Captain, do we need to send someone in? The Master's spiritual core hasn't been unsealed yet. Although the enemy is also sealed, what if the other party fights to the death? Green Hat, with his hands behind his back, instructed. Don't be nervous. Have faith in Yun Mo's methods. She will definitely make the enemy beg for death but unable to die. Suddenly a scream came from the room, startling the two soldiers, who blurted out, "Listen to how miserable that scream is." The two turned around, sweating and muttering, "That sounds like Master Yun Mo." "I feel like it is too." Hearing this, the guy's face also turned pale. He forced a smile to comfort himself, sweat pouring down. Green Hat couldn't take it anymore. He ran over, panting, kicked open the two doors and shouted, "Yun Mo, I'm here." Inside, Yun Mo was holding a chair ready to give Lin Xin a lesson. Seeing him interfere, she frowned and turned back to question, "What is it?" Green Hat was full of questions, asking in confusion, "Weren't you the one screaming just now?" And so he was hit squarely with a chair. Yun Mo shouted, "Don't interfere with my interrogation, get out." She also unceremoniously threw the saber at Green Hat, warning, "Get lost." This scared the guy so much he ran away in a panic. Lin Xin sat paralyzed in the room and leisurely praised, "Not bad acting, you scared him off." She gritted her teeth, her eyes wide as she threatened, "How dare you talk back to me like that? I'll kill you for sure." He looked at Yun Mo walking towards him and replied calmly, "Save it. You won't kill me because you once said that only I can help you find Lan Yingying. So while there's still time, why don't we talk about a deal?" She had no choice but to stand up and negotiate. "What kind of deal do you want?" Lin Xin immediately made a request. "All the information on Hu Yidao in exchange for me helping you find Lan Yingying." Yun Mo frowned, hesitating before agreeing. "All right, but you have to cure my poison first." He quickly stood up, rubbing his wrists as he replied, "No problem, but this medicine has no antidote. The only cure is to use a special technique." Her pupils dilated to their maximum. She was sweating nervously and asked in a small voice, "A technique? What are you planning to do?" Lin Xin immediately grabbed both of Yun Mo's wrists, controlling her entire body to turn around. His eyes were as bright as stars as he said in a low voice, "Relax, it will be very comfortable." Lin Xin's two fingers slowly slid past her elbow, his tone seductive as he said, "Almost there." This made Yun Mo cry out in embarrassment. "Ah!" His fingertips gradually moved to her armpit. The next second, Yun Mo closed her eyes tightly and let out a scream full of ambiguity. Two soldiers outside heard the sound and began to whisper again. "The strange sound has started again. It's not the Masters." The captain went to see for himself. "It's definitely not her." Green Hat leaned against the wall, thinking with tears in his eyes, "What a wonderful sound. Of course I choose to forgive her. It's not my sister's fault, she's strong." The scene shifts to the room where the floor is covered in purple liquid. Yun Mo was now exhausted, collapsed on the ground, panting. Lin Xin looked at the woman before him, snapped his fingers and announced, "All right, the medicine has been expelled from your body." Her body trembled uncontrollably, yet she still managed to blame him. "Not only is your poison despicable, but the way you cure it is just as despicable. Are you a pervert?" Lin Xin waved his hand to interrupt her thoughts. "Cut the crap, I've fulfilled my promise." He immediately held up a few doses of medicine, showed a demonic face, and his tone became devilish. "Tell me about Hu Yidao, or I have even stronger medicine waiting for you." Yun Mo screamed in terror, "I know. Can you let me catch my breath first?" Then she told him everything she knew. Gubai Crossing was originally the center of the Shenyan Holy Land. It was rumored to contain the primordial power that created the world, but countless masters had gone up to explore it over the years, only to find nothing but barren rocks and withered trees. Yun Mo sat down in a corner and continued, "Over time, everyone treated this legend as a rumor. The Shenyan Holy Land has 72 wondrous peaks. A small Gubai Crossing is simply insignificant." Lin Xin narrowed his eyes and repeated, "What do you mean Gubai Crossing no longer exists?" She closed her eyes and explained. When the Dasheng sect attacked the Shenyan Holy Land, the two sides fought fiercely, and Gubai Crossing and many other peaks were destroyed in the flames of war. Hearing this, he couldn't help but get a headache, thinking, if the demon emperor's coffin isn't on the mountain, then it must be buried in the mountain. With Gubai Crossing destroyed, wouldn't the coffin be more easily exposed? I have to hurry and investigate. Lin Xin looked at Yun Mo and asked, "Do you know how to sneak into the Dasheng sect? I want to go to the ruins of Gubai Crossing to take a look." She pointed out the difficulty. The entire Dasheng sect inherited the Shenyan Holy Land's mountain protecting barrier. Unless you attack by force, it's absolutely impossible to break in. He immediately speculated. "Then how did you Dasheng sect get in? Was there a traitor?" Yun Mo didn't answer, but instead stated her own request. "I've told you everything I know, now it's your turn to cooperate with me to find Lan Yingying." He crossed his arms over his chest and said with a smile, "A gentleman's word is his bond. Go ahead, how do you need me to help?" He thought to himself. "I'll help her find Lan Yingying first. She must know how to break the barrier." The two of them suddenly fell into silence, which puzzled Lin Xin. Yun Mo turned back and said innocently, "The illusion mirror compass only said that I can find her by following you. I don't know how to find her either." He opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Are you superstitious?" She muttered. "Looks like I'll have to use my method to find Hu Yidao first." Lin Xin was speechless and could only comply. "You have the Dragon Scale Guards outside, go and investigate." Yun Mo's face darkened, and she explained in a low voice, "The Dragon Scale Guards are the sect master's personal guards. The captain's position is above mine. How could they possibly listen to my orders?" He immediately put on a girlish, charming look as if demonstrating for her. and then said, "This is where you have to show your personal charm." Soon after, Green Hat was summoned in. He heard the order and couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Mobilize the Dragonscale Guards to investigate Hu Yidao's whereabouts." Green Hat scratched his head and said with difficulty, "Yun Mo, I'm afraid the sect master has strict orders that the Dragonscale Guards cannot accept anyone's orders except his own. This squad was already passing through. I took a risk having them save you. If I mess around again." Lin Xin was still tied to the pillar as before, watching the trembling Yun Mo answer him. "I know." She struck the charming pose he had just taught her tone becoming exceptionally alluring. "Just help me this once." Green Hat was quickly captivated by this beauty trap. He pursed his lips tightly and took a deep breath as he heard Yun Mo whisper in his ear, "Die, brother, die." Green Hat immediately ran out, cleared his throat and shouted, "Everyone assemble." He showed a brilliant smile, very satisfied with his idea. With Day's professional voice no man from any dimension can resist. Soon after, a few miserable screams were heard. Found him, found him." Lin Xin laughed happily in the room like a flower while she muttered, "We found Hu Yidao." He pushed open the door and announced, "My men found him in a valley 30 li outside Dragon Desert City." But Green Hat brought very bad news. "It's Hu Yidao's body." Hearing this, Yun Mo's eyes widened and she swayed unsteadily. The scene shifts to outside the valley. The rain was pouring down. The two of them walked and thought, "Hu Yidao is dead. It will be even harder to track Lan Yingying." Green Hat pointed with his hands on his hips. "The body is down there." He looked down at the body being carefully examined by the soldiers and described the scene. The fatal wound was a sword wound to the chest. Then he was thrown down, landing head first, so his head was smashed. Lin Xin glanced over and asked, "It's nowhere to be seen. How can you confirm the body's identity?" Green Hat quickly explained, "The personal items on the body as well as tattoos and scars can be used as evidence." He had been puzzled all along. "How did you find the body in such a remote location?" He crossed his arms and replied, "My men found his tracks in Dragon Desert City and followed them here to find him." "Is the source of the intelligence reliable?" Green Hat felt he was being interrogated and couldn't help but frown, saying sharply, "Not a brother. Who are you? You were being interrogated last night and now you're ordering me around?" The sky was dark with clouds and the rain still fell silently. Yun Mo, who was opposite him, spoke, "He is a remnant of the Shenyan Holy Land that we found. He has surrendered and joined us. With his help we can find Lan Yingying sooner." He closed his eyes, his face full of disdain. "So he's just a dog. I'm only responsible for helping to find people. You can figure out the rest for yourself." She was taken aback and turned to ask, "What do you mean?" Green Hat nonchalantly picked his nose and said, "You and I aren't in any close relationship. Why should I keep helping you?" He widened his eyes and said something unbearable, "Or Master Yun Mo could go to the cave over there and have an in-depth exchange with me to deepen our relationship." Yun Mo frowned, speechless. "You," Lin Xin interjected, "no need to bother. I'll go down and take a look." After speaking, he jumped down under her astonished gaze. Green Hat sneered, still smug, "This little brat thinks he's a god? He dares to doubt the Dragonscale Guard's autopsy skills. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." However, the next second he was stunned by the news he received. The body was a fake. She bent down and asked, "How do you know?" Green Hat frowned and pointed down, shouting, "That brat is talking nonsense." Lin Xin said after examining the body, "Hu Yidao's weapon is a saber, right? The action of using a saber is chopping, so there are calluses between the thumb and index finger. But this body's calluses are all over the fingers. The calluses between the thumb and index finger are not thick, which is consistent with the characteristics of using a sword for stabbing for many years." He waved his hand in denial. "Nonsense. So what if the calluses on his hands are evenly distributed? Maybe he's been single for a long time. Then how do you explain the tattoo you mentioned?" "Everyone in the martial world knows about Hu Yidao's tattoo," he explained seriously. "It's precisely because everyone knows that it's suitable for confusing you. For a figure like Hu Yidao, it's not strange to have a body double on hand. When appearance is difficult to disguise, copying a tattoo is the most effective method." Yun Mo asked with some confusion, "So Hu Yikai isn't dead yet? But why would he do this?" Lin Xin calculated below. "I guess this was a switch from the very beginning." He stood up straight and offered his opinion. "Hu Yidao has already entered the game, releasing the news that Lan Yingying wants to cross Dragon's Spine Mountain. After attracting your pursuit, he faked his death to escape." Green Hat questioned angrily, "Everything you've said is just your speculation. If you say this is a fake, then where is the real one?" Lin Xin glanced at the side and continued, "To the west of Dragon Desert City is Dragon's Spine Mountain. The body is here in the northeast direction of Dragon Tail City. So which direction do you think the real Hu Yidao went?" The scene shifts to Hetong County, 30 li southeast of Dragon Desert City. A loud voice came from a small restaurant. "Waiter, bring the wine." The waiter responded quickly, "Coming." At this moment, Meow Meow was hiding behind the door and whispered, "Are you sure that person is Hu Yidao?" Xiao Wu said with certainty, "Absolutely. The doggy squad followed the scent all the way here, no mistake." Great Eagle suspected, "He doesn't look easy to mess with. We haven't been discovered, have we?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yidao had already frowned and said, "Stop hiding, come on out." The group was startled when they heard this, thinking we were discovered so quickly. Suddenly a black shadow appeared like a savior. "In a time of crisis only a man." The person quickly pointed and said, "You're Hu Yidao, right?" The two were stunned and whispered, "What's wrong? I thought I heard someone calling just now. I must have misheard." He looked at the back in front of him and said, "Hu Yidao, we found you." The man put on a terrifying expression and threatened, "Still trying to fake your death and escape? Dream on. Surrender obediently." Yidao didn't say a word and waved his hand to draw his sword. Seeing this, he collapsed on the ground in panic and let out a miserable scream. The Dragon Scale Guard team quickly rushed forward after the command, "Kill him." He was still sitting at the dining table. He gripped the green weapon in his hand, ready to fight. Yidao just waved his hand and the whole group of people went flying. In the distance, Green Hat cursed through his binoculars, "A bunch of trash. They had the upper hand and still got counter-killed." After all, Hu Yidao was also the #1 general of the Shenyan Holy Land. His strength was not to be underestimated. He couldn't help but rush forward. "Bullshit, #1 general. To me, they're all." Green Hat grinned fiercely. He drew the sword from his saber and said sharply, "A defeated foe." Hearing this, Yidao turned his gaze over there. He attacked continuously, forcing him to block with his sword. Lin Xin observed from a distance and muttered, "Just a vice captain and he dares to fight the #1 expert of the Shenyan Holy Land head-on." Yun Mo frowned and explained, "He has a trump card, one that can counter the techniques of the Shenyan Holy Land." Over here, Green Hat still menacingly pointed the sharp tip of his blade at him, while threatening, "Hu Yidao, countless masters of the Shenyan Holy Land have died at my hands. I advise you not to resist anymore and surrender obediently." However, Yidao used the momentum to support himself with one hand and delivered a kneeling kick directly to his face, and so Green Hat's 2 front teeth flew out without any hesitation. He took a few steps back and summoned his power ball. His tone was sharp and sarcastic. "You dare ruin my divine face?" Instantly, Green Hat's whole body was engulfed in a burning spiritual power, forcing him to retreat and defend himself. He stared wide-eyed, asking in confusion, "What is that?" Standing to the side, she introduced the Da Sheng sect's exclusive secret technique, Blood Domain, which was specifically designed to counter the Shenyan Holy Land's Cloud Bright Heart Sutra. Yun Mo continued, explaining that the Da Sheng sect's near-complete slaughter of the Shenyan Holy Land was largely due to the Blood Domain. At that moment, the guy thrust his palm forward, shooting out several fiery red spheres one after another, accurately targeting his opponent. But as luck would have it, Yidao managed to dodge these moves. Green Hat roared madly, "Run, keep fucking running for me." Not long after, he too stopped, collapsing to the ground. He pointed his own saber at Yidao's head and shouted, "I'll take your head in exchange for my teeth." Just as he was about to strike, Green Hat suddenly froze, his eyes wide. It turned out that Lin Xin had sent him flying back with a single kick, stunning the Dragon Scale Guard standing behind. Yun Mo wondered in confusion when he had unsealed his spiritual core. Seeing Green Hat fall heavily to the ground, they couldn't help but run over and call out in concern, "Captain." With one hand on his hip and the other rubbing his nose, he said nonchalantly, "I'm protecting this person." "Can't kill him." Green Hat frowned and ordered in his own language, "Kill him for me." He lay in a large crater, pointing ahead and rambling, leaving the group of Dragon Scale Guards bewildered and unsure of what to do. Lin Xin closed his eyes and muttered, "What he's saying is probably." He narrowed his eyes and repeated sternly, "Kill him for me." The Dragon Scale Guards finally understood. So that's what he meant. Thanks for the translation. Kill him. Meanwhile, Hu Yidao was losing consciousness due to excessive blood loss. Lin Xin quickly picked him up. Seeing this, they shouted in alarm, "Damn it, he's trying to run, stop him." Not long after, he returned to the city wall. Yun Mo was completely baffled, not understanding what had happened. She watched as Lin Xin's 2 fingers slowly moved towards her acupoints and cried out, trembling, "What are you trying to do?" Before passing out, Yun Mo only had time to utter the word dream. The next second, she had already closed her eyes tightly and fallen into Lin Xin's strong arms. While supporting Yidao with one hand and grabbing Yun Mo's clothes with the other, Lin Xin loudly warned the group of Dragon Scale Guards, "Don't move. Grab Green Hat or I'll kill Master Yun Mo." This made them take a few steps back, not daring to get closer. Green Hat refused to listen. His eyes burned with fire as he roared in his own language, "What are you doing over there? Attack!" Green Hat stomped his foot on the spot, shouting like a petulant child, "Who cares about some master? If she dies, I'll take responsibility." Over here, he frowned and translated. He said, "Master Yun Mo is the love of his life and her safety must be ensured. Whatever I ask, you must fulfill it. Even if it costs him his life, he will not hold you responsible." Hearing this, the Dragon Scale Guards blushed with shame, thinking to themselves, "Captain Dai is a real man. In that case, we brothers can only obey." On the other side, he was so angry he could have died, rendered speechless by them. "Is that so?" "No, it's not. Even if you idiots can't understand, you should be able to read hand signals." And so the Dragon Scale Guard squad rushed forward, thinking, brothers, for the captain's great righteousness, to help the captain's love story come to fruition, let's charge forward, eager and insatiable. And so, Hulong wanted to give it a try, without hesitation. Over here, Green Hat frowned, picked up his broken sword and cursed, "Idiots." Watching the chaotic scene below, Lin Xin thought, to go all out like this, there must be some personal grudge involved. Soon after, he and the other 2 disappeared into the air. In a flash, Yidao's butt landed on the ground with a thwack. Lin Xin stood with his hands on his hips, looking at him and saying, "It's safe here. They won't find this place for now." Yidao asked curiously, "May I ask for the young hero's esteemed name? You are not afraid of the currently powerful Da Sheng sect and have come to my rescue." He directly interrupted the question. "You answer my question first. Do you know how to sneak into the Da Sheng sect, former Shenyan Holy Land, that is?" Hearing this, his pupils dilated to their maximum, and he muttered, "Why do you?" Lin Xin crossed his arms over his chest and instructed, "Don't be nervous. I have no intention of getting involved in the feud between your 2 sects. I just want to investigate Gubai Crossing." Yidao said hesitantly, "Gubai Crossing, but that place has already..." He closed his eyes and replied, "I know it's been destroyed, which is why I need to investigate on site. You're a core member of the Shenyan Holy Land. You must know how to sneak in, right?" He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. After thinking it through, Yidao slowly stood up and proposed, "No problem, I can help you sneak in, but you have to do something for me first." Lin Xin asked directly. "What is it?" He quickly stated his request. "Help me rescue Miss Yingying, if you can help. My life, Hu Yidao's, is yours." He pressed his lips together, looking very reluctant, thinking to himself, "I finally found a shortcut. How did it lead back to this land, Yingying? Does it have to force me into some kind of situation with her?" Yidao sat down, crossed his legs and began his story. "At that time I escaped from the Holy Land with the young miss. I was indeed planning to cross Dragon's Spine Mountain to escape, so I even sent people to scout the way in Dragon Desert City. Everything was arranged, but I never expected." His tone grew increasingly sorrowful and indignant. "I don't know which traitor leaked the information. The Da Sheng sect's pursuers followed us all the way. We were ambushed after entering the city. The young miss was captured and her whereabouts are unknown," Lin Xin speculated. "In other words, a third party captured Lan Yingying." Yidao confirmed. "At first I thought it was the Da Sheng sect, but later I found out it wasn't. Now the young miss's life is in danger and her whereabouts are unknown. I can only ask for your help, young hero." After listening, he kicked Yun Mo with his foot and called out, "Wake up, stop pretending to be asleep." Seeing this, he was surprised and uttered a single word. She slowly opened her eyes and asked, "When did you find out?" Lin Xin glanced at her and exposed her. "When I captured you, I didn't hit any acupoints at all, yet you went along with it and fell down. It's obvious you wanted to be captured by me." Yun Mo glared and complained, "If you don't know how to hit acupoints, why did you pretend to?" He leaned down, propping his hand on the well's edge and whispered close to her face, "I just wanted to verify which side you're on," Lin Xin judged. "Although you're also looking for Lan Yingying, your purpose seems to be different from the Da Sheng sect's." Yidao, full of questions, spoke up, "Isn't she an elder of the Da Sheng sect? What other purpose could she have? Let's just kill her quickly and go rescue the young miss." He took the opportunity to threaten her. "Did you hear that? He wants to kill you. You'd better tell the truth now." She turned her head to the side, avoiding Lin Xin's gaze, and said in a small voice, "You guessed right. My purpose is indeed different from the Da Sheng sect's. I must find Yingying before the Da Sheng sect does and take her to a safe place." He couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Who are you?" Only then did Yun Mo reveal her true identity. "My Dharma name is Master Yun Mo. My secular name is Qin Yu, but I have another name." Qin Lingwu. Hearing this, Yidao's eyes widened and he muttered, "The Ling generation, you are from that batch of disciples from the Shenyan Holy Land 3 years ago." She lowered her head and recounted. 3 years ago, the Shenyan Holy Land's treasury was robbed. The closest place to the treasury was the training ground of the Ling generation disciples. In a fit of rage, Sectmaster Lan Tusheng believed it was the Ling generation disciples who did it, so he ordered all the disciples to be executed by association. He jumped up, sweating profusely in panic, and asked, "I was also present at the execution. All 113 Ling generation disciples were executed. How could you be?" Yun Mo closed her eyes and explained, "It was Yingying. She bribed the executioner to be lenient. A total of 11 of us, including me, escaped. We ended up wandering down the mountain and encountered bandits. Of the 11 survivors, only I made it out alive. Later, I met Sidu Aoshan. After he learned of my ordeal, he took me in as a disciple, taught me skills, and established the Da Sheng sect to seek revenge on the Shenyan Holy Land." Lin Xin stroked his chin, pondering. "So that's how it is. So destroying the Shenyan Holy Land is your wish, but saving Lan Yingying is also your wish." She immediately admitted, "That's right. Situ Aoshan doesn't know that Lan Yingying was my benefactor, otherwise he wouldn't have so readily sent me to hunt her down." He struck a pose like Detective Conan and speculated, "So the destruction of the Shenyan Holy Land was their own doing. What kind of logic is it to kill the innocent over an unclear theft case?" Yidao added. "Sectmaster Lan does have some strange habits. I couldn't stop him either." Lin Xin touched the space between his eyebrows, emitting a golden light, and proposed, "Since everything is clear, let's cooperate honestly. We should strive to find Lan Yingying as soon as possible. That would be the best of both worlds." His eyes lit up like stars again. He turned to her and started getting handsy. "I'll help you undo the seal first, so you can divine Lan Yingying's current whereabouts." Seeing this, he blushed a little and praised, "Impressive." A few minutes later, Yun Mo sat cross-legged, her hands open, performing a calculation. "The result of the last divination showed that the key to finding Lan Yingying is you. Today I can only start by divining from you." Yidao asked doubtfully, "Isn't this just street-side fortune-telling? Is it accurate?" As she calculated, she said, "The art of divination can peer into heavenly secrets above and determine the fate of living beings below. I have diligently practiced this art for 3 years and have never—" Suddenly Yun Mo stopped, silent. He asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Did you figure out how to find Lan Yingying?" The next second she opened her eyes wide and said hesitantly, "The result of this divination is that you will die within 3 days." Lin Xin's face turned pale with fright as he repeated, "Die within 3 days." Yun Mo took out a circular plate and explained, "I can only divine that you will die at the hands of someone close to you. Any more than that, and the secrets of heaven are hard to glimpse." His face darkened as he thought, "Someone close. If they can kill me, they must be someone close. Could they shoot me dead from a distance?" Hearing this, Yidao turned his head and asked, Then young hero, are you still willing to help? Lin Xin waved the thought away. That's just to scare people, let's get down to business. Where on earth do we find Lan Yingying? She looked at the compass in her hand and replied, Heaven's will indicates we should head northeast. He turned around and muttered, Northeast, is it? I'll find a few people before we set off. Just then a voice came from a distance, second uncle. It turned out to be Great Eagle, Xiao Wu, Meow Meow, and Bai He, rushing over like moths to a flame. Lin Xin was stunned for a moment and asked, What are you guys doing here? He cried out with teary eyes. No time to explain, run, someone even more difficult to deal with is coming. Backtracking to an hour ago, Great Eagle peeked out thinking, as expected of second uncle, he handled it with ease, Xiao Wu urged. There's no time to lose, let's hurry and meet up with him. He sent a telepathic message. No rush, there's something more important to do. He asked curiously. Something important? Great Eagle calculated. They're killing each other up there, we absolutely can't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Only when you're exhausted can we descend like divine soldiers and wipe them all out. After speaking, he thought to himself, I'm so smart. Bai He asked worriedly, Will this work? Meow Meow also doubted. Isn't this a bit excessive? He drew his intimidatingly large sword, ready to fight. If you're scared, I'll go up myself. Watch me kick him while he's down. At this moment, the Dragon Scale Guards were relentlessly attacking Green Hat. Captain, surrender. We brothers will definitely treat you with courtesy. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, causing everyone to stop. The Dragon Scale Guards lost their footing and fell to the ground. Bai He leaned against the wall and asked in panic, What's happening? My body feels so heavy. Great Eagle fearfully shrank to the side and said, Me too, I feel like I can't hold on. Green Hat was currently leaning on his weapon, gasping for breath. You, Master Fenchen of the Da Sheng sect, appeared immediately and said, Green Hat, how do you manage your subordinates? Master Zhou Lu of the Da Sheng sect added, Fighting in public like this, aren't you tarnishing the name of the Da Sheng sect? He raised his head and roared sternly. The Dragon Scale Guards are on duty, is it any of your business? Without another word, Zhou Lu blew a breath downwards and instantly the spot where Green Hat stood became a deep pit. She landed and questioned, Yan Mo was rescued by you Dragon Scale Guards, right? Where is she now? He collapsed on the ground, spitting blood, his voice trembling. Since you know I saved her, why are you still doing this to me? Zhou Lu reprimanded him sternly. Because the sect master suspected, you're in league with her. I'll ask one last time. Where is that bitch who betrayed the Da Sheng sect now? Back to the present. Yan Mo's eyes widened as she said, Fenchen, Zhou Lu, it seems they found out that Lan Yingying once saved me. Bai He, panting, urged. Those two are too terrifying, let's run before they find us. Lin Xin narrowed his eyes and deduced, It's too late to run now. Just then, the dark silhouettes of two women were approaching from a distance. Fenchen, dressed in red, spoke, Yan Mo. Yan Mo waved her hand, emitting a dark energy, and said through gritted teeth, Who dares to stop me? Instantly, she summoned a magic circle. Yan Mo pushed her palm forward, declared the word die, and then executed the move Moon Chant, Full Moon Strike. Immediately, a stream of black energy shot out from the magic circle, heading straight for the two people in front of her. Fenchen still complained disdainfully, The sect master is very disappointed in you. He sent us to take back the grace he bestowed upon you. The dark shadow drew closer, but the two women just stood there quietly. The next second, Zhou Lu's white eyes lit up and a burst of energy shot out from her eyes, instantly tearing apart Yan Mo's spiritual power that enveloped the entire space like a storm. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise. What? Her pupils filled with more and more killing intent, becoming extremely intimidating. Just by standing still, Zhou Lu was able to pull Yan Mo's entire body towards her. She panicked, thinking, It's over. Suddenly, a saber flew forward at high speed, grazing past Yan Mo's body. In an instant, the sharp tip of the blade was right before her eyes. In a moment of inspiration, Zhou Lu used her power to push the sword away, sending several earth-shattering tremors from where she stood. At the same time, Lin Xin rushed over, holding his saber in one hand and pulling the woman into his arms with the other. He didn't give up and charged towards the two again. Lin Xin's expression was serious as he used his momentum to leap into the air and swing his great saber forward. She raised her arm straight up, her tone full of killing intent as she shouted, Insolence! Instantly, black spiritual energy was summoned around Zhou Lu. She controlled her energy and attacked him directly, sending Lin Xin flying and crashing painfully against the mountain wall. He frowned and muttered, Got a bit ahead of myself, didn't I? Too bad, I've already figured out your abilities and weaknesses. Zhou Lu sneered triumphantly, saying contemptuously, A mere mortal dares to think he can see through heavenly power. Now this master will grind you into meat paste. We can't get entangled like this any longer. Yan Mo frowned at this moment, desperately trying to think of a solution. If this goes on, we'll all die. I can only use that move, Fenchen pouted and repeated. Discovered my weakness? Ignorant. Lin Xin was still full of fighting spirit, his whole body engulfed in golden flames. He stood up and shouted. Again, Zhou Lu frowned and thought, This kid doesn't seem to be bluffing, could he really? Suddenly, a black hole appeared at Lin Xin's feet, leaving him stunned. It turned out to be Yan Mo, who had used her power to summon a black hole at their feet. She urged, This is our grudge, it has nothing to do with you, go quickly. Lin Xin, sweating in panic, tried to stop her. No, miss, wait a moment. Before he could finish, Great Eagle and his group had completely disappeared. Zhou Lu stretched out her palm, pulling her entire body in front of her while cursing, You traitorous thing, you bitch. Yan Mo instantly fell to the ground, spitting out a lot of blood. She helped Yan Mo up and turned to ask Fenchen, What now? Should we chase them? She crossed her arms and thought, If Yan Mo divined that Lin Xin can find the person, then let's wait patiently. Zhou asked doubtfully. Can those few people really find Lan Yingying? Fengchen schemed. Once they find the target, they will naturally inform us. At this moment Lin Xin and his group had reached a desolate cliff edge with only the sound of the wind whistling in their ears. He held his head and shouted in panic, "No way, are those two sisters really that strong? They wouldn't listen to reason at all. Are they so sure we can't beat them?" Yidao judged hesitantly. Perhaps they want us to buy time to find people. Lin Xin turned back and asked, "No, Xiao Wu." Yun Mo said to search to the northeast. Do you know the situation there? Xiao Wu suddenly remembered. The northeast, I do have an acquaintance there. Soon after, in Duanyang City, Dong Zhe greeted happily. "Little Wang Wang, you finally came to see me." He stood to the side and introduced, "This is the city lord of Duanyang City, Dong Zhe." He patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder and urged, "Come shake hands." He asked quietly, speechless, "Brother Dong." Dong Zhe excitedly threw a bone and ordered, "Go fetch this." He reminded him with some displeasure, "Lord Dong, please show me some respect. I'm here on important business." He was stunned and commented, "Lan Yingying was captured by an unknown force and might be in Duanyang City." "This is a big deal," Dong Zhe continued. "Duanyang City absolutely cannot become a casualty of the conflict between the Shenyan Holy Land and the Dasheng sect." Lin Xin threatened. "If Lan Yingying is hiding in the city, the Dasheng sect will come looking for her sooner or later. If you can help find her, we can be responsible for taking her away." He glanced over, smiled slyly, and immediately agreed, "It's a deal." "This is truly a double blessing," he asked blankly. "What double blessing?" Dong Zhe left in high spirits, not forgetting to add, "You can take the trouble away and we can drink to our heart's content tonight. You guys wait, I'll send people to look for her now. There will definitely be a clue by tomorrow." Meow Meow sighed while drinking water. He's still in the mood to drink. This city lord has a really good mentality. Outside, Dong Zhe was acting suspiciously. He ordered, "You immediately send someone out of the city with a message. Tell the Dasheng sect to hurry." Another person quickly agreed, "Yes." Dong Zhe revealed a sinister and cunning expression outlining his plan. "Tonight we'll capture them first. When the Dasheng sect arrives, we'll hand them over." Everyone raised their cups and toasted. "Cheers." Dong Zhe sat in the main seat and said, "You are our guests, eat and drink well. We won't go home until we're drunk." Lin Xin, sitting beside him, said, "Thank you, city lord." Dong Zhe turned to Xiao Wu beside him. "Little Wang, you should come often and bring your city lord with you." Xiao Wu nodded drunkenly. "We'll come next month." "If I'm lying, I'm a dog." Lin Xin put his arm around Great Eagle's shoulder. "Great Eagle, work hard and tomorrow I'll get you a concubine." Great Eagle looked at him with tears in his eyes. "Second uncle, say no more. With those words I'll follow you through fire and water." And over here, Meow Meow and Bai He were also holding two wine jars, glaring at each other. "You think you can compete with me?" After a while, everyone was drunk and on the floor. Great Eagle muttered, "I can still drink." At this moment Dong Zhe, who was lying on the table, opened his eyes. He stood up, tidied his clothes and walked out. A subordinate respectfully reported, "My lord, the dragon scale guards are expected to arrive in half an incense stick's time." Dong Zhe nodded and ordered, "Tie them up first and throw them in the dungeon." The subordinate lowered his head. "Yes." Dong Zhe tilted his head slightly and glanced at Lin Xin and his group inside. "These people can really drink. I had to take 3 doses of sobering powder to hold on." Then suddenly, a guard from the side flew straight up into the sky, making Dong Zhe's eyes widen. He immediately turned back. "What happened?" The subordinates drew their swords and rushed out. "Protect the city lord's mansion." And at this moment, among those who were drunk, one suddenly sat up. "So thirsty." Lin Xin put the wine jar on the table and looked at Dong Zhe. "I haven't had enough to drink. What should I do?" Dong Zhe screamed in terror. "There was a sleeping drug in that wine, enough to knock out a bear. How can you still be standing?" Lin Xin pulled open his pants, revealing a pufferfish. He answered Dong Zhe, "With Bowman here, your level of poison is just child's play." Suddenly an explosion occurred where Lin Xin was. Dong Zhe's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "What was that?" Bowman appeared, sitting on Lin Xin's lap, and said, "Poison. King has neutralized all the poison. Now you are very healthy. You can even go 7 times in one night. You can verify it if you don't believe me." Lin Xin looked at her. "Your intention is too obvious. We'll talk about it later. Before Lin Xin and the other could finish, Dong Zhe had already shouted, "The dragon scale guards are almost here. Seize them." The subordinates quickly rushed forward. "Yes." Bowman glanced at them contemptuously. "A bunch of trash worthy of me taking action." Lin Xin sat beside her and patted her shoulder. "Don't kill them, just control the situation." Bowman suddenly blushed and turned to look at Lin Xin. "Just now you said little girl." She glanced shyly. "Hurry up and finish so we can sleep." Lin Xin shouted in surprise. "Did you poison yourself?" "Of course not." Then he pointed behind Bowman. "No, big sister, can you look at your opponent? If you don't make a move soon, I'll have to do it myself." The next second, a powerful energy suddenly erupted in the room, sweeping everything away. Dong Zhe's subordinates fell to the ground one by one, clutching their faces. "My eyes!" Dong Zhe trembled. You? Then with a bang, Dong Zhe was pressed to the ground. Lin Xin held a blade to his neck. "Any last words? Speak now." Dong Zhe's tongue was tied in knots as he begged for mercy. Don't, hero, spare my life." "Ah," he cried out in panic. "I know where Lan Yingying is. I know where she is." Dong Zhe knelt on the ground and sighed. 3 days ago, a few strangers did pass by here. I secretly sent people to investigate, and among them was indeed Lan Yingying." Lin Xin asked him, A few strangers are worthy of you, a city lord investigating personally. Dong Zhe lowered his eyes. As the lord of a city, it is my duty to protect the safety of the people. Any potential threat must be investigated immediately. He bowed his head deeply. I don't want to get involved in the feud between the Dasheng sect and the Shenyan Holy Land. I can choose not to reveal Lan Yingying's whereabouts to the Dasheng sect, but with you searching for her so openly, I definitely can't hide it from them. Otherwise, once the Dragon Scale guards find out, it will bring disaster to the entire city. Lin Xin looked at Dong Zhe. You may not be a good person, but you are definitely a good official. Dong Zhe pointed in a direction. After Lan Yingying left, they went to Night King Valley, 30 li north of the city. The Dragon Scale guards are almost here. You should go quickly. Lin Xin asked him, then how do you plan to explain this to the Dragon Scale guards? Dong Zhe lowered his head. I can only try to find an excuse to muddle through, but they will definitely not let it go. Duanyang City can't escape this disaster. Lin Xin smiled slightly and said, I have a plan that can protect all the people in the city, but you'll have to suffer a little loss. A moment later, a heart-wrenching scream came from the Duanyang City Lord's mansion. Dong Zhe cried his eyes out. You goddamn beasts, you burned down my house, my life savings of several decades. The Dragon Scale guards behind him saw this and said to each other with some embarrassment, Brothers, let's chip in some money. We can't let a warm-hearted person bleed and sweat only to shed tears. And at this moment, at the exit of Duanyang City, Lin Xin and his group were leaving along a small path. Great Eagle asked, Second uncle, where are we going? Lin Xin replied, Night King Valley. Yidao held his head. My head hurts so much. Is Dong Zhe sure that Miss Yingying is there? Lin Xin glanced at him. He probably wouldn't lie to me. We'll know if she's there once we get there. Xiao Wu followed behind and said, Night King Valley is full of vicious bandits who specialize in murder, robbery, and trafficking women. If we go in rashly, we probably won't be able to ask anything and will be targeted instead. Lin Xin looked at Great Eagle behind him. I already have an idea for that, but Great Eagle will have to suffer a bit. Great Eagle, having been called out, looked bewildered. Me? The next day in Night King Valley, a person standing in the valley heard a noise, poked his head out to look, and stuck his saber in the ground. What are you doing here? Lin Xin, disguised as a wealthy man, shouted, We're finally here. He looked at the bald man and said, Greetings, heroes. I'm from Duanyang City. I heard you can buy slaves here. I want to find a wife for my son. Price is negotiable. The bald man raised his saber and pointed it at them. Stop pretending to be rich. Are there no women in Duanyang City willing to marry your son? I think you guys are trouble. Get lost or we'll release the arrows. Lin Xin pretended to sigh sadly. It's true, no one is willing to marry him. We had no choice but to seek out you heroes and bring the young master here. Great Eagle was brought over by Meow Meow and Bai He, looking foolish, wrapped in a diaper and constantly crying out, Daddy, I want Daddy. Wife, Daddy, Daddy. The sight was like a bolt from the blue, utterly shocking. My goodness, the bald man and another bald man were petrified on the spot. He still wants to get married? This is too shameless. Lin Xin stepped forward, took out a gold ingot and held it in his hand. I have no choice. I can't let my family line end. I implore you, hero, to do me a favor. Ask if there are any single women in the valley who can get married. I will definitely reward you handsomely. The bald man and the bald man stared fixedly at the gold. This, being shameless, isn't out of the question, the bald man said to the other bald man. How unexpected that you would show up. Lin Xin stared at the other person and questioned, Who are you? The guy rubbed his chin and pondered. From the Kunlun continent's Dasheng sect. You should have already guessed that. Since you've ruined my plan, I have no reason to stay here. Without waiting for more questions, the dark figure gradually faded away, not forgetting to reveal, if you need answers, you can make a trip to the Kunlun continent. I'm at Gubai Crossing. Lin Xin's eyes widened. He thought of Si Chun and couldn't help but become curious. Gubai Crossing, the land blessed by the gods. He stretched out his hand and shouted, Wait! But the figure had already vanished without a trace. Lin Xin pondered. So Gubai Crossing wasn't in the Tianquan continent but in the Kunlun continent. But this also proved that this god and Wu Ming were not in the same faction. Therefore I must get there before Wu Ming and find the demon emperor's true coffin. Just then a sweet call reached his ear. Sect Master Lin. Lin Xin turned his head and asked in confusion, What, you want to continue challenging me? The group behind him immediately lowered their heads. Hong Lian, representing them, said, We wouldn't dare. You've already proven your strength. We are completely convinced of your ability to manage the Tianming sect. Seeing this, he could only scratch his head and explain, How I don't want to fight for this position of alliance leader. I was actually just making a show of force. Zan Yi of Dragon Gate sighed and proposed, I appreciate your good intentions, but my foundation is unstable, and I'm not up to this great responsibility. It's better if you take on the role of alliance leader. That way everyone will be convinced. Lin Xin had no choice but to comply. Very well then, I'll defer to your judgment. I now announce my first order. All sects of the Heavenly Path Alliance are to immediately gather their elite forces and head to Ming Province. Wu Chang repeated in surprise. To Ming Province, Hong Lian also asked doubtfully, Why are you sending us to the demon clan's territory? The Crown Prince, upon hearing this, scratched his head, turned around and began to back out. I'll go rest first. As for the matter of Ming Province, we can discuss it later. Suddenly, a hand slapped onto his shoulder with a thwack. He put on a demonic face and emphasized word by word, If Sect Master Zan's health doesn't permit it. Qingyun Sect, I have a gatekeeping position that's perfect for your retirement. Would you like to consider it? The Crown Prince couldn't help but lean back, breaking out in a sweat as he uttered, this. he came to his senses, raised his hands forward and resolutely accepted the mission. Rest assured, Alliance leader. We guarantee to complete the task. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin quickly gave a thumbs up in praise. Enlightened. Suddenly he started spinning as if sucked in by something, leaving Lin Xin stunned. In an instant he had disappeared into the air, his entire body absorbed into that purple mass. The crowd cried out in panic, "Where's Lin Xin?" At this moment Lin Xin had been transported to another dimension. He landed headfirst, taking a heavy fall, and a luring voice sounded, "The boring fight is finally over." He looked up to see a pair of long, slender legs in front of him. His eyes almost popped out and his breathing became difficult under the influence of her intoxicating tone. "You should fulfill your promise." He leaned back, shouting incoherently, "The world is not yet at peace, the four seas are in peril. How can one only think with their lower body? We must set our sights high and abandon low-class interests." Just as he finished speaking, Lin Xin's entire body trembled. He felt hot all over, sweating profusely. It turned out the woman was rubbing his thigh with her foot, her tone alluring. "Don't think about stalling for time. It's already come to this. It's Lady An." She lowered her head and said softly, "You have no other choice." He was startled and jumped back, shouting, "How outrageous! You dare to force me? I am your master. How dare you?" Before he could finish, Lin Xin felt a bit of a chill down below. He subconsciously looked down and found that his underwear had fallen off at some point. Lady An held the rope that had been tied around Lin Xin's waist and advised, "Give up. This is my dark secret realm. Everything is under my control. Even if the demon emperor were alive, I would consummate our marriage before killing him, let alone a reincarnated body like you." She narrowed her eyes and instructed, "So just obediently fulfill your mission." Before she could finish, a gust of wind blew past, lifting the corner of his clothes and leaving Lady An stunned. He frowned and thought to himself, "She hasn't seen the big treasure. It seems I still have a chance." She looked as if she had been struck by Cupid's arrow, her mind filled with unrealistic thoughts. "I've seen it in books before, but it wasn't this big. This is, calm down, it's just individual differences. It's normal for some to be big and some to be small over here." Lin Xin was desperately cultivating. His lips pressed tightly as he muttered to himself, "Unfortunately, after a large amount of spiritual energy was absorbed in my body, the size has shrunk considerably. Otherwise I could use it now. No choice, I'll have to go all out and try to force out all the spiritual energy in my body." Lin Xin stacked his hands, emitting a dazzling golden light. In times of crisis one can only risk it all. Instantly, the entire space was illuminated by a golden ring. Lady An, with her eyes half open, said, "Wait," she thought to herself, "how did it get bigger again? How am I supposed to handle this?" In an instant he had already rushed forward, grabbing Lady An's arms and pinning her to the ground. In a flash Lin Xin used his ultimate technique, one pillar to prop up the heavens, two peaks to stabilize the universe, causing her whole body to tremble uncontrollably. Lady An covered her mouth, thinking, "How is this possible? How can it feel like this?" She was enveloped by that power. Lady An desperately covered her mouth, trying not to make a sound. In a moment she fell backward, unconscious. A short while later, Lady An slowly opened her eyes and let out a moan. Seeing this, he stood with his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. "You're awake." She retreated in fear, warning, "Don't come near me." Lin Xin shrugged and taunted, "It's over. You can kill me now." Lady An, blushing furiously, was speechless. You, he even turned around deliberately to tease her. "Go on, do it. To die at your hands I have no regrets." She knelt on the ground, her face full of sorrow, and whispered, "Ah." Lady An turned her face away and made up an excuse. "When I can suppress you, I'll send you on your way. You bullied me like that just now. I won't let you die so easily." After speaking, she stared at Lin Xin's back, thinking, "Once I've recovered and honed my skills, I'll fight you for 300 rounds. He turned his face smugly and ordered, "In that case, let me out quickly. I need to hurry and prepare to leave." Lady An asked in surprise, "Where are you going?" Lin Xin's face lit up as he answered honestly, "The Kunlun continent." The scene switched back outside where the Crown Prince and his group were still looking around. "Where's Lin Xin? How did he suddenly disappear? Lord of Dragon Gate, do you know what happened?" Zhang Yi scratched his head and said with a dry laugh, "I'm as clueless as the rest of you." But in his heart he thought, "This guy disappears at a critical moment. He hasn't even won over the people's hearts yet." Suddenly the Crown Prince turned his face, revealing a sinister smile. "HMPH, I get it." With his arms in casts, his tone was still arrogant. "There's no such person as Lin Xin. Clever me, we've fallen for Long Zhang Yi's illusion." Hearing this, everyone turned back in surprise and exclaimed, "What an illusion!" The Crown Prince closed his eyes and gave a reason. "How could I possibly lose to Lu Wei? The only explanation is an illusion. What Lin Xin, what Kunlun continent, they're all just inner demons." Suddenly a voice came from behind. "That's right." He turned around instinctively and screamed in terror. Lin Xin, he on the other hand, crossed his arms and sneered, "Don't be afraid, I'm just an inner demon you imagined." Lin Xin raised his palm, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and said, "The most effective way to dispel an illusion is pain. I'll help you. Today I am the god of mental management." After a beating, the Crown Prince cried and admitted his mistake. "It's not an illusion. I won't let my thoughts run wild again." He turned back to the others and asked, "Does anyone else need to be woken up?" Everyone stepped back in fear, shouting, "No, no." Lin Xin, with his hands on his hips, roared, "Hurry up and go back to gather your people." Upon hearing this, Hong Lian immediately flew off to obey. Yes, he crossed his arms below and instructed, "I'll leave the rest to you. I have to make a trip to the Kunlun continent. You must hold the line until I return, Yi muttered in surprise. You're going to the Kunlun continent, he frowned and advised. Back then I'd rather go to the demon clan in Ming province than to the Kunlun continent. It's also a human territory. Do you know why? Zan Yi took out a map and pointed. This is the border between the Tianquan continent and the Kunlun continent, Dragon Spine Mountain. The two quickly moved to a room where Zan Yi pointed with a stick and said, Dragon Spine Mountain is known as the location of the 9 continents dragon vein. It's 10,000 ren high and even birds find it hard to cross. Only experts at the Taichu realm or above can pass. Ordinary people will surely die. Lin Xin rubbed his chin and pondered, what if I use a Qingding to ride the wind? He quickly stopped him. There are astral winds and thunderstorms at the summit. There's no chance. He glanced behind him and asked, who among you is willing to go take a look with me? Qin Yuan, Bai He, Miao Miao and Great Eagle all shouted out. I'll go, me too, and me I can go too. Seeing this, Lin Xin turned and instructed, Qin Yuan, don't go. The Lord of Dragon Gate is leading the team to support Ming province. I need you to stay behind in the Tianquan continent, just in case. She could only sigh and agree. All right. Bai He and Miao Miao were smug once again, thinking to themselves, great, no one else is getting in the way. She glanced at the other, thinking, I've known him the longest. To end up with such humiliation, it absolutely cannot fall on me. She was equally confrontational, not showing any weakness. This is a rare opportunity. I must achieve a breakthrough from zero. A battle of honor for supremacy between the two was ignited, ready to erupt at any moment, giving Lin Xin a headache as he thought, why did these two suddenly get so fired up? Zan Yi on the side was helpless and could only comply. If you must go, I'll pick a few experts to accompany you. After all, the situation there is unclear. But the words not necessary rang out. Their group immediately moved outside and he smirked, saying, let's keep a low profile. This time just the 4 of us will be enough. Great Eagle as bait, the 2 girls carrying the guns. A classic combination, a reliable formula. They set off immediately. As they walked, the 4 of them suddenly stopped on a patch of green grass. Everyone looked up at the sight before them. Great Eagle's mouth dropped open as he said, this mountain before them was Dragon Spine Mountain. He marveled at the mountain range that soared into the clouds. It was simply outrageous. Great Eagle's legs wouldn't stop trembling, and he stuttered out a single sentence. Second uncle, will this work? It turned out that Lin Xin had made a seesaw out of wood and stone. He stood on a log on the opposite side and reassured him. Trust me, go up and see if there's a suitable path to climb over. He stood on this side, snot and tears streaming down his face, and said, you have to control your strength well. Don't throw me into the dark clouds. He placed his hand on the log and said with a smile, don't worry, my control is very precise, super safe. The next second, Lin Xin slammed down with all his might, his entire body exuding a formidable aura accompanied by the command, let's go. At that moment he slammed down one end of the log, causing the end Great Eagle was standing on to fly up high. He was launched into the air by the inertia. Great Eagle's mouth was wide open, unable to breathe. Just like that he did a few somersaults with a scream and was shot to the mountaintop below. Lin Xin shielded his head with his hand and asked himself, what was that just broke? Miao Miao, standing on the ground, finally spoke, why not just ride the wind up to sea? Why use this method? He held up a finger and explained excitedly, this isn't a thunder meteorite but extreme tyranny. If we ride the wind, we'll attract these extreme points. So we can only use the dumbest method. Bai He frowned, whispering in confusion, Great Eagle, I wonder what technique he's using in the sky. At that moment he was still spinning, shouting loudly, second uncle, didn't you say your control was very precise? Suddenly, Great Eagle saw a bird flying towards him from below. He tilted his body, his cheeks flushed red, and asked himself, is this the feeling of flying? Great Eagle quickly tucked in one leg, preparing to land on the Sky Eagle beast. He felt incredibly refreshed and graceful. Damn, this is awesome. Before he could relax for long, Great Eagle was pecked on the head by it. He clutched his head and struggled, shouting, let go of me. Great Eagle had a flash of inspiration, put his hands together and shouted, you dead bird, watch how I finish you off. Before he could make a move, several golden bolts of lightning shot down from the sky. No one knew what happened. Down below, Lin Xin held the 2 beauties in his arms, watching as the man and beast flew out amidst the lightning, thinking, what is he doing? Dancing in the sky. A moment later, Great Eagle crashed to the ground with a thud. Miao Miao turned and pointed. He fell. The 3 of them ran over to the large crater in front of them, and Bai He shouted, Great Eagle. His entire body was burnt black, with only a thin pair of underwear left on him. Great Eagle trembled as he raised a hand and shouted, I'm here. Suddenly a loud bang came from the opposite side, startling everyone. She warned sternly. Danger? She frowned in confusion. That's a Sky Eagle beast. It was completely featherless, staring at its own naked body. Lin Xin immediately thought of a delicious dish, roasted chicken. Seeing this, he quickly backed away and shouted, I ran into this guy when I went up to the sky. I was about to make a move when I got struck. It must be it. A beast from Dragon Spine Mountain. Everyone be careful. He glanced behind him and muttered, on Dragon Spine Mountain. Lin Xin smiled slyly and praised, Great Eagle, I knew it was right to bring you along. You're truly a blessed eagle. He looked at the tightly bound Sky Eagle beast and ordered, you must be very familiar with the terrain on this mountain, right? Help us get through and we'll let you go. When Lin Xin saw it shake its head, he threatened, not cooperating, are you? No problem, I won't force you. Great Eagle, it's all yours. Great Eagle hurriedly put on his clothes, stepped forward and shouted, all right. Only then did it reluctantly speak. But when the Sky Eagle beast saw him, it was terrified and dumbfounded. He smiled slyly and whispered, I'm tired of playing with land animals. I've been wanting to try a bird for a long time. Great Eagle smiled, his life and death uncertain, a bandana tied around his stomach burning with lust. It quickly hugged Lin Shin's pant leg and begged for mercy. He turned his head back in surprise and asked, "You've thought it through?" Bai He, standing to the side, chuckled dryly and muttered, "This move is a bit roguish, but it works well." Meow Meow added, "Great Eagle's acting is still the best." Seeing this, Great Eagle could only take off his hat and sigh a few times. "Really, I thought I could scare those two women, leaving them completely bewildered." Soon after, the bound Sky Eagle beast led the way at the front of the group. Great Eagle climbed the cliff following it, and suddenly turned his head to ask, "Second uncle, it's not going to play any tricks, is it?" Lin Shin had no other choice but to answer perfunctorily, "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. What tricks can it play? At least for now it seems we're climbing up smoothly." At this moment it was thinking about happily leading this group of fools by itself. Then the Sky Eagle beast would call its companions to surround them. Thinking of this, it trembled with excitement. He squinted at the Sky Eagle beast's cheerful expression and thought, "This guy really can't keep a secret." Just then he saw the bird's beak formed by the mountain range ahead. The Sky Eagle beast giggled and quickly ran off. Great Eagle reached out and shouted, "Not good, it's trying to run." It immediately leaned against the rock and shouted in its own language, "Dad, Mom, Second Uncle, Shao Kui, there are enemies, take them down." However, the tragic scene of the Sky Eagle beast's family unfolded right before its eyes. While the Sky Eagle beast was still dazed and teary-eyed, Great Eagle had already jumped onto its head, shouting, "Where are you running?" The leader in front quickly gave an order, "Capture the people, kill the Sky Eagle beast and pluck its feathers." Two subordinates immediately rushed forward. Seeing this, he pushed the Sky Eagle beast aside and roared sternly, "Danger!" It narrowly dodged the attack from those two. Great Eagle and it then ran back desperately. Bai He and Meow Meow just arrived at this moment. The two of them used their fists and feet, kicking them back. Lin Shin stood on the cliff, crossing his arms and asking, "Are you all right?" He panted as he reported the situation. "I'm fine." These people started fighting without a word. He narrowed his eyes and judged. "From their clothes, they don't look like they're from the Tianquan continent. I wanted to sneak in quietly, but I didn't expect a fight to break out so quickly." The leader over there also frowned and condemned them. "Where did you blind fools come from, daring to cause trouble on the Da Sheng sect's territory? Aren't you afraid of having your entire clan exterminated?" Lin Shin feigned innocence, clapping his hands a few times and exclaiming, "The Da Sheng sect, well, good luck, we ran into the real deal right away." The people over there were not pleased with his attitude and quickly ordered their subordinates, not afraid to cry but laughing instead, "This is contempt, blatant contempt. Kill them, take them all down." Following the order, they all rushed forward. He held the two beauties in his arms, lifted his chin and met the challenge. "Their strength is unknown, we should go all out. Leave only one alive. We absolutely cannot let any believer escape to report." Bai He and Meow Meow were a bit shy, but still replied loudly, "Yes." Meow Meow stood to the side looking formidable and said, "Xiao Wu, extreme cold frost chi." A blast of cold air surged out, dyeing the entire area snow white. The opponent's pet struggled to resist, temporarily blocking the cold chi. Two dark-skinned men took the opportunity to jump up and counterattack, shooting a volley of hidden weapons. Meow Meow didn't slack off and called out, "Xiao Wu." It immediately understood and froze all the hidden weapons from just now. Suddenly a whirlwind struck, cleanly knocking down the two of them. It was Bai He. While channeling spiritual energy throughout her body, she said, "I'll disrupt them." Her skills worked well, knocking down enemies one after another. Just as she was on a roll, a tall figure suddenly descended from the sky, startling her pet. Bai He's pupils constricted, her tone firm as she said, "Pierce it." Upon receiving the command, Kuan Yao thrust forcefully at the burly body in front of it. But it felt a bit strange. Its beak was clamped by the opponent's abdominal muscles, unable to move. The muscular man took the opportunity to strike fiercely, sending Kuan Yao crashing to the ground. With her pet injured, Bai He also suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A few dark-skinned men, taking advantage of Kuan Yao's loss of combat ability, shouted, "The master and servant have established a human-beast cooperation. Eliminating the origin beast can severely injure its master." Just as they were getting cocky, something fell from the sky onto the spot where the two dark-skinned men were, startling them. Before they could react to what had happened, that dark-skinned man received a resounding slap. She leisurely twirled a lock of hair. Amidst everyone's fear, they reminded each other, "Everyone be careful, the opponent has another tall humanoid origin beast." The voice echoed with confusion. A woman as fierce as a wolf appeared beside Lin Shin, boosting his morale tenfold. "Who are you looking down on?" Seeing that the situation was not good, the dark-skinned man became angry out of shame and said, "Is the Tianquan continent trying to invade?" "Three tall origin beasts." His companion also shouted loudly, "Quick, sound the alarm." After being beaten to a pulp, that dark-skinned man immediately changed his tune. "Stop hitting me, I surrender. Spare my life, hero." Lin Shin began to interrogate, "Why did the Da Sheng sect appear on Dragon Spine Mountain? Are you trying to invade the Tianquan continent?" He had no choice but to answer honestly, "We were ordered to pursue the remnants of the Shenyan Holy Land. We have intelligence that the daughter of the old sect master of the Shenyan Holy Land wants to escape to the Tianquan continent." Upon hearing this, he was completely stunned, deeply doubting his life. Shenyan Holy Land, the old sect master's daughter, a woman? Lin Shin frowned, realizing that things were not simple. That dark-skinned man continued, "The Kunlun continent is different from the Tianquan continent. There are no unified countries. Different cities form alliances for development. The larger alliances have only 3 to 5 member cities, and there are many independent cities as well. This guy had a lot of information, but to save his life he could only spill it all. The reason why the forces in the Kunlun continent are scattered but not chaotic is that there is a century-old major sect, the Shenyan Holy Land. The Shenyan Holy Land manages and mediates conflicts between various forces. Because of its great power, no one dares to disobey. Then he remembered the experts here and continued. But the good times didn't last. 3 years ago, 9 peerless experts appeared and formed the strongest sect in history, the Da Sheng sect. These 9 masters are all brilliant and martial with divine skills and graceful bearing. Miao Miao couldn't stand his nonsense and couldn't help but rap him on the head. Don't add so many adjectives. After being hit, he also admitted his mistake. I'm sorry. A chaotic scene came to mind. 6 months ago, the Da Sheng sect attacked the Shenyan Holy Temple and the sect king Sidu Aoshan killed the Shenyan Holy Land sect master Lan Tusheng. The Da Sheng sect even officially replaced the Shenyan Holy Land, becoming the #1 sect in the Kunlun continent. His voice became more serious. But Lan Tusheng's daughter Lan Yingying broke through and escaped, her whereabouts unknown. Our team received intelligence that she is very likely to cross Dragon Spine Mountain and escape to the Tianquan continent, which is why we pursued her here. Because we were hungry, we hunted a few Sky Eagle beasts to fill our stomachs and unexpectedly ran into you heroes. Hearing this, Great Eagle's veins bulged. Fill your stomachs, you wiped out the entire flock. The 3 of them kicked his butt together, cursing incessantly, worse than an animal. The dark-skinned man being beaten could only cry and apologize. Lin Xin raised another question. So has Lan Yingying already escaped to the Tianquan continent? He obediently replied. To cross Dragon Spine Mountain, one must pass through the Sky Eagle Beast's nest. We were the first to arrive here, so they definitely haven't passed yet. He took a step closer and asked, how much else do you know about the Da Sheng sect? The answer to the question came quickly. I'm just an outer disciple. I've never even met the sect leader. I've told you everything I know. Lin Xin fell into deep thought. The situation with the Da Sheng sect was definitely not simple. If he could find this Lan Yingying, she might be able to provide more information. Let's start with her, the dark-skinned man pleaded nervously. Hero, I've told you everything I should. Can I go now? He tilted his head and proposed. Do you want to take a tour of the Tianquan continent? With such a good opportunity suddenly presenting itself, he quickly agreed. Sure, but I don't know the way. How do I get down the mountain? He gloated inwardly. As long as I know the way, then I'll go rob your house. Lin Xin pointed to the distance and asked, see that mountain? The dark-skinned man nodded repeatedly. But that's too far. It'll be dark by the time we walk there, right? Without hesitation, he gave him a free thrilling flight experience. Flying there is fast. After finishing, Lin Xin turned around nonchalantly and said, let's go. We need to hurry down the mountain without attracting attention. Then we'll find a crowded place to gather information and see if we can find any trace of this Lan Yingying. All 3 gave him a thumbs up. Suddenly, something made his eyes widen in surprise. Great Eagle followed his gaze and saw a familiar figure. He then spoke. Why are you still here? Lin Xin said leisurely. Its whole clan was wiped out. If Great Eagle hadn't stopped it, it would have died here too. If it's fate, Great Eagle, you should take it in. The Sky Eagle beast walked forward with tender eyes, holding on to Great Eagle's hand, leaving him stunned with an ah. The scene switched to the bustling Dragon Desert City. Bai, he whispered softly. Strange, why are there no soldiers at the city gate? Miao Miao immediately replied. Could it be a shift change? Great Eagle reminded. Never mind that, let's go ask about the Shenyan Holy Land first. In a small restaurant, a mysterious person spoke up. Wait, you few. This sentence made the 4 of them stop guiltily. The mysterious person continued, you just mentioned the Shenyan Holy Land, right? The 2 girls immediately glared at Great Eagle, causing him to quickly whisper an explanation. I spoke so softly, how could he hear? Is this guy a dog? The mysterious person immediately turned his face and asked back, what do you think? Great Eagle, encountering this situation for the first time, was startled. Is he really a dog? This dog-faced youth was Xiao Wu. He leisurely ate a banana and asked, you just mentioned the Shenyan Holy Land, right? Are you remnants of the Shenyan Holy Land? Lin Xin immediately put on an innocent expression and replied, it's a misunderstanding, we were just chatting. It has nothing to do with the Shenyan Holy Temple. He didn't care and came over to sniff them, leaving Lin Xin speechless. The smell on you. Why is it so strange? Where did you come from? What are you doing in Dragon Desert City? Great Eagle felt this was getting tricky and stepped forward to stop him. Who is this dog, an official or a gatekeeper? Why should I tell you anything? Xiao Wu's face darkened as he replied, it seems you're new to Dragon Desert City, you don't even know me. The surrounding crowd started murmuring again. They don't even know Captain Wang Wang. These outsiders are in for trouble. Great Eagle still didn't know who was in front of him, so his tone was still arrogant. What's a little origin beast pretending for? Call your master out. Based on this sentence alone, Xiao Wu recognized the identity of this group. Origin beast, so you're from the Tianquan continent. Hearing this, he was scared out of his wits. How does he know? I didn't say anything? Seeing this reaction, Lin Xin was speechless. As expected of you. Xiao Wu gave a light command, arrest these spies. A row of soldiers appeared on the city wall, ready to deal with this group immediately. Bai, he was a little worried seeing this scene and asked Lin Xin, what do we do now? The Great Eagle was afraid. He still said righteously, there's a use for every talent under the sun. One man must answer for his deeds. To shoot a man, first shoot his horse. He summoned his origin beast and charged forward with his soaring eagle steps, seizing the initiative to capture the leader first. Lin Xin didn't even have time to stop him. Faced with the enemy's attack, Xiao Wu simply threw a banana peel on the ground. After saying a few cool words, Great Eagle's face changed drastically at this action, and he screamed in his heart, "Oh my god!" He stepped on the banana peel and charged straight towards Xiao Wu, who was already waiting with his sword drawn. Xiao Wu struck a pose ready to send him to collect his lunchbox. Just as it seemed he was done for, Lin Xin ran over from a distance, grabbed Xiao Wu by the neck and pushed Great Eagle away. His eyes sharpened as he warned, "That's enough. We have no ill intentions this time, but if you push us too far, there's no telling what might happen." This imposing aura immediately allowed Xiao Wu to recognize him. As Zan Sheng Realm expert, Lin Xin offered a complimentary smile. The Sheng Realm expert, thinking he had escaped by acting cool, was taken aback when all four of them were thrown into jail. Great Eagle was bewildered. "Second uncle, didn't you say you'd taken care of them? Why are we still locked up?" Lin Xin recalled what Xiao Wu had said earlier. "Things have gotten this big. I'm the garrison commander after all. I have professional ethics. You have to cooperate with me to clean up this mess." An unconscious smile touched the corners of his lips. This guy was really interesting. A voice came from outside. "You can come out now." The people in the cell immediately cheered up. "He's here." Great Eagle, as if on drugs, roared incessantly. "I'm warning you, our patience is limited. Open the door." Xiao Wu walked down and asked softly, "You came into the city to find the missing Lan Yingying of the Shenyang Holy Land, right?" Lin Xin answered nonchalantly. "So what if we are? So what if we're not?" He lost his patience and cut to the chase. "I won't beat around the bush either. You're the ones who took care of the Da Sheng sect's pursuers, right? Kid, you don't want anyone else to know about this, do you?" Hearing this, Great Eagle also stopped shouting. "What's wrong?" Xiao Wu sat in a chair and calmly added, "As it happens, they came to me before they went into the mountains to search. I remember their scent is the same as yours. And I've already sent people up the mountain to check. It's all corpses, no survivors. You can't escape this charge," he continued to the crowd. "You secretly crossed the border and killed disciples of the Da Sheng sect. You really have the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard." Lin Xin's eyes darkened and he asked directly, "So what are you going to do?" Seeing this, he became frightened and quickly explained, "Don't get excited, I just want to do some business with you." Do business? The two girls thought of something else and couldn't help but blush. A while later, the group was treated to a grand reception. Xiao Wu poured wine and said, "Although the Da Sheng sect has replaced the Shenyang Holy Land, it doesn't matter to us in Dragon Desert City who the #1 sect in the world is as long as it doesn't affect our business. 3 days ago, people from the Da Sheng sect came to me, wanting to buy information about Lan Yingying's whereabouts." Lin Xin probed doubtfully. "Buy information from you? Aren't you an official?" He sighed and replied, "An official's salary is only a few taels of silver. How can I support my family? Of course I have to do some business on the side to supplement my income." Great Eagle, having eaten and drunk his fill, heard this and praised him. "You're truly farsighted." Xiao Wu's expression changed in an instant. "I didn't have any news about Lan Yingying at the time, so we agreed to trade after they came down the mountain. In the past few days I found some clues through my informants, but unexpectedly, you killed them. So this information can be sold to you." Lin Xin smiled and said, "Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. What's your price for this information?" Just waiting for this sentence, Xiao Wu immediately named a sky-high price of 100 taels of gold. Hearing this, Great Eagle shouted, "What, are you crazy, poor?" He started to play the soft and hard tactics of a market ante. Quality determines the price. Lan Yingying's whereabouts directly affect the safety of the world. Of course it's worth this price. If you don't want it, I can just sell it to the Da Sheng sect. Buy. He immediately drooped her head. "We only brought 200 taels with us. What should we do?" Meow Meow immediately chimed in. "Worst case, I'll sell myself to make up the difference." Seeing that this was getting tricky, Lin Xin asked, "Since we're doing business, can I bargain?" Xiao Wu wasn't stingy and agreed. "Of course you can, go ahead." He didn't bargain, but when he did, Lin Xin slashed the price down to 10 taels of silver. Hearing this price, Xiao Wu experienced a culture shock and shouted in disbelief, "Are you crazy? Other people just remove a zero when they bargain, you cut it down to the ankles. Can we even talk?" Seeing Xiao Wu getting angry, he soothed him. "Don't be anxious, let me explain. There's definitely a reason for my price. If you sell information, you should know what the essence of information is, right?" Great Eagle ran over and dropped another bombshell, and the two girls immediately pulled him away to deal with him. "I told you not to read those gossip tabloids." Xiao Wu also understood the problem. The timeliness of the content. Lin Xin answered happily, "That's right." He began to analyze. "Lan Yingying is on the run now. She won't stay in one place for more than 3 days, which means your information from 3 days ago might not be useful now. It was worth 100 taels of gold before, but now it's only worth 10 taels of silver. Of course you can also sell it to the Da Sheng sect." Lin Xin's face turned sinister on the condition that they don't blame you for the accident with the pursuit team. After all, you're the most likely person to have sold their information. Xiao Wu swallowed nervously, breaking out in a sweat, waiting for this opportunity. Lin Xin immediately turned to leave. "It seems they don't want to trade. Let's go." This move worked. Xiao Wu hurriedly stopped them from behind. "Don't go, friend." 10 taels of silver. Witnessing this, the two girls couldn't help but admire him in their hearts. He could definitely be called a cunning merchant. Amidst the corpses, a boastful voice rang out, daring to even stop the delegation of the Da Sheng sect. The leading man questioned, "Where did the garrison commander of Dragon Desert City die? Hurry up and come out to welcome us, one of the 9 founding masters of the Da Sheng sect." Zen Master Yun Mo has arrived. Inside the carriage was a buxom girl with a generous bosom. The deal was successful. Xiao Wu took out a picture and said, according to reliable information, the only surviving elder of the Shenyan Holy Land, Hu Yidao, is in Dragon Desert City. It said that he's here to scout a path for Lan Yingying to cross Dragon Spine Mountain. Lin Xin asked back doubtfully, if we find Hu Yidao we can find Lan Yingying, he replied with certainty. Of course, he asked again, where is he now? But the answer was, that's another piece of information, you have to pay more. Helpless, Lin Xin had to take out the money. You're so honest, aren't you afraid of being played to death? Xiao Wu smiled with satisfaction. If I don't die, I'll keep doing it until I do. As they were happily chatting, there was a knock on the door. Commander, there's trouble at the city gate. You should go take a look. Xiao Wu immediately replied, got it. I'll be right there. After speaking, he turned and left. Hu Yidao is in the West City Ghost Market. Find a place to stay for now and go find him after midnight. You can stay here if you want. 3 taels of silver per person. This greedy nature left everyone speechless. No need, we'll go for a walk. Lin Xin's eyes became serious as he scrutinized him. By the way, how did you know we came from the Tianquan continent? Before leaving, Xiao Wu also answered his question. In the Kunlun continent no one says origin beast here, they're called demon slaves. This information is free. A gift from me. Only then did Great Eagle understand why he was discovered. So that's how it was. He had to be careful not to speak carelessly anymore. Miao Miao also added, it seems there's still a lot for us to learn. Lin Xin seemed very interested in this place. Demon slaves, since that's the case, let's go for a walk and experience the local customs here. At the city gate, a figure ran over. What happened? Why is everyone kneeling on the ground? The envoy sat on his horse and said in a solemn tone, why is it a demon slave? Where's your garrison commander? Xiao Wu lowered his head and replied, the garrison commander is on a business trip, leaving me to temporarily handle the city's affairs. I am Commander Wang Xiao Wu. He roared in annoyance. Damn it, who asked for your name? The envoy and his horse spat and sneered. Stinking demon slave, you really think you're human? His companion also chimed in. I suddenly thought of an idiom, a dog in human form. The group all burst into laughter. A soldier kneeling nearby whispered, Commander. Xiao Wu's face darkened, but those people continued to laugh. That's hilarious. He couldn't help but move, drawing his sword. Just as he was about to fight this group, a voice rang out. All right, stop laughing. The voice came from the carriage. Don't forget what our mission here is. The envoy immediately became as obedient as a dog. He stepped forward and asked, we are the Da Sheng sect's delegation here to investigate the remnants of the Shenyan Holy Land. A team should have come here a few days ago. Do you know their whereabouts? Xiao Wu bowed and replied, I've seen them. They came to ask for the way up the mountain and then left, the envoy probed. Just asking for the way, nothing else. He calmly replied, indeed not. They were unwilling to say more, so the envoy ordered, then send one person to lead the way for us two to find them. Also arrange for a first-class inn in the city. We need to stay. Xiao Wu had no choice but to comply. Yes, I will make the arrangements. I wonder what important business brings the Zen master here personally. Is there anything we need to do? Hearing this, the envoy immediately showed a look of extreme impatience. Don't pry into secrets you shouldn't know. You can't handle it. Hurry up and lead the way to the inn. Knowing he had been too talkative, Xiao Wu quickly bowed and apologized. He thought to himself, it seems they're also after Hu Yidao. This is going to be troublesome. It's better if these two groups don't run into each other. The scene switched to the Dragon Desert Ghost Market, where a voice sounded in the night. For those who have been cheated, stolen from, or robbed in the martial world, the most suitable place to trade is the Ghost Market. There are no officials here. Any dark deeds can happen. You might find rare treasures or you might buy fakes at the same time. This is also a place for underground information trading. Great Eagle watched the bustling crowd and exclaimed, this is really like a small knife pulling at one's butt, an eye-opener. Miao Miao was excited. I want to buy some jewelry. Bai He's eyes were equally bright. I want to see thongs. Faced with their excitement, Lin Xin was very calm. Let's split up and ask around for any trace of Hu Yidao. We'll meet back here in an hour. As he walked down the street, he couldn't help but ponder. Captain Wang didn't say where to look specifically. The Ghost Market is so big I really don't know where to start. As he was walking, a girl bumped into him. This buxom girl said in a pleading tone, please save me. Opposite them, the Da Sheng sect's envoy and his men were walking arrogantly. He pointed ahead and shouted loudly, stop! The envoy and several burly men came forward and surrounded Lin Xin. He said arrogantly, run, aren't you good at running? Let's see how you escape from my grasp. Then he cracked his neck, making a creaking sound, and roared viciously, kid, this is none of your business. Scram. But in his heart he was reminding himself, the Zen master's divination said that this kid is the key to finding Lan Yingying. I have to put on a good show of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Luckily my brothers are all professionals. However, Lin Xin nonchalantly pushed Yun Mo in front of him and said, fine, I don't know her. You guys continue. His words just now had scared the guy out of his wits. No heroic image, the plan wasn't going smoothly. The divine envoy forced a smile and praised, you did well. If you don't protect her, then I'll have to play with her. First this, then that. Lin Xin didn't seem to care and walked straight to a watermelon stall asking, how much for this watermelon? Both Yun Mo and the divine envoy were so angry they shouted, you clearly just want to watch the show, don't you? She clenched her fist tightly, her lips pressed together, trembling with anger, and asked herself, is he even a man? Faced with a delicate flower like me, he has no desire to protect me at all. Is this an insult to me? The cruelty of reality made Yun Mo even more determined. She decisively tore off the fabric on her body, thinking to herself, I don't believe any man can resist beauty. This should do it, she called out in a delicate voice. Young master. Lin Xin subconsciously turned his head and saw Yun Mo in revealing clothes putting on a pitiful look and pleading. I was born into a poor family with no one to rely on. I am still a virgin and now I am being insulted by a villain. If you can save me, I have no way to repay you but to offer myself to you. The sight before them made the divine envoy and his men spurt blood from their noses simultaneously. They all had the same feeling in their hearts. Amazing. Such a great sacrifice. This scene will cost me 3 years of my life, won't it? Just then, someone sent a telepathic message to the divine envoy to make a move and not let him see through the act. He was startled awake and stammered, yes. Immediately he rushed forward and slapped Yun Mo hard, cursing angrily. What a shameless woman. That slap made Yun Mo's cheek turn red. She glanced back, her face showing obvious indignation. The divine envoy was in tears, whispering a pained apology. Then he rushed forward and grabbed Lin Xin's collar, roaring with both pain and anger. Damn it, you still want to ruin my fun, don't you? He asked back in confusion. I didn't do anything. Is the threshold for chivalry in the Kunlun continent this low? In extreme indignation, the divine envoy swung his fist forward, roaring, I've disliked you for a long time. Don't think I won't hit you just because you're handsome. If you don't make a move, I'll force you to. Then I'll just leave an opening for you to hit me and my mission will be complete. Damn, you're a genius. Just then, his fierce punch went straight through the watermelon in Lin Xin's hand. A large hole was immediately smashed in the center of the watermelon. Lin Xin rushed forward in a single step and gave the guy a slap he would never forget, shouting menacingly, Pay for my watermelon. The divine envoy's eyes were red and his mouth was tightly shut, trying not to let the blood flow. He asked himself in pain, Is this the punching power of a human? My bones are broken. His two subordinates, however, looked very excited, laughing together and saying, He finally made a move. It's a success. Big Brother's strength shows no trace of acting. Then they lifted the divine envoy together, staggered away and threatened, You just wait. Don't you dare leave if you have the guts. They hadn't gone far when strange lightning appeared around them. They stopped simultaneously after hearing a stop. Lin Xin appeared behind one of them, a powerful force surging through his body. He ordered seriously, Hand over all the money on you to pay for my melon. After finishing his business, he left happily, tossing a pile of copper coins, thinking contentedly, These 3 guys are quite rich. I have money for information now. Then he sighed, If only Yi were here, I wouldn't have to spend money for information from her. Just then, Yun Mo rushed over excitedly, her arms open, shouting, That's great, young master, you're my savior. Lin Xin looked at her suspiciously and asked, Stop playing. The fragrance on you is very high class. Tell me, who are you? He looked at Yun Mo's pert figure with sharp eyes, but his tone remained cold. What is your purpose in getting close to me? At this moment, Yun Mo's true face was revealed. She judged seriously, You're a smart one. I underestimated you. Then she turned to face Lin Xin, her sharp eyes staring at him, and threatened, If you want to live, take me to find Lan Yingying. Hearing this, he sighed helplessly and replied, So you're a colleague after all. I thought someone from the Shenyan Holy Land was testing me. I don't know where she is either. You've got the wrong person. Despite this, Yun Mo still insisted on her deduction. Stop playing dumb. The divination proves that you are the key to finding her. My astrology results are never wrong. At this moment, Lin Xin approached her, looked her up and down, and then whispered a suggestion. I guess you're from the Da Sheng sect, right? How about we make a deal? You buy my information for 100 taels of gold. Yun Mo didn't hesitate to raise a slender leg high up and shout, Still dare to be stubborn? Lin Xin instantly straightened up to dodge the attack and even asked excitedly, Want a bite? Ah. Yun Mo, maintaining a one-legged stance with the other leg held high, warned sternly, Don't force me to kill you or I'll make you regret it. Before she could finish, at Lin Xin's reminder of Hey big sister, you're exposed, she hastily brought her legs together. Yun Mo's face turned beet red with shame. She roared angrily, You've got the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard to dare to tease me, the Zen master. Seeing that terrifying look, Lin Xin quickly raised his hands to defend himself. Miss, let's be fair. You were the one who actively came up to show me. A formation had already appeared behind Yun Mo. She roared angrily, Shut up. The current situation made him even more confused. He widened his eyes and asked, Wait, are you planning to do this in a crowded place? Before he could finish, the crescent moon chant shot straight towards him. The surrounding people scattered in panic. Lin Xin leaped up to dodge the attack, the ultimate skill of the dragon's roar gauntlets erupting from his hands. He asked her curiously, Are you trying to destroy half the city? Then he leaped up to meet the fierce blow. The two forces collided, creating a huge tremor. Yun Mo's magic power shot up into the sky, swirling in the air. His light dragon also wrapped around her magical energy. The stunning scene before her left Meow Meow dumbfounded. She thought, Who is Lin Xin fighting? Meanwhile, Lin Xin clenched his fists and let out a soft sigh, thinking, That was close. Luckily, I managed to divert the power into the sky. It wasn't over yet. A black and white formation continued to appear behind Yun Mo. Menacingly, she shouted again as she unleashed the half-moon strike technique. Things seemed to have escalated too much. Lin Xin gritted his teeth. His pupils also contracted as he announced, I don't usually hit women. Don't force my hand. Just then, a strange black shadow flew from nowhere behind Yun Mo holding a sword. With her sharp intuition, she discovered it in time and turned with a swing, saying, You little thief. Immediately, the two forces collided, unfolding an extremely fierce duel in the air. At this moment Yunmo stretched out her hand within the formation and black slime immediately gushed out from above. With a point of her finger the slime turned into sharp claws and lunged forward in unison, forcing the stranger to retreat. After what just happened, Yunmo couldn't help but say smugly, "With just this much skill you think you can launch a sneak attack? Let me tell you, no one in this world can sneak attack this Zen master from behind." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xin slapped her across the face. He even added contemptuously, "Is that so? Let me try." Yunmo's eyes widened and her lips trembled as she said, "You don't play by?" Before she could finish she screamed and fell backward. Her eyes rolled back. Lin Xin hastily withdrew his hand and sneered, "With just this much skill you dare to put on an act? I was almost fooled by you." He thought for a moment, then picked up Yunmo and said, "Your secret technique is quite interesting, come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, someone suddenly flew past him at high speed. It was the same stranger who had fought with her earlier. At this moment the person was hiding nervously behind a corner. Xiao Wu's sweat-drenched face was revealed in the moonlight. He trembled and said, "That was close. I almost got killed." As he was panting, Lin Xin suddenly appeared and said, "It really is you, Commander Wang Wang." Xiao Wu was startled and asked, "You, how did you catch up?" he said excitedly. "If you were on all fours I might not have caught up." Then he jokingly asked, "Thanks a lot. I didn't expect you to come all this way to protect us. Can this be considered a complimentary service with the information purchase?" Xiao Wu immediately explained, "I was afraid you'd get me involved. Big brother, you really aren't afraid of death. Why are you still holding this old granny?" Lin Xin looked at the woman in his arms and said seriously, "After all that commotion just now, Hu Yidao must have run away. She seems to be skilled in divination. We can have her lead us to him." Hearing this, Xiao Wu became even more flustered, his face turning purple as he reported a shocking piece of news. "She is one of the 9 founding elders of the Da Sheng sect, Zen Master Yunmo, who is leading the investigation." This news surprised Lin Xin a little. No wonder she was so powerful. Xiao Wu hurriedly interjected, "Why don't you hurry while she's unconscious?" He quickly threw Yunmo on the ground, tied her up with a red rope and said, "Luckily you reminded me in time. Then there's no problem. This is the 9 tendons and 9 knots binding technique I learned from the movies." Then Lin Xin excitedly said to Xiao Wu, "Once it's tied tightly she absolutely can't break free." Seeing this, Xiao Wu asked back with a look of disgust, "Did you misunderstand my meaning?" Without another word, he immediately leapt away and informed, "I'm going to find the others. Please help me watch her." Xiao Wu was startled and shouted in terror, "Are you really treating me like one of your own?" The situation was too dangerous. He immediately calmed down and judged, "If this isn't handled soon it will bring disaster to Dragon Desert City. What should I do? I absolutely cannot let a Zen master of the Da Sheng sect get into trouble on my watch." Then he reached out to touch Yunmo, and a thought appeared in his mind, "That's right, while he's not back yet, I can just let her go, right? As long as she can escape, the one who did it will be responsible, and it definitely won't be traced back to me." Xiao Wu excitedly pulled on both ends of the rope, calculating in his mind, "I'm a genius, but this rope is really hard to untie." Just then, Yunmo suddenly turned her head, looking at him with sharp eyes and roared, "I'll remember you, the commander of Dragon Desert City, daring to tie me up while I was unconscious and have improper intentions." A short while later, Lin Xin and his team also returned. He didn't forget to announce, "We're back," as soon as they entered the door. Yunmo was beaten black and blue while Xiao Wu sat in a corner looking scared, which made Lin Xin wonder how she had ended up like this. At this moment Xiao Wu was teary-eyed and pleaded miserably, "Big brother, I'll give you your money back. Can you please leave Dragon Desert City? She saw what I look like. I can't kill her and I can't let her go. What should I do?" In contrast to her panic, Lin Xin appeared very confident. He curled his lips and said, "Just for this, don't worry, I've already thought of a perfect plan for you." "A perfect plan?" At this moment Bai He whispered worriedly in Meow Meow's ear, "Sister, do you remember this smile?" Meow Meow also answered anxiously, "I do. The last time he smiled like that, someone fell into a pit later." At this moment Lin Xin happily put his arm around Xiao Wu's shoulder. Xiao Wu asked eagerly, "What perfect plan?" Lin Xin answered happily, "Come, I'll tell you." His eyes suddenly turned sinister, but the words he spoke were absolutely certain. "Her goal is to find Lan Yingying, right? Then if you just find Lan Yingying, won't that redeem you? Maybe the Da Sheng sect will even reward you." Xiao Wu, hearing this, asked with some hesitation, "But don't you guys want to find her too? Besides, the Zen master has already seen me with you. How would she reward me?" Lin Xin immediately launched into a stream of psychological manipulation. "We don't want to protect her. After asking a few questions, she's useless. You can hand her over to the Da Sheng sect. Then you can say you were pretending to join us to protect Yunmo, and we'll cooperate a little. Won't it be seamless?" This speech worked. Xiao Wu immediately agreed. "That makes sense." He was overjoyed and said with tears in his eyes, "Then my wealth and prosperity for the rest of my life will depend on you." Lin Xin with the same expression replied, "It's a small matter. Come, shake on it. Let's hurry up and find her." Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. He excitedly turned his head and shouted, "Paw Patrol, assemble!" This call surprised everyone. The two girls, Bai He and Meow Meow, vied to ask, "Paw Patrol, is there really such a team?" Xiao Wu proudly held up 4 fingers and introduced, "That's right. They are swift as the wind, silent as the forest, fierce as fire, and immovable as a mountain. Enemies tremble at their name. Evil has nowhere to hide, the absolute cream of the crop." In a flash, the seemingly nonsensical members of the Paw Patrol appeared in a neat row. Meow Meow, Great Eagle, and Bai He all fell silent, the atmosphere becoming incredibly awkward. At this moment, Xiao Wu angrily walked over, kicked a dog that was about to relieve itself anywhere, and roared, "Line up, get it together, line up!" Four small to large dogs all assembled. The husky at the front said, "Paw Patrol," assembled, awaiting instructions. Opposite them, Xiao Wu raised his fist and ordered menacingly, "Brothers Dragon, Desert City has reached a critical moment of life and death. We need your help to save it." After receiving the mission, the husky looked at Xiao Wu with shining eyes and excitedly suggested, "Big brother, triple the midnight snack." Hearing this, his face darkened and his voice turned fierce. "Fine, I'll kill 3 of you and the last one's dog food gets tripled. Who's first?" The Paw Patrol immediately scattered. They seemed excited, saying in turns, "Time to work, I love overtime." Xiao Wu waved his hand and gave a few quick instructions. After the Paw Patrol left, Lin Xin's reminder made Xiao Wu freeze. "Did you tell them who to look for?" He immediately shouted, "Come back, go find traces of Hu Yidao." "Did you hear me clearly?" The husky put a paw on its forehead and replied loud and clear. After giving the orders, Xiao Wu waved his hand again, sending them scattering off, and said, "Go," once more. With that sorted, he proudly turned back and announced, "The net has been cast. If things go smoothly, we should have news before dawn. Do you want to go back to the City Lord's mansion to rest?" Lin Xin immediately refused. "No need, I have to hurry." He noticed Yun Mo, who was sleeping soundly, and said, "I need to get what I need from her." By now, Yun Mo's hair had been neatly combed and the cloth covering her face had been removed. As the light shone on her, she was startled awake. Opposite her, Lin Xin was casually sitting on a stone stool, drinking tea. Seeing her open her eyes, he said happily, "You're awake, how are you feeling?" His words made Yun Mo burn with anger. She asked, "You vile rogue, how dare you disrespect this Zen master? Do you know the consequences of messing with the Da Sheng sect?" Then she muttered to herself, "This guy definitely doesn't know who I am. I'll tell him." Just as the thought crossed her mind, something flew directly into her mouth. Yun Mo coughed a few times and asked angrily, "What did you just feed me?" Lin Xin answered nonchalantly, "It's just a type of pill I refined. As long as you cooperate, I'll definitely give you the antidote." Despite feeling uneasy, Yun Mo pretended to be calm and said, "In your dreams, I've long trained to be immune to all poisons. No poison can harm me in the slightest." An extremely sinister expression appeared on Lin Xin's face as he informed her, "I didn't say it was poison. This medicine is called the Pill of Fiery Lust, a veterinary drug used specifically to help animals mate. Could it be that this medicine has no effect on you?" After hearing this, Yun Mo's state changed drastically. Her cheeks flushed, she was drenched in sweat, and she shouted angrily, "You pervert, to think you'd use such a vile method." Lin Xin quickly moved behind Yun Mo, his hands gripping her shoulders tightly as he said, "Feel that hot current in your abdomen? That's the medicine taking effect. If you don't drink the antidote within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the fiery lust will burn your spirit core. At best, your cultivation will be destroyed. At worst, you'll explode and die." Then, as he brought his teeth close to her ear, he asked in a low voice, "Just answer one question and I'll give you the antidote. Where is Hu Yidao?" Her cheeks flushed. Yun Mo asked back in confusion, "How do you know about Hu Yidao? Who are you?" Lin Xin assured her, "Don't worry, I have no intention of getting involved in the feud between the Da Sheng sect and the Shenyang Holy Land. I'm just here to get a keepsake from a deceased friend from Hu Yidao." Yun Mo's lips suddenly curled into a smirk. A purple vortex appeared before her, accompanied by her answer, "Whatever your purpose is, you're too late. Hu Yidao is no more." Seeing this, Lin Xin was a bit shaken, a trace of unease rising in his heart. I clearly sealed her spirit core, so how can she still— Just then, a person completely wrapped up and holding a sharp saber rushed out of the vortex. The person leaped out and immediately unleashed a fierce strike. Lin Xin agilely sidestepped to dodge. A loud crash echoed in the distance. Everyone was startled. Looking back, he immediately raised a question. What happened to Lin Xin? The dust from the collision gradually settled, clearly revealing him in a standoff with a stranger. Just then, Xiao Wu came running over in a panic. He held his head in his hands, shouting in terror, "Those are the Dragon Scale Guard." At that moment, a group of people was gradually walking out of the vortex. Lin Xin was at a loss, facing the situation before him. "This is trouble." A formation appeared beside Lin Xin. He decisively drew his Shi Yu Dao and said, "I already said I have no ill intentions, must you make things so difficult?" Just then his entire body suddenly shook violently. Lin Xin fell to his knees, unable to stand steady. His Shi Yu Dao stuck firmly in Yun Mo's formation. At this moment she rubbed her wrists, looked ahead seriously, and ordered, "If you want to live, take him away." Just then Great Eagle charged out menacingly from the broken wall. He shouted angrily, "Let go of my second uncle." Meow Meow called out worriedly from the side. Lin Xin, before anyone could act, 2 purple dragon scale guards struck first. One of them looked up with sharp eyes and declared contemptuously, "Keep your necks clean, we'll be back." They were already gone. In just the blink of an eye, Great Eagle shouted in fury, "Damn it, where did this group of people come from?" Xiao Wu poked his head out in terror and answered, "They are the true elite force of the Da Sheng sect, the Dragon Scale Guard. I can't believe even the Dragon Scale Guard was dispatched. It looks like Lin Xin is in deep trouble." Hearing this, Great Eagle grabbed Xiao Wu by the collar and said frantically, "Where can I find them? I have to save my second uncle." Dripping with sweat, he stammered, "They appear and disappear like ghosts, how would I know?" Just then a voice rang out, causing Great Eagle to turn in surprise. "If we can't find them, then let them come find us." That decisiveness came from Meow Meow and Bai He, both of whose hearts were now burning with a raging fire. Meow Meow forcefully proposed capturing Hu Yidao and using him to exchange for Lin Xin. The scene switched to Lin Shin's side. After a long while he weakly opened his eyes. All that was left on Lin Shin was a loincloth, his hands tied tightly to a cross. He tilted his head in confusion and looked forward. Opposite him, Yun Mo, dressed in sexy clothes, was squatting in front of a pile of weapons. She blushed and threatened, "You're awake? I didn't find any antidote on you. Tell me, how do I cure my poison? Otherwise I'll let you have a taste of my methods." His harsh words made Lin Shin's cheeks flush, but his eyes lit up. He replied excitedly, "Torture, bring it on, I'm all second hard bone." Yun Mo frowned, pressing her lips together as she questioned, "There's a second hard bone? You're looking down on this Zen master, aren't you? Where's the hardest part? I want to test it." Suddenly there was a knock on the door. She hurriedly drew the curtains and asked loudly, "Who is it?" The dark figure outside slowly opened the door and said, "Green Hat requests an audience with Zen Master Yun Mo." Hearing this, Yun Mo requested, "Wait a moment." After speaking, she lifted the curtain and took out a piece of cloth. Yun Mo returned to Lin Shin's side, leaned close to his face and threatened fiercely, "Do you dare tell anyone about you drugging me? This Zen Master will kill you immediately." He replied helplessly, "I'll say it again, that was an aphrodisiac, not poison." Green Hat waited for a long time without any movement and called out again, "Zen Master." She quickly stuffed the cloth into Lin Shin's mouth, then turned and walked away, saying, "Coming." As soon as Yun Mo opened a crack in the door, she began to size up the other person. "Why are you here?" The man held a bouquet of flowers, leaned against the wall, and struck a dashing pose while stroking his hair, his tone syrupy. "Sorry I'm late. These are forget-worry flowers. I picked them from the Nine Kings Peak in the West Sea for you." Seeing this, she turned away coldly and refused directly. "Thanks, I appreciate the thought, but I don't like flowers. You can keep them for yourself." Green Hat carelessly tossed the bouquet aside and chased after her, fawning, "You look so beautiful today." Yun Mo stopped, her cheeks flushed. Liang Yu stared and asked sternly, "My subordinate said that besides this outfit you have no other clothes in the entire branch. You arranged this, didn't you?" He raised his hands defensively and said with grievance, "I just arrived, how could I do something like that?" She angrily shooed him away. "I'm resting here for one night and will return to the mountain tomorrow." Grievance, "I just arrived, how could I do something like that? If there's nothing else, Vice Captain, please leave." Suddenly, Green Hat spun Yun Mo around, cornered her against the wall and said softly, "Yun Mo, at a time like this, are you still playing games with me?" She shouted in terror. "What are you doing?" He revealed a lecherous expression, his words filled with suggestion. "Although I'm the Vice Captain, I hold real power with a large force under my command. You won't be at a disadvantage with me. I want to be with you tonight." Yun Mo struggled violently. "Let go of me." Green Hat pouted to stop her. "Don't struggle, I'll be good to you." At this moment she was in a panic. "Damn it, no wonder the Dragon Scale Guard was so slow to release my spirit core after saving me. It turns out he arranged it." Just as he was about to make a move, a tall figure suddenly appeared. A familiar voice rang out, "Pardon the interruption." Causing the man to be stunned, Lin Shin brought his face close to Green Hat's and grinned. "I wanted to get a closer look." Seeing him, he screamed, "Oh my God!" Green Hat was scared out of his wits. He collapsed to the ground, pointing at him and demanding to know who he was. "Who are you?" Yun Mo, still shaken, muttered. "How did he break free?" Lin Shin propped one hand against the wall and introduced himself in front of her. "Let me introduce myself. I am the remnant of the Shenyan Holy Land captured by Zen Master Yun Mo. Following the sect leader's secret order, she was just interrogating me." Yun Mo looked dazed and stammered along, "Right, yes." Green Hat was stunned by these words, speechless for a long time. The sect leader's secret order." He turned his head to look at her and continued nonchalantly, "Why don't you two get busy first and you can interrogate me tomorrow? It's not like I'll talk anyway. If your sect leader blames you, someone else can take the fall." The man at the side was burning with rage and said sternly, "You vile wretch, still daring to be stubborn when you're about to die. I'll personally interrogate you and see if you talk." Lin Shin put his hands behind his head and said provocatively, "Don't talk big. If I really can't take it, I might just have to reveal top secret information." Yun Mo turned her face to Green Hat and threatened, "Vice Captain Dai, are you sure you want to get personally involved in this? You know the sect leader's temper very well. If you get involved without permission, you should consider the consequences carefully." Hearing this, he trembled with fear and had to back down. "I was just saying, of course I can't act rashly. I'll take my leave first, let me know when you're done." After speaking, Green Hat quickly slipped away, not forgetting to leave a parting word. "Farewell." He faced the door and asked softly, "Does this count as me doing you a huge favor? Can we be even now?" Suddenly, she swung the dagger forward swiftly. Yun Mo pressed Lin Shin down, the tip of the dagger against his neck. She closed her eyes, her breathing growing more and more rapid, her speech a little shaky. "You know too much. I absolutely cannot let you leave here alive." Lin Shin lifted his chin, staring down, and said, "I've hit a nerve. I guess you've been wearing the token Vice Captain Dai gave you all along, which is how they were able to locate you so accurately to come to your rescue. But you didn't want to use it, which is why you waited so long to call for help. In other words, you didn't want to ask him for help. After all, he covets your body." Yun Mo, shamed into anger, roared, "Shut up!" She frowned, gripped the dagger, and raised it high, announcing at the same time, "Hit the road." Suddenly, the space turned pitch black and only a flash of white light was visible. Yun Mo was also stunned for a moment. It turned out she was sitting on his lower body, causing Lin Shin to say shyly and stutteringly, "Sorry, I can't help it in this position." The Dragon Scale Guard outside was reporting the situation. "Captain, is there no need to send someone in? The Zen Master's spirit core hasn't been unsealed yet. Although the enemy is also sealed, what if he fights to the death? Green Hat, with his hands behind his back, instructed. Don't be nervous. Have faith in Yunmo's methods. She will definitely make the enemy wish for death but find no release. Suddenly a scream came from the room, startling the two soldiers, who exclaimed, "Listen to that miserable scream." The two looked back, sweating profusely, and muttered, "That sounds like Zen Master Yunmo." "I think so too." Hearing this, his face also turned pale, forcing a smile to comfort himself, sweat pouring down. Green Hat could no longer bear it. He ran over panting, kicked open the two doors, and shouted, "Yunmo, I'm here." Inside, Yunmo was holding a chair, preparing to give Lin Xin a lesson. Seeing him barge in, she frowned and turned to question him. "What is it?" Green Hat was full of question marks, not understanding what had happened, and said, "Weren't you the one screaming just now?" And so he received a chair to the face. Yunmo shouted, "Don't interfere with my interrogation, get out." She also unceremoniously threw the dagger at Green Hat, warning him, "Get lost." This scared the man out of his wits. Lin Xin collapsed on the floor in the room, praised her casually. "Nice acting, you scared him off." She gritted her teeth, glaring as she threatened, "How dare you talk back to this Zen master like that? I'll definitely kill you." He looked at Yunmo walking towards him and replied nonchalantly, "Cut it out. You won't kill me because you said that only I can help you find Lan Yingying. So while there's still time, why don't we talk about a deal?" She had no choice but to stand up and negotiate. "What kind of deal do you want?" Lin Xin immediately stated his terms. "All the information on Hu Yidao in exchange for me helping you find Lan Yingying." Yunmo frowned and reluctantly agreed. "Fine, but you have to cure my poison first." He quickly stood up, rubbing his wrists as he responded, "No problem, but this drug has no antidote. The only way to resolve it is with a technique." Her pupils dilated to their widest. Drenched in nervous sweat, she asked in a small voice, "A technique? What are you planning to do?" Lin Xin immediately grabbed both of Yunmo's wrists, controlled her entire body to turn around, and with his eyes shining like stars, said softly, "Relax, this will be very comfortable." Lin Xin's two fingers slowly slid past her elbow. His enchanting voice said, "Almost there." This made Yunmo let out a shy exclamation. "Ah!" His fingertips gradually approached her armpit. In the next second, Yunmo squeezed her eyes shut and let out a scream full of ambiguity. Outside, the two soldiers heard the sound and began to whisper again. "The strange sounds have started again. It's not the Zen master." The captain went to see for himself. "It's definitely not her." Green Hat, on the other hand, leaned against the wall, teary-eyed, thinking, "Such a beautiful sound, of course I choose to forgive her. It's not little sister's fault her skills are so strong." The scene switched to the room where the floor was covered in purple liquid. Yunmo was now collapsed on the ground, exhausted and panting. Lin Xin looked at the woman before him, snapped his fingers, and announced, "All right, the drug has been expelled from your body." Her body trembled non-stop, but she could still blame him. "Not only did you poison me, but even the way you detoxify is so vulgar. Are you a pervert?" Lin Xin waved away the thought and said, "Cut the crap, I've fulfilled my promise." He immediately held up a few doses of medicine, revealing a demonic face, his tone becoming devilish. "Tell me about Hu Yidao, or I have even stronger medicine waiting for you." Yunmo shouted in terror, "I know. Can you let me catch my breath first?" Then she recounted everything she knew. Gubai Crossing was originally the center of the Shenyan Holy Land. Legend had it that it contained the power of the primordial creation of heaven and earth, but countless masters had gone up the mountain to search, only to find nothing but barren rocks and lonely trees. Yunmo took the opportunity to sit in a corner and continued, "Over time, everyone treated this legend as a rumor. The Shenyan Holy Land had 72 wondrous peaks, and a small place like Gubai Crossing was not eye-catching at all." Lin Xin narrowed his eyes and repeated, "What do you mean Gubai Crossing doesn't exist anymore?" She closed her eyes and explained, "When the Da Sheng sect attacked the Shenyan Holy Temple, both sides were in a chaotic battle, and Gubai Crossing, along with many other peaks, was destroyed in the flames of war." Hearing this, he couldn't help but think with a headache, if the demon emperor's coffin isn't on the mountain, then it must be buried within it. With Gubai Crossing destroyed, wouldn't the coffin be more easily exposed? I need to investigate as soon as possible. Lin Xin looked at Yunmo and pressed, "Do you know how to sneak into the Da Sheng sect? I want to see the ruins of Gubai Crossing." She pointed out the difficulty. The entire Da Sheng sect inherited the mountain-protecting barrier of the Shenyan Holy Land. Unless you launch a full-scale assault, it's absolutely impossible to break in. He immediately speculated. "Then how did your Da Sheng sect get in? Was there an insider?" Yunmo didn't answer, merely stating her own demand. "I've told you everything I know. Now it's your turn to cooperate with me to find Lan Yingying." He crossed his arms and smiled. "A gentleman's word is his bond. Go on, how do you need me to help?" he thought to himself. "I'll help her find Lan Yingying first. She must know how to break the barrier." Suddenly the two fell silent, which puzzled Lin Xin. Yunmo turned back and said innocently, "The divination mirror compass only said that I could find her by following you. I don't know how to find her specifically." He opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Are you superstitious?" She muttered, "Looks like I'll have to use my own methods to find Hu Yidao first." Lin Xin was speechless and could only comply. "Have the Dragon Scale Guard outside investigate." Yunmo's face turned pale as she explained in a low voice, "The Dragon Scale Guard are the sect leader's personal guards. The captain's status is above mine. Why would they listen to my orders?" He quickly struck a girlishly charming pose as if demonstrating for her and said, "This is where you have to show your personal charm." A short while later Green Hat was summoned. He heard the order and couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Dispatch the Dragon Scale Guard to investigate the whereabouts of Hu Yidao?" Green Hat scratched his head, looking troubled. "Yun Mo, this is probably, the sect leader has strict orders that the Dragon Scale Guard cannot accept commands from anyone but him. This squad was already passing through. I already took a risk having them save you if I mess around again." Lin Xin was still tied to the pillar, watching the trembling Yun Mo answer him. "I know." She struck the charming pose he had just shown her tone becoming incredibly seductive. "Just help me this one time." Green Hat was quickly captivated by this beauty trap. He pressed his lips together, took a deep breath, and listened as Yun Mo whispered in his ear, "Die, brother, die." Green Hat immediately ran out, cleared his throat, and shouted, "All units assemble." He showed a brilliant smile, very pleased with his idea. Professional. No man from any dimension can resist that. A short while later several shouts rang out, found him, in the room." Lin Xin smiled happily like a blooming flower. She muttered, "They found Hu Yidao." He pushed open the door and announced, "My men found him in a valley 30 li outside Dragon Desert City." But Green Hat brought another piece of very bad news, Hu Yidao's corpse. Hearing this, Yun Mo's eyes widened and her whole body suddenly swayed. The scene switched to outside the valley. The rain was pouring down. The two walked and thought, Hu Yidao is dead. It's going to be even harder to track Lan Yingying. Green Hat pointed with his hands on his hips. "The body is down there." He looked down at the corpse being carefully examined by the soldiers and described the scene. The fatal wound was a sword wound to the chest. He was then thrown down, landing headfirst, which is why it shattered. Lin Xin glanced over and asked, "There's nothing on him. How did you confirm the body's identity?" Green Hat quickly explained, "The tokens on his body as well as tattoos and scars can be used as evidence." He had been puzzled all along. "How did you find the body in such a remote place?" He crossed his arms and answered, "My men discovered his tracks in Dragon Desert City and followed them all the way here." "Is the intelligence source reliable?" Feeling pressed, Green Hat couldn't help but frown and say sternly, "Hey brother, who are you? You were being interrogated just last night and now you're ordering me around." The sky was now overcast and the rain was still falling quietly. Opposite them, Yun Mo spoke up, "He is a remnant of the Shenyan Holy Land we found. He has already surrendered and joined us. With his help we can find Lan Yingying faster." He closed his eyes with a look of disdain. "So he's just a dog. I'm only responsible for helping find people. Figure out the rest on your own." She was taken aback and turned her head to ask, "What do you mean?" Green Hat nonchalantly picked his nose and said, "It's not like we're in a close relationship. Why should I keep helping you?" He widened his eyes and said something unbearable, "Or Zen Master Yun Mo could go to that cave over there and have a deep conversation with me to deepen our relationship." Yun Mo frowned, speechless. "You," Lin Xin interjected. "No need to trouble you. I'll go down and take a look." After speaking, he jumped down under her surprised gaze. Green Hat sneered, still smug. "Does this little brat think he's a god? How dare he doubt the autopsy skills of the Dragon Scale Guard? He really doesn't know his own limits." However, in the next second he was startled by the news he received. "The body is a fake." She bent down and asked, "How do you know?" Green Hat, on the other hand, frowned and pointed down, shouting, "You brat, you're talking nonsense." After examining the body, Lin Xin said, "Hu Yidao's weapon is a saber, right? The motion of using a saber is chopping, which forms calluses between the thumb and index finger. But the calluses on this corpse are all over the fingers. The calluses on the thumb and index finger are not thick, which is consistent with the characteristics of someone who uses a sword for thrusting for many years." He waved his hand in denial. "Nonsense, so what if the calluses on his hands are evenly distributed? Maybe he's been single for a long time. What about the tattoo you mentioned? Everyone in the martial world knows about Hu Yidao's tattoo," he answered seriously. "It's precisely because everyone knows that it's suitable for confusing you. It's not strange for a figure like Hu Yidao to have body doubles. When appearance is difficult to fake, replicating a tattoo is the most effective method." Yun Mo was a little confused. "So Hu Yidao isn't dead, but why would he do this?" Lin Xin calculated below. "I guess this was a switcheroo from the very beginning." He stood up straight and offered his opinion. "Hu Yidao entered the game to spread the news that Lan Yingying wanted to cross Dragon's Spine Mountain. After attracting your pursuit, he faked his death to escape." Green Hat questioned angrily, "Everything you've said is just your wild guess. If you say this is a fake, then where is the real one?" Lin Xin glanced to the side and continued, "To the west of Dragon Desert City is Dragon Spine Mountain. The body is here in the northeast direction of Dragon Tail City. So which direction do you think the real Hu Yidao went?" The scene shifted to Hetong County, 30 li southeast of Dragon Desert City. A voice came from a small shop. "Waiter, bring the wine." The waiter smartly replied, "Coming." At this moment, Meow Meow was hiding behind the door and whispering, "Are you sure that guy is Hu Yidao?" Xiao Wu said with certainty, "Absolutely. The Paw Patrol followed the scent all the way here. There's no mistake." Great Eagle was suspicious. "He looks tough. We haven't been discovered, have we?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yidao frowned and said, "Stop hiding, all of you, come out." The group was startled, all having the same thought. "We were discovered this quickly." Suddenly, a black shadow appeared like a savior in a time of crisis. "Only men." The man quickly pointed and said, "You're Hu Yidao, right?" The two were stunned and muttered under their breath, "What's going on? I thought I heard someone call out." "I probably misheard." He looked at the back in front of him and said, "Hu Yidao, we've found you." The man revealed a terrifying face and threatened, "Still trying to escape by faking your death in your dreams? Surrender without a fight, without a word." Yidao waved his hand and drew his sword. Seeing this, he collapsed to the ground in a panic and let out a terrified scream. The Dragon Scale Guard quickly rushed forward with the command, "Kill him." he still sat quietly at the dining table. He gripped the green weapon in his hand ready for battle. With just one swing of his saber, he sent the entire group flying in the distance. Green Hat cursed through his binoculars, a bunch of trash. They had the upper hand and still got wiped out. After all, Hu Yidao is also the #1 warrior of the Shenyan Holy Land. His strength should not be underestimated. He could no longer hold back and rushed forward. What bullshit #1 warrior in my eyes, they're all. Green Hat grinned fiercely. He drew the sword from within the saber and said sternly, defeated foes. Hearing this, Yidao turned his gaze toward him. He attacked relentlessly, forcing him to block with his sword. Lin Xin observed from a distance, muttering, just a vice captain and he dares to go head-to-head with the top master of the Shenyan Holy Land. Yun Mo frowned and explained, he has a trump card, one that can counter the techniques of the Shenyan Holy Land. Over here, Green Hat still menacingly pointed the sharp tip of his blade at him, threatening at the same time. Hu Yidao, countless masters of the Shenyan Holy Land have died at my hands. I advise you to stop resisting and surrender obediently. However, Yidao took the opportunity to support himself with one hand on the ground and delivered a kneeling kick straight to his face. And just like that, Green Hat's 2 front teeth flew out without a second thought. He retreated backward, summoning his magic power orb. His tone was sharp and biting. You dare ruin my handsome face? Instantly, Green Hat's entire body was enveloped in a burning spiritual power, forcing him to also retreat on guard. He stared with wide eyes and asked, what's that? She stood to the side and introduced the Da Sheng sect's unique secret technique, the Blood Domain, which was specifically designed to counter the Shenyan Holy Land's Cloud Nether Heart Sutra. Yun Mo continued, explaining that the reason the Shenyan Holy Land was almost completely wiped out by the Da Sheng sect was largely due to the Blood Domain. At this moment the man was aiming his palm forward, shooting several burning red orbs one after another, accurately targeting his opponent, but Yidao still managed to luckily dodge these few moves. Green Hat shouted crazily, run, keep fucking running for me. A short while later, he also stopped and fell to the ground with a thud. He pointed his saber at Yidao's head and shouted, I'll take your head for my teeth. Just as he was about to strike, Green Hat suddenly froze, his eyes wide with shock. It turned out that Lin Xin had kicked him away, leaving the Dragon Scale Guard stunned, standing behind them. Yun Mo thought blankly, when did he unseal his spirit core? Seeing Green Hat fall heavily to the ground, they couldn't help but run over and call out worriedly, Captain. With one hand on his hip and the other rubbing his nose, he said nonchalantly, I'm protecting this man. You can't kill him. Green Hat frowned and commanded in his own language, kill him. Lying in a large crater, he pointed forward and chattered on, leaving the Dragon Scale Guard looking bewildered and unsure of what to do. Lin Xin closed his eyes and murmured, he's probably saying. He narrowed his eyes and said sternly, kill him. The Dragon Scale Guards finally reacted. So that's what he meant, thanks for the translation. Kill him. Meanwhile, Hu Yidao was falling into a coma due to excessive blood loss. Lin Xin quickly slung him over his back and left. Seeing this, they shouted in panic, oh no, he's trying to run, stop him. A short while later, he was back on the city wall. Yun Mo was completely baffled. She watched as Lin Xin's 2 fingers slowly moved towards her acupoints and shouted tremblingly, what are you trying to do? Before passing out, Yun Mo only managed to utter the word dream. The next second, she had already closed her eyes and fallen into Lin Xin's strong arms while supporting Yidao. Lin Xin grabbed Yun Mo's clothes and warned the Dragon Scale Guard loudly, don't move. You capture Green Hat or I'll kill Zen Master Yun Mo. This made them back away as well, not daring to get closer. Green Hat, however, wouldn't listen. His eyes blazing with fire, he shouted in his own language, what are you all doing there? Go! Green Hat stomped his feet on the spot and yelled like a spoiled child, who cares about some Zen Master? If she dies, I'll take responsibility. He translated from the side with a frown. He said, Zen Master Yun Mo is the love of his life and her safety must be dear indeed at all costs. Whatever demands I make must be met, even if it costs him his life, he won't hold it against me. Hearing this, the Dragon Scale Guards' faces turned red with shame. They muttered to themselves, Captain Dai is a true man. Well, brothers, we can only obey. The man on the other side was about to explode with anger, speechless at their stupidity. Really? No, you bunch of idiots can't understand words, but can't you understand hand gestures either? And so, with the thought of brothers, let's fulfill the captain's righteous cause and help his love life succeed. The Dragon Scale Guards rushed forward, vying to be first. Hulong wanted to give it a try, without hesitation. Over here, Green Hat frowned, picked up his chipped sword and cursed, idiots. Watching the chaos below, Lin Xin muttered to himself, to fight so desperately there must be some personal grudge involved. A short while later he and 2 others disappeared into the air and Yidao's butt immediately hit the ground. Lin Xin stood with his hands on his hips and looked at him, saying, it's safe here. They won't find us for a while. Yidao asked curiously, may I ask for your esteemed name, young hero? You're not afraid of the currently powerful Da Sheng sect, and even stepped in to help. He waved his hand to interrupt and questioned, you answer my question first. Do you know how to sneak into the Da Sheng sect, I mean the former Shenyan Holy Land? Hearing this, his pupils dilated to their widest and he murmured, why do you? Lin Xin crossed his arms and urged, don't be nervous, I have no intention of getting involved in the feud between your 2 sects, I just want to investigate Gubai Crossing. Yidao said hesitantly, Gubai Crossing, but that place has already. He closed his eyes and explained, I know it's been destroyed, that's why I need to investigate on site. You're a core member of the Shenyan Holy Land, you must know how to sneak in, right? He lowered his head, lost in thought for a moment. After thinking it through, Yidao slowly stood up and proposed, no problem, I can help you sneak in, but you have to do one thing for me first. Lin Xin asked directly. What is it? He quickly stated his request. Help me rescue Miss Yingying if you can help. My life Hu Yidao's is yours. He pressed his lips together, showing a reluctant expression and thought. I finally found a shortcut. How did it lead back to Lan Yingying? Does it have to force something to happen between me and her? Yidao sat down, crossed his legs and said, at that time, I was escaping the Holy Land with the young mistress. We did plan to cross Dragon Spine Mountain to escape, so I even sent people to Dragon Desert City to scout the way. Everything was arranged, but I never expected. His tone grew more and more sorrowful and indignant. I don't know which traitor leaked the information. The pursuers from the Da Sheng sect followed us all the way. After we entered the city, we were ambushed. The young mistress was captured and her whereabouts are unknown, Lin Xin speculated. In other words, a third party captured Lan Yingying, Yidao continued with certainty. At first I thought it was the Da Sheng sect, but later I found out it wasn't. Now the young mistress's life is in danger and her whereabouts are unknown. I can only ask you for help, young hero. After speaking, he kicked Yun Mo with his foot and called out, Wake up, stop pretending to be asleep. Seeing this, he was surprised and uttered a single word. Left? She slowly opened her eyes and asked, When did you find out? Lin Xin glanced down and exposed her. When I captured you, I didn't even hit the right acupoints, yet you conveniently fell. It was obvious you wanted me to capture you. Yun Mo glared and complained, If you don't know how to hit acupoints, then why were you putting on an act? He bent down, leaning his hands on the well and brought his face close to hers, whispering, I just wanted to verify which side you're on. Lin Xin judged, Although you're also looking for Lan Yingying, your purpose seems different from the Da Sheng sects. Yidao, with a head full of questions, said, Isn't she an elder of the Da Sheng sect? What other purpose could she have? Let's just kill her quickly and go save the young mistress. He took the opportunity to threaten her. Did you hear that? He wants to kill you. You'd better tell the truth now. She turned her head to the side, avoiding Lin Xin's gaze, and said in a small voice, You guessed right. My purpose is indeed different from the Da Sheng sects. I must find Yingying before the Da Sheng sect does and get her to safety. He couldn't help but ask suspiciously, Who are you? Only then was Yun Mo willing to reveal her true identity. My Dharma name is Zen Master Yun Mo and my secular name is Qin Yu, but I have another name. Qin Ling Yu. Hearing this, Yidao's eyes widened in shock. He murmured, The Ling generation. You were a disciple of the Shenyan Holy Land 3 years ago. She lowered her head and recounted. 3 years ago, the treasury of the Shenyan Holy Land was robbed. The closest place to the treasury was the training ground for the Ling generation disciples. In a fit of rage, Sect Master Lan Tusheng believed it was the Ling generation disciples who did it, so he ordered all disciples to be executed by association. He jumped up, sweating profusely in a panic, and asked, I was there during the execution. All 113 Ling generation disciples were executed. How did you? Yun Mo closed her eyes and explained. It was Yingying. She bribed the executioner to be lenient. A total of 11 of us, including me, escaped. We wandered at the foot of the mountain and encountered bandits. Out of the 11 survivors, only I was left. Later I met Situ Aoshan. After he learned of my experience, he took me in as a disciple, taught me skills, and established the Da Sheng sect to avenge the Shenyan Holy Land. Lin Xin stroked his chin in contemplation. I see, so destroying the Shenyan Holy Land is your wish, but saving Lan Yingying is also your wish, she immediately admitted. That's right. Situ Aoshan doesn't know that Lan Yingying was my benefactor, otherwise he wouldn't have been at ease sending me to hunt her down. He struck a Detective Conan-like pose and speculated. So the destruction of the Shenyan Holy Land was their own doing. There's no reason to slaughter innocent people over an unclear theft case. Yidao added, Sect Master Lan does have strange habits. I couldn't stop him either. Lin Xin touched his brow, emitting a golden light, and proposed, Now that we've cleared things up, let's cooperate sincerely. We should strive to find Lan Yingying as soon as possible, which would be the best of both worlds. His eyes shone like stars again, and he turned to her, getting handsy. I'll unseal you first, so you can divine Lan Yingying's current whereabouts. Seeing this, he blushed a little and praised, Amazing. A few minutes later, Yun Mo sat cross-legged, spread her arms, and began to calculate. The last divination showed that the key to finding Lan Yingying is you. Today I can only start by divining from you. Yidao asked skeptically, Isn't this just street-side fortune-telling? Is it accurate? While calculating, she said, Divination can glimpse the secrets of heaven above and determine the fate of living beings below. I have diligently practiced this art for 3 years and have never. Suddenly Yun Mo stopped, saying nothing. He asked anxiously, What's wrong? Did you figure out how to find Lan Yingying? The next second she widened her eyes and said hesitantly, The result of this divination is that you will die within 3 days. Lin Xin's face turned pale with fright as he repeated, I will die within 3 days. Yun Mo took out a circular plate and explained, I can only divine that you will die at the hands of someone close to you. Any more than that, and the secrets of heaven are difficult to predict. His face darkened as he thought, Someone close to me? If they can kill me, it must be someone close. Could they shoot me from a distance? Hearing this, Yidao turned his head and asked, Then are you still willing to help young hero? Lin Xin dismissed the thought. It was purely intimidation. To be serious, where should they go to find Lan Yingying? She looked at the compass in her hand and answered, Heaven's will indicates to head northeast. He turned and walked away, murmuring, Northeast, is it? I'll find a few people before we set off. Just then a voice came from the distance. Second uncle. It turned out to be Great Eagle, Xiao Wu, Miao Miao, and Bai He, all running desperately. Lin Xin was stunned and asked, What are you all doing here? He shouted with tears in his eyes, No time to explain, run, someone even harder to deal with is coming. Back to an hour ago, Great Eagle peeked out from behind thinking, as expected of second uncle he handled it with ease, Xiao Wu urged. There's no time to lose, let's hurry and meet up with him. He sent a telepathic message. No rush, there's still something important to do, he asked curiously. Something important, Great Eagle calculated. They're fighting amongst themselves up there, we must not miss this golden opportunity. Only when you're all exhausted can we descend like divine soldiers and wipe them out in one go. After speaking he thought, I'm so smart. Bai he asked worriedly, is this a good idea? Meow Meow also asked doubtfully. Won't this cause more trouble? He took out his huge sword and braced for battle. If you're too scared I'll go myself. Watch me kick him while he's down. This moment the dragon scale guards were relentlessly attacking Green Hat. Captain, surrender without a fight. Your brothers will definitely treat you with courtesy. Suddenly the ground shook violently, causing everyone to pause for a moment. The dragon scale guards couldn't stand firm, swaying before collapsing to the ground. Bai he leaned against the wall and asked in panic, what's happening? My body feels so heavy. Great Eagle hid inside in fear and said, me too, I feel like I can't hold on. Green Hat at this moment had his weapon stuck in the ground, panting heavily. You, Zen Master Fen Tian of the Da Sheng sect immediately appeared and said, Dai Lamao, how do you manage your subordinates? Zen Master Zhou Lu of the Da Sheng sect added, fighting in public like this, aren't you just bringing shame to the Da Sheng sect? He raised his head and snapped sternly, the Dragon Scale Guard is on official business, it's none of your concern. Without another word, Zhou Lu blew a breath downward, and the spot where Green Hat was standing immediately turned into a deep pit. She landed and questioned, Yun Mo was saved by you Dragon Scale Guards, right? Where is she now? He lay on the ground, spitting blood, his voice trembling. Since you know I saved her, why are you still treating me like this? Zhou Lu reprimanded him sternly. Because the sect leader suspects you're in league with her. I'll ask one last time. Where's that bitch who betrayed the Da Sheng sect? Back to the present. Yun Mo's eyes widened as she said, Fen Tian, Zhou Lu, it seems my being saved by Lan Yingning has been discovered. Bai he, panting, urged. Those two are too terrifying, let's run before we're discovered. Lin Xin narrowed his eyes and deduced, it's too late to run now. Just then, two dark figures were walking towards them from a distance. The one in red, Fen Tian, said, Yun Mo. Yun Mo waved her hand emitting black energy and said through gritted teeth, who dares to stop me? As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned a magic array. Yun Mo aimed her palm forward, declared the word die, and then unleashed the Moonchant full moon strike. Instantly a stream of black energy shot out from the magic array, heading straight for the two people in front of her. Fen Lied still complained indifferently, the sect leader is very disappointed in you. He sent us here to take back his gift. The dark shadows grew closer, but the two women just stood there quietly. The next second, Zhou Lu's white eyes lit up and energy shot out from them, instantly tearing apart the violent spiritual power Yun Mo had used to envelop the entire space. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, what? Her pupils grew more and more murderous, pressing to the extreme. Just by standing still, Zhou Lu was able to pull Yun Mo towards her. She panicked, I'm done for. Suddenly a saber flew forward at high speed, grazing past Yun Mo. In an instant the sharp tip of the saber was before her eyes. Zhou Lu cleverly used her ability to push the sword away, sending several earth-shattering tremors from where she stood. At the same time, Lin Xin rushed over, holding his saber in one hand and pulling the woman into his arms with the other. He didn't give up and charged towards the two people again. Lin Xin said seriously as he gathered his strength, jumped into the air and swung his saber forward. She raised her arm, her tone filled with murderous intent and arrogance. Instantly, black spiritual power was summoned around Zhou Lu. She controlled her energy and attacked him directly. Lin Xin was knocked back, crashing painfully against the mountain wall. He frowned and muttered, getting anxious are you? Too bad I've already figured out your abilities and weaknesses. Zhou Lu sneered triumphantly and said contemptuously, a mere mortal dares to think he can see through the power of heaven. Now this Zen master will grind you into meat paste. We can't drag this on. At this moment Yun Mo frowned, trying to think of a way out with a headache. If this goes on we'll all die. I have to use that move. Fen Tian's lips curled up as he repeated, found a weakness, how shameless. Lin Xin, still full of fighting spirit, his entire body burning with golden flames, made a desperate attempt and shouted. Again, Zhou Lu frowned and thought, this kid doesn't seem to be bluffing. Could it be that he really? Suddenly a black hole appeared at Lin Xin's feet, stunning him. Turned out that Yun Mo had used her power to summon a black hole at their feet. She urged, this is our grudge, it has nothing to do with you, go quickly. Lin Xin, sweating profusely in a panic, tried to stop her. No miss, wait a minute. Before he could finish, Great Eagle and the others had completely disappeared. Zhou Lu stretched out her palm and pulled her forward, cursing at the same time, you treacherous bitch. Yun Mo instantly fell to the ground, spitting up a lot of blood. She helped her up, turned to Fen Nian and asked, what now, should we chase them? She crossed her arms and calculated. If Yun Mo's divination says that Lin Xin can find her, then let's wait patiently. Zhou Lu asked doubtfully, can they really find Lan Yingning with just a few of them? Fen Nian schemed, once they find the target they will naturally inform us. At this moment Lin Xin and the others had arrived at a desolate cliff with only the sound of the wind whistling in their ears. He held his head and shouted in panic, no way, those two women are that strong. You wouldn't listen to reason in the first place. Are you so sure we can't beat them? Yidao judged hesitantly. Perhaps you wanted to buy us time to find someone. Lin Xin glanced back and asked, no, Xiao Wu. Yun Mo said to search in the northeast direction. Do you know the situation over there? Xiao Wu suddenly remembered. The northeast direction, I do have an acquaintance there. A short while later in Duanyang City, Dong Zhe welcomed them happily. Little Wang Wang, you finally come to see me. He stood to the side and introduced, this is the city lord of Duanyang City, Dong Jie. He patted Xiao Wu's shoulder and urged, come on, shake hands. He asked in a speechless whisper, brother Dong. Dong Jie excitedly threw a bone and ordered, go fetch this. He reminded him a little unhappily, Lord Dong, please show me some respect. I came here with something important to ask for your help. He was dumbfounded and said, Lan Yingying was captured by an unknown force and she might still be in Duanyang City. This is a big deal, Dong Jie continued. Duanyang City must not become a sacrifice in the conflict between the Shenyan Holy Land and the Dasheng sect. Lin Xin threatened. If Lan Yingying is hiding here, the Dasheng sect will find out sooner or later. If you can help find her, we can be responsible for taking her away. He glanced over, smiled slyly, and immediately agreed, it's a deal. This is truly a double blessing, he asked blankly. What double blessing? Dong Jie, on the other hand, laughed excitedly, not forgetting to instruct. You can take the trouble away and we can drink to our heart's content tonight. You all wait, I'll send people to search right now. We'll definitely have a clue by tomorrow. Meow Meow sighed while drinking water. He still has the mood to drink. This city lord has a really good mindset. Outside, Dong Jie was acting furtively. He ordered, you immediately send someone out of the city with a message, tell the Dasheng sect to hurry. The other person quickly agreed. Yes, Dong Jie revealed a cunning face and laid out his plan. Tonight we'll capture them first, and when the Dasheng sect arrives, we'll hand them over. Everyone raised their glasses and cheered. Dong Jie sat in the main seat and said, guests are guests, eat and drink well, let's not go home until we're drunk. Lin Xin sat beside him and said, thank you, city lord. Dong Jie turned to Xiao Wu sitting next to him. Little Wang, you must come often and bring your city lord with you too. Xiao Wu drunk nodded. We'll come next month. If I'm lying, I'm a dog. Lin Xin put his arm around Great Eagle's shoulder. Great Eagle, work hard. Tomorrow I'll find you a second sister-in-law. Great Eagle looked at him with tears in his eyes. Second uncle, say no more. With those words from you, I'll follow you through mountains of daggers and seas of fire. And over here, Meow Meow and Bai, he were also holding 2 jars of wine, glaring at each other and saying, with just you think you can compete with me? A while later, everyone was drunken on the floor. Great Eagle murmured, I can still drink. At this moment, Dong Jie, who was lying on the table, opened his eyes. He stood up, straightened his clothes, and walked out. A subordinate respectfully reported, my lord, the Dragon Scale Guard is expected to arrive in half an incense stick's time. Dong Jie nodded and ordered, tie them up first and throw them in the dungeon. The subordinate lowered his head. Yes. Dong Jie tilted his head slightly, glanced at Lin Xin and the others inside. These people have a terrifying tolerance for alcohol. I had to drink 3 doses of sobering powder just to hold on. Then suddenly, a guard from the side shot straight up into the sky, making Dong Jie's eyes widen. He immediately turned around. What's going on? The subordinates rushed out with their swords to protect the city lord's mansion. And at this moment, among those who were already drunk, someone suddenly sat up. I'm so thirsty. Lin Xin placed the wine jar on the table, looked at Dong Jie, and not having had enough to drink, asked, what now? Dong Jie shouted in terror. That wine was drugged, even a bear would be knocked out. How are you still standing? Lin Xin pulled open his pants, revealing a pufferfish. He answered Dong Jie, with Boomin here, your low-level poison is just child's play. Suddenly, an explosion came from Lin Xin's direction, and Dong Jie's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What was that? Boomin appeared, sitting on Lin Xin's lap, and said, Poison King. The toxins have been neutralized. You're very healthy now. You can even go 7 times a night. You can try it if you don't believe me. Lin Xin looked at the little girl and said, what you're saying is too obvious. We'll talk about it later. Before Lin Xin and the girl could finish, Dong Jie had already shouted, the Dragon Scale Guard is almost here, capture them quickly. The subordinates quickly rushed forward. Yes. Boomin glanced at them contemptuously. A bunch of trash worthy of my king making a move. Lin Xin sat beside her and patted the little girl's shoulder. Don't kill them, just control the situation. Boomin suddenly blushed and turned to look at Lin Xin. You just called me a little girl, she glanced shyly. Should we get this over with quickly and go to sleep? Lin Xin shouted in surprise. You poisoned yourself? Of course not. Then he pointed behind Boomin. Not you, big sister. Look at the opponent, okay? If you don't make a move, I'll do it myself. The next second, an extremely strong energy suddenly erupted in the room, sweeping through everything. Dong Jie's subordinates fell to the ground, clutching their faces. My eyes? Dong Jie trembled. You all? Then, with a loud bang, Dong Jie was already pressed to the ground. Lin Xin held a saber to his neck. Any last words? Speak now. Dong Jie stuttered and begged for mercy. Don't, hero, spare my life. Ah, he shouted in panic. I know Lan Yingying's whereabouts. I know where she is. Dong Jie knelt on the ground and sighed. 3 days ago, a few strangers did pass through here. I secretly had people investigate, and among them was indeed Lan Yingying. Lin Xin asked him, a few strangers are worthy of you, the city lord, investigating personally? Dong Jie lowered his eyes. As the lord of a city, it is my duty to protect the safety of the people. Any potential threat must be investigated at the first opportunity. He lowered his head. I don't want to get involved in the feud between the Dasheng sect and the Shenyan Holy Land. I can refrain from revealing Lan Yingying's whereabouts to the Dasheng sect, but with you all searching for her so openly, I definitely can't hide it from the Dasheng sect. Otherwise, once the Dragon Scale Guard finds out, it will bring disaster to the entire city's population. Lin Xin looked at Dong Jie. You may not be a good person, but you are definitely a good official. Dong Jie pointed in a direction. After Lan Yingying left, I went to Night King Valley, 30 li north of the city. The Dragon Scale Guard is almost here. You should leave quickly. Lin Xin asked him, then how do you plan to explain this to the Dragon Scale Guard? Dong Zhe lowered his head. I can only try to find an excuse to muddle through, but they will definitely not let it go. Duanyang City is doomed to face this calamity. Lin Xin smiled slightly and said, I have a plan that can protect the people of the city, but you'll have to suffer a little loss. A while later, a miserable scream came from the Duanyang City Lord's mansion. Dong Zhe cried out for his parents. Goddamn beasts, you burned my house, my decades of savings. The Dragon Scale Guard stood behind, looking at each other awkwardly and saying, brothers, let's donate some money. We can't let a kind-hearted person bleed, sweat, and also cry. And at this moment, at the exit of Duanyang City, Lin Xin and the others were leaving along a small path. Great Eagle asked, Second uncle, where are we going? Lin Xin answered, Night King Valley. Yidao held his head and said, my head hurts so much. Is Dong Zhe sure Miss Yingning is there? Lin Xin glanced at him. He probably wouldn't lie to me. We'll know if she's there once we go. Xiao Wu followed behind and said, Night King Valley is a gathering place for all sorts of vicious bandits who do things like murder, robbery, and trafficking women. If we go in rashly like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to ask anything and will be targeted. Lin Xin looked at Great Eagle behind him. I already have an idea for that, but Great Eagle will have to be wronged. Great Eagle, having been called out, looked confused. Me? The next day in Night King Valley, a man standing in the valley heard a noise and peeked out his head. He stuck his saber in the ground. What are you doing here? Lin Xin, dressed as a rich man, shouted. We've finally arrived. He looked at the bald man and said, Greetings, heroes. I'm from Duanyang City. I heard you can buy slaves here. I want to find a wife for my son. Price is negotiable. The bald man pointed his saber at them. What are you pretending to be rich for? Are there no women in Duanyang City willing to marry your son? I think there's something wrong with you all. Get lost or we'll release the arrows. Lin Xin pretended to sigh sadly. It's true that no one is willing to marry him. I had no choice but to come to you, heroes. Bring the young master over. Great Eagle was led by Meow Meow and Bai He, looking like an idiot, wrapped in a diaper and constantly shouting, Abba, I want a third wife. Abba, Abba. The sight of this was like a bolt from the blue, shocking them beyond belief. Oh my God. The bald man and the other bald man were petrified on the spot. He still wants to get married, how heartless is that? Lin Xin stepped forward, took out a gold ingot, and held it in his hand. I really have no choice, I can't let my family line end. I implore you heroes to help me ask if there are any single women in the valley who can get married. I will definitely reward you handsomely. The two bald men stared intently at the gold. Well, being heartless isn't out of the question. The bald man said to the other bald man, Didn't they just bring back a woman 2 days ago? The bald man shot him a look. Are you crazy? The valley master specifically asked for her. The man turned and left. Once he's tired of her, can't she be sold? You wait, I'll go ask. Lin Xin grinned. All right, I'll wait here. The bald man returned and led Lin Xin's group inside. The Night King has spoken. He wants to see you. Follow me. After everyone had passed, the bald man stood in a corner admiring Meow Meow and Bai He's backs, sighing at how beautiful they were. They started to harass the two. Little girls, let uncle take care of you. Maybe then it won't hurt anymore. Lin Xin rolled his eyes at the situation. Lan Yingying was truly in more danger than he'd thought. Yidao suddenly spoke. As long as she's alive, anything is fine. Lin Xin glanced at him, silent. After a while, the bald man led them to a high ground and said, We're here. Lord Night King is inside. Go on in. Lin Xin and the others walked in. The Night King was sitting above and the two subordinates in front of him spoke first. Why don't you kneel upon seeing the Night King? Do you want to die? Lin Xin squinted, a half smile on his face. I'm here to do business, not to trace my ancestry. Why should I kneel? Let's use money to talk. What do you think? Lord Night King. The Night King looked up at Lin Xin. You say you're a wealthy man from Duanyang City. What's your name? Where do you live? Lin Xin smiled faintly, stroking his beard as he replied, Well, I wouldn't dare say. What if the deal falls through and you send people to burn my house down? Let's see the goods first. Where's the girl who can be my son's wife? The Night King said in a deep voice. Night King Valley has a rule: we don't do business with people of unknown origin. If you won't tell me, then get lost. Lin Xin suddenly sighed. What a hassle. Are bandits so principled these days? The Night King's subordinate put a saber to Lin Xin's face. Lord Night King told you to get lost, didn't you hear? Suddenly there were two thuds. Xiao Wu bit one man's hand and Lin Xin said calmly, Don't point your saber at me casually, it can be very dangerous. The Night King's subordinate looked at his mutilated arm and screamed. They immediately rushed towards Lin Xin's group. Kill them, Lin Xin sighed. You were prepared, even had an ambush ready. Yidao charged forward. Hand over Miss Lan. Great Eagle tore his clothes off like a madman. I've had enough of this. Come on. Lin Xin bypassed the fighting crowd and leapt towards the Night King, who was trying to escape. Still hiding a rat hole under your seat? He raised his fist. Get out here. The next second a tremor came from within the hole, and even the door was blown away. Hiding underground, the Night King asked, trembling. How did you do that? Lin Xin smiled at him. Ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag? The Night King spat at Lin Xin from below. Damn it. Then a beast suddenly appeared in front of him. It swiped at Lin Xin's head and retreated several steps and jumped into the hole. Lin Xin poked his head out of the hole. He looked down at the empty hole below, thinking he was about to have a desperate fight. So he had managed to save his life after all. Lin Xin threw the ring in his hand into the hole. A moment later, the Night King was immediately ejected from the opening. He screamed, Mommy! Neon Tiger also emerged. Kid, you want to compete with my speed? Lin Xin praised her. Well done. Neon Tiger jumped in front of him and sat down. I not only did it well, I did it with all my might. She gave Lin Xin a flirtatious look. You have to work hard. Lin Xin blushed. A cultured rogue is more frightening than a regular one. He caught the ring that flew back into his hand and replied with a faint smile, I know, we'll talk about it later. The Night King rubbed his sore butt and looked at Lin Xin. You people from the Da Sheng sect are indeed not simple. You found your way here after all. Lin Xin shook his head. We're not from the Da Sheng sect, but we're also looking for Lan Yingying. Hand her over before I go crazy. At this moment Great Eagle had also dealt with a group of people. He said, with just this much skill, you want to be the king of the mountain. Yidao shook his head. Truly no match at all. The Night King's subordinates were utterly defeated, clutching their faces and crying out, Chief? The Night King trembled with anger at the scene. My years of hard work destroyed by you just like that. He raised his fist at Lin Xin, crying, damn it, I'm not a coward. A moment later he too was crying out, clutching his bleeding head. Big brother, stop hitting me, I won't do it again. Lin Xin raised the spear in his hand and told him to lead the way. Cut the crap. Where is she? The Night King, cowering in front, immediately agreed. The Night King walked to a room and knocked on the door. Miss Lan, it's me, a voice came from inside. Come in. The Night King smiled at Yingying and said, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for being useless. Yingying was holding a dagger to her neck, tears streaming down her face. It's all right, I already foresaw this. The Da Sheng sect would find us sooner or later, it was only a matter of time. Just then a finger extended and blocked the dagger in Yingying's hand. Lin Xin helped her up. Don't get excited, there must be a misunderstanding here. The Night King stared at Lin Xin's group. Are you really not from the Da Sheng sect? Yidao spoke up angrily. I am Hu Yidao of the Shenyan Holy Land, tasked with protecting Miss Lan's safety. The Night King snorted coldly. So it's you bunch of trash riddled with spies from the Da Sheng sect and you didn't even know. Yidao looked at him. What do you mean by that? The Night King looked at him and answered. I received news long ago that the Da Sheng sect had planted spies in Miss Lan's escort team, which is why I personally intervened and secretly brought her here. Yidao frowned. No wonder after escaping the Shenyan Holy Land, no matter how many times I changed our route, we were always caught. Yidao knelt before Yingying. It is my incompetence, I failed to manage my subordinates, causing the young mistress to be frightened. Yingying shook her head. The human heart is hard to fathom. Elder Hu, you don't need to blame yourself. Lin Xin looked at the Night King, having talked for a while. Why did you protect Lan Yingying? The Night King answered faintly. Although I wish the Shenyan Holy Land would never be reincarnated, Miss Yingying saved my life and I must repay her kindness, he said mysteriously. You could rack your brains and still not guess what's between Miss Yingying and me. However, Lin Xin asked calmly, could it be that you are also a Ling generation disciple who escaped death 3 years ago? Hearing this, the Night King's jaw almost dropped to the floor. Incredible, Lin Xin twitched his lips. Don't get excited, be careful not to dislocate your jaw. The Night King's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. That girl Ling Yu is still alive and she even became an elder of the Da Sheng sect, Lin Xin added. She thought Lan Yingying had been taken by bandits, but she never expected you to become a bandit chief and still harbor a sense of gratitude. That's quite admirable. After they finished catching up, Yidao interjected. There's no time to lose. Since we found the young mistress, we should head to Tianquan Prefecture immediately. The Da Sheng sect's pursuers could appear at any moment. Hearing this, the Night King waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. The people in my valley are all loyal and righteous. No one will leak the secret. As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate outside shouted, Not good, a Da Sheng sect has broken in. Lin Xin was speechless. Stop jinxing us. A subordinate covered in injuries ran in shouting, Boss, the Dragon Scale Guard has fought their way in from outside the valley. The brothers can't hold them back. The Night King frowned. You've been hiding here for so many days. The moment you arrive, the Da Sheng sect shows up. Could it be you? A murderous aura rose from Lin Xin's group. He asked the Night King. Think carefully before you speak. Do you think we need to find outside help? The Night King answered timidly. I'm sorry, I was foolish. Then he jumped to the wall and opened a mechanism. Quick, we can get out of the valley directly through this secret passage. Only after running out did they see that Night King Valley was on fire. Great Eagle, panting from exhaustion, complained, This secret passage is amazing. We ran so far in one breath. The Night King replied, This is my last resort for survival. He pointed in a direction. Another 300 li in that direction is Dragon Spine Mountain. Once we cross it, we'll be in Tianquan Prefecture. The Da Sheng sect's pursuers will never expect us to appear here. However, when he turned back, he saw Lin Xin's group looking at him with strange expressions. The Night King asked, Why are you all looking at me like that? As soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang came from behind him. The Night King screamed, Mommy. Lin Xin walked over and patted his head. Excuse me, has your mouth been cursed or blessed? Yidao suddenly said, Over there. Zhou Lu and Fen Bian are standing in the sky. Zhou Lu said, Capture them. Fen Tied said coldly, Don't let a single one escape. Lin Xin, Yingying and Yidao ran in another direction. He said to the others, Great Eagle, you guys hold them off for a while. If those two join the fight, retreat. Brother Hu and I will take Miss Lan across the border first. Great Eagle quickly agreed, All right. Zhou Lu asked Fen Tian, Should we chase them? She replied, No rush. Fen Tied said calmly, The real target hasn't appeared yet. She thought to herself, Wait patiently. Lin Xin led the way in front. Yidao pulled Yingying along behind him. Miss, keep up. Lin Xin looked up. We're here. Crossing the mountain ahead will take us to Tianquan Prefecture. Yidao looked back at Yingying. Miss, we'll be safe soon. Yingying stood still, panting. Seeing they had stopped, Lin Xin turned back to look. Why did you stop? Yingying, catching her breath, said, I'm sorry, Uncle Hu. There's something I haven't been honest with you about. Actually, Father entrusted me with something I must take with me, so I can't go to Tianquan Prefecture yet. Yidao's eyes widened. What? Yingying looked up at them. He said not to trust anyone and only to retrieve it when we were safe. That's why when you asked if I had anything important to take, I didn't dare tell you. I'm very sorry for betraying your trust." Yidao raised his hand. "It's all right. I can understand the sect master's thoughts and I support you in doing so. Do you want to go get it now? Where is it?" Yingying pointed to a mountain in the distance. "Not far, it's under the general's cypress at the foot of Shuha Mountain. We can go and come back quickly. The pursuers won't notice us turning back." Yidao looked in that direction. "All right, Juha Mountain is remote. Sneaking in at night should not expose us." He walked forward and patted Lin Xin's shoulder. "But this will be an inconvenience for Brother Lin." Lin Xin shrugged. "It's fine, I'm used to fighting and killing along the way. It's just a bit more running." Before he could finish, his pupils suddenly contracted. Yidao, without warning, stabbed Lin Xin in the back with his saber. He grinned. "My apologies for this strike from Hu Yidao." Yingying watched this scene, utterly shocked. "Uncle Hu Yu," Yidao pulled out his saber, "severing your heart meridian, shattering your channels. This will cause you the least pain." Looking at the fallen Lin Xin, he sent him off. "You've worked hard on this journey. Be on your way." Yingying trembled all over. "Uncle Hu, why did you do this?" Yidao turned and slapped her. "Do you know how tired I was acting all this way?" He narrowed his eyes. "Hard work pays off. You finally told me what I wanted to know." Yingying covered her cheek with her hand. "You're the traitor." Hearing this, Yidao burst out laughing. "It's too late to know now. Let's go. Come with me to get the treasure your father left." Yingying was thrown over his shoulder, screaming, "Let me down, you backstabbing beast." Meanwhile, Meow Meow and the others were being tied up by the dragon scale guard. "Behave, don't move." Meow Meow spoke up. "Great Eagle, didn't Lin Xin tell us to run? Why did you surrender?" Great Eagle whispered back. "You've seen how strong those two women are. If we dared to run, we'd be wiped out instantly." He grinned. "Anyway, our mission was to buy time and we've completed it. This is called adapting to circumstances, being resourceful and wise." Fen Tian from a high place asked the newly arrived dragon scale guard. "Haven't you found them yet?" The dragon scale guard replied. "We found Lin Xin's body. The other two are missing." These words struck Great Eagle and the other two like a bolt from the blue. Lin Xin was dead. They quickly followed the dragon scale guard to where Lin Xin was. Great Eagle wailed. "Second uncle," he cried his heart out. "How could you die so senselessly? How am I supposed to explain this to your wives?" He gritted her teeth. "I'll fight you all." Meow Meow beside her quickly spoke to calm her down. "Don't act rashly." Meow Meow squeezed out each word through her teeth. "Lin Xin is someone who can achieve world-shaking things. He would never die so foolishly," she murmured. "The body on the ground is definitely not him. Maybe it's just a diversion. After all, he's capable of any trick." Meow Meow lowered her eyes. "In any case, we must remain calm and wait." Just then, the dragon scale guard handed Fen Tian and the other something else. "We found this 3 li to the northwest. It should have been left by them." Fen Tian glanced at it. "This is the dragon's saliva incense we gave to Hu Yidao. It seems he intends to betray us completely." Zhou Lu frowned. "What should we do once he gets his hands on it?" "It will be difficult for us to find it again." Fen Dian frowned in thought. A while later they found Yun Mo. She was tied to a wooden stake and looked up, saying, "What, you want me to help you find Lan Yingying?" Fen Dian nodded. "That's right." Yun Mo sneered. "What a pipe dream for her. I even gave up my status as a Zen master. How could I possibly help you find her?" Fen Dian said bluntly. "You have no choice. Hu Yidao was our informant, but he has gone out of control. 2 hours ago, he killed Lin Xin and took Lan Yingying away." Zhou Lu added, "If Lan Yingying falls into our hands, she might still live. But if she's taken by Hu Yidao, can you imagine the consequences?" Yun Mo's eyes widened. "Lin Xin is dead?" Fen Dian replied faintly. "Yes, his body has already been found by us." Yun Mo closed her eyes. She never thought he would. A moment later, she looked up at Fen Dian and the other. "If you can guarantee Lan Yingying's life, I can help you find her." Fen Tian said decisively, "I promise." At this moment on Juha Mountain, Yingying was thrown to the ground by Yidao. He looked at her in frustration. "We've circled Juha Mountain 3 times. Where is this general's cypress? Are you telling the truth or not?" Yingying staggered to her feet. "I don't know then. My father told me it was the general's cypress. Maybe it was chopped down by the farmers at the foot of the mountain for firewood." Yidao stepped forward, grabbed Yingying's head and slammed it against the ground. "Are you messing with me?" Then he stood up, a lewd smile on his face, and reached to take off his clothes. "Forget it. I'll have some fun first, then interrogate you slowly. No one is chasing us anyway." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared beside him. In the distance, Yun Mo struck Juha Mountain with a single palm. Fen Tian immediately stepped forward to stop her. "That's enough, we need to leave a live one." Yidao was sent flying by the force of the palm. He muttered, "Damn it." Fen Tian looked down at him. "Hu Yidao, you've gotten addicted to being a backstabber, haven't you? First you betray the Shenyan Holy Land, then you betray the Dasheng sect. Do you really not know how to spell the word death?" Yidao shot her a look. "Cut the crap, from beginning to end. I've only ever wanted to obtain the Demon Emperor's remains and comprehend the heavenly Tao." Yingying's eyes widened. "The Demon Emperor's remains, that thing really exists?" Then Yidao suddenly rushed towards Yingying at high speed. "As long as I have you in my hands, no one will dare to touch me." Just a second before Yidao grabbed Yingying, she was lifted by a force. Zhou Lu waved her hand and pulled Yingying into the air. Yun Mo watched her tumbling in the air and cried out in worry. "Yingying!" At this moment Fen Tian commanded. "Zhou Lu, you take Lan Yingying back. Yun Mo and I will stay and deal with Hu Yidao." Zhou Lu immediately agreed. "All right." Yun Mo still wanted to say something. "Wait," Fen Tian stopped her. "Don't worry, she'll be fine. Hu Yidao doesn't know where the Demon Emperor's remains are and he's lost his value. If you want to avenge Lin Xin, then make your move." Below, Yidao was already running for his life. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Yun Mo called out to him. "Stop!" Then she immediately chased after him, launching a fierce assault on Yidao. He quickly ran to the edge of a cliff. "As long as I jump down you won't be able to catch me." However, the next second he regretted his decision. Fen Tian had already set up a fire net waiting for him. The moment Hu Yidao fell he was burned to ashes. On the other side Zhou Lu was flying back with Yingying. She said, "Little darling, you'd better think carefully and obediently tell me everything you know." Zhou Lu glanced at her. "Otherwise, back in the dungeon I have 100 ways to make you wish you were dead." As soon as she finished speaking, a pressure suddenly descended from the sky, pressing heavily on her back. Zhou Lu and Yingying fell directly from the high altitude. She quickly stabilized her body and managed to land. "What's going on?" Someone walked up to Zhou Lu and greeted her. "We meet again." Neon Tiger was standing in front of her, and another person supporting Yingying said, "We can have another go." Yingying looked up at the person holding her. Am I dreaming? I saw you with my own eyes." Lin Xin put her on the ground. "That stab really hurt, but I made my move before he did," Yingying asked in surprise. "When?" Lin Xin explained the whole story to Yingying. "The Da Sheng sect shouldn't have known about your capture, but they followed us all the way to your location. On my side, being new to Kunlun Prefecture, only Dog Swordsman and Hu Yidao were suspects, plus later on Hu Yidao only cared if you were alive, not if you were injured, which made me even more certain of my suspicions." Lin Xin smiled faintly. "Based on the principle of never suffering a loss, I had Buman poison both Dog Swordsman and Hu Yidao with a hallucinogen beforehand." Lin Xin smiled slyly. "The stab Hu Yidao gave me was completely off target. It neither hit my heart meridian nor shattered my channels." Sitting on his shoulder, Buman immediately complained. "But that was still very dangerous, wasn't it, Master? You were too reckless." Zhou Lu said angrily, "Kid, it's a real shame you didn't become a detective. What about the body? I saw them cremate your body with my own eyes." Lin Xin kindly explained it to her. "After they left I captured a dragon scale guard and disguised him as myself. Don't you know about the art of disguise when roaming the martial world?" Neon Tiger glanced at him. "You went through all that trouble and still haven't found the thing." Lin Xin shook his head. "Not necessarily." He looked at Yingying beside him. "After all, she now knows who is truly trustworthy." Zhou Lu on the opposite side suddenly felt ignored. She roared, "Too much nonsense. Since you're not dead, I'll send you on your way again." Zhou Lu stretched out her hand, releasing a suction force, and tornadoes swept towards Lin Xin and the others. A cold smile appeared on Zhou Lu's lips as she looked at the devastated ground before her. The next second a suction force suddenly bounced back from the smoke. Zhou Lu was pushed back by this force, stumbling, her pupils shrinking. "This is my power." "How is this possible?" Neon Tiger calmly held her weapon in front of Lin Xin and clicked her tongue. "No wonder Fen Tian always follows you. As a Zen master, you're too impulsive. If you kill her, how will you explain it to the sect leader?" Zhou Lu stared at him intently. "Anyway, the dead man's things are not what the sect leader needs." "How did you deflect my attack?" Lin Xin smiled provocatively. "Why don't you try again and find out?" he thought to himself. "If it's not for the sect leader, could it be as I suspected?" Zhou Lu raised her hand again. "Do you think I don't dare?" She released a chaotic airflow, fiercely sweeping towards Lin Xin. Neon Tiger simply waved her hand and blocked it all. "A waste of effort." Zhou Lu was stunned. "Where did my attack go?" Lin Xin lightly raised a finger. "Next is the moment to witness a miracle." A hole suddenly opened at Zhou Lu's feet. The next second a strong gust of wind blew her clothes away. Zhou Lu sat on the ground in a sorry state. You bastard," Lin Xin added. "This is one of your weaknesses I mentioned before." Zhou Lu roared angrily, "HMPH, if you have the guts, fight me properly. Don't play these dirty tricks." Lin Xin looked at her. "I can refrain from using my Yuan beast. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. But if you lose, you have to answer my questions honestly." "How about it?" Zhou Lu stood up menacingly. "Cut the crap, let's go." Lin Xin extended his hand. "A deal's a deal." Neon Tiger, "Go back." Neon Tiger turned to look at him. "You even know the phrase a deal's a deal?" Lin Xin scratched his head. Haven't I been too busy? Once this is all settled, I'll definitely repay my debt." Neon Tiger leaned close to Lin Xin's ear. "Remember what you said, otherwise what I can't have no one can." Lin Xin obediently replied, "Yes, I remember." Zhou Lu looked at them, speechless. "Between those two, who's the master and who's the servant?" Lin Xin let out a sigh of relief. "Finally sent this missy away." Lin Xin drew his sword. "Let's begin." Zhou Lu looked at him. "If you think I can only exert force in one direction, then you're too naive." Lin Xin looked at her. "What do you mean?" Zhou Lu fanned her hands to the sides. "This is what I mean." The ground beneath Lin Xin's feet suddenly tore apart. She laughed loudly. "Tear you to pieces." However, at this moment the pants on Lin Xin's lower body were also torn open, and Zhou Lu saw something she shouldn't have. She screamed, "What the hell is this thing?" Lin Xin glanced down and said, "Good brother, thanks to you I survived." He looked at Zhou Lu. "This is a decoration." Zhou Lu's brain short-circuited a bit. "What decoration?" Lin Xin charged straight with his sword. Zhou Lu stretched out her hand to push him away. "Bastard!" She emitted a powerful force field. "Lie down for me." Following Zhou Lu's gesture, Lin Xin immediately fell face down on the ground. She said, "Now that it's come to this, do you have any last words?" Lin Xin calmly pointed to the sky. "Everything I want to say is up there." Zhou Lu was confused. "What are you talking about?" And at this moment a saber was plunging down from right above her head. Just then Lin Xin flicked his finger. A stone flew over and hit the hilt of the saber, causing it to deviate from its course. The saber fell, cutting the last piece of cloth on her chest and then stuck straight into the ground. Lin Xin smiled and said, "I admit, you are indeed very fair and very strong." But Zhou Lu looked at the sword stuck at her feet, trembling all over. "You," Lin Xin continued, "but you did lose." Lin Xin slowly stood up. I discovered during our last fight that if you attack consecutively, you can't use the same type of force field continuously. He raised his hand to wipe his sweat. An outward repulsive force, an inward attractive force, and a downward gravitational force. Lin Xin explained the principle to Zhou Lu. You must alternate between these three force fields. Zhou Lu frowned. So you took advantage of my inattention, first threw the sword above you, and when you activated the gravity attack you used it to attract the sword to stab. Lin Xin nodded confidently. Correct answer, but I didn't expect you could also control a lateral tearing force. But it was a close call, and in the end it developed as I had anticipated. Zhou Lu asked again. Then why did you save me? Lin Xin shrugged. I need to ask you a few questions, so I'm not in a hurry to settle life and death. Then he turned and walked towards Yingying. Miss, would you mind sparing some clothes? Yingying stuttered. How do I spare them? A moment later, Yingying's scream came from the woods. Don't tear it there. No, don't. Lin Xin quickly returned with 2 red palm prints on his face. Very good, Yingying asked with a red face. Her top was still the same, but her skirt was much shorter. Yingying shyly tried to cover herself up and down. Zhou Lu, on the other hand, hadn't changed much. She had an extra piece of Yingying's cloth on her upper body, and her lower body was similar. Lin Xin said to them, the fabric is limited, please make do. Zhou Lu snorted coldly. She looked at Lin Xin and said, go on, what do you want to ask, although I got my life back? I don't owe you anything. Lin Xin held up one finger. First question, the few people who came with me plus a dog, where are they? Zhou Lu answered faintly. They're all alive, locked in the Dragon Scale Guard's barracks. I can hand them over to you when I go back. Lin Xin held up 2 fingers. No rush, it's not too late to go back for them after I get what I need. Second question, you said the Demon Emperor's remains aren't for Situ Aoshin, so who are they for? Zhou Lu was stunned, her eyes wide. A moment later she lowered her eyelids. I don't know what you're trying to do, but I advise you not to inquire about things you're not sure of. I don't even know that lord's identity. If you try to investigate him, you're just seeking death. A corner of Lin Xin's mouth lifted. Is that so? I have an idea now. No wonder the Da Sheng sect rose so suddenly. It seems to be that lord's doing. He looked at Yingying again. Next, Miss Lan, where are the Demon Emperor's remains? You can tell me now, right? After all, I might be the only one who can protect you. Yingying replied in a small voice. The Demon Emperor's remains are indeed not on Juha Mountain. That was a lie I told on purpose to get rid of you all. I just didn't want a second person to know. I never thought Hu Yidao was a traitor and would be so ruthless to you. Lin Xin smiled and asked her, if I'm not mistaken, the Demon Emperor's remains are still at Solitary Cypress Crossing, right? Yingying nodded. They're just hidden very well, which is why the Da Sheng sect hasn't found them. Lin Xin nodded. Understood, and let's go, Yingying asked in surprise. Go where? Lin Xin teleported to their side in an instant, taking their hands. To the Da Sheng sect, Solitary Cypress Crossing. The scene shifted to the Da Sheng sect, the former Shenyan Holy Hall. Fen Nura pushed Yun Mo to 2 guards. Take this traitor to the dungeon. After the guards acknowledged her order, Fen Due glanced around and asked, Where's Master Zhou Lu? The guard behind her immediately answered, Master Zhou Lu, she hasn't returned yet. Fen Nura was surprised to hear this. What, she hasn't returned? Yingying overheard this conversation and thought to herself, Zhou Lu hasn't returned? Could something have happened? Who else could have stopped her from bringing Yingying back? Suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. The idea made her eyes widen in shock. Could it be him? Fen Niet asked the guards again, Where is the sect leader? Where is Captain Long? Where are the other 5 masters? The guard answered honestly, The sect leader is in seclusion. Master Shui Ying and Master Ying Meng are guarding him. Master Zon Miao, Master Tong Quan and Master Yun Hua are out on business. As for Captain Long, this disciple doesn't know his whereabouts, the guard tried to report calmly. Fen Nia was displeased and thought the Dragon Scale Guard is truly unreliable. She turned and ordered 2 messengers. Put the entire sect on high alert to prevent the remnants of the Shenyan Holy Land from sneaking in to cause trouble. Also send people to find Master Zhou Lu. The 2 soldiers lowered their heads. As you command, Master. In another small corner a voice was heard. This is Yuyan Mountain, a place of innate spiritual treasures protected by tight formations. Only members of our sect can enter. Yingying hid behind a tree and said fearfully, After the Da Sheng sect took it, they must have strengthened the defenses. Even I'm not confident I can sneak in. Zhou Lu agreed. That's right. Lin Xin looked at her and asked curiously, I haven't sealed your cultivation. We're at the foot of your mountain. Why don't you run? Zhou Lu replied sternly. Since I was defeated by you, I will not do something so despicable. Kill me or torture me as you wish. I won't resist if you want to use me as a hostage, but I will not attack you, nor will I help you. You're on your own. Hearing this, Lin Xin handed her a slice of watermelon. Got it. Here, have some melon. Zhou Lu turned away without answering. After listening to everyone's analysis, Lin Xin understood. So according to you, there's no way we can sneak in? Yingying observed and replied, Yes, the risk is too great. He turned to Zhou Lu and suggested, How about this? You take us in through the main gate. She refused while munching on her melon. Impossible. I said I won't help you. Hearing this, Lin Xin held out his hand. Then give me back the money for the melon. I bought this melon. Zhou Lu replied angrily. Ridiculous. Isn't it just a few copper coins? Do you think a master of the Da Sheng sect like me can't afford it? At the entrance at the foot of the mountain, the guards bowed. Master Zhou Lu, you've returned. Master Zhou Lu replied, Yes, I have. Seeing she had Yingying in tow, the guard immediately recalled the earlier matter. By the way, Master Fen Tiud is looking for you. Zhou Lu walked past him and said, Tell her I'm dead. After passing the guard, the 3 continued their conversation. Zhou Lu, moving with difficulty, complained, If you hadn't torn my clothes, we would be even on the melon money. Lin Xin immediately teased her. I bought your clothes too. She was furious. Are you ever going to stop? Just kill me with one strike and we'll be even. Yingying recognized the place ahead as Solitary Cypress Crossing. Let's go before they react. Quickly, Fen Dian walked on, worried. I have a bad feeling. Where is the sect leader in seclusion? I need to report to him. The guard behind her answered. In Tianyuan Cave. Hearing this, she frowned and turned around. Tianyuan Cave? How come I didn't know there was such a cave in the mountain? The guard immediately explained. It was recently dug under Solitary Cypress Crossing. Zhou Lu was speechless at Yingying and Lin Xin. I must say, you two have some serious guts. The Dasheng sect is so famous now and you still dare to provoke us, Lin Xin retorted from behind her. Don't you find the Dasheng sect's rise very unusual? He analyzed. Even if Situ Ao is exceptionally talented, how could he train you all to become top masters so effortlessly? I bet you were all very ordinary before you became strong, right? Her secret being exposed, Zhou Lu immediately retorted. What do you know? We are all prodigies discovered by the sect leader's discerning eye. Lin Xin didn't want to argue with her. Right, you're all 1 in a million masters. What I'm worried about will never happen, Zhou Lu asked curiously. What are you worried about? He replied seriously. That Situ Aoshan and the entire Dasheng sect are being used as pawns and don't even know it. Hearing this, Zhou Lu was too shocked to speak. What? At this moment, Yingying, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. We're here. Solitary Cypress Crossing is ahead. The three of them stopped in front of a rather tall mountain with some large rocks blocking the path at its base. Lin Xin asked curiously, why has it been destroyed like this? Yingying explained. The rumor in the martial world is Solitary Cypress Crossing holds heavenly might, obtain its secret treasure and be unrivaled in the world. So after the Dasheng sect occupied Yuyan Mountain, they razed Solitary Cypress Crossing to the ground trying to find the secret treasure. Zhou Lu, walking ahead, scoffed. We've dug 3 feet deep and found nothing. What secret treasure? It's all just a rumor. Yingying put her hands on her hips and retorted. The Shenyan Holy Land has been passed down for 1,000 years, shouldering the heavy responsibility of guarding the treasure. If it were so easily found by you, the Shenyan Holy Land would be a disgrace to its ancestors. Zhou Lu turned back angrily and roared, Who are you looking down on, little girl? Lin Xin tried to mediate. This is not the time to argue. But as he reached out to stop them, he accidentally touched a place on Zhou Lu he shouldn't have, causing all three to freeze. Afterwards, Lin Xin was given a sound beating by Zhou Lu. After being beaten, Lin Xin tried to act calm and asked, Are you saying the thing is deep underground? Yingying answered, Yes, my father said there's an underground palace and the demon emperor's remains are inside. Hearing it was related to the underground, Lin Xin immediately summoned Buman. She appeared instantly in a very seductive pose. He quickly commanded her, Sorry to bother you, please go down and see if you can find an underground palace. The important thing is to find its entrance, Buman replied unhappily. You leave me to guard an empty room for so long and the moment you let me out, you work me like a horse. Can't we do something else first? Lin Xin blushed. We're in the enemy's headquarters. Can we not make suggestive jokes? Get to business, she said unhappily. What an unromantic man. With that, she immediately burrowed into the ground. Lin Xin sighed, thinking, this team is getting harder and harder to lead. Yingying looked at him and asked curiously, Even if we find the palace, how do we get down? We can't just dig a hole bit by bit, can we? Lin Xin turned to Zhou Lu and asked, You destroyed this mountain, right? Why is there still a piece that hasn't collapsed? Still holding a grudge, she answered casually. I wasn't full, so I didn't have the strength. Is that a good enough reason? Lin Xin looked at the mountain. Or there's another possibility. Part of this mountain's structure is different from a normal mountain, which is why it didn't collapse. Hearing this, Yingying immediately speculated, could it be that the palace of Solitary Cypress Crossing isn't underground but inside the mountain? Hearing this, Zhou Lu turned to look closely at the mountain. What? Lin Xin didn't quite agree. That's unlikely. The mountain is too narrow to hide a palace. Let's go up and see. Afterwards, the three of them flew up to a high point. Zhou Lu watched for a while and asked, Did you notice anything unusual? Lin Xin replied, No, it seems I was just being paranoid. Suddenly, a voice reached Lin Xin's ear. My emperor, I think I've found the palace, he thought happily. Buman, suddenly, the voice she transmitted sounded wrong. Wait, there's someone, a master. Then came her scream. Lin Xin called out in worry. Buman. Lin Xin frowned and shouted worriedly. Buman, come up quickly. She then flew up from underground immediately. Buman reported worriedly. I think I've shaken that person off. Her ability is strange, it seems to be light. Lin Xin was also a bit puzzled. Light? Zhou Lu also walked over to the two. Then you're doomed. It seems to be Ying Meng. If she's after you, you won't be able to escape. As soon as she finished speaking, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the ground behind them. Ying Meng asked coldly, Where did this wild demon come from, daring to trespass in the holy hall? Buman smiled provocatively. What a coincidence. I've taken a liking to this place and want to claim a mountain to hibernate. She secretly sent a voice transmission to Lin Xin. My emperor, do you need me to lead her away? Lin Xin was currently hiding behind a rock and replied with a voice transmission. First pretend to be weak, then lure her to chase you eastward. When we reach the river we can subdue her there. Buman understood immediately. Zhou Lu advised him, Surrender now. For my sake she should spare your lives. Lin Xin replied coldly. Save that for when you plead for her later. Maybe for your sake I'll spare her life too. Hearing such an arrogant tone she was astonished. What? She immediately replied. Go on and be arrogant. Don't think you can keep playing your little tricks in front of a master of the Da Sheng sect. Lin Xin started to provoke her. How about we make a bet to see if I can catch her? If I lose, I'll obediently go with you to surrender. If you lose, you'll do your best to help me find the demon emperor's remains. Do you dare? Zhou Lu couldn't stand being goaded and immediately agreed. I dare. Whoever chickens out is a coward, we'll see. Buman acted according to Lin Xin's words. He turned and ran eastward. Yingming used her light power, trying to run. Then Buman's right shoulder was pierced by the light and she cried out in pain. Zhou Lu smiled smugly. See that? Yingming's light speed attacks are unparalleled. No one can dodge them. He ignored her and secretly transmitted his voice to Buman. Buman, go underground. Then Buman followed the instruction and went underground. Yingming said disdainfully, still not giving up? Then she continuously attacked the ground, trying to block Buman's escape route. The three hiding behind the rock also took the opportunity to fly up. Let's go. After a while of chasing, Yingming was led to a long river. Buman hastily jumped out of the water into the air. Seeing this, Yingming still asked coldly. Finally giving up the struggle, Buman answered while panting, my mission is complete. As soon as Buman finished speaking, the river water suddenly changed suspiciously, greatly surprising Yingming. She hurriedly tried to leave. Damn it, it's a trap. But as she fled, a purple substance shot directly at her. After stabilizing herself, Yingming realized it was a paralyzing poison. Lin Xin observed from a high place, all right, the water can't flow out of the canyon or it will be noticed. Nana, I'll leave it to you. Nana's eyes lit up. As you command, my emperor. Buman and Rulang's eyes also lit up. Buman thought, my emperor just needs to lie back and win. And Ruling sighed in his heart. When the harem makes a move, it really saves a lot of effort. Two nearby guards who had gone to urinate suddenly noticed something. One of them asked, what was that sound just now? The other replied, it sounded like something getting stuck. Suddenly their conversation changed. One said, speaking of getting stuck, I want to experience that again. The other replied, you naughty thing, me too, one said worriedly. But if we don't go back, will we be discovered? The other replied, it's fine, we'll tell our martial uncle we went to practice swordsmanship. The air by the river suddenly grew much colder than before. Lin Xin stood on the ice and said proudly, so you have to use your brain when you fight. At this moment, Yingming was imprisoned under the ice. Lin Xin said smugly, even if I can't beat her, I can trap her. Zhou Lu was both worried and angry. Yingming, don't be afraid, I'll get you out right away. What do you think you're doing? If you have the guts, let her out and fight. Lin Xin replied coldly, my goal is to find the demon emperor's remains and, by the way, investigate the reason for the Da Sheng sect's sudden rise, not to defeat all of you. If you're smart enough, you should know that this outcome is the best choice for her. Zhou Lu also came to a realization. She thought if they fought head-on, Yingming might really not be his match. She'd be either dead or injured. It's better to temporarily restrain her like this to avoid any accidents. He's actually thinking about his opponent. Lin Xin assessed, this hardness can trap her for 3 to 4 shichen, which is enough time. Yingming asked worriedly, but if she doesn't go back for a long time, won't it arouse suspicion? There's definitely more than just her there. Lin Xin glanced at her and replied, if the real one can't go back, then we'll send a fake one back. Then he immediately transformed into Yingming. Very good, he sighed as he adjusted his clothes. This transformation effect is so realistic it's hard to tell the difference. Yingming and Zhou Lu were petrified on the spot. Even the voice was identical. Niang An secretly warned him, the disguise can only last for half a shichen, and during that time you absolutely must not get excited or you will immediately revert to your original form. Lin Xin was a bit embarrassed. Excited? You mean it can't? She quickly interrupted. That's right. Yingming and Zhou Lu blushed furiously upon hearing their conversation. Lin Xin was very confident in himself. I've seen countless women, my heart is as still as water. Especially at a critical moment like this, I will definitely not make such a low-level mistake. Niang An lifted her leg, striking a seductive pose. Maybe I don't understand you, but I understand men, she asked. Oh, is that so? Lin Xin was immediately provoked and blushed. Yulin, his transformation immediately failed. His clothes disappeared, leaving him shirtless in front of everyone. Yingming and Zhou Lu quickly covered their eyes. You pervert, put some clothes on. Niang An smiled and said, as expected of my emperor, truly magnificent. After a bit of a fuss, Lin Xin successfully disguised himself as Yingming and arrived at the cave entrance where Yingming had previously emerged. Zhou Lu and Yingming hid in a corner constantly discussing. Yingming asked curiously, will this really work? Zhou Lu was not very confident. Who knows, there must be a reason why Yingming appeared down there. Yingming was a little worried. Going down rashly, we might really die here. Zhou Lu was extremely conflicted internally, really wanting to go down and help him. Lin Xin asked Buman, how many people are down there? Did you get a clear look? Buman answered with some dissatisfaction, not clearly. Before I could even get close, that crazy woman rushed up. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the silent air. Yingming, hearing the voice, Lin Xin glanced back in panic. The familiar long red dress appeared before Lin Xin's eyes. He immediately recognized her and cursed in his heart. Damn it, why did I run into her? It seems I'll have to strike first and hope I don't alert the people below. Suddenly, someone shouted, Fen Dian? She turned around. Zhou Lu, why are you back so late? Where's Lan Yingming? Zhou Lu hurried forward. She tried to run on the way, but I caught her, which caused some delay. She's already locked in the dungeon. Do you want to go interrogate her now? Fen Dian refused. No rush. I have something to report to the sect leader first. He's in seclusion at Solitary Cypress Crossing, so I'll have to trouble Yingming to lead the way. Zhou Lu pretended to have a sudden realization. The sect leader is in seclusion here. No wonder Yingming is standing guard. Fen Tiet asked again. What are you doing here? Zhou Lu answered nervously. I heard you were urgently looking for me. I asked the disciples and they said you were here, so I followed. Lin Xin immediately came to the rescue. The sect leader is below. Follow me. He secretly sighed in relief. That was close. I almost blew my cover. So Ying Meng was here to guard C2A Ocean. I never thought you'd step up to help me at the last moment. Ying Ying watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but have the same thought as Lin Xin. That was close. We were almost done for. She felt a little guilty. My cultivation is too low. I can't be of any help. What should I do? Right. Father once said that there is a century-old treasure in that place. Ying Ying realized that if Lin Xin got the Demon Emperor's remains, he might be able to use it. Thinking this, she immediately prepared to act. I must go get it for him quickly. The three of them soon descended into the underground passage. Fen Dian looked around and couldn't help but sigh. I can't believe such a large-scale cave has been excavated under these ruins after just a few days away, she asked again. Where's the sect leader in seclusion? Which way should we go? Lin Xin's eyes widened in fear. He thought, oh my god, how do I know where he's in seclusion? Are you two sisters trying to force my hand? Suddenly, a person walking from a distance asked. What are you doing? The three of them immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice. Shui Ying asked him, did you catch that little demon just now? Why did you take so long? He answered nervously. Yes, she ran fast, but I took care of her. They want to see the sect leader. You can take them. Zhou Lu greeted her. Shui Ying Fen Tiet also asked politely, how is the sect leader's seclusion going? Shui Ying replied with a hint of coldness. He's not far from coming out. Follow me, she wondered to herself. Ying Meng went out and came back. Why does she seem so strange? Lin Xin thought, thank goodness heaven hasn't abandoned me. Although it was dangerous, someone always steps up to help me out of trouble. Looking at the group in front of him, he was a bit puzzled. But how did this team get bigger and bigger? Lin Xin felt his plan had undergone a major change. He thought, I clearly planned to sneak in alone. Forget it, the most dangerous moment has passed. As long as I hide among these three, I definitely won't encounter any trouble. After walking for a while, the four finally arrived at a hot spring cave. Shui Ying gently reminded, you know the rules. You must bathe before seeing the sect leader. Hurry up. As she spoke, Shui Ying took off her clothes and jumped directly into the water to start washing. Fen Tiet sighed in comfort. After rushing around outside for so long, I can finally take a good soak. Shui Ying turned around, puzzled, and asked, what are you two standing there for? She looked at the two of them who were trembling like leaves and asked in confusion, why aren't you coming down yet? Zhou Lu refused with a red face. Actually, I don't have anything important to see the sect leader about. I'll go back first. You guys wash up. Shui Ying stopped her. You can't go. The sect leader called me out to have the four masters see him together. It seems to be something important. You can't leave. Wash up quickly. Don't delay important matters. Zhou Lu stammered, not knowing how to answer. Well, suddenly Lin Xin unbuttoned her clothes. I'll help you, he whispered to her. At this point, we have no choice but to go through with it. Fen Dian looked at them with disdain. You're shy about washing with us. Zhou Lu, come scrub my back. She shyly ran away from Lin Xin. Okay, coming, Lin Xin thought awkwardly. Luckily, my body is mostly female. As long as I cover that part, they won't find out. Even if I take off my clothes, I can't be discovered and I can't get excited. Little Lin Xin, you can do it. Fen Dian was very happy being served by Zhou Lu, so comfortable. Lin Xin frowned, nodding yes, shaking his head no, come is come, go is go, responding to all changes with no change, hiding at the limit. Shui Ying noticed his abnormality and asked, Ying Meng, what are you muttering about? Why are you so strange today? Zhou Lu, while scrubbing Fen Tian's back, worried for Lin Xin. Fen Dian immediately noticed and asked, you too, what are you thinking about? You're not using any strength. She was startled and replied, Did I? Fen Dian then called Lin Xin. Ying Meng, don't just stand there foolishly. You come scrub me. Lin Xin was petrified on the spot, constantly chanting, form is emptiness. My Buddha is merciful. He muttered while trying his best to scrub Fen Tian's back. After the bath, Shui Ying quickly urged everyone, let's go, we can't keep the sect leader waiting. Zhou Lu changed her clothes with a nervous heart. Fen Dian reminded, hey, let's go, what are you spacing out for? Zhou Lu was startled and replied, and nothing. Fen Dian looked back at Ying Meng, you two are very abnormal today. She looked at Lin Xin's appearance and couldn't help but complain. Look at her like a castrated rooster. Arriving at a certain place, Shui Ying softly introduced, this is the outer passage of the last Demon Emperor's underground palace. Fen Dian sighed, as expected of the mausoleum of the strongest emperor in history, it's truly magnificent. Zhou Lu also praised. I didn't expect it to be just like the legends under this solitary cypress crossing. Fen Dian remembered something and asked, by the way, about the palace, does that man surnamed Long know? Shui Ying sighed, you mean Captain Long, right? I've reminded you so many times, the sect leader values him highly. Watch your words. Don't bring fire upon yourself, Fen Dian said with disgust. I think he's selfish. On this trip I found out the Dragon Scale Guard has been involved in many collusions. I was just about to report it to the sect leader. Lin Xin asked in a low voice, who is this Captain Long? Zhou Lu also answered in a low voice, the captain of the Dragon Scale Guard, one of the earliest to follow the sect leader. It said that he played a great part in the sect leader's achievements today. Hearing this, Lin Xin thought, no wonder a mere vice captain can disregard even a master. So he's a founding member. After walking for a while, Shui Ying finally stopped. We're here. The four of them had arrived at the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb, which was enveloped by a barrier. Seeing this, Fen Dian said happily, the barrier is still here, which means the Demon Emperor's remains haven't been stolen yet. Nearby, Aoshin was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. Shui Ying bowed and reported, "Sect leader, Fen Diab and Zhou Lu have returned to report." He slowly opened his eyes. "Have you captured Lan Yingying?" Zhou Lu bowed and replied, "Reporting to the sect leader, she has been taken to the dungeon and can be interrogated at any time." Aoshin refused. "No need. That's who Long Wu wants, just give her to him." Fen Diab reported in a low voice, "Sect leader, on this trip, Zhou Lu and I discovered that the Dragon Scale Guard has been plotting something. We're here to report it." Aoshin was not surprised by his affairs and then said, "Do you know why I chose to cultivate in seclusion in front of this palace?" Fen Diab thought for a moment and guessed, "Is it because the spiritual energy here is abundant?" Aoshin replied, "That's right. Although I haven't been able to break through the protective barrier of the tomb, the abundant spiritual energy is enough to support my breakthrough to the 9th level of the Great Luo Demon Art. I am now close to completion, just one step away. The reason I summoned the 4 of you is precisely because your cultivation methods are of the same origin as mine. With you transferring spiritual power to assist me, we will surely succeed." The 4 immediately agreed. "This disciple will do their utmost," except for Lin Xin. The other 3 immediately replied, "It is our honor to serve the sect leader. We will do our utmost." Aoshin saw that Lin Xin did not speak and asked, "Do you have any concerns?" Ying Meng, Fen Tian, seeing him standing there trembling, was a little annoyed. "Ying Meng, what on earth are you up to? You've been acting strange all day. Are you thinking of rebelling?" Lin Xin replied tremblingly. "This subordinate dares not defy the sect leader's will, but I just find it a little strange." Aoshin looked at him and asked curiously, "What's strange?" Lin Xin nervously found an excuse. "We razed the entire solitary cypress crossing to the ground before and didn't find the palace. May I ask how the sect leader found this place?" Aoshin answered calmly. "It was Long Wu. He led people to search day and night and finally found the palace underground." Lin Xin said with a serious look, "If I'm not mistaken, it was also he who told you that cultivating in seclusion here would allow you to break through, and at the same time suggested summoning the 4 masters to assist. Am I right?" Aoshin looked at him with sharp eyes. "What are you trying to say?" Lin Xin said without reservation. "As far as I know, this barrier is exceptionally strong and cannot be broken from the outside by any means. Only those who cultivate the same origin technique can resonate with the barrier, thereby causing the spiritual energy to become imbalanced and collapse. And when the spiritual energy explodes, we will all perish here." Zhou Lu was shocked. "What?" Shui Ying also couldn't believe it. "There's such a thing?" Fen Dian also asked him in a low voice on the side. "How do you know it will cause the barrier to collapse?" He frowned and replied, "I was just guessing." Aoshin was silent. Shui Ying quickly spoke up. "Sect leader, although Ying Meng's words are a bit outrageous, ever since you went into seclusion, Long Wu has left on a pretext, unwilling to guard you. It is indeed a bit suspicious." Aoshin stood up. "Let's put Long Wu's matter aside for now. What I'm curious about is," he looked at Lin Xin, "how do you know that the technique I cultivate is of the same origin as the palace barrier?" Lin Xin was stunned. He thought, if Long Wu or Situ Aoshin are nobodies, then what was taught to Situ Aoshin must also be a demonic technique. This conclusion is correct, but how do I explain it? Aoshin moved closer and closer to Lin Xin. "You'd better explain yourself to me right now." Unbeknownst to them, a small beast was eavesdropping on the entire conversation. Outside, Long Wu was observing from a distance. After hearing the whole conversation, he immediately ordered his subordinate, "We've been discovered. Execute the backup plan." Aoshin frowned. "Speak. What else are you hiding from me?" Lin Xin replied tremblingly. "I am not." Suddenly, something grew out, making Aoshin's face twist in shock. He took a few steps back, his voice trembling. You're not Ying Meng. Who are you?" Lin Xin was startled. How was he discovered? Fen Tian was shocked. "What? An impostor behind the rock?" The small beast was still observing everything. Suddenly, a wave of energy enveloped everyone present. Lin Xin's eyes widened in horror. "Oh no!" A sudden noise came from Solitary Cypress Crossing, and the guards immediately grew tense. "What happened over there? Quickly, go report to the masters. The masters aren't here." Someone quickly placated them. "Calm down. The sect leader is having a cultivation breakthrough. No one is to approach. Violators will be executed." The guards were overjoyed. "Great, the sect leader is finally breaking through." Lan Yingying, hiding behind them, saw this and thought, "I have to get that thing to Lin Xin quickly." At Solitary Cypress Crossing, rubble was scattered everywhere in a state of chaos. Frightened voices echoed in the darkness. "What happened? Sect leader, I'm here." Lin Xin immediately spoke up. "Stop shouting. Can anyone make some light?" Shui Ying answered weakly. I don't think I can. I'm very weak and can't use a single trace of spiritual power." The others were much the same. Me too," Lin Xin said helplessly. "Forget it, I'll do it." A moment later, the place where they were was lit up. Zhou Lu asked curiously, "Who set up this protective barrier?" Lin Xin replied, "Me, of course. Could I have counted on you?" Seeing Lin Xin's hand on his chest, Aoshin gritted his teeth in anger. "You," Lin Xin answered awkwardly. "Sorry, the others are all women. It's not convenient for me to press on them." But soon, Lin Xin suddenly noticed something was off about Aoshin, and the place where they were lying also underwent some kind of change. Lin Xin looked on awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Aoshin also blushed at the sight before him. Zhou Lu, Fen Tian and Shui Ying were all stunned. Has the sun risen in the west? The sect leader actually has breasts. Fen Tian tried hard to stay calm. "Calm down, everyone, calm down. We're all sisters. We subordinates will definitely keep the sect leader's secret. Seeing the spring scenery before him, Lin Shin's face instantly turned bright red, and then, just like before, he reverted to his original form. A moment later, Lin Shin was lying there stark naked. I'm screwed. The three were shocked again. Ying Meng is a man, Aoshin cursed weakly. You're actually a man, damn it. No wonder I had a rejection reaction. Lin Shin scrambled to his feet. Sorry, I really didn't mean to. This is an emergency. Can we put our misunderstanding aside for later? A sound came from above Solitary Cypress Crossing. Shish, Fen Tie listened closely. There seems to be movement up there. A few people were standing on the ruins. Although they couldn't completely destroy the barrier, sacrificing those few was indeed effective. The people above noticed something was wrong. Strange, why is it different from my previous calculations? They looked at the crack that wouldn't grow any larger. One person asked in confusion, using the 5 of them as a sacrifice, and it's still not enough to make the barrier collapse completely? Another guessed. After all, this formation requires 5 people with the same origin technique to be sacrificed together to work. Could someone have luckily escaped the formation? The leader thought that made sense. That possibility can't be ruled out. The leader immediately ordered, we can't leave any loose ends. Dig, I want to see them dead or alive. His subordinates immediately complied. Yes, sir. Lin Shin tried to listen to their conversation. They seem to be saying something I can't hear clearly. It sounds like they're going to dig. Aoshin, having reverted to her true form, cursed. You damn man, you dead man, I'll strangle you. Zhou Lu tried to hold her back. Sect leader, calm down. Shui Ying advised. He did save our lives after all. We can sort this out after we get out. Lin Shin retorted petulantly. With your looks more manly than a man, even if you had a chest, I wouldn't have the slightest interest. Aoshin cried out in pain as a strange light emanated from her body. Then her appearance changed instantly, and she panted heavily. Lying on the ground, Aoshin complained, my spiritual energy is completely gone. I can't even maintain a basic illusionary appearance. Seeing her figure, Lin Shin immediately regretted his words. Why didn't I touch a little more just now? Fen Tian's jaw dropped. Sect leader, what happened to you? Aoshin sighed deeply. Forget it. Since you've all seen it, I'll tell you the truth. Aoshin slowly began to recount her past. My name is Lu Shiro, from Tianquan Prefecture. My family was originally wealthy, but unfortunately, fate had other plans. After 2 consecutive years of drought, the mountain bandits came. The bandits burned, killed, and looted with indescribable glee. Shiro was caught by a bandit, and she cried out in pain. Father, mother, without hesitation, a bandit killed her father with a spear. Shiro frowned, suppressing her emotions. After that, I was sold by those beasts to a brothel to be a prostitute. As a child, Shiro was often injured, enduring endless beatings and torture. Before I was to receive my first client at 14, I finally escaped with my life, crossed the Dragon's Back Mountain, and ended up wandering in Kunlun Prefecture. She remembered the man in the black robe. Just as I was about to starve to death, that man appeared in the heavy snow. He reached out his hand to Shiro. He gave me a spirit stone full of energy and taught me how to cultivate. After that, Shiro began to disguise herself as a man. From then on, I operated under the identity and image of Situ Aoshin, recruiting people who had suffered misfortunes like me, established the Da Sheng sect, and dominated the world. Lin Shin asked curiously, was the person who gave you the spirit stone Long Wu? Shiro shook her head. Not Long Wu, Shiro recalled. He left Kunlun Prefecture after that. It wasn't until 3 years later that Long Wu appeared, bringing his orders for me to move the Da Sheng sect's base to the Shenyang Holy Land. After hearing this, Lin Shin immediately guessed, it was that guy as I thought. Lin Shin gritted his teeth and turned away. In other words, Wu Ming had already turned you into his pawn in Kunlun Prefecture years ago. What's more terrifying is that he planned for you to be a sacrifice from the very beginning to break the barrier of the Demon Emperor's underground palace. What a terrifying schemer. Shiro roared in anger, don't you dare insult my benefactor. Without him I would have starved to death on the streets long ago. He looked at her coldly. Wake up, he's no saint. You were just a pawn being used from start to finish. Shiro became even more furious. How dare you try to drive a wedge between me and my benefactor? I'll never forgive you. Someone rushed forward to placate her. Sect leader, calm down. Lin Shin sighed. It's true that the onlooker sees most of the game. I need to calm you down first. With that, he tied her up completely, but the posture seemed a bit off. Lin Shin dusted himself off and said, you just be quiet for a while. We'll talk after it's safe. Shui Ying, Fen Dian, and Zhou Lu blushed and said, such exquisite technique. This pose is so beautiful. Why do I feel a stir in my heart? He looked at the 3 of them, sweating profusely. What are you 3 thinking about? Suddenly, a sound came from above. Lin Shin looked up. Oh no, they're digging their way down. Booman, quickly take them out and find a safe place to hide. Wait for me to come find you. She sat in a corner using her power to answer. Yes, a voice came from inside. Aren't you coming with us? His eyes sharpened. Since I'm already here, I might as well join the fun. A guy was struggling to move the surrounding rocks. One person grumbled lazily. What a crappy job. I'm a dragon scale guard, for crying out loud, yet here I am digging rocks. Strong as an ox, hardworking and resilient. Dragon scale guard's best chowhound of the year. Suddenly he felt a slight tremor under his feet. The rock structure was destroyed and it collapsed. They shouted in a panic, it's collapsing. One guy landed safely. Agile, able to scale walls and walk on eaves, advanced to attack or retreat to defend. A secret agent of the Dragon Scale Guard, he was surprised to see a deep pit ahead. Switching to Zook, he was using all his strength to pry open the barrier. Before long, Zook also successfully tore open the barrier. The subordinates behind him cheered incessantly. Divine power that shakes the world, a captain is valiant, mighty, and majestic. Lin Xin, mixed in among them, thought finally the critical moment has arrived. A group of men was sent by him to scout ahead. One guy stammered, why do we have to walk in front? The person next to him answered, the captain is afraid of traps. The guy got scared hearing that. Then what happens if we croak? He then said, what else can we do, just count ourselves unlucky? Zook frowned and shouted, what's with all this fear, what a disgrace, move it. A subordinate stepped on a certain mechanism while moving. The surrounding stone walls twisted and deformed. They fled in terror. It's a trap. Lin Xin stood aside and observed. His eyes widened in surprise at what he saw. There were 2 lines of words on the wall. For the sake of all living beings, for the peace of all ages, do not open this palace, do not disturb the dead. A guy saw it too and collapsed on the ground trembling. It's a warning to intruders. Suddenly there was a loud bang and that guy was sent flying. The one who attacked was Zook. He threatened, dilly-dally again and you'll end up like this stone tablet. The subordinates immediately cowered. Why yes sir. They scrambled up the collapsed rocks. The captain is about to lose it. One person tried to comfort them. It's just a dead man's tomb. Don't be scared, brothers. Let's just do it. A guy next to him suddenly noticed something, pointing at a small bug on another person's arm. Immediately swatted it off with his hand, cursing, where did this damn bug come from? The bug fell onto the rocks below. Suddenly, countless bugs emerged from the cracks in the stones. The subordinates all screamed in panic. What are these things? Swat them away. One guy's legs were covered in bugs. The bugs began to crawl all over his body, making him scream in terror. Zook frowned. What's going on? Someone behind him said nervously. This is terrifying. Lin Xin narrowed his eyes and thought, how will you handle this? What exactly is this Zook's ability? Zook formed hand seals. Lin Bing Do Jie Jia Zhen Lai Zai Qian Zhen Lai Yu Ninhuo, a beast made entirely of fire appeared. Lin Xin was surprised. That wasn't a beast he had released, but one that was summoned. Could his ability be to summon elemental beasts of any attribute? The elemental beast approached the swarm of bugs. A subordinate shouted in terror, "It's see coming!" Under Zook's command it threw a punch. The massive fireball engulfed the swarm of bugs. A guy suddenly said, "From the sound of it, they're burned to death. They're just beasts after all. There's no way they aren't afraid of fire." The swarm of bugs in the center of the flames gathered together. The black shadow coalesced and the elemental beast's flames were extinguished. The swarm took the opportunity to pounce and tear at the elemental beast. Its entire body was covered in bugs. Zook calmly placed 2 fingers on his forehead. Final command. The elemental beast swelled up and many cracks began to appear on the swarm of bugs covering it. With a loud bang, all the bugs were incinerated. Zook commanded coldly, "Second team, become the vanguard. Continue forward." He frowned. It really is summoning. He sacrificed the elemental beast without the slightest hesitation. After walking for a while they encountered a 3-headed dog. So Zook summoned an elemental beast made entirely of water to fight. Deeper inside he continued to summon a rhino to battle. After some time the entire team arrived at the Hall of Imperial Might with only 8 people left in the group. Zook led the way saying, "The Hall of Imperial Might. We've finally reached the main tomb chamber." Lin Xin calculated. "That's right, I can sense the Demon Emperor is behind that door, but how do I deal with this guy? He's practically a Doraemon, able to summon elemental beasts that can counter different tomb guardians. The plan has changed. I need to find a way to shake him off and get the Demon Emperor's remains first. The problem now is how to hold him up." Just then the door in front of them suddenly moved, and an incredibly huge and ferocious monkey walked out. Zook said coolly, "A rare gold type, it's just a beast with brute force." Lin Xin smirked inwardly. "Then let me show you what a big surprise brute force combined with extreme micromanagement can bring you." Zhen Bu Yu Dong Mu, a tree man appeared with the appearance of a frail old man. It faced off against the monkey. The monkey roared in anger, its eyes red. It charged forward to attack first, but Dong Mu dodged it. Dong Mu counterattacked with its 2 sharp arms, stabbing the monkey in the side and causing it great pain. Zook snorted coldly. "A lump of iron, it's not agile, just a sitting duck." Lin Xin thought, "I can't let him get away with this so easily. Let me add some intensity for you." The monkey was surprised to receive the power he transmitted and used its huge arms to tightly grip Dong Mu's arms which were embedded in its body. With a sharp squeeze, Dong Mu's arms were broken. Zook was surprised. What? It should have run away after being injured. How did it counterattack instantly? Back in the fight, Dong Mu quickly retreated and regenerated its arms. Lin Xin's eyes sharpened. "I'm done playing with this little piece of wood." The monkey pushed off with its feet, leapt violently onto the ceiling and used the momentum to charge at Zook. As he dodged, he shouted, "You beast, hurry up and help me hold it back." Dong Mu obeyed and hurriedly extended its arms. He transmitted a thought into its mind which startled it. "Now that you mention it, you've just reminded me. Let me give you another surprise." Dong Mu's extended arms immediately changed direction and wrapped tightly around Zook's leg. He cursed, "This idiot." A heavy punch landed squarely on Zook. He flew out and crashed heavily into a nearby wall, scaring his subordinates so much they peed their pants. Zook climbed up and said, "And no, that's not right. Someone is playing tricks here." The subordinates surrounded him for protection. "Could there be a ghost? Is it the Demon Emperor's ghost?" A sweating guy spoke up. "Look who that is. How did he get over there?" That person was none other than Lin Xin. He turned back and smiled slightly. "Thanks for leading the way. Say hi to Wuming for me." Zook's face was bruised and swollen with anger. "Lin Xin, I'll never forgive you." Zook pointed at him and roared, "Get him." Everyone charged forward menacingly. "Get the traitor, you little bastard." "Stop." Before they could get close, they were sent flying by the monkey and Dong Mu. Lin Xin pushed open the great doors with force. Lin Xin entered the door and closed it. Looking at his beaten subordinate, Zook was so angry he spat blood a bunch of trash. After going deeper inside, Lin Xin grew suspicious. "So this is the Demon Emperor," Shujia spoke up. "The connected heart black iron coffin," he asked in confusion. "Why does it look more like it's sealing something?" Shujia stammered. I don't know either. Logically, the underground palace was built under the Demon Empress's supervision. The Demon Emperor's remains shouldn't be treated like this. Could they have been swapped? Lin Xin's eyes were serious as he retorted. "No, I can feel it. The Demon Emperor's remains are indeed inside." Shujia made a discovery, saying the swords weren't inserted later. "They were forged as one piece with the coffin," he answered, puzzled. "And that's strange." "Why seal the Demon Emperor?" a familiar voice rang out. "Because someone doesn't want Kun Shen to be resurrected." The newcomer was Zook. "No wonder my sacrificial grand formation didn't succeed. So it was you brat, playing tricks. I really underestimated you." Lin Xin took off his hood and sneered. "I underestimated you too. I didn't expect those two elemental beasts to be so powerful. You dealt with them so quickly," he replied calmly. "I can make the summoned elemental beast self-destruct. Of course I can also make these dragon-scale guards self-destruct," he said with a cold expression. "You've truly learned everything from Wuming, Divine General Zook," Zook replied proudly. "That's right, I am Zook. Qinglong turned traitor because of you. Bai Hu and Xuanwu died at your hands. I will personally take your life to redeem the name of the 4 divine generals." He erupted with power and stepped forward. "I have my regrets too. It just so happens that today I can complete the grand slam of the 4 divine generals." He heard this and laughed loudly. "You are truly naive, and immense power concentrated on Zook." A moment later he had transformed into a completely new form. Lin Xin thought in surprise. "He's turned from a human into an elemental beast." The beast form Zook charged forward at an astonishing speed. He swiped his claws at Lin Xin, who immediately drew a blade to block. Zook's hand melted before it even touched the blade. In just an instant Lin Xin was defeated. He grabbed his neck and lifted him high. Although Lin Xin looked extremely wretched, a cold smile still hung on his lips. Many cracks suddenly appeared where the two stood, spreading outwards in all directions. With a loud bang, the entire place was destroyed. Lin Xin and Zook both fell. He sneered. "The hand speed of someone who's been single for over a decade is something a human-beast hybrid like you can't even imagine," he said in surprise. "When did you plant the spirit bomb?" Suddenly, a pair of wings grew from Zook's back and he flew up under Lin Xin's astonished gaze. He fell in free fall, shouting "Miscalculated." Zook's gaze was fixed on the falling figure. He looked at the coffin and said, "Count yourself lucky you didn't die at my hands." A strange voice sounded. "My emperor." He floated in the air, thinking in confusion. "Who's calling me? Where is this?" The voice sounded again. "You have indeed returned." Lin Xin looked behind him. "Who's speaking?" The giant projection of the Demon Empress appeared. "Your divine consort has missed you dearly." Shujia blushed and said, "Her Majesty, the Demon Empress." Lin Xin was surprised. "The Demon Empress? It's the Demon Empress again." She began to speak. "Little Shu, you have indeed completed your mission, bringing my emperor back and successfully assisting in his growth. You have worked hard." It answered loudly. "I would die 10,000 deaths without regret." He was full of doubt. "Where am I?" The Demon Empress spoke. "You have merely fallen into the void of the underground palace's abyss. Time is short, so your divine consort will get to the point. Please inherit the will of your past life and prevent Kun Shen from resurrecting." Lin Xin asked curiously. "You mean the Demon Emperor knew of Kun Shen's existence before he died?" She explained. "Back then, the creator god left behind the 2 gods Qian and Kun and disappeared into the world, their whereabouts unknown. Qian Shen led the human race, and Kun Shen led the demon race, sparking an unprecedented war. In the end, Qian Shen narrowly won. Kun Shen's remnant soul mixed into another world, leaving only one bloodline to secretly merge with the Demon Emperor, biding its time and gathering strength to return. "Do you know which world his main soul is in?" he immediately asked. "Where?" The Demon Empress replied. "A place you came from, Earth." When Kun Shen broke away back then, he unexpectedly chose a destination with thin spiritual energy, with exceptionally advanced technology. Thus he could only place his hopes on the wisp of remnant soul he left behind. To prevent the demon race from being wiped out by the human race after losing their god's protection, he sent back a book recording Earth's technology, the Book of the Divine Realm. But successive demon emperors worried that once this book appeared it would attract Qian Shen's attention, so they sealed it in the Deep Palace. After the demon emperor passed away, the human allied armies were at the gates of the demon capital. To prevent the Book of the Divine Realm from falling into human hands, I sent both the Book of the Divine Realm and the Demoness Compendium to Earth, entrusting them to find the demon emperor's reincarnation on Earth. Lin Xin had a sudden realization. No wonder the Book of the Divine Realm had such powerful thermal weapon technology. It was a product of Earth's civilization. This guy was quite responsible. Although he found the wrong person, he at least returned to report on his mission. Shujia spoke up and asked, "Your Majesty, why was His Majesty's coffin sealed so viciously? Was it done by the human allied armies back then?" Her expression darkened with a trace of sadness. "It was His Majesty's dying wish. The remnant soul of Kun Shen, left in the Demon Emperor's bloodline after 1,000 years of lurking, had recovered a considerable amount of strength by His Majesty's generation, enough power to even possess him. In other words, Kun Shen could take over His Majesty's body at any time and achieve rebirth. and because their hearts were connected, the demon emperor was also aware of Kun Shen's intentions. To defeat Kun Shen and wash away the shame of that past defeat, he would open the interdimensional passage, merge with the remnant soul stranded on Earth, and then sacrifice all living beings to gain power close to that of the Creator God, just to defeat Qian Shen. The only way to stop Kun Shen was for him to seal himself away. After hearing this, Lin Xin said, "So that's how it is. The demon emperor didn't die of illness but committed suicide," Shujia cried in anguish. "Your Majesty," the demon empress's eyes darkened, "His Majesty instructed me to seal his remains with the connected heart black iron coffin, and to hide the underground palace deep in a desolate land. I thought that if Kun Shen couldn't open the passage to return, he would give up. I never expected him to send back spirit stones to recruit subordinates to search for His Majesty's remains." He was shocked. "In other words, the world is now just one step away from destruction, waiting for them to open the coffin?" She replied, "The connected heart black iron coffin is sealed by the 7-star sword formation. It will take a great deal of effort to open it. It will take them at least a few more days to break it." Lin Xin calmed down. "That's good, there's still time." Shujia was skeptical. "Do you dare to go snatch it back?" He glanced sideways at it and said, "Do I need you to give me confidence?" It was full of question marks. "How do I give it?" Lin Xin grabbed Shujia and said sternly, "Give me the strongest beast girl." The scene cuts to a mountain path outside. Shiro said as she left, "I'm going to find Long Wu and ask him to clarify things." Shui Ying, Fen Tian and Zhou Lu, the 3 women, hurried after her. "Sect leader, where are you going?" Zhou Lu quickly said. "No, your cultivation hasn't recovered yet. If Long Wu is really as Lin Xin said with ulterior motives, you'll be walking right into a trap." She gritted her teeth, her face dark. "Nonsense, how could he send people to harm me?" Suddenly, there was a loud bang up ahead. It was Zook flying up and he had the coffin with him. Shiro blurted out in surprise, "Just my luck to run into you, Long Wu." Before she could finish, the 3 women behind her had already clamped their hands over Shiro's mouth. Zook looked around, suspicious. He thought he had heard a voice just now. The 3 pinned her to the ground. Zhou Lu whispered, "Sect leader, calm down." He sensed them, his gaze sweeping over. Zook then attacked the mountain wall, blowing it up. After this attack, Yingying was severely injured, lying in pain. Zhou Lu looked over in surprise. "How could it be her?" he said sternly. "Lan Yingying, a pity, you're useless now." She gritted her teeth and endured the pain. "You supported the Dasheng sect's growth, replaced the Shenyan Holy Land, and painstakingly laid out your plans for so many years, all for the demon emperor's remains?" Zook laughed loudly. "Starting from supporting the Dasheng sect, you're too naive to select a person with a suitable constitution for the Spirit Corps. We started our operation 18 years ago. What a long-term plan. Where did the first step begin? Ah, I remember now, the Qingwu Guard of Tianquan Prefecture. To stimulate that girl's potential, I sent a bunch of subordinates to destroy her entire family. That girl really had guts and was very obedient, cooperating all the way until now. What a foolish genius." A pain scream echoed throughout the area. "No?" Shiro erupted with all her strength, pushing the 3 women away. Zook glanced over coldly. "Oh, so you're here too." Unable to remain calm any longer, she charged forward with red eyes. "You beast," he dodged lightly and said, "Look on the bright side. They've been dead for so long anyway." Shiro attacked relentlessly, tears streaming down her face, roaring, "Do you have any idea what I went through all those years? I wanted to kill myself countless times, living a life worse than death." Zook just dodged, not fighting back, saying, "You are a rare specimen compatible with the Spirit Corps. You needed to be tempered, which is why we painstakingly laid out our plans to forge your constitution." She screamed in anger. "You shut up." A heavy punch landed squarely on his face. The 3 women below were happy and relieved to see it. The direct hit, Shiro's eyes widened in disbelief. Zook spoke without a scratch on him. Feel better now?" Zhou Lu said in a panic. "Oh no, the sect leader's power hasn't recovered." He grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. "We gave you power, gave you status, yet you show no gratitude. If you can't let it go, then let me send you down to see your parents." Fen Dian worriedly led the shout. "Sect leader." Shiro's whole body trembled as she muttered, "Father, mother, your daughter is useless. The enemy is right in front of me, yet I can't avenge you." Suddenly a beam of light shot up from below, heading straight for Zook. He looked down coldly, somewhat surprised. "You!" Before he could even strike a cool pose, he was punched so hard he saw stars. Zook was sent flying by the sudden punch, his mouth crooked. Zhou Lu and Fen Nied quickly flew over to support Shiro. Her face still wore a dazed expression. Lin Xin interrupted Shiro's words, saying, "I heard everything. Go to a safe place. This piece of trash, I'll make him regret ever coming into this world." Zook stood up and roared, "You persistent little brat." Lin Xin looked at him coldly. "What Wu Ming has done is so foul. There's no way I'm letting any of you go." Zook pulled the coffin to his side and said loudly, "Who do you think you are? It's not your place to be pointing fingers here." As he spoke, he threw the stone coffin directly at him. The coffin was blocked by something. Zook was shocked. It was caught. How is that possible? My strike was at least 30,000 jin. The hand holding the coffin slid back a short distance. Inside was the demon emperor's remains. Lin Xin nodded. "That's right, this guy even dug up the demon emperor's grave. He's unforgivable." Long Liao frowned, courting death. She pushed the coffin away with a light touch. The coffin slammed into the ground with a deafening explosion. He broke out in a cold sweat. "This is a basalt mountain. How could it be embedded so deeply? Where did he find a woman with such strength?" Lin Xin leaned in behind Long Liao, squinting. "How come you don't have any beast girl features?" She turned her face away and replied, "I don't really like those features." Shujia approached and whispered in his ear, "You'd better pray you don't make her reveal her true form. The last time she did, she killed 20,000 people in one night. Just the killing alone accounted for 15,000. The remaining enemies had already surrendered, but because they had seen her true form, they were all silenced. Hearing this, Lin Xin broke out in a cold sweat. Summoning 3 elemental beasts in the Shouyuan dynasty is no problem, but don't try to take advantage of me, Lin Xin suggested in surprise. My god, any one of these 3 has city-destroying power. We should play it safe. They can't fly, so you can wear them down from the sky. Long Liao charged straight ahead and answered, "Then I'll go to them myself," he shouted in a panic. "Idiot." In an instant she unleashed countless attacks invisible to the naked eye. Long Liao beat the 3 guys silly, then glanced at Lin Xin. "What were you saying just now?" He shut his mouth, breaking out in a cold sweat, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Lin Xin straightened up, bowed and said, "I was reminding you to be careful. Sorry, I was a bit loud." Long Liao heard this and said indifferently, "Oh, got it." Zook, in his transformed state, launched a sneak attack on her. Die. Long Liao's eyes turned crimson with anger. "Do you have any idea how much effort I put into this smooth skin? How dare you?" She roared, unleashing her full power, and shouted. My clothes. In the hazy smoke, a long scaly tail could be seen. Lin Xin said excitedly, "This is too." Long Liao looked back at him and asked, "Too what?" Lin Xin flattered her relentlessly. "Too wild and beautiful. Your wildness is as captivating as a wolf's. Your eyes hold endless charm that enthralls at first sight. Your smile is bewitching, and everyone who sees it falls deeply in love, unable to escape." She blushed and replied shyly, "No way, I'm not that great." Suddenly, Zook interrupted their conversation. "Where did this ugly monster come from?" This left Lin Xin speechless, while Long Liao's face was grim. He mocked her, covered in scales like a fish, so disgusting. Annoyed, Long Liao whipped her tail fiercely, shattering a rock. Seeing this, Zook said, "And that tail, it's so ugly." She rushed forward in anger, kicking him in the face and even shattering the mask Zook was wearing. Long Liao kicked him continuously in the air, her speed too fast to be seen, as she shouted furiously, "What's wrong with having scales? Did I eat your family's rice? Why don't you take a piss and look at your own reflection?" She beat him until his face was black and blue. Long Liao slammed Zook to the ground, which cracked upon impact. He was beaten so badly his teeth fell out and his face swelled up. Seeing this, he was terrified and didn't dare say a word. She ended the fight with a heavy kick, stomping hard on Zook's face. Lin Xin thought, the greater the power, the greater the temper. This dual physical and mental blow, even if it doesn't kill him, he'll be scolded to death. He said he still needed to add another kick. "Such a temper?" Shujia said in terror. "What if one day I accidentally say the wrong thing? Wouldn't that be?" Long Liao grabbed the chain tightly and pulled with force. She walked while pulling the connected heart coffin and said, "You got off easy, you trash." Suddenly a voice was heard, "Put down the connected heart coffin." He struggled to his feet, fiery wings flying up behind him. Long Liao looked at him and sneered, "Just a beast that hasn't fully evolved. Do you really think you can defeat the judgment of God?" She was a little surprised. Lin Xin thought, not good. He quickly rushed towards Long Liao. Zook struck viciously from behind, giving her no time to react. He rushed over in time to support Long Liao. Lin Xin asked, "How is it? Are you badly hurt?" She coughed lightly and replied, "It's not a big problem." He crossed his arms and observed coldly, "Whatever tricks you have left, bring them out, otherwise you won't have another chance," it said with some fear. "Otherwise you won't have another chance," Lin Xin said nervously. "The power gap is too big. Even if I go up, it's just suicide." Zook quickly launched an attack on them. His hand gathered power, rushed towards Long Liao and waved at her. He thought in terror. Long Liao was destroyed by this move. Long Liao blocked Zook's attack, surprising him greatly. She said, "Not only am I the strongest, but my defense is also the strongest. You little fire player, you can't break my scales." Lin Xin was very surprised from behind. Zook thought, "Are you kidding me? The flame claw can burn through black iron," yet it was blocked by a few scales. He swung his sword at him, and the strike tore the armor on Zook's hand. He said in surprise, "What a sharp sword. Could this be the Demon Emperor's Dewi sword?" Zook was very panicked and nervous. Lin Xin kept swinging his sword at him, and Zook struggled to dodge. He defended, while looking for an opportunity to rush in and attack. Zook thought, "As long as I can get close, I'll punch." When he attacked, his move was blocked by Long Liao. Zook became nervous. He thought, "One attacks, one defends. I really can't find an opening." He attacked him again, golden light flashing, colliding fiercely, and stirring up a strong wind, surprising everyone with the scene before them. The stars hang over the vast flat plains, the moon surges in the great flowing river. Zook screamed in agony as he was burned. After that move, the sky cleared up again. She asked, "How are you?" Lin Xin panted and replied, "This is the first time I've used the Dewi sword at full power. My body feels completely drained." Long Liao said, "Anyway, we've finally dealt with this opponent." A sudden roar interrupted him. His whole body was red like lava, and his roar echoed through the clouds. He said in surprise, "Still alive," Shiro thought in fear. "Didn't that guy already fall?" Zook's whole body was burning as he shouted, "Today all of you will fall." Xuanwu, a black hole suddenly appeared in the sky, and a voice came from within it. "All right, you've done well." Zook laughed and said, "The master is here. None of you damn dogs will escape." Wu Ming smiled and said, Your mission is complete. Give me back my things." He suddenly screamed in pain. Zook said, "Mas?" Before he could finish, he had become a dried-up corpse. Zook's body fell to the ground and shattered. Seeing this, Shiro was furious. She sobbed and choked out, "Were my parents' deaths your doing? Was my life designed by you from the very beginning?" She roared. "Answer me," he replied. "For the greater good, some sacrifices are unavoidable." Wu Ming threw a huge fireball at the place where Shiro and the others were. The fireball exploded violently, and Lin Xin managed to embrace everyone and dodge in time, rolling on the ground several times. Everyone was piled on top of him. Lin Xin asked, "Are you all okay?" Seeing this, he said angrily, "Qingding Yufeng can be this fast. Your cultivation has improved since last time." Long Liao rushed out from behind Wu Ming at an incredible speed, shouting, "How dare you strike at my emperor? Die!" He reached out and blocked her fist, deflecting it effortlessly, and said, "Stupid beast, you don't even know who you should be loyal to." What's the point of living? Wu Ming's hand crackled with lightning which enveloped his palm. Long Liao became tense. Shujia said, "Come back quickly." She retreated towards it. Long Liao entered Shujia's body and it said, "This guy is a bit different from a natural beast girl. In your current state you have no chance against him." He replied, "As long as I can buy time for others to escape, that's enough." Wu Ming looked down and asked, "Buy time? You overestimate yourself, or do you underestimate me? Today, with one move I will make you kneel on the spot." Ying ran over in a hurry holding something and shouting, Lin Xin," he said in a panic. "Run, what are you doing here?" She replied, If you really are the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor, this thing might be useful. It's a relic of the Demon Emperor that has been sealed by our Shenyan Holy Land for generations, originally intended to be buried with him." Lin Xin's eyes lit up, thinking, "Isn't this the blazing sun's brilliance, a treasure even more advanced than the Daewoo sword?" Ying uncovered the cloth and said, "Look at my personal treasure." It was the Demon Empress, a shield with the image of a woman on it. He blushed and was too shocked to speak. Shiro blushed and said, "No wonder the Shenyan Holy Land was destroyed, treating such a filthy thing as a treasure. How precious." Ying replied angrily, "We'll settle our grudge later. Don't insult our sect. This was left by the Demon Emperor. It is said that only the Demon Emperor himself can unleash its true power when he uses it." She looked at Lin Xin and said, "You try it, what if it's useful?" He held her in his hands and replied shyly, "This." Wu Ming in the air threw a colorful ball at where they were standing, shouting, "Enough, time to hit the road." Ying exclaimed in surprise, "Oh no!" Lin Xin raised the Demon Empress to defend, closing his eyes nervously. Lin Xin thought, there are no useless items in the Demon Emperor's tomb. Although the design is strange, the effect must be good. When the sphere arrived, the impact created a huge explosion. He laughed and said, "Lin Xin, oh Lin Xin, are you here to be a comedian?" Lin Xin was hit and lay on the ground, covered in injuries. He said, "Why is this shield completely useless?" Lin Xin thought in confusion, "What should I do?" He gritted his teeth nervously as blood kept flowing out, dripping from his mouth onto her. The Demon Empress glowed. Lin Xin was dazed, not understanding what was happening. The Demon Empress emitted a sweet sound. He blushed, and everyone else who heard it blushed too. Ying said, "I told you it was a treasure. It can even make sounds." Wu Ming was silent. She said, "My emperor, have you reincarnated?" He thought blankly. "Is that voice the Demon Empress?" The Demon Empress answered excitedly, "It is your divine consort. Can't you recognize my voice?" Shujia explained. "I heard that after the Demon Emperor passed away, the Demon Empress intended to infuse all her cultivation into a shield called Spiritual Brilliance to guard the Demon Emperor's underground palace for eternity." Lin Xin said, "So what I encountered in the underground palace was a part of her consciousness, and this is another part of her consciousness and all her cultivation." He was angry at being ignored. Booming through more spheres and shouted, "Go to hell with that ridiculous shield," he said in a panic. "Oh no, is that guy trying to kill us?" She created a protective layer in front of Lin Xin. The Demon Empress said, "Don't be afraid, your divine consort will protect you completely." He kept attacking him, and Lin Xin struggled to defend with her shield's protective layer. He said the power is too great. Lin Xin touched the shield right on the Demon Empress's chest, which flustered her a little. She cried out, startling him. He let go and backed away. The Demon Empress panted and said, "My divine consort, quickly." The shield cracked down the middle and she burst out, releasing immense power. Lin Xin touched the Demon Empress and said in surprise, "Isn't it a shield? It can even counterattack, and with such great power?" She replied, No, I want to go clockwise." That counterattack sent Wu Ming falling from the sky. He said, "Brat you." Wu Ming thought, "I'll revive Kun Shen first and then settle the score with him." He used his power to lift the connected heart coffin. He was startled. Wu Ming quickly rushed toward the connected heart coffin. He stood on it and then left. Seeing this, Lin Xin tried to chase after him. Wu Ming said, still not giving up. He sped up and turned his head to provoke. "Try to catch up if you can." Wu Ming flew out of sight. He followed behind and said, "This guy flies too fast. If only I had a rocket launcher." Lin Xin stared at the Demon Empress. She asked in confusion, "My emperor, why are you looking at your divine consort like that?" He replied, "I know you must be satisfied already, but this is an emergency. I'll have to trouble you to be satisfied again." Lin Xin poked the Demon Empress's waist. She cried out, No, don't touch there, don't." He chuckled and said, "I transformed a spirit core into a flying ability. It's ridiculous to compare speed with me." Suddenly, a gust of wind blew over Wu Ming's head as if something had just flown past. He looked blankly, and Wu Ming looked too, saying, "Could he have already caught up and even surpassed him?" Lin Xin shouted, "Give me that thing." He quickly rushed over and kicked Wu Ming in the face. He fell to the ground. Lin Xin looked at the connected heart coffin and said in confusion, "The connected heart coffin hasn't stopped." Suddenly, a rope hooked onto his foot. Wu Ming below was pulling Lin Xin's foot with his power. He shouted angrily, "Even without me, the connected heart coffin will go where it's supposed to." "No one can stop it. Come down and fight me to the death," he replied indifferently. "At your current level, are you even worthy of fighting me to the death?" Lin Xin raised the Demon Empress towards Wu Ming. she said shyly. It's clockwise, he said nervously. Oh no! Before he could finish, Wu Ming was sent flying by the Demon Empress's power and the ground cracked. He quickly rushed towards the connected heart coffin, she said tiredly. My divine consort is really out of strength, Lin Xin replied. Just hold on a little longer, the Demon Empress replied. I'm at my limit. With that, her energy was depleted and he was left floating in the air. Lin Xin focused and looked ahead, thinking, this position, my length is just right. Lin Xin threw a rope at the connected heart coffin. He said, go. Lin Xin threw the rope and it was about to touch the sword stuck in the connected heart coffin. He shouted in surprise, oh my god, so close, I forgot about the sword. It would be over if it got cut. Watch me. Lin Xin straightened his back and tried to adjust the rope's direction. The rope was tied tightly to the sword. Lin Xin used all his strength and said, slow down. The swords were pulled out of the connected heart coffin with the rope, which confused him. The connected heart coffin continued to fly forward. Everyone watched. Zhou Lu said, let's go back. Ying Ying said, great, I told you he would be fine. Lin Xin landed on the ground with the swords. He said dejectedly, I failed. I couldn't get the connected heart coffin back, and that brat got away. Kun Shen's resurrection can't be stopped. Suddenly, a black hole appeared behind Lin Xin from under the ground, and a voice came out. Don't be disheartened. Perhaps there's still a chance to change things, she asked in surprise. Who's speaking? It was the Demon Empress's illusion, she said. The 7-star sword you brought back is a magical artifact left by the Demon Emperor to suppress Kun Shen's remnant soul. If it can be reforged, it will surely become a peerless divine weapon. Even if Kun Shen can be resurrected, he will be very weak. It's a pity the power of the 7-star sword has been sealed, he exclaimed in surprise. The Demon Empress? After hearing this, Lin Xin replied, I see, then I'll hurry up and reforge it, the Demon Empress said. The 7-star sword cannot be reforged with ordinary methods. It was the masterpiece of the divine craftsman Huyan Shang back then. If you want to reforge it, you might have to find Huyan's descendants. Speed is of the essence, you must be quick. With that, she disappeared. Everyone looked at him blankly. He turned around and asked everyone, Huyan Shang's descendants, have you heard of them? Everyone was confused and answered in unison. No, Shiro said, anyway, this is a direction. I will mobilize the disciples of the Da Sheng sect to gather information. You wait patiently for news. Lin Xin jumped up and said, I can't wait, I'm going to Tianquan. Before he could finish, he fell to the ground. Everyone shouted in alarm. Lin Xin? Everyone ran over worriedly to check on Lin Xin. Shiro said, it's okay. He just fainted from exhaustion. Quickly take him back to rest. Shui Ying replied, yes, sect leader. His vision gradually darkened. Wu Ming's descendant Huyan Shang was observing from a distance, his eyes filled with anger. He whispered, everyone with the surname Huyan must die. Shiro said, I'll take care of things here. You guys go find the descendants of the Huyan family. Shui Ying replied, yes, sect leader. You should rest too. She looked at Lin Xin with concern. Shiro walked to the bed and looked at the unconscious him. She thought, his spiritual energy is exhausted and his internal organs are damaged. It's almost impossible for him to heal himself. Shiro pondered, first you saved my life, then you protected me. I will use all my cultivation, but I won't let anything happen to you. She got closer and climbed onto Lin Xin's bed. Shiro helped him sit up and focused on transferring energy to Lin Xin. She was startled and thought, oh no, he seems to be absorbing my cultivation. Shiro panicked and the bed shook. A soft laugh was heard from outside. Lu Mao walked in, closed the door, and smiled sinisterly. Sect leader Situ, you've hidden yourself well. After all this time, you're actually a great beauty, she thought nervously. Oh no, I can't spare a hand right now. He smiled sinisterly, revealing a set of yellow teeth and said, isn't this Lin Xin? How did he end up like this? Look at these yellow teeth, it's all thanks to you. I endured and risked my life to sneak in here just to thank you, Shiro shouted. Dai Lu Mao, what do you think you're doing? Lu Mao sang and danced as he approached. He said, what am I doing? I want him to go with my lost beauty and emotions. Lu Mao excitedly raised his weapon and swung it at the two of them. He brought the axe down on Lin Xin's head. Some black lightning appeared and Shiro was very alarmed. He's fine. A hole appeared in the middle of Lu Mao's axe, which puzzled him. Seeing this, she thought, such a hard head, could it be because of that shield? Lu Mao threw away the axe, concentrated his power in his hands and attacked again. He shouted, if I can't chop you to death, I'll grab you to death. Lu Mao slammed his palms onto Lin Xin and Shiro was pushed away. She said happily, I'm saved. He was confused again, finding his power being transferred to him, and he couldn't pull his hands away. Lu Mao turned around and asked, excuse me, what did you mean by I'm saved just now? Shiro smiled sinisterly and said, right now his body is severely depleted. Be prepared to be sucked dry by just touching him. He shouted in panic, I don't want to, let me go. The Shanji sacred body has absorbed enough spiritual power and has been activated. A golden light flashed in Lin Xin's eyes. Body severely injured, receiving information, spiritual veins depleted. Receiving information, life in danger, receiving information, judging. Existing Shanji sacred body. Unable to protect the host's safety, a huge amount of energy surrounded him, sending everyone flying. The immense power even overflowed, covering the entire house and shooting up into the sky, cracking the ground. The Shen Yuan divine body has been activated. Lin Xin gradually regained consciousness. Shiro said, you're finally awake, he asked in surprise. What happened? Why are you sitting on the floor? Lin Xin was naked. She replied, first it was you who almost died, then it was me who almost died, and then it was him who almost died. Shiro pointed in another direction. Lu Mao was stuck headfirst in a pile of rocks. He cried and shouted. "Mom?" he asked. "Is that but Lu Mao's?" Yunmo pushed open the door and shouted in a panic. "Quick, protect the sect leader," the guards answered in unison. Yes, she was surprised to see Shiro sitting on the floor, Lin Xin naked, Lu Mao's head stuck in the wall, and the room in a mess. She said shyly, "I'll go explain to them, you rest." He also replied shyly, "Okay." Lu Mao said, "Big brother, give me a hand." Lin Xin put on his pants, sat scratching his head, and sighed. "I feel like something strange, but I can't put my finger on it." Shujia appeared with a smile and said, "Can you feel it?" He asked. "Feel what?" It replied. "Your body feels pretty strong." Before Shujia could finish, Lin Xin tried to exert force, releasing power. A huge amount of energy surrounded him, and the stone shattered again. A stone flew at his butt, scaring him. Shiro and Yunmo were about to leave when they suddenly heard an explosion. They turned around and saw the house enveloped in a huge amount of power. Lin Xin whispered, "I've gotten stronger." Shujia laughed excitedly and said, "I knew it. Not only have you gotten stronger, but your constitution has also improved. My Shanji sacred body can be transformed into Ji by absorbing spiritual energy. But after the battle with Wu Ming, your potential evolved further, activating the Shenyuan divine body. This constitution can not only absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also continuously absorb the opponent's spiritual energy and convert it into its own during battle. In other words, you can now kill gods and Buddhas, a true star-sucking technique." He touched his chin and smiled shyly. Shiro and Yunmo ran over and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Lin Xin turned around and stuttered, "Sorry, I accidentally demolished the house." She asked, "Are you okay now?" He replied, "My body is fine now, nothing uncomfortable." Lu Mao was trying to crawl away from there when a pair of feet appeared in front of him, scaring him. Yunmo sat on a stone and looked down. "Where are you going?" Vice Captain Dai Lu Mao became nervous. She said, "The sect leader has ordered it. All members of the Dragon Scale Guard are to be thrown into the death row. Take them away." He was dragged away by the guards, constantly begging for help. "Yunmo, Sister Yun, Grandma Yun, please spare me." Lin Xin asked, "Have you found Hyun's descendants?" Shiro replied, "I've mobilized everyone to look for them. It will take time." Lu Mao interrupted, crying and shouting, "The Huyan clan, I know." He glanced over and asked Vice Captain Lu Mao, "Do you know Hyun's descendants?" He was stunned and thought, Captain Lu Mao, or Vice Captain. Night fell, and on the crowded streets shouts could be heard. "Come on in, you three gentlemen, there are many beautiful and hot girls upstairs." A sweet girl said, "Please come in." Lin Xin thought shyly, "Why a brothel again? I have a bad feeling." A few girls came over and took his hand, leading him inside. Lu Mao blushed and said, We'll have to search room by room." Aoshin was silent. Several girls shouted, "Girls, time for customers." Lu Mao looked at the beautiful girls' hot bodies and said, "Wenxiang Pavilion is a well-known brothel. The girls inside are all beautiful, charming, and skilled." He excitedly introduced their skills. Lin Xin interrupted, "Cut the crap, get to the point." Lu Mao hurriedly replied, Yes, I came here about 2 months ago. While inspecting the work, I heard someone call out young Master Huyan, because this surname is so rare." "I remembered it," he asked. "Did you see the person?" He replied nervously. "No, I was busy at the time. I only heard the voice from outside the door. I didn't see the person." Lin Xin asked coldly, Busy consoling a fallen woman." Lu Mao smiled obsequiously and hurriedly poured them wine. "I was just being kind. Her father is a gambler, her mother is sick, and her sister is young. She is sensible. If I don't help her, who will?" Lin Xin kicked him out and shouted, "Hurry up and ask the madam." The madam walked in and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, which girl would you like to call?" Aoshin replied, "Madam, we're not calling for girls. We're here to ask about someone." She interrupted, "Not calling for girls?" The madam's attitude changed and she said coldly, "Do you think this is a restaurant? Someone show them out." Lu Mao hurriedly said, Call, of course we're calling." She replied indifferently, "Who do you want to call? We have a minimum charge here, 50 taels for 1 girl for 1 night." Lin Xin continued, "And the 2 of us, get him 3 girls." Hearing this, the madam's eyes lit up and she replied, "All right, not just 3, 30 is no problem." He said, "Get him a room next door." He replied happily, "Thank you, damn it." Lu Mao quickly left. She asked, "Sir, you are truly a generous person. Go on, who do you want to ask about?" Aoshin replied, "It should be someone with the surname Huyan here." The madam looked a little troubled and said, "Huyan? You mean young Master Huyan? He hasn't been here for a while." Lin Xin asked, "Do you know where he lives?" She replied, "I'm not sure about that. He usually only comes once every 2 or 3 months. As for where he lives or what his background is, we certainly wouldn't pry, but it's been 2 months since his last visit. If you really want to find him, you can wait here for a few more days," he said coldly. "All right, 3 girls every day, send them all to the room next door." The madam replied, "All right, when he comes I will definitely inform you." He asked, "Are you planning on waiting here?" Lin Xin replied, "Well, we don't have any other leads right now, it's getting late." 7 days later a shrill scream echoed. "Ah, man, skinny as a rail," cried, "Let's go, I'll find another clue. If I stay any longer I'll be completely drained." He asked blankly, "Who are you, little brother?" The man hugged Lin Xin's leg tightly and said, "It's me, Lu Mao." Aoshin said, "How did you end up looking like this?" Lu Mao cried, "They're not human. They take turns tormenting me every 3 minutes and even give me medicine." Lin Xin said, "They're very dedicated. Once they've taken the money they have to get the job done. Keep it up, just a few more days, that person should be here soon." A sweet voice was heard, "Young Master Huyan, you haven't been here for a few days, you've made me miss you so much." He suddenly burst into tears, looking very happy, and said, "I missed you so much." Huyan and his guards walked in, throwing money into the madam's hands. "Madam, long time no see." Her eyes lit up. She snatched the money, walked in with an arm around each girl, and the madam smiled beside them, saying, Go, I'll arrange the Tianzi No. 1 room for you." Lin Shin leaned against a pillar observing from upstairs and said, "He's finally shown himself." Aoshin asked, "The 4 people behind him are all experts. What are you going to do?" He took a sip of wine and replied coldly, "We just need to ask him if he's a descendant of Huyan Shang. No need to fight. We'll have to trouble Vice Captain Lu Mao for this." Lu Mao looked completely bewildered. Laughter and cheerful conversation came from Hyan's room. "Have a drink. Don't touch me like that. I can't take it." The 4 guards stood in front of the door. He walked up and a guard drew his sword, saying, "Stop, what are you doing?" Lu Mao, dressed as a woman, shyly held a wine pot, bowed his head and replied, "Delivering wine." He asked, "My young master didn't order wine." "Who are you?" Lu Mao raised his head and his smile was captivating enough to charm the 9 provinces. He smiled while picking his nose and said, "Impossible. He definitely ordered it. Please just ask." Seeing his face, the 4 guards were scared out of their wits and pressed themselves against the wall. Lu Mao approached, swaying his hips. "I know you gentlemen aren't into women and surely look down on those gaudy things. Why don't you let me help you relieve some stress?" he screamed in terror. "Get away, stay far away from me." In Hyan's room, many girls were entertaining him. Hearing the noise outside, Huyan asked, "What's going on out there?" A round hole was dug in the ceiling. The ceiling fell, startling him. The girls screamed loudly and the guards outside heard the noise and asked, "What's that sound?" Lu Mao kissed his cheek and said sweetly, "This opening is so obvious, how intense." The guard trembled all over. He pressed his lips tightly to his face. The guard was stunned and gradually he seemed on the verge of collapse. The guard angrily drew his sword and chased after Lu Mao, shouting, "I'll chop you to death." The remaining 3 guards said in terror, "Where did this lunatic come from so disgusting?" Aoshin entered through the hole in the ceiling holding a sword to the girls and shouting, "Keep playing the music, keep dancing." Lin Shin sneered, "Sorry to interrupt your fun, young master. I'll just ask one question and then leave. I won't hurt you." Huyan, holding a wine cup, asked with a tremble, "What do you want to ask?" He said, "Huyan Shang." Huyan asked in fear, "I've never heard of this person. Who is he?" Lin Shin put an arm around his shoulder and held his hand. Huyan was startled and shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" He touched his hand and said, "Your hands look soft and weak but they feel strong-boned and muscular. You're definitely not an ordinary person." Meanwhile, outside, Lu Mao was being kicked in the face repeatedly by a guard. He said angrily, "How dare you mess with my business? If I don't draw some blood today, I won't be able to quell my hatred." He replied, "If it weren't for the loss of my young energy, do you think you could have taken me down?" The people around were a little bewildered by the scene. A voice was heard. "Excuse me." 2 fully covered people, the leader holding an umbrella, asked, "Is Huyan here?" Huyan, with a serious expression, shook off Lin Shin's hand and said, "Take your filthy hands off me." He smiled and said, "If I've offended you, I hope you'll forgive me. I have something very important to ask for your help with." She warned angrily, "I'll say it again, I'm not the person you're looking for. If you keep pestering me, I'll call the guards in." The guard outside said loudly, "Young master, something seems to have happened outside. We're going to check it out. You stay in the room. Go." Lin Shin thought this Lu Mao did a good job. He even over-delivered and drew the guards away. Aoshin said, "Hurry up before things get complicated." He replied, "Got it." Lin Shin brought his face close to Hyan's and smiled sinisterly. "Hey friend, you heard them. It's an emergency. I suggest you cooperate or I'll have to use other means. You like frequenting brothels, right? If you don't behave, I'll ruin your fun." "That's so ruthless," she asked angrily. "Is that so? You dare touch me, try it." "Do you know who I am?" he said, still being stubborn. "Watch this." Lin Shin grabbed Hyan's lower body. Both of them froze. She slapped him hard across the face and shouted, "Get lost." Aoshin asked, "Are you okay? How could you not dodge an attack like that?" Lin Shin asked blankly. "No, there's nothing there. Could it be?" Huyan said unhappily. "It's too late for you to know now. I'll make sure you die without a burial place." He asked, "Are you a eunuch?" She flew into a rage and roared, "You're the eunuch. Your whole family are eunuchs. I'll make you wish you were dead and you won't even rest in peace." Lin Shin realized something and asked, "You're a girl with a special hobby? You like the magic mirror?" Huyan replied, "So what if I am? What's wrong with me liking women?" A commotion came from outside. The madam said nervously, "Sir, all who come are guests. We can't have a killing." The masked leader lifted a guard and asked, "Where is Huyan?" The remaining guards were all cut down by him. The guard struggled and said, "I don't know." After hearing this, the masked man finished him off. Everyone in the brothel screamed in panic, "Murder?" He held the heart he had just taken from the guard and said, "Eat. After you're full, it's time to work." Gangya emerged from the masked man's body and ate the heart. The masked man walked towards the madam and asked, "Where is Huyan?" She replied in fear, "Upstairs, Tianzi number 1 room." Lin Shin ran into the room and said loudly, "This is bad. Someone's here to get you." "The guards have all been taken care of." Huyan asked blankly, "What? I don't have any enemies. How could someone be after me?" He hurriedly opened the window and said, "I don't know. The other party doesn't seem like they're willing to talk. You'd better get out of here first." But the window was already sealed by a spiderweb. Lin Shin asked in surprise, "What is this?" The brothel was covered in spiderwebs. Aoshin said nervously, "It seems the other party came prepared. There's no escape." The spider person outside said, "The web is in place. Not even a fly can escape. Hurry up, the young clan leader is waiting for our report." The masked man replied, "Roger." He kicked open the door and shouted, "Where is Huyan?" The tied-up girls cried and answered, "They were taken away by 2 men through that hole." The masked man was stunned. He walked to the hallway and whispered, "Want to play cat and mouse? It's fine. I have all the time in the world tonight." The masked man kicked open the doors one by one, shouting, "Room check." The first room was a couple. The man said in a panic, "Sis-in-law, big brother found out about us. I didn't say I work here." He kicked open the door of the second room and roared, "3 people, let's see where you can hide." The second room was another couple enjoying themselves. They were stunned in surprise. The masked man kicked open the next door. Lin Xin had his back to him with his arms around two people pretending to be a guest enjoying himself with beauties. He said, "What are you looking at? Get out." He was very angry. The masked man went to another room where people were with girls. He was a bit embarrassed. The masked man walked down the hallway and said, "Damn it, where did you run off to?" He gritted his teeth. Shiro said, "I can't believe we actually fooled him." Lin Xin said, "Luckily you two are both masters at pretending to be men, otherwise it would have been really hard to hide." The masked man violently pushed open his door again, startling the three of them. Huyan cried out, "What's wrong?" The masked man said, "You three are suspicious." Lin Xin asked, "What do you mean by that? What's wrong with us?" He said, "The other rooms have already started but you three are still just drinking." "That's too strange," he said, because Shiro interrupted, "He can't get it up, that's why he's drinking." Huyan continued, "Yeah, we've already done it in the blink of an eye." The masked man said, "Oh, so it's because you can't." Lin Xin replied awkwardly, "Yes, that's right. I can't get it up." He turned to leave and said, "How pitiful." He tried hard to control his emotions. She patted his shoulder and said, "Don't get worked up, calm down." She also patted his shoulder to comfort him. "You're the best, don't take it to heart." Lin Xin broke down and cried aggrievedly, "To save you I even gave up a man's last shred of dignity. What else do you have to say?" Huyan replied, "All right, I admit it. I'm a descendant of Huyan Shang. What do you need me for?" He immediately said, "I need you to help me forge a legendary sword that can seal an ancient evil god." She asked in surprise, "To deal with an ancient evil god, who are you?" Lin Xin said, "It doesn't matter who I am, but what I want to do is protect the world. Can you help me?" Huyan said helplessly. "All right, as long as you can escort me back to my country, I'll help you forge the weapon you want," he replied happily. "I finally got your promise." Lin Xin put his hands in his pockets and walked to the door. "Let's go." Huyan said in a panic, "Just walk out like this, what if we get discovered?" The masked man was staring at the room next door. When he saw him, he shouted, "Hey, you idiot room checker." He looked back at Lin Xin unhappily. He pointed at him and said, "Yes, yes, I'm calling you. Huyan is right here." Huyan was greatly surprised. He quickly rushed over to attack Lin Xin, shouting, "You're playing me?" He kicked the masked man hard in a vital spot, paralyzing him completely. The masked man let out a piercing scream. Seeing this, she thought, "Just looking at it hurts." Huyan asked Shiro, "With his strength, why did he have to run with me just now?" She replied, "Without this performance, would you have agreed to help him?" He took a few steps back, pained and annoyed, and said, damn it. The gangya inside the masked man moved and he shouted, "Get him!" It rushed out. Shujia said in surprise, "Wait, this is a parasitic beast, it's the Beast Tamer clan again," Shujia shouted. "We absolutely cannot clash with them." Gangya rushed in front of Lin Xin, its mouth full of sharp teeth, ready to grab him. The demon empress appeared and blocked Gangya, which was trying to attack Lin Xin. The masked man said in surprise, "It can actually block Gangya's sharp teeth." Huyan was impressed, her eyes sparkling as she thought, "If I'm not mistaken, this is a rare top-quality material." "Who is he?" asked Shujia. "You said we can't provoke them." "Why?" it replied. "This Beast Tamer clan makes a living by taming and controlling beasts," Shujia explained. During the era of the Demon Clan, they were the only human clan to establish a stable relationship with the demons. Successive demon emperors have infested and rewarded them. "You could say they have a death exemption gold medal from every demon emperor," Lin Xin asked blankly. "A death exemption gold medal from the demon emperors?" He laughed loudly and said, "I didn't expect that after so long someone would still know about the glory of our Beast Tamer clan." The masked man smiled smugly and said excitedly, "That's right, back then all the demon emperors bestowed royal grace, allowing future demon generations not to harm my clan." He asked curiously, "So powerful, what would happen if I hit him?" Shujia hurriedly replied, "You have inherited the will of the last demon emperor, representing the orthodox lineage of the demon emperors. If you go against the promises of your ancestors, how can you establish yourself in the world?" he provoked. "You're a descendant of the demon clan, right? Are you going to hit me? Come on, hit me here if you have the guts. Let me see how brave you are." Lin Xin slapped the masked man hard across the face, sending him flying. He said, "This dynasty's sword doesn't execute the previous dynasty's officials. How stupid can you be?" The masked man's head hit the wall, and Lin Xin mocked, "Idiot, selling out your weakness to the opponent again." The spider person appeared. When he saw him, he said weakly, "Save." The masked man struggled to raise his hand and said with a tremble, "Save me." Without a word, he plunged his claws deep into his chest. The spider person absorbed the masked man's power. He asked in surprise, "He's absorbing his own kind's entire essence." The form of his claws changed. The spider person said excitedly, "What abundant power." Huyan screamed in terror, "Run." Their evil technique is to directly devour the cultivation of their own kind to add to themselves. Lin Xin said nervously, "This skill is even weirder than my star-sucking great technique." He rushed over and roared, "No one is running, disappear for me." He got into a fighting stance. Lin Xin said calmly, "But you're still just a paper tiger." He sent the spider person flying into the sky with a heavy punch, piercing through the ceiling. Lin Xin asked, "How did you get involved with the Beast Tamer clan?" She replied, "I don't know either." He said, "The problem is solved. It's time to fulfill your promise." "Where are we going to forge it?" Huyan replied embarrassedly. "To be honest, I actually work under Emperor Heoshin in Kanghai State. The foundry is also in Kanghai, so I'm afraid you'll have to come back to Kanghai State with me." In the residence of the Beast Tamer clan, the spider person, beaten black and blue, trembled and said, "So, sorry, this subordinate was incompetent and failed to capture Huyan. Yuan Lei, the head of the Beast Tamer clan, was being massaged and relaxed by two beautiful women. He said, to send you flying 30 li with one punch after you've devoured a spirit, he must be at least a master of the ancient sage realm. The information that bastard Wuming gave was inaccurate. He even said that if I captured Hyun's descendant and handed him over, he would make me a king in the future. What nonsense, a voice said. In my opinion, he deliberately didn't tell us the truth. A man walked out from the cave behind the spider person and said, he knows our clan's temperament. Once we suffer a loss, we're bound to retaliate. If we knew the opponent was a master from the beginning, we might not have gotten involved so easily, Yuan Lei asked. Then what do you think we should do next? Yuan Guan, the son of the Beast Tamer clan's leader, replied. No matter who that person is, we must finish him, otherwise everyone will think our Beast Tamer clan is easy to bully, which is not good for our clan's future, he said. You can choose any master from the clan. Go and bring me that person's head, he replied. Your son obeys. Yuan Guan's eyes glinted sharply as he said, just an ancient sage realm, I alone am enough. Lin Xin and his group were on a boat at this time. He asked, why do we have to take a boat? I can just fly you there directly, Hu Yan said with confusion. Fly there? Aren't you afraid of being shot down by Kanghai State's magic crystal cannons? Lin Xin asked. What magic cannons? Shiro explained. You're from Tianquan State, so you might not know. Although Kanghai State is not large, it's rich in an energy stone called magic crystal. Alchemy is correspondingly quite developed, especially the magic crystal cannons, which can directly convert natural magic crystals into spiritual energy attacks. A top-tier set of magic crystal cannons can even severely injure an ancient sage realm master. She looked at her with an infatuated gaze and said, yes, that's right, he said. That's insane, Lin Xin thought. Does that mean I have to invite a deity over? If we're competing with thermal weapons, it would be safer to have her around. Shiro continued to explain. This boat is the only officially permitted vessel in Kanghai State. Only by taking the boat can you be considered to have legally entered the country. It's just that the speed is indeed slow. Huyan touched her hand and said, it's all right? She looked at Shiro with infatuated eyes and said, with me here, how could you possibly feel bored? She hurriedly said, you misunderstand, I don't feel bored. I'll be going first. After saying that, Shiro turned and left. Huyan muttered, so cute. Lin Xin said, take my advice, some people you just can't bend. Don't waste your time, she replied unhappily. That's my business, it's not for you to meddle in. Also, I'm warning you, don't get any ideas about me. I'm not interested in you stinky men, he replied. Well, thank you for that. I'm already up to my neck in romantic debts. I really don't want to create more trouble, Huyan shouted. Nonsense, who doesn't know? She turned and left. Lin Xin said helplessly, rest early. We'll be busy with proper business once we land tomorrow. She glanced over and then said, by the way, you're in room DZ number 7 and Xiao Lu is in DZ number 8, right? He was a bit confused but still answered, yes, you have the royal card. Staying in Tianzi number 1. What's wrong? Huyan said. Nothing, I'm leaving. She ran off quickly, leaving Lin Xin looking bewildered and confused. She lay in bed dreaming that she was seducing Shiro. Huyan said in her sleep, Xiao Lu. She suddenly woke up with a start, sat up and said loudly, it's decided, tonight I'll launch a night raid, the captain asked with difficulty. You mean I can't go in no matter what happens? Huyan replied. That's right, tonight there's an important royal operation in room DZ number 8. Not only must you forbid the boatmen from entering, but you must also prevent guests from getting close. She glanced at him with a sharp look and said, no matter what sound you hear, you are not allowed to. Understand? He was scared and quickly replied, understood. This humble one will definitely make the arrangements, Huyan said. By the way, have a waiter send a jar of good wine to room DZ number 7. Triple the dose of sleeping drug. I want him to not wake up even if he hears an explosion, the captain replied. As you wish, I'll go do it right away. Over in Lin Xin's room, he was feeling confused. Switch rooms. Lin Xin scratched his head blankly and asked, what's wrong? Shiro said. There's a cockroach in my room, it's so disgusting, he said. When you find one cockroach, there's definitely a whole nest around. Our 2 rooms are next to each other. If you move into my room. Before Lin Xin could finish, he pushed him out of the room and said, as long as I can't see it, I'll pretend this room doesn't have any. Lin Xin was speechless. He sighed and walked to the room next door. Someone brought wine to Lin Xin's room, which was now Shiro's room. She came out and asked, what are you doing? The crew member replied nervously. The captain said that the conditions on the boat are simple and he's afraid there might be some shortcomings in our care. He sent a jar of good wine as an apology. Shiro took it and thought, although the conditions are a bit poor, the captain's attitude is quite good. She replied, all right, I know. Thank your big brother for me. Shiro walked into the room. She said to herself, just right, I'll have some wine and sleep until dawn, then I won't have to think about cockroaches. Night fell, the boat was still sailing on the sea, and everyone had already rested. Huyan walked down the hallway in a cheerful mood. She was wearing a tight dress and whispered, it's hunter's time. Huyan used her power to create a small flame and lit the incense. She thought, with my homemade passion incense, even if you're an iceberg tonight, you'll have to melt into a puddle of mud. Huyan poked a hole in the door and let the smoke from the incense drift in. She said to herself, I'll have some to get in the mood too. Huyan was very excited. She gently pushed open the door and looked inside, thinking, you must be burning with desire too. Huyan took off her clothes, revealing a sexy figure. She quickly ran towards the bed, muttering to herself, Xiao Lu, I'm here to help you. Huyan hugged the person on the bed tightly and thought, why is it so hard? Could I have been discovered? She lifted the quilt and Huyan was greatly surprised, her cheeks flushed, extremely embarrassed. Huyan said to herself in surprise, how is it him? She turned to leave quietly, thinking, did I go to the wrong room? Lin Xin suddenly grabbed Huyan's hand. She looked back at him in panic and was pulled forcefully by Lin Xin. Lin Xin pushed her onto the bed and Huyan shouted, what are you doing? Open your eyes and see who I am. He was still fast asleep. She said in a panic, Oh no, he's too deeply poisoned, he hasn't woken up yet. Help, someone come quick. Lin Xin held Huyan's hands tightly with one hand and with the other. Shiro was sound asleep in the room next door. Her voice came over. Ruoro, help me, don't do this, don't. People from other rooms opened their doors and said, it sounds like someone is calling for help. A crew member said, go back to sleep. Another crew member asked, what's happening? He heard the voice from Lin Xin's room and said, don't look, don't look. A crew member reported to the captain, boss, from the sound of it seems to be Lord Huyan calling for help. He smoked his cigarette and said leisurely, that just means they're playing rough. Mind your own business and watch your post. The captain blew out a puff of smoke and said, today, even if she calls for the king of heaven, not a single turtle is allowed to pass. At this moment a turtle had just landed. In the desert a turtle was crawling on a cliff wall. It ignored the flowing water in front of it. Single-mindedly searching for a water source, the turtle walked into the grass following the sound of water. Its efforts paid off and it finally saw a small lake. It crawled over quickly, thirsty and full of joy. The turtle jumped into the lake. Huyan was struggling, thinking, why is it automatically cultivating? Just wait a little longer, the effect of the drug will wear off soon. She was startled. Huyan tried hard to push Lin Xin's hands off her body. She couldn't push them away and asked with a tremble, what is this thing? Huyan blushed, trying to endure it. Many people complained that the boat was too noisy. Captain, steer the boat steadier, it's shaking so much I'm about to puke. That's right. The captain replied, sir, the boat is shaking on its own, they shouted in surprise. Damn, everyone fell back into a deep sleep. It was already light out when he woke up groggily. Huyan said, you're finally awake. She held a knife to Lin Xin's face. He looked bewildered, not understanding what had happened. Shiro woke up, stretched and said refreshedly, I haven't slept this comfortably in a long time. A piercing scream startled Shiro. Help! Lin Xin's hands and feet were tied to the four corners of the bed. He cried out in panic. What are you doing? Let me go! Huyan was throwing flying knives at a banana and said coldly, you filthy man, you actually set a trap to humiliate me. She looked back at him with a terrifying smile and said, you must disappear. Lin Xin shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? I was sleeping in my room. Who did anything filthy to you? Huyan asked. Then why were you sleeping in Ruoro's room? She poked her head in and explained innocently. Last night I saw a cockroach, so I switched rooms with Lin Xin. What happened? Shiro's face was radiant, leaving both Huyan and Lin Xin a little speechless. Huyan gently pushed her out and said, you go out first, I'll explain things to him. Shiro looked bewildered. She closed the door and asked, suppressing her anger, do you really not remember what happened last night? He replied, I was sleeping, what could have happened? Huyan went crazy, swinging the knife at Lin Xin's lower body, scaring him out of his wits. She said, I was originally going to launch a night raid on Ruoro, but I didn't expect you to have switched rooms, and then your damn source of all evil actually made me. Huyan burst into tears and said, why, I clearly like women. You stinky man, by what right do you give me stronger pleasure? Unforgivable, Lin Xin said. That's not right. Even if I sleep like a log, it's impossible for me to not know anything, she cried while hitting her head on the bed, shouting, I used my unique passion incense. After inhaling it, one's desire will greatly increase, and then one will lose consciousness, he said helplessly. So after all this, you dug your own grave and buried yourself in it? Huyan was not reconciled and raised the knife. There cannot be anything that brings me more pleasure than a woman, so that thing of yours must be destroyed. I'm going to perform a castration. Lin Xin was terrified and quickly reasoned. Don't calm down, my little brother is very ordinary. How could it have such great power? It must be because you inhaled the passion incense. You said it yourself. Inhaling that incense will greatly increase your desire, she replied. Oh right, I even inhaled a little to get in the mood, he tried hard to say. Of course, how could I possibly be worthy of letting you experience that kind of ultimate pleasure? Huyan calmed down, took off her clothes and said, all right, now that the effect of the drug has worn off, I'm going to verify it. If it feels the same as last night, I'll proceed with the castration, Lin Xin said in a panic. No, listen to me, she replied. Cut the crap, take off your pants. She threw his pants away. The boat docked and the captain shouted loudly, we've reached the shore. Time to disembark. Huyan left unhappily, slamming the door shut. What bad timing, we'll talk about this another day. He hugged the quilt tightly to cover his body and said to himself emotionally, the captain is a living bodhisattva. He was sneezing nonstop at this time. A loud shout came from below the boat. Lord Huyan, His Majesty requests your immediate presence at the palace. She asked in surprise, how did His Majesty know I was returning today? The imperial capital, Juyin City, looked magnificent. Shiro noticed something on top of the city walls covered with cloth. She asked, what's that? Huyan explained. Those are the magic crystal cannons. They're usually covered to protect them from the rain. I find it strange too. He never used to care about my comings and goings, Shiro said. It seems your emperor is well aware of your movements. He even knows exactly when you'd arrive and who you have with you. When they arrived, she walked in happily, announcing loudly, Your Majesty, I'm back. Huyan asked, is something the matter? Why did you summon me in such a hurry? The emperor said. Of course there's a reason I summoned you. Why did you run off to Guluon State without a word? Huyan replied. Didn't you say before that I could go play wherever I wanted as long as I took my guards with me? He asked. Then where are the guards you took with you? Why didn't they return with you? She replied. Right, I was about to tell you. I was suddenly attacked over there. The emperor interrupted her. All right, I know. Fortunately, the young master of the Beast Tamer clan arrived in time, and I learned the whole story. Do you realize you've been used? You almost let a wolf in the house. You're truly a handful, Yuan Guan explained. Lord Huyan, you may not know this, but these two are assassins sent to kill Emperor Heoshan. They staged a whole drama just to get close to you and infiltrate the Imperial City. It just so happened that 2 of my clansmen were passing by and witnessed their crime, which is why I rushed here to warn you." Both Shiro and Huyan were stunned. She blurted out, "What?" Huyan shouted. "Your Majesty, the Beast Tamer clan are the ones who tried to attack me. They killed my guards. If it weren't for Lin Xin and Shiro helping me, I would have died in Guluon State," he said angrily. "Nonsense, the Beast Tamer clan is an ancient race. Why would they have any reason to capture you?" The Emperor coughed violently. He told His Majesty to calm his anger. "Come, take a deep breath." Yuan Guan offered him some mind-cleansing incense to smell. He kept brainwashing the Emperor, saying that Lord Huyan had been bewitched and that in his opinion, she should be handed over to him for treatment. "As for the other 2, their intentions are sinister. We should arrest them first and torture them severely. We'll definitely be able to interrogate them and find out who's behind this." He lost his senses, gradually succumbing to Yuan Guan's words. "You're right, let's do that," the Emperor ordered. "Men, take Huyan away and throw these 2 assassins in the dungeons." Lin Xin grabbed Shiro and Huyan's hands, jumped up and escaped. She said, "Why are we running? I'm sure I can explain things to His Majesty." He enveloped himself and the 2 of them in his power and flew through the ceiling. Lin Xin said sternly, "Save it. Can't you see your Emperor has already been bewitched?" He thought to himself. "No wonder the Beast Tamer clan never sent anyone after us. They came here to cut the problem off at the source. This Yuan Guan is a clever opponent," Huyan shouted. "Look out!" A powerful purple energy beam shot straight toward the 3 of them. Lin Xin was startled and dodged. Below, the city guards were firing the magic crystal cannons upwards. They shouted fire and then unleashed a volley from multiple cannons at the trio. He quickly pulled her and Huyan out of the way. Suddenly a cloud of black energy approached. Lin Xin asked, "What is this?" He shoved the 2 of them away in a panic, shouting, "Damn it, I'm being controlled. Get away from me." The impact caused a massive explosion. Shiro screamed. "Lin Xin," the black energy was Yuan Guan's power. He said, "This is what happens when you cross my clan." Yuan Lei laughed excitedly. "You dare run wild in my Juyin city? Did you think you were the Demon Emperor reborn? Fool." The smoke from the explosion billowed. Lin Xin was protected by the Demon Empress. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank goodness for the shield," the Emperor said in shock. "How could he withstand a concentrated attack from the magic crystal cannons?" Yuan Guan furiously ordered. "Attack the people he must save. All magic crystal cannons. Aim at the 2 people on the ground and fire." Shiro and Huyan were lying on the ground. Seeing the guards aim the cannons at them, she screamed in panic. "Oh no," she yelled angrily. "By what right do you command the palace guards? This is the domain of Emperor Heoshan." The guards on the wall said in confusion, "This?" He glanced at the Emperor and asked, "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" The Emperor coughed lightly and replied in a panic, "Yuan Guan's command is my command. No one is to defy it." Hearing this, the guard said, "Fire?" Yuan Guan thought smugly. "So what if you have a shield? I'll attack them and see if you save them or not. I've studied the art of war since I was a child. By grasping your weakness I can force you to submit." Suddenly a massive flame descended from the sky, landing on the city guards who were preparing to fire. It set both the cannons and the guards ablaze, and they screamed in agony. He muttered to himself in shock. "Why isn't he following the textbook strategies?" Lin Xin said. "All I have to do is destroy all the magic crystal cannons," GK replied. "As you command, my Emperor," he said. "You try to relieve a siege by attacking the besiegers' home base and I cut the problem off at the source. You want to play at strategy with me? Go back to your daddy's pants and practice for a few more years." Yuan Guan coughed up blood in anger and shouted, "How utterly shameless. How can you use such vulgar language? This is preposterous. The face is the index of the mind. No wonder you're so ugly. How can you compare to my handsome features?" The Emperor was enraged and roared, "You destroyed my nation's most prized weapons. I won't rest until you're torn to shreds." He threw something at Lin Xin and then shouted, "Go big guy." He startled him. Tai appeared, a 24-star metal attribute Iron Kirin, and slashed at Lin Xin. He jumped up to dodge. Its eyes were sharp as it attacked wildly. Lin Xin used her to defend, Yuan Guan said unhappily. "Although my mission is to capture you." He rushed towards him, shouting, "You have repeatedly insulted my Beast Tamer clan, so you must die." Lin Xin was caught in the middle, facing a pincer attack. GK rushed over to help him. Yuan Guan shouted, "Behold my ultimate technique." The gentleman's forthright sword, its sharp tip about to touch Lin Xin. Lin Xin was extremely tense, Yuan Guan said, at this close range. Not even the King of Heaven himself could dodge this. He used his power and the Demon Empress to block the attacks from both sides. He shouted in shock. It was shattered, impossible. Dragon's Roar fist. Wait. Lin Xin gathered power in his fist to counterattack, Yuan Guan said nervously. A gentleman's duel should be fought honorably. He landed a heavy punch on his chin, saying, "Organize your thoughts before you spout more nonsense." Yuan Guan thought, "Am I hallucinating? I see my great-grandmother." His great-grandmother smiled kindly and said, "My dear grandson, great-grandma missed you so much. I'll give you a gift so you'll think of me whenever you see it." Yuan Guan fell from the sky, crying and muttering nonstop. Lin Xin thought confused, what is this guy mumbling about? He was still lost in the hallucination about his great-grandmother. She told him the gift was already on him and that he should look in a mirror. Yuan Guan hit the ground hard. He sat quietly and looked at himself with a mirror. Yuan Guan coughed up blood in rage. His chin had become like a chicken's butt. While Lin Xin was observing Yuan Guan, Tai attacked again from behind. GK appeared to block it, shouting, "My Emperor, be careful." He turned again, gathering power in his fist, and said, "You." Lin Xin landed a heavy punch, knocking it straight to the ground. Tai Tai lay motionless on the ground. The emperor watched from a distance. He was silent, as if an arrow had pierced his heart. The emperor was so shocked he coughed up blood. The city guards were all astonished and said loudly, "What? His Majesty's strongest primal beast was taken down so easily?" Lin Xin held GK and stood on Tai Tai. She said, "My emperor, I'm a little dizzy," he replied. "Then let's land and rest for a bit," the emperor shouted in fury. "My little Tai Tai, you people." He fainted from anger. A courtier saw this and said in a panic, "Your Majesty, not good. His Majesty's life force is linked with the Iron Kirans. Its spirit core has been severely damaged." A city guard ran over and said, "Quick, summon the imperial physician." He pointed at them and said, "You bunch of idiots, your own emperor has been poisoned. And you didn't even notice he was bewitched." The courtiers heard this and said in surprise, "How what? His Majesty was bewitched?" Lin Xin pointed at Yuan Guan and said, "The culprit is him. Wait until I've dealt with him, then you can interrogate him yourselves." He suddenly lifted his head, clutching his forehead and laughing. He said, "Don't think that just because you look down and then up again, people can't see your chicken butt chin." Yuan Guan coughed up blood in rage. He chanted an incantation, black energy in his hands, and Tai Tai began to dissolve into black fragments. Lin Xin asked warily, "What kind of move is this?" Shujia appeared and shouted in a panic, "This is a beast tamer secret technique. Stop him quickly." He rushed forward to attack, shouting, "Let's go together." Jiki replied yes, and then charged with Lin Xin to attack. They both unleashed their moves on Yuan Guan, who blocked the attack with a giant black sphere. Shiro and Huyan shouted in a panic, "Lin Xin!" The collision created a massive gale, preventing the two from getting close. The ground beneath Yuan Guan's feet had become a large crater. He thought, "Did I neutralize it? No, I was blown away, but you'll obediently come back to your death." He smiled sinisterly and walked toward Shiro and Huyan. Lin Xin and GK were blasted to a small village outside the city. Lin Xin gradually regained consciousness. A voice from beside him said, "You're awake." His eyes fell upon a pair of fair, smooth thighs. The person said, "Wait, the porridge is almost ready." The person was Xiao Dai. Lin Xin asked, "Where is this?" The little girl replied, "Shila village. You fell from the sky into my family's woodshed. You're really lucky to be alive. The village doctor has seen you and said there are no serious injuries. You'll be fine after a few days of rest." Lin Xin asked, "How far is this from Juyin City?" Xiao Dai said, "The imperial capital. It's dozens of li away." He took the bowl of porridge. As Lin Xin drank the porridge, he thought, "Dozens of li, I was actually blown this far." He spat out all the porridge. The little girl said, confused, "Why did you spit it all out?" Lin Xin coughed hard and asked, "What kind of medicine is this? I've never had anything so disgusting." Xiao Dai said through gritted teeth, "That was our family's food for the day." The little girl burst into tears and said, "And you just wasted it like that?" He replied, "How, I'm sorry, I didn't know." Xiao Dai cried loudly, "You're a bad person, you wasted my family's treasure." Lin Xin said in a panic, "No, what are you shouting about?" The village chief opened the door and shouted angrily, "Who dares to bully my daughter?" He quickly replied, "No one." The little girl ran to her father and said, "Dad, he spat our porridge all over the floor." He said, "What? It was porridge?" Lin Xin quickly explained, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you or waste food. I'll definitely compensate you." The village chief scratched his head and said with relief, "I thought something serious had happened. It seems the young master is from the city and isn't used to our country food." Two villagers rushed over shouting, "Village chief, come quickly, the steward from the city is here." The village chief heard this and said nervously, "Those bastards, they're here again. Let's go, I'll see what's going on." Lin Xin thought, "Are they here to get me? That guy is fast." The villagers were now bowing and scraping before the steward, who was sitting in the middle. Behind him stood city guards holding two signs that read, "We rule the sky, the land and the people. We take the grain, the tax and the serfs." He ran over and said with a fawning smile, "Lord Shi, what are your orders?" Lao Shi glanced at him and said, "Cut the crap. If my superiors weren't pushing me, I wouldn't have bothered coming to this godforsaken place. Have any strangers been here recently?" Around 20 years old, he and Xiao Dai were in the house peeking out. The little girl kept her distance from this food waster. Lin Xin thought, "They really are here for me. I'd better leave soon." Xiao Dai asked, "What are they talking about, bad brother? Can you hear clearly?" The village chief bowed and replied, "I haven't seen anyone. Rest assured, Lord Shi, if any stranger comes in, we'll report it to you immediately." Lao Shi said, "A wasted trip as expected. What bad luck." "But village chief, it wasn't easy for me to come all this way. I can't leave empty-handed." Lao Shi had a perverted expression on his face. Remembering Xiao Dai said, "Have you considered the matter I mentioned last time?" Lao Shi said, "Your daughter will come with me today." Upon hearing this, he became extremely nervous. Lao Shi stomped on the village chief's head and shouted, "Insolent peasant!" He screamed in pain. Lao Shi said angrily, "For Xiao Dai to become my concubine is a blessing your family earned over 8 lifetimes. Don't be ungrateful." The village chief endured the pain and tried to reply, "Lord Shi, please be merciful and let us go. She's only 16. Lao Shi sighed and said, "You don't know what's good for you." He and the guards stomped on him viciously. Lao Shi said, "He doesn't know what's good for him. Teach him a lesson." The guards replied, "Yes." He groaned in pain. The little girl saw this and ran over shouting, "Dad!" Hearing her, Lao Shi's expression turned perverted as he said, "Xiao Dai is here. It's only been a few days, but she's grown so much." The village chief shouted, "Don't come over, go back." Lao Shi walked over and put an arm around Xiao Dai's shoulder. The little girl said anxiously, "Don't hit my dad. I'll go with you." Lao Shi heard this and said, "Stop, Xiao Dai, what did you say?" The little girl replied through her tears, I'll go with you." Hearing this, Lao Shi was very excited. He held back his tears and tried to say no. Lao Shi looked down with a sharp gaze and said, "Damn it, do you really think you're somebody, you peasants? I can have you all beheaded with a lift of my finger. I'll ask one last time. The lives of the villagers or your daughter, which do you want, father-in-law?" The village chief was torn, his eyes filled with tears. The guards held the two signs which were surrounded by green energy and pointed them at the villagers. He gritted his teeth and said with a tremble, I want the villagers to live," the village chief cried. Lao Shi heard this and smiled with satisfaction. He bent down and said, "That's more like it. You got a great deal being able to latch onto an official like me. Come, father-in-law, a kiss for you. This is also to remind you of your place in the future. Don't think that just because your daughter is my concubine you can put on airs in front of me." Xiao Dai screamed in panic, "Dad, no!" The village chief's trembling hands reached for Lao Shi's leg. He grabbed his leg and said through gritted teeth, "We're all human." He stood up, forcefully pulling Lao Shi's leg and shouting, "You corrupt officials!" He threw Lao Shi, and Lao Shi furiously ordered, "Damn it, are you trying to rebel? Cut him down!" The village chief shouted, "Bring it on, I was once a man who could guard 100 acres a day. I'd rather die in battle than live in humiliation." Lin Xin shot down from above, kicking up a strong wind. The ground cracked and several guards were sent flying. He said, "If you save yourself, heaven will save you. If you help yourself, heaven will help you. If you abandon yourself, heaven will abandon you. For what you just said, I'll save your life on behalf of heaven itself." Xiao Dai was overjoyed to see Lin Xin. Xiao Dai and the village chief happily hugged Lin Xin. The little girl said, "Bad brother, you're amazing," he said emotionally. "Benefactor," Lao Shi ordered in a panic, You're the one His Majesty wants to capture. Get him, men. 100 taels of silver for his capture." The guards gathered their power and attacked him together. Lin Xin said coldly, "Every single one of you is trash, and trash deserves to die." He released a huge amount of power. The lightning from that power pierced through every guard. Lao Shi was terrified by the sight. Lao Shi trembled and said, Great hero, spare me, don't kill me, I beg you, don't kill me." Lin Xin kicked him in the mouth, sending Lao Shi flying and shouting, "Trash!" Lao Shi landed hard on the ground. Lin Xin asked, "Is Yuan Guan still in the imperial capital?" Lao Shi replied, "Still, my head is spinning, I can't take it anymore." He passed out. He said, "I need to get into the city, find a way to sneak me in." Lao Shi replied in a panic, What? This humble one is just a county steward. How could I just get into the imperial capital whenever I want?" Lin Xin asked with a sharp gaze. "So you're useless." Lao Shi immediately changed his tune and quickly replied, "Let's make a plan." In Yuan Lei's lair, loud laughter echoed. He laughed excitedly, "As expected of my son, he captured the person so quickly and even has an emperor under his control. Such intelligence, just like his father." A glowing circle appeared in front of Yuan Lei, used for communication. The person inside said, "I wanted that woman's head, not for her to be captured alive. Why hasn't your son done it? As long as Lin Xin is alive, he will definitely come back to save her," he said, confused. Could it be that he wants to use these two women to lure Lin Xin out? The person in the glowing circle was wooming. He berated him loudly. "Nonsense, we absolutely cannot let Lin Xin succeed. If you Beast Tamer clan want to ascend to heaven under Lord Kun Shen's rule, you'd better obey. If you mess up this important matter, the Beast Tamer clan can wait for its own destruction." Lei quickly stood up and replied, Yes, I'll send people right away. No, I'll lead a team there myself. I'll make sure he finishes that person off." Then he mentioned Lin Xin's matter. Wooming said, "Don't disappoint me again." The glowing circle closed and he spat and said, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Yuan Lei ordered. "Men, assemble the female slaves. We're heading to Juyin City." The guards replied in unison, "Yes." Hearing this, the girls whispered, "What? We're going out again? 1 up, 1 down, 3 seconds a time. After we leave this time, who knows when we'll be back. And they're taking the strong and young ones." A subordinate bowed and reported, "Young master, our mission is to eliminate Huyan. Since we've already captured her, shouldn't we hurry?" Before he could finish, Yuan Guan interrupted him coldly. "Are you telling me what to do?" the subordinate said fearfully. This subordinate wouldn't dare. "We've already covered a 300-li radius, but there's still no news." Yuan Guan asked him, "Have you found any clues yet? Have you found Lin Xin?" He threw the book he was reading at the subordinate's head. "You lead the search party yourself. Don't come back until you find him," the subordinate replied in pain. "Yes," Yuan Guan thought angrily. "Lin Xin, as long as I have the people, you will definitely show yourself." He said to himself, "Next time I will definitely defeat you." Outside the city, a cart was stopped. A guard asked, "Halt, what are you doing?" Lao Shi replied nervously, "Sir, I'm Lao Shi from Qingshui County in the east, here to deliver the newly mined magic crystals." The guard asked doubtfully, "Isn't it too early? Why are you delivering them so soon?" Lao Shi smiled fawningly and said, "Isn't it because I heard some audacious fellow was causing trouble in the city? He even destroyed our magic crystal cannons. This humble one immediately had my men work overtime to mine more crystals to contribute our meager strength to the defense of the imperial capital." Hearing this, the guard patted his shoulder and praised, "Very good, very spirited." Lao Shi immediately stood up straight and replied, "For the country and the people I will give my all." The guard didn't give him a hard time. "Go on in, be quick about it, don't block the city gate." Just after entering the gate, Lin Xin smiled and said, "Thank you all for taking the risk to sneak me in." Lao Shi scratched his head and replied, "Don't be a stranger. It's our honor to be able to help our benefactor." As he spoke, he recalled Lin Xin's kindness again. "If it weren't for you, that man named Shi would have driven our whole village to a dead end. From now on we can stand tall and no longer have to fear him." Lin Xin smiled and replied, "Give him the antidote periodically. I guarantee he won't dare to be arrogant for the next 10 years. Lao Shi was a bit surprised to hear that. All right, suddenly something flew past the two of them. A guard shouted angrily, "Who's there?" Magic crystal cannons prepare. The cloth covering the cannons was immediately pulled down and the muzzles were aimed straight at the person. Yuan Lei immediately said loudly to Yuan Guan, "His father is here." The guard immediately recognized that he was one of Lord Yuan Guan's men. Yes, this humble one will go inform him at once. Please come in first. Suddenly Yuan Lei turned around. A person behind him immediately asked, "Clan leader, is there a problem?" Yuan Lei frowned and thought, I felt a dense spiritual energy just now, but now it's gone. Could there be a master nearby? The sky outside was still clear. Yuan Lei didn't dwell on it. Never mind, let's go into the city first. First, I'll take that Huyan girl's head, get the job done, and everything will be great. He immediately ordered the people behind him to enter. Seeing this, Lin Xin thought with a headache, this is trouble. Once something happens to Huyan, the whole plan will be ruined. Shujia, who was beside him, suddenly spoke, saying he had just received some good news. Lin Xin asked curiously, "What?" It smiled, arms crossed, and replied, "The help you were looking for has arrived." Yuan Lei's voice came from the courtyard. "Son, well done." Yuan Guan was a little surprised. "Dad, why are you here?" He smiled and said, "I'm here to congratulate you, of course." Yuan Lei didn't forget the main task, and to take Huyan's head back with me to hand over to the other side quickly. Yuan Guan was a bit guilty and couldn't speak. He turned his face away. "She can't be killed yet. She's still useful." Yuan Lei was very surprised. "What?" He sighed inwardly. Wu Ming was right after all. Yuan Lei immediately questioned his son. "You want to keep her alive to lure out that kid named Lin Xin, right?" Yuan Guan's purpose was discovered, and he immediately became angry. "That's right, Lin Xin humiliated me in public. I must avenge this." Hearing this, Yuan Lei couldn't help but persuade him. "Silly child, can't you tell what's more important? If we delay the main business, our beast tamer clan will face annihilation. Quickly hand her over to me. Dad will help you catch Lin Xin. I'll definitely let you get your revenge." But Yuan Guan still refused to compromise. "I'll handle my own business." Hearing his son say this, he didn't know what to say. "Then where did you lock her up?" Wu Ming said, "This Lin Xin is not to be underestimated, and he's very cunning. Don't try to be clever and end up losing everything." Yuan Guan immediately retorted, "Don't worry, the place I hid her, besides me, no one in the world can find it." Yuan Lei sighed helplessly. "Forget it, you're the one who caught her, so I can't say much, but I can only give you 3 days. If Lin Xin hasn't shown up in 3 days, I'll have to take matters into my own hands." Yuan Guan finally agreed. A small purple spider left the roof of the courtyard where Yuan Guan and his father were talking. After hearing the little spider's report, Lin Xin couldn't help but look down on the father and son duo, hidden away and only he can find it. "What big talk?" the little spider replied. "Master, I've searched the entire palace, but there's truly no trace of them." She was in a bit of a predicament. "What should we do now?" Lin Xin lifted the little spider's chin. "Well, we just have to make him lead us there himself, right?" At dusk, Yuan Guan's frustrated voice was heard again. "Why hasn't that bastard shown up yet? Did he really run away?" Seeing him busy for so long, Yuan Lei suggested, "Son, how about going for a walk with Dad?" Yuan Guan was a bit reluctant. "Weren't people arranged to rest in the house next door? Why are you here again?" Yuan Lei kept persuading him. "The Emperor's bed isn't comfortable to sleep on. It's better to go out for a walk. Any news on Lin Xin's side?" Yuan Guan gritted his teeth and replied, "Not yet, but the more this is the case, the more I believe he's up to some scheme. I must plan thoroughly and leave him no opportunity to exploit." Yuan Lei put his arm around his shoulder and persuaded him. "Son, your father understands you. If you can't defeat him, your future will be shrouded in a shadow. So son, Dad has an idea. Why don't you interrogate Huyan? Maybe she knows where Lin Xin is hiding." Yuan Guan had a revelation. "That's right, why didn't I think of that?" He looked at the book in his hand and thought, Lin Xin was sent flying by my punch. Even if he's not dead, he must be seriously injured. He would definitely find a place to heal. Maybe Huyan told him about a place he could stay. Yuan Guan's eyes lit up. "Thank you. You're still the experienced one, Dad. You found the clue to break the stalemate in an instant." Yuan Lei beamed and replied, "I'm happy I could help you." With that, Yuan Guan was about to leave immediately. "There's no time to lose. I'll go interrogate her now," Yuan Lei suggested. "I'll go with you. If we work together, we might be able to get some clues out of her." Yuan Guan didn't think much of it. "Good idea. Dad, you seem especially close to me today. You never used to call me so often before." He smiled and replied, "When my son is happy, I'm happy. My son is so outstanding it makes me very proud." The two guards standing outside Yuan Lei's room could also hear his laughter. The one with the turban asked doubtfully, "Strange, did you hear the clan leader's voice from the next courtyard?" The person next to him didn't think much of it and replied, "The clan leader is fine inside. How could he have gone over there to talk?" The guy no longer had any doubts. "Oh right, speaking of which, the clan leader has been in there for a long time this time." The guy next to him smiled. "That's just how men are." After walking for a while, Yuan Lei couldn't help but ask, "Son, we've been walking for so long, why haven't we seen anyone yet?" Yuan Guan smiled proudly and said, "Far in the horizon, yet right before your eyes. Look inside." Yuan Lei looked at the surrounding rockery and thought, could there be some mystery inside this rockery? Yuan Guan explained, "This is the royal secret chamber that I got out of the old emperor." He looked at the crack in the rockery and said, "Open the door." The door to the secret chamber immediately opened. Yuan Lei roared with laughter, his eyes gleaming with an indescribable smugness. Suddenly a voice questioned him from behind. "You bastard, where did this impostor come from? How dare you impersonate me?" The Yuan Lei on the left cursed angrily. "You idiot, are you stupid? That guy is obviously a fake." The Yuan Lei on the right laughed while feigning anger. I found this place because your son led the way, but he found it on his own. Isn't it obvious who the problem is? Yuan Guan immediately believed him. That's right, how did you find this place? The Yuan Lei, who was mistaken for an impostor, immediately warned him. Idiot, look behind you, Yuan Guan attacked without hesitation. Don't try to fool me. Yuan Lei took out a small purple object. He saw it clearly. Upon seeing the eggplant-like object in Yuan Lei's hand, he was instantly stunned. This is my clan's heirloom, Dad. Is it really you? Behind the two of them, the fake Yuan Lei smiled brightly. My son, thank you for your hard work. The door to the secret chamber slammed shut, leaving Yuan Guan and his father stunned. Yuan Guan's face twisted in panic. The guards inside had been knocked out, and GK helped Lin Xin weld the secret chamber door shut. After finishing, she couldn't resist flirting a little with Lin Xin. Outside, Yuan Guan and his father channeled their power, trying to pull the door open, both furiously shouting Lin Xin's name. Dao Chang ran over from a distance, reporting, My lord, this door is made of 100 refined black iron. If it's locked from the inside, not even a magic crystal cannon can blast it open, Yuan Guan asked him. He'll have to come out eventually. Are there any other exits? Dao Chang frowned at a loss for what to do. No, suddenly the Yuan Lei behind him burst into laughter as if he had encountered something joyous. He said smugly, Heaven has a keen eye. You left that girl behind. Wasn't the point to keep her to kill Lin Xin? Man, use my great cannon and blast that brat named Lin Xin to smithereens. The short-haired girl struggled hard, but to no avail. She thought with some dissatisfaction, if most of my cultivation hadn't been absorbed by Lin Xin, how could I be so passive? Next to her was Huyan. Suddenly a voice spoke up. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. The two looked over, surprised to find Lin Xin standing outside the cell. They exclaimed in unison, Lin Xin. Then he sat down next to them. The short-haired girl asked curiously, just sitting here. Huyan asked again, what are we waiting for? Lin Xin reassured the two. Don't worry, I've already arranged for backup. The short-haired girl asked in surprise. You have helpers here? He grunted in affirmation. Huyan couldn't help but ask, where is he? Her hand tightly gripped Lin Xin's firm pectoral muscle. He replied meaningfully. Below, outside, magic crystal cannons were arranged in a circle around the rockery. Yuan Lei urged, hurry up. Yuan Guan tried to stop him. Father, I don't think this is a good idea. If we blast him to bits, we won't be able to explain it to the other side. Yuan Lei was unconcerned. It's fine, let's kill him first. We can always find an excuse to explain it to them. Yuan Guan thought angrily. That idiot Lin Xin had to show up in front of this old man. If you get blown to bits, how can I wash away my previous shame? Dao Chang bowed and said, reporting the magic crystals are all buried and ready to be detonated. Yuan Lei smiled and ordered, good, detonate them immediately. Dao Chang respectfully obeyed. Yes, suddenly, Yuan Guan spoke up again. Wait. Yuan Lei was a little impatient. What is it now? He said loudly to the crowd. I am now exercising military authority on behalf of His Majesty. No one's orders are valid except mine. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot. Is that clear? Everyone immediately replied, clear. Yuan Guan said again, does everyone understand? Yuan Lei said coldly, do you think your wings have grown strong? Yuan Guan took a few steps and came before his father. Father, he bowed and pleaded, please give me a chance for revenge face to face, otherwise I will never be at peace in this life. Yuan Lei ignored him. How childish. If you won't light the fuse, I will. Yuan Guan hastily ran forward, using a move to try and block him. Stop. The object blocked Yuan Lei's path. He crossed his arms, looking at the object. You think you can stop me with this? Yuan Guan made up his mind. He didn't expect to stop him, but it would be enough to stall for time. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from behind them, startling everyone. Gansa burst up from underground, carrying Lin Xin, the short-haired girl, and Huyan. Yuan Guan laughed smugly. I knew you'd use an earth elemental primal beast to break out. He seemed to believe he had the situation under control. This time you lose. Instantly, the magic crystal cannons fired continuously. In a room where magic crystal cannons were hidden, Huyan saw them and told everyone to look over there. Gansa was injured. Lin Xin held her, marveling at Yuan Guan's methods. To have actually hidden magic crystal cannons in the room, Gansa said weakly, My emperor, I can still hold on. We can break through. Lin Xin and his group looked down from above and could see that every courtyard was equipped with magic crystal cannons. Lin Xin didn't want Gansa to suffer anymore, so he said, Your mission is complete. Rest. Below, Yuan Guan laughed smugly. This isn't my palace anyway. I don't care if it's blown to bits. Lin Xin, I'll give you a chance. If you don't want to be shot full of holes, come down obediently. Lin Xin and his group immediately landed on the ground, and he became even more smug. That's more like it. Now die obediently, the Yuan Lei behind him warned. You're playing with fire. The best strategy is for us father and son to deal with him together. But Yuan Guan stubbornly refused to listen. There's no need, he's no match for me. He took out 3 treasures. Last time, if it weren't for his shield, he would have been a goner. This time I will sacrifice 3 top-tier primal beasts. In Yuan Guan's palm, the 3 treasures shattered one by one. Huyan said in surprise, is he trying to infuse his attack with the essence of the primal beasts? Yuan Guan frankly admitted. That's right, this is the unique secret technique I've spent my entire life researching, Primordial Whirlwind Palm. Its power lies in condensing the full strength of the primal beast into a single point. Lin Xin didn't want to listen to his ramblings. I'm in a hurry, let's begin. He scratched his hair, a highly provocative expression on his face. Yuan Guan rushed over angrily. That insolent look again. I'm enduring the pain of the backlash to give you a clear death, and you're complaining that I talk too much. Die? Yuan Guan seemed to have gone mad, his face contorting with laughter. It's over, but his smugness didn't last long as Lin Xin easily controlled his attack. Lin Xin didn't fight back, only dodging continuously. Yuan Guan was furious. Damn it, hold still if you have the guts, he panted, thinking, if I don't release this energy I'm going to explode. How is this kid so agile? Lin Xin cleaned his left ear, then his right. He asked, when you were researching this secret technique, did you think your opponent would be stupid enough to stand still and wait for you to hit them? Yuan Guan felt so humiliated he could have coughed up blood, cleaning his ears while dodging an attack. He ordered loudly, all magic crystal cannons, listen up. If he dares to move recklessly again, fire immediately. Lin Xin looked at him. At such close range, if you fire the cannons you won't be able to escape either, right? Yuan Guan's veins bulged with anger. I'm betting you won't want to sacrifice the two girls behind you, so you'll definitely choose to fight me head-on. Come on. With that, Yuan Guan rushed forward and attacked without hesitation. Lin Xin grabbed his hand. Head-on? He pulled his hand with a contemptuous force. You think too highly of yourself. As the attack was about to hit his own face, Yuan Guan thought, am I going to die? Suddenly, a figure shot through the grass like the wind, rushing straight at Yuan Guan and helping him dodge the attack. Seeing this, Lin Xin teased, is the father finally stepping in? Yuan Lei said angrily. Brat, you've gone too far. Looking at Yuan Guan sitting on the ground, Yuan Lei asked anxiously, Son, how are you? He cried out in pain. My eyes? He screamed in terror. Dad, where are you? I can't see anything. Lin Xin kindly reminded him. I suggest you take him back for treatment quickly. Yuan Lei shot him a sharp glance. Who do you think you are, daring to lecture me? With that he picked up his son. Yuan Guan didn't understand what his father was trying to do. Yuan Lei held his son and leapt with great force, jumping to a high place far from here. Then he mercilessly shouted, fire! Hearing this, Lin Xin was surprised and scanned his surroundings. He was surrounded by a massive formation of magic crystal cannons. Yuan Lei laughed smugly. Brat, your time is up. To die under so many magic crystal cannons is a blessing you've earned over 3 lifetimes. He remained stubborn. Rest in peace. Fire. Instantly, all the magic crystal cannons fired at once. Suddenly, Yuan Lei sensed something was wrong. His face instantly froze. The sound of helicopter blades cutting through the air came from the sky. Yuan Lei was so surprised he didn't know what to do. What is this? Looking at the helicopter with a special emblem painted on it, he couldn't help but ask himself, what kind of primal beast is this? Why does it look so strange? Huyan looked at the helicopter in the sky and thought, a house is flying in the sky? The short-haired girl next to her asked again. Is that a primal beast? The guards asked curiously. Is it an immortal? Dao Chang was also confused. An immortal has descended. Yuan Lei frowned. What damn immortal? He thought to himself. It's just some primal beast putting on a show. Suddenly a bomb fell from the helicopter. Yuan Lei thought, what's that falling? The bomb flew straight towards him. Yuan Lei looked at its shape. It looked like a piece of iron, he said confidently. Trying to hurt us with a piece of iron, how ridiculous. For the first time, Yuan Guan was protected by his father and was moved to tears, thinking, this is my great father, so brave, so clever. For a moment he blurted out, Father, please let your son fight alongside you. Yuan Lei smiled and replied, all right, let this dazzling punch announce to the world. With that, the father and son confidently rushed up and executed their moves. This Tamer clan's king's fist, it let out an earth-shattering roar. Lin Xin was speechless below. These two idiots, the sky is so vast yet they had to crash right into the bomb. A voice came from the helicopter. How was that? Did I arrive in time? Lin Xin praised. A true godsend from the heavens. The deity descended from the helicopter. Lin Xin lamented. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. It's different when you fly in the sky. Lin Xin scratched his head in embarrassment. I didn't delay your state affairs, did I? She replied with her hands on her hips. Everything over there is automated now. How could those idiots possibly build a machine like this? What's your plan for the next step? Lin Xin asked the deity. How many people can your plane seat? She answered honestly. 2 at most. What's wrong? Lin Xin picked up Huyan. I need to hurry and forge the weapon to seal Kun Shen. The short-haired girl was surprised. Riding in this thing, the deity didn't quite believe him. Do you know how to fly it? Don't crash. Huyan held onto him tightly, trembling with fear. I'm scared. Maybe we should walk. It'll take 2 days at most. Lin Xin's eyes lit up as he looked at the control panel. Kun Shen won't give us that much time. Hold on tight. The reason he was so excited was that he had always wanted to try flying a helicopter. Lin Xin casually pulled the orange lever. With a soft click, the helicopter immediately took off. Huyan couldn't take it from the start and screamed, let me down. The deity saw the situation was good and thought, this guy really knows how to fly. In the evening, Huyan said softly, I have a question. Lin Xin said simply, ask. She immediately asked curiously, why did you ask me to fly this thing? He replied lazily, because I'm tired and want to rest for a while. Inside the helicopter, Lin Xin was sleeping soundly, while Huyan was struggling to pilot it. 5 minutes later, Huyan called out to him, we're here, my alchemy furnace is ahead, how do we get down? Hearing this, Lin Xin froze. He thought for a moment and replied, I don't know either, so we're not landing. Huyan didn't understand what he was saying. Lin Xin gently used his magic as if trying to take something out. Soon a long sword appeared, leaving Huyan completely bewildered. When she finally understood, Huyan's eyes widened. Are you planning to? Before she could finish, Lin Xin had already struck dozens of times. Huyan screamed nonstop, stop, don't do that, it's going to crack. The helicopter was hacked to pieces. Lin Xin looked at her, seeing her so scared, and comforted her. Don't panic. Didn't I tell you I can fly? Then Lin Xin tried to make small talk to distract her. Your alchemy island is quite impressive. An hour later the two finally landed. Lin Xin asked curiously, "Why did you build the foundry here?" Hu Yan answered honestly, "Because the 9 abyssal flames here are the hottest and can be used to forge better weapons." Lin Xin asked tiredly, "9 abyssal flames, what is that?" Hu Yan smiled and replied, "You'll know in a moment. Give me the things you brought." Lin Xin took out countless large blades. "Here they are." Hu Yan looked at the swords and immediately recognized the broken blade craftsmanship. "This is indeed the technique of my Hu Yan family. Where did you get these swords?" Lin Xin was too tired to explain. "We'll talk about the details later. The most important thing now is to hurry up and forge them. I'm worried someone might come to cause trouble at any moment." Hu Yan quickly agreed. "All right, I'll go then. It will probably take 5 to 6 hours. Find a place to rest on your own." Lin Xin thought, "I'll wait for you outside if you need help." She was interrupted before she could finish. "No need." Lin Xin then walked around chatting with Shuji as he went. Kun Shen should have been revived by now. What will he do next? After being sealed for so long, his power would surely need time to recover, and he knows there are people who can seal him, so he will be very cautious. He calculated seriously, so the time for the final battle will come soon. Suddenly, an explosion hit, catching both Lin Xin and Shuji off guard. Looking at the lava below, Lin Xin suddenly understood. The 9 abyssal flames. So it's a submarine volcano? The man led the group, flying towards the alchemy furnace. "We absolutely cannot let them succeed. Destroy the furnace at all costs." In the forging room, the sound of hammering echoed continuously. Lin Xin couldn't help but marvel, as expected of a girl full of personality. "She's so skilled at smithing." Suddenly sensing something, he looked to his left with alarm. Shuji asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Lin Xin replied, "Enemies are approaching about 5 kilometers from here," it said in surprise. "You can sense it too." Lin Xin remained vigilantly serious. "There are quite a few of them, and they are all masters," Shuji said fearfully. "These guys are too fast. What should we do? Should we retreat first?" Lin Xin turned and flew away. "No matter what, we must ensure Hu Yan completes the forging." Shuji asked him, "Where are you going?" Lin Xin answered frankly, "To find a suitable weapon." At that moment, he seemed to pass by an armory. The door to the armory was easily opened by him. Looking in, Lin Xin couldn't help but marvel, as expected of a Grandmaster Forger's base. "These are all good things?" Shuji asked curiously. "There are so many enemies. Will a weapon be of much use?" He scanned the room for a while and finally saw something he liked. "Found it." The man in red and his subordinates were flying very fast. They were almost there. "Get ready. We must catch him off guard." Suddenly, someone behind him was attacked. The person fell straight into the water with no power to resist. The crowd murmured, "What was that just now?" The man in blue asked loudly. "Did anyone see clearly? What was it that hit him and made him fall?" The man in red frowned and warned the crowd loudly. "It's coming again." In the distance, countless metal spikes glinted like stars in the night sky. Everyone was stunned. That is countless spears attacking us." Those people were immediately routed. The move Lin Xin used was the 100-shot demon-subduing thunderclap art, supplemented by the wind control art and the boss serpent boots. He was extremely pleased. "Very good, they really can't block it. Let me show you what over-the-horizon warfare is." Suddenly a sound came from under the water as if something was about to surface. The water spirit emerged from the water. "Ignorant little thief." Its appearance made Lin Xin sweat profusely from exhaustion. The water spirit didn't waste words and immediately attacked. "Do you want to die?" Shuji cried out in fear, trying to warn Lin Xin. "Dangerous," but Lin Xin paid no mind and the water spirit behind him was instantly subdued, leaving Shuji somewhat surprised. Lin Xin praised, "Well done, Nanai." She rode on the water spirit and replied gently, "It is Nanai's honor to protect my emperor." Lin Xin glanced at Shuji and asked it, "What are you so nervous about? Isn't that just water?" Shuji turned its face away in slight embarrassment. "Who knew your reaction time would be so fast now?" Shuji explained, "This water spirit's manifestation is not something an ordinary person can create, and from such a distance too. Could it be that Kun Shen has made a move?" Lin Xin replied thoughtfully, "Even if it really is him, that just confirms our previous speculation. His strength indeed hasn't recovered yet, otherwise he wouldn't use such a bluff to cover for his subordinates." The group charged up again. Lin Xin glanced at them. "Next, let's fight in close combat." The group, still unaware, charged forward with great momentum. "Kill him." Yuchu and Ruling happily accepted the task. A piece of cake. Ruling's eyes flashed slightly, concentrating her power. The man in yellow saw a huge vortex appear before him and flinched slightly. "Big brother, they're casting a spell again," the man in red answered confidently. "It's just some water, we're not afraid." Under the water, countless sea monsters charged up. A seafood buffet, a grand opening. The man in red's face immediately darkened and he broke out in a cold sweat. Yuchu hugged Lin Xin and cried, "I can't use my electricity again." He scratched his head. "I was originally hoping you guys would use lightning strikes." Ruling crossed her arms and replied, "Are you kidding? On my turf, do I need help dealing with these things?" Hearing this, Lin Xin ran off with Yuchu. "All right, I'll leave this place to you then. I'll go check somewhere else." Ruling let out a soft snort. Just 6 seconds later, Lin Xin was completely naked. He sighed. "The energy Yuchu has accumulated during this time is really too much. Absorbing just a little bit is this terrifying." Shuji asked curiously, "Why aren't you guarding the coast? What if Kun Shen pulls some other trick?" He answered with his hands on his hips. "It's precisely because I have this worry that I came back to check," he reiterated with a frown. "Even Wu Ming is no match for me. Why would he send these subordinates to their deaths? I suspect his goal is to pin us down at the coast," Shuji said fearfully. "You mean his real target is Hu Yan?" Lin Xin tiredly tried to push open the door to the alchemy furnace. "That's right, so the safest way is not to leave here for a single step. Inside, Huyan was forging in a comfortable set of clothes. Lin Xin was immediately and unceremoniously kicked out. Lin Xin was stunned. Why does this girl have a habit of working barefoot? Shujia seemed to have figured something out. It's probably too hot. No wonder she didn't let you in. Lin Xin didn't care much. Forget it, as long as I've confirmed she's okay. I'll stand guard here. Inside, Huyan was flushed with anger. That smelly man coming in topless at a time like this, what is he trying to do? If it weren't for the fact that you saved my life, I would kill you right now. It was indeed very hot in the alchemy furnace. Huyan was sweating profusely. Lin Xin stood on the roof observing the battle. Looks like the situation is pretty good. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals are no match for ruling. The Shujia next to him chimed in. These are the elites under Wu Ming. Back then even one or two of them were very formidable. Now just a small primal beast can easily deal with them. Suddenly a scream came from below, startling Lin Xin. Without a second thought, he broke down the door and rushed into the alchemy furnace. Inside, Huyan was being controlled by Kun Shen. We meet again. Huyan weakly called out Lin Xin's name. Lin Xin heard the familiar voice and immediately recognized it. Is that Kun Shen's voice? Huyan was forcefully lifted into the air by him. Kun Shen was not pleased. You, a mere mortal, dare to single-mindedly disrupt this god's great plan of revival? Huyan spoke with difficulty. The sword was thrown into the pool of flames by him. It can only last for half an instant's time at most before it melts. Kun Shen angrily tightened his grip on her neck. Shut up. Don't force me to snap your neck. Seeing the situation was not good, Lin Xin immediately tried to dissuade him. Don't, old senior, if you have a problem, direct it at me. Why bully a young girl? It would be so embarrassing if word got out. Kun Shen let down his guard. Brat, you're quite good at. Before he could finish, Lin Xin had already launched a surprise attack. In an instant, Kun Shen's form was shattered and Huyan's wrist was no longer being gripped. Lin Xin steadied her. You're safe, Huyan worriedly complained. You're too bold. How dare you rush up like that? Huyan said coquettishly. He already reminded me. I have no burning effect on me now, so what was I hesitating for? Lin Xin paid no mind and pushed her out of his arms. Get out. Huyan fell straight to the ground. She screamed, you idiot, my butt. Kun Shen was furious at being ambushed. This brat, Wu Ming, warned me to be wary of your little tricks. I can't believe I still fell for it. But don't you dare think you can take what you want from the furnace. Lin Xin struck a pose. Perfect. Now we can end this. Senior Qian Shen, you can make your move. Kun Shen was confused, thinking he had misheard. What? Before he could react, Lin Xin had already made his move. He teleported and did a 360-degree backflip. Kun Shen was stunned by this flexibility. So Yan, the whip of fire unceremoniously wrapped around Lin Xin's hand. Kun Shen pulled the rope without hesitation. Under such immense force, Lin Xin knew he would be sent flying far. Kun Shen warned, don't even think about it. Lin Xin's body slammed against the wall, causing him immense pain. Kun Shen looked at him, slumped on the ground, and said contemptuously, how foolish. Was that blade your last hope? To think of trying to grab it with your bare hands. Lin Xin whispered weakly, damn it, I never thought after all this preparation it would all be for nothing. If I had that blade I could have definitely sealed you. Kun Shen, thinking he was unable to resist, spoke without restraint. Not just sealed. In my current state, even if you used it to kill me, it wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, you don't have the chance. Hearing this, Lin Xin's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. From the sea of fire, GK rushed out with the sword. Kun Shen saw her and was shocked. When did you get in there? Lin Xin's eyes, on the other hand, were shining with pride. GK raised the blade and shouted, my emperor, take the blade. After catching the blade, Lin Xin's haggard appearance vanished. He rushed forward, full of vigor. Kun Shen knew he had been tricked and was furious. Bastard, to trick this god again and again. Lin Xin faced his anger without flinching. You've misunderstood. Actually, I was just teasing a dog. With that, he slashed Kun Shen's body several times. Before dissipating, Kun Shen didn't forget to leave a threat. You just wait. You, the god Defier, will not have a good death. Lin Xin was unafraid. Wash your neck and wait for me to collect it. In Kun Shen's hiding place, he coughed incessantly. Wu Ming asked worriedly, Lord Kun Shen, are you all right? Kun Shen grabbed him. There's no time. He's already obtained that weapon. Kun Shen's eyes were filled with ambition. This god must quickly recover his peak strength. It seems I can only use that method. After the battle, Lin Xin left the alchemy furnace. He said to Huyan, all right, you can continue. Seeing Lin Xin walk out of the alchemy furnace naked, Huyan's face turned beet red. She asked worriedly, that flower demon, did you kill it, or did it escape? This place is very suspicious. I need to check it. Lin Xin couldn't help but remind her, that wasn't an ordinary fire demon. That was Kun Shen. Hearing the name Kun Shen, Huyan immediately froze. Kun, before she could react, he had already left. He probably won't dare to cause trouble again. You hurry up and finish that blade, she asked curiously. Where are you going? Lin Xin said with a panicked look on his face. I hope ruling left someone alive. On the other side, the man in red was facing a continuous barrage of attacks. He created a huge energy source like a fireball. Demon woman, die. He had intended to say that, but before he could attack, his flames were extinguished by the sea monsters from below. Ruling asked curiously, what did you just call me? The man in red immediately knew what was good for him. Ah, I said you are both beautiful and gorgeous. But in the end he was still beaten to a pulp by the sea monsters next to him. Lin Xin was a little regretful. I'm still too late. The men in red, yellow, blue, and purple clothes were all defeated. Lin Xin said with regret, they all died so quickly. The man in red woke up groggily after a severe beating, but he was already hanging from a huge fishing rod. Lin Xin spoke up and asked, you're awake? There's something I need to confirm with you. The man in red frowned. You're dreaming. I was bestowed the title Iron Gall by Lord Wuming because of my loyalty and unwavering integrity. Even if you kill me, you won't get a single word out of my mouth." Before he could finish, a beast shot out from under the water, lunging straight for his lower body. The man in red screamed in terror. "Mommy!" Lin Xin laughed mercilessly. "See, that wasn't so hard. Don't mind their ferocious looks, they're actually quite gentle when they open their mouths. They only take a small bite at a time," the man in red screamed. "Just stab me and get it over with. Don't use this kind of torture." Lin Xin smiled. "There are at least 300 fish. They'll take turns nibbling on you for 2 hours before you die," he added with a terrifying smile. "And the best part is, they don't just like to nibble, they like to rub against you too." Lin Xin continued his threats. "Enough talk. Let's begin this wonderful experience." Upon hearing this, the man's tears flowed endlessly. After a while, the man in red said weakly, I can't take it anymore." "I really can't." Lin Xin played the part of a difficult opponent, sneering. "All right then, I underestimated you." Still not talking even at this point, the man in red screamed in terror. "For heaven's sake, just ask me already." Lin Xin slowly replied, "Just one question. Where is Kun Shen?" The man in red stammered. "I don't know. When we received the order, Kun Shen was preparing to leave with Lord Wuming. I don't know where they were going." Hearing this answer, Lin Xin immediately turned to leave. "Then I'll be going. You're useless now." The man in red, afraid of the beast, quickly grabbed him. No, I know something else. Besides my suicide squad, Lord Wuming also sent an elite 3-man team. I think they were sent to find something." Lin Xin turned back with interest and asked, "The Demon Clan's territory?" The man in red confessed honestly. "That team went to the Northern Desert Province. They're supposed to bring something back. Maybe they know where to find Lord Kun Shen." Hearing this, Lin Xin praised him with satisfaction. "That's good information. I'll keep my promise and not kill you." Seeing him about to leave, the man in red cried out, "Then let me down." Lin Xin ignored him and turned to ask Shujia, "What's in the Northern Desert Province?" It crossed its arms and replied, "I don't know, but there must be something very important to Kun Shen." Lin Xin's surprised voice came from the alchemy furnace. "A defective product," Huyan answered sheepishly. "Yes, we were at the most critical step, but that Kun Shen came and caused trouble. Impurities seeped into the blade. Although its performance is still there, its hardness is less than 10%, but if you wait a few more days I might be able to reinforce it," he asked curiously. "How serious is it exactly?" Huyan stammered. "The limit is 5 uses. Any more and there's a risk of it shattering." But as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xin had already pulled the sword from her arms. He ran off quickly. "It's fine. 5 times is enough to kill him. Go back and report that I've gone to the Northern Desert Province. Tell the one who flies the plane not to wait for me and to get back and prepare for battle." Hearing this, she immediately replied, "The Northern Desert Province? That's a bitterly cold land in the far north. What are you going there for?" Lin Xin added provocatively, "To cause some trouble for that guy named Kun." With that, he flew away, leaving Huyan calling after him from behind. Lin Xin, below. Huyan couldn't help but get angry. That stinking man, why was he in such a hurry? Couldn't he have let me test it before he left? "Just you wait, I'll remember this." In the Northern Desert Province, as soon as Lin Xin set foot in the area, he shivered from the cold. He complained under his breath, "Why isn't there a single person in this godforsaken place? I can't even buy a piece of clothing." Shujia teased him. "Who told you to run like you were escaping for your life? Afraid Huyan would laugh at you." Suddenly, Lin Xin heard urgent cries for help in the distance. Looking at the girl in front of him, a wicked thought entered his mind. She looked very warm. Rongrong ran, screaming in terror. It seemed something had caught up to Rongrong, making her eyes widen in fear. The dragon behind her stuck out its tongue and licked her face, teasing, "Little lady, what are you running for?" Rongrong gritted her teeth and said, "I beg you, please let me go. I have lots and lots of money." The bandit leader was unmoved. "We need money, but we need women more." He ordered his men, "Brothers, line up." Those guys' eyes lit up. "Thank you, big brother." Lin Xin cut in from somewhere. "Can I cut in line?" the bandit asked angrily. "Who are you?" Lin Xin answered nonchalantly. "Me, just a passerby. I want to ask everyone a question." Before he could finish asking, the group of bandits charged forward. "Where did this human come from?" "A human. Kill him." A group of people charged over but couldn't land a single blow. "You bastard," Lin Xin said calmly. "Don't get excited. I just want to ask if you've seen any humans from other places recently." Rongrong immediately seized the opportunity and answered, "I know. She was being held and could only ask for help. I can take you to them as long as you can get me out of here." The bandit leader angrily raised his weapon. "Bitch, you have no right to speak here." With that, he swung his blade down in a rage. The bandit sighed with regret. "What a pity. Now you won't get to experience the fun of swinging." But in reality, his blade didn't hit Rongrong at all. The bandit leader stared in shock at the broken weapon in his hand. He gritted his teeth in anger. "You brat." Lin Xin had already knocked down the entire group. He sighed to himself. "A little exercise really warms you up." He noticed the bandit who wanted to speak and asked, "What did you want to say?" The bandit immediately changed his tune, realizing the situation. "I want to call you Dad," without another word. Lin Xin threw him far away. "I don't have a son like you." He also praised, "Not bad." He put on the bandit's coat. "All right, you're safe now," Rongrong said softly from behind. "Thank you." But behind her back she trembled as she gripped a dagger. Rongrong walked towards Lin Xin with a grim face as if plotting something. Immediately after, Rongrong slashed at Lin Xin with the dagger, but he skillfully dodged it. My, a woman's heart is the most venomous. I kindly saved you, yet you repay my kindness with enmity," she said, flustered and angry. "I won't let you people succeed." Hearing her words, Lin Xin couldn't help but be curious. "What you people?" he quickly said. "Wait. But Rongrong on the other side wouldn't listen and continued to attack. Her attacks were useless against Lin Xin and were even easily controlled by him. Seeing how powerful he was, Rongrong was stunned. "What?" Lin Xin scratched his head and explained. "Calm down, there might be a misunderstanding here." Unable to attack him, Rongrong turned the blade on herself. "I would rather die than let the secrets of the Shenggen Temple fall into your hands." Lin Xin immediately rushed forward and grabbed the tip of her blade. He gently supported Rongrong. "No matter who you're talking about, I'm not with them. Maybe I can help you." The aroma of roasted leg meat was tempting. Rongrong beside Lin Xin slowly recounted what had happened. "I am the High Priestess of the Shenggen Temple. My name is Ma Rong. 3 days ago, someone from who knows where was asking around about the location of the Shenggen Temple." Recalling the scene of the temple being burned down, her voice was tinged with sadness. "After receiving the news, I was worried about their ill intentions, so I went to the demon capital to seek help. I never expected that by the time I returned, the Shenggen Temple had been ransacked and they had destroyed the sanctuary, which had 1,000 years of history." Lin Xin asked curiously, "What was their target? They couldn't have just burned down the temple to vent their anger, right?" Rongrong replied with tears in her eyes. I don't know either. I was worried they would hunt us down to the last person, so I planned to escape to the demon capital. I didn't expect to run into bandits on the way. Thanks to the hero's timely rescue, I was lucky enough to survive." Lin Xin couldn't help but tease her. "I can understand why you don't believe me. After all, my appearance was too coincidental. What if this was all a play I directed myself?" He stood up abruptly and proposed. "How about this? You point me in the direction of the temple and I'll go take a look myself." Hearing this, Rongrong found it very confusing. "It's already been burned to a pile of ruins. What do you still want to see there?" He put his hands on his hips and replied, "I'm not interested in your secrets. I'm looking for that group of people. Only by going to the scene can I find their tracks." Rongrong was eating meat while listening to Lin Xin when she was suddenly startled. That scene was reflected in her bright eyes. She asked curiously, "What's that?" An attack came from high above, but luckily Lin Xin created a protective shield in time. The sky was left with only a gray haze followed by a group of people standing on high ground. The guard captain behind them said, "Lord Oracle, under the divine punishment, the sinner has been turned to ash." The oracle scolded, "Foolish guard captain, when will you learn to see through the surface to the essence? Lin Xin's shield is wrapped in rock as camouflage." The guard captain saw the glowing spot and immediately understood. "That's..." Lin Xin couldn't help but complain. "Even hiding underground, we were still discovered." The oracle looked down from above. "Ma Rongrong, do you know your crime?" Rongrong knelt on the ground and replied, "Your subordinate whom his majesty trusted failed to protect the Shenggen Temple. Please punish me, Lord Oracle." "Ah," she cursed angrily. "For your monstrous crime, you don't deserve to live." "Wait a minute." Lin Xin's voice rang out, startling the oracle. He asked calmly, "Oracle, is it? Why are you in such a hurry to dispose of her? Shouldn't the top priority be to catch the real culprits who destroyed the temple and retrieve the stolen treasures?" Hearing him say this, Rongrong couldn't help but be shocked. "I didn't tell you about any treasures." Upon hearing this, the oracle's eyes widened. "You're saying they stole the treasures too?" Rongrong stammered an explanation. No, your subordinate wouldn't dare leak secrets. Nothing of the sort happened." Lin Xin stroked his chin. "It seems there really is something extraordinary." Rongrong was stunned. "Big brother, what time is it for you to still be trying to trick me?" The oracle knew she had been tricked and gritted her teeth in anger. Disrespectful to the gods, she attacked them both again. "Execute them." Lin Xin still had his arms crossed, calmly saying, "A mere mortal dares to call herself an oracle of the gods. The one who should be executed is you." The oracle was so angry her face contorted, unable to speak. "You!" The protective shield around Lin Xin and Rongrong caused a major earthquake. The oracle immediately ordered, "They've escaped using dark magic. After them, they must still be nearby. Find them not far away." Lin Xin praised. "Well done, Purple Tiger," and Niang said with dissatisfaction. "Call me out earlier next time. Don't always think of me at the last minute." He smiled and replied, "Next time for sure." Only Rongrong was worried. "It's over. This time I really can't clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River," Lin Xin advised her. "Facts speak louder than words. To prove your innocence, you can't just rely on your mouth." Rongrong looked at him. "What do you mean?" Lin Xin hugged her from behind. "Find the people who destroyed the temple and wash away your own injustice with their blood." Amidst the snowy mountains, Rongrong's voice trembled. "I can't take it anymore." The towering snow-capped mountains were covered in white. She kept panting heavily. "We can obviously fly. Why do we have to walk? I really can't walk anymore." Lin Xin explained, "There are people looking for you everywhere now. Flying in the sky makes you a living target." He remembered something. "By the way, what's that oracle's identity? Why did she want to execute you without distinguishing right from wrong?" Rongrong answered while panting. "She is the state preceptor heavily relied upon by the royal family of the Northern Desert Province. She carries out heaven's will and protects the royal family according to the divine oracle. I was sent by her to guard the Shenggen Temple. With such a huge incident, she certainly has a reason to deal with me." Lin Xin asked doubtfully. "Can this person be trusted?" Rongrong immediately replied. "Of course she would never betray his majesty." "Why do you ask?" Lin Xin frankly stated his guess. "The Shenggen Temple was attacked and you are the only survivor. Yet she wanted to kill you without a single word of interrogation. Is this a punishment or—" Before he could finish, Rongrong had already guessed it in her heart. "Silencing me." As they were talking, Lin Xin suddenly looked towards a direction with alarm. Someone's coming. On the high ground, countless of the oracle's subordinates were pursuing the two of them. The two hid in a crevice in the mountain. Rongrong looked at them and said, "This direction, they're also going to the Shengun Temple." Lin Xin replied softly, "Interesting. Could it be that they haven't even been to the scene and are already in a hurry to get rid of you?" He smiled slyly. "Or are they planning to go back and destroy the evidence?" After speaking, Lin Xin immediately reached out and wrapped his arm around Rongrong's waist. Then he flew up into the air with her. "Let's go, we need to follow them and see." Rongrong was a little surprised, but she didn't object. Okay." The Shengun Temple sat amidst the snowy mountains looking particularly desolate. The guard captain ordered his subordinates, "Search carefully, don't miss a single clue." The crowd replied obediently. Yes, Rongrong and Lin Xin hid behind. Watching the scene, she judged, they seem to be examining the scene. Doesn't this prove they're in league with the attackers? He also agreed with this idea. Lin Xin's expression seemed a bit hard to describe. Looking at the statue opposite, he asked curiously, "Is this Shengun?" Rongrong answered frankly, "Yes, what's wrong?" He held back his laughter and continued, "Nothing, it just looks a bit familiar." Suddenly a scream rang out, a bloody scene. The subordinate controlled by the guard captain trembled and asked, "Why you?" Then he stood in the center of the temple and said loudly, "Come out." A group of demons appeared. The red-haired demon touched his chin. "You're right on time. What should we do next?" The guard captain blushed and enticed. "Feng Yuanyuan's whereabouts are unknown. We can only find clues from the oracle. I'll get you some clothes. Come with me." Rongrong watched this scene, surprised. "What's going on? The oracle's guard captain is actually a traitor?" Lin Xin wasn't very surprised. "This makes sense then." Lin Xin explained, "Although the oracle is in the book, she's being led by the nose. Perhaps this guy's original intention was to use the oracle to track you down, but the oracle went straight for the big move trying to get rid of you." On the other side, the guard captain was playing with the demons. "Are you really not afraid of how I look?" The demon with horns answered coquettishly. "The demons who are afraid are blind." The red-haired demon also followed suit. "Sir, change my clothes first," Lin Xin continued. "Now that they can't find you, they plan to go after the oracle." Rongrong couldn't help but doubt. "The oracle's cultivation is unfathomably deep. With just a few of them, how could they possibly succeed?" He also agreed. "Yes, if it weren't for the circumstances, they wouldn't want to go after the oracle at all. But perhaps now is when they have no other choice." After the red-haired demon changed her clothes, she complained with great dissatisfaction. "Really, why change my clothes first?" And it only took a minute. As she was complaining, she suddenly heard something. She stood up to take a look. Seeing this, the guard captain asked curiously, "What's wrong?" She glanced sideways and replied, "I think I heard some movement over there." Rongrong covered her mouth, scared, and said, "It's over. What do we do now?" She complained. "It's all your fault. Why did you suddenly poke me with a stick? You scared me to death." But when Rongrong turned around, she saw Lin Xin's merciless expression. "If I can't vent my anger, I'll just have to take it out on someone." She froze in fear. "What kind of villainous expression is this?" The red-haired demon peeked over, thinking to herself, "Strange, did I hear wrong?" 3 minutes later, the guard captain had changed his clothes and asked the red-haired demon, "Is that woman ready?" The people behind who had just changed their clothes all commented, "Private, short, fast, small." She ran over from a distance, coming. The guard captain asked casually, "Did you find anything?" She replied, "No, I probably misheard." Hearing this, the guard captain didn't ask any more questions. "Hurry up, let's go." Behind the rock, the red-haired demon had been knocked out. She lay next to Rongrong. She thought worriedly, "What is this guy's background? Is he really not afraid of death?" The red-haired demon had already been knocked out by Lin Xin. "I'll infiltrate them to see what they're up to. I'll leave you a mark. You follow quietly." At the oracle's temporary encampment, a subordinate saw the guard captain return and immediately saluted. "Sir." He stood in front of the oracle's tent and instructed the subordinates, "I have important intelligence to report to the Lord Oracle. No one is to approach the master's tent." The crowd immediately obeyed. "Yes," the guard captain whispered instructions to the demons. "Once inside, stand in the positions we rehearsed a month ago. Wait for my signal to activate the grand formation together. Be sure to pay attention to the timing." Everyone understood. Only Lin Xin was completely clueless. The guard captain walked in and immediately reported, "Your subordinate has investigated the Shengun Temple and has come to report back." The oracle was studying a map and replied casually, "What's the situation?" The few people behind the guard captain quietly moved into position. He, on the other hand, continued to pretend to report, "The scene is horrific. The people guarding the temple are all—" He saw Lin Xin standing motionless and was very angry. "Damn it, what are you standing there for? Get into position." The oracle immediately glanced at them. "What are you mumbling about back there?" Seeing that their positions were not quite right, the oracle quickly became alert. She stood up, her voice full of authority. "What are you trying to do?" The guard captain panicked and threw caution to the wind. "Damn it, forget it, let's do it." The group of demon guards quickly unleashed their power to cast the formation, and the oracle was surrounded by a sea of fire. She discovered something in terror. "My spiritual power is sealed." Outside the encirclement, Lin Xin also knew well. "So it's a sealing spell. No wonder these guys dared to ambush the oracle. It turns out they had a countermeasure planned in advance." The guard captain looked at him angrily. "I'll deal with you later when we're outside. For now, you're in charge of guarding the entrance. Don't let anyone in," he calculated in his mind. "Fortunately, this spiritual power sealing formation can still be activated even with one less pillar. I'll just sever her tendons and hamstrings, then I can retreat." The oracle cried out in pain. I didn't expect you to be a traitor too. I was truly blind to have trusted a beast like you." The guard captain rushed forward with his sword full of menace. "Shut up, you bitch who can only curse." But an invisible force pushed the guard captain away, causing his sword to miss. He was surprised. "What?" Then a chair directly hit the guard captain's lower body, hitting that spot so hard that tears streamed down his face from the pain and he couldn't speak. The demon guard looked at Lin Shin and questioned, "What's going on? What did you do?" Lin Shin took off his clothes. "I'm not pretending anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table." He was still wearing the thermal underwear Ma Rongrong had given him. The Yujing guard immediately recognized him. "It's him, Lin Shin." He got straight to the point and asked, "Where is Kun Shen?" The guard captain lay on the ground roaring, "The formation that seals spiritual power." "Seal him," Lin Shin said contemptuously. "You want to use the same trick on me a second time, then." Those Yujing guards were injured by their own moves. Lin Shin looked down on them. "Are you idiots?" He impatiently crossed his arms. "It seems no one wants to confess voluntarily. Then I'll have to go on a killing spree." The group of Yujing guards quickly rushed up. "Kill, avenge our brothers, let's fight him." Lin Shin held his weapon and looked at them with contempt. "Fight me?" With just a few basic moves they were sent flying, completely powerless to fight back. The people outside had already noticed the situation in the tent. "What's going on? There's an assassin. Protect the oracle." The guard captain grabbed the oracle. He took care of the demon elites in one move. Lin Shin looked at him. "You're next." The guard captain immediately created a small explosion in the tent. Damn it, the crowd was enveloped in thick smoke. "Don't move, it stinks." In an instant the guard captain had already flown into the sky. "With you bunch of trash. You think you can keep me? Remember, it was the demons who captured your oracle." The guards were a little surprised after hearing this. "Demons?" In the sky the guard captain rode a pung bird with the oracle behind him. She said resentfully, "I've treated you well, why did you betray me?" The guard captain replied, "Although you haven't held back on scolding me, you have indeed treated me well." He told the oracle the truth without any reservations, "But from the beginning to the end I was never your man. I am Yujing, the #1 general under Kun Shen. As the #1 general I was always planted by your side." Speaking of this he became very happy again. "Even many demons don't know of my existence. As long as I bring you back I will have made a great contribution. In Kun Shen's new world there will be a place for me." Lin Shin had already caught up with the guard captain. Hearing him say this, he responded, "That's a nice pie in the sky." The guard captain was startled. "How did you catch up?" Lin Shin mocked him. "You guys are flying too slow. I could ride a bicycle faster than this." The guard captain immediately ordered, "Pung bird, charge." He was very proud of this primal beast of his. "Silly boy, competing with my pung bird in speed, you." Suddenly a huge flame came from behind. The guard captain cursed with tears in his eyes. "Damn it." In an instant he was blown to bits. Lin Shin responded to his earlier words, "Who wants to compete with you in speed?" The oracle fell from the pung bird, and Lin Shin quickly caught her. "Got you." Ah, she was burned and cursed angrily. "How dare you set me on fire?" Lin Shin retorted without showing any weakness. "Sorry, not only am I going to burn you, I'm going to continue to capture you and hand you over to Kun Shen." Hearing this, the oracle was so surprised she even forgot to be angry. The scene shifted to a small city. The tied-up guard captain said angrily, "If you have the guts, kill me." "I will never betray Kun Shen." Lin Shin ignored him. "I didn't expect this guy to be able to seal power." "Interesting," he smiled. "I didn't realize he's such a loyal guy, but is it really worth it for you to die in a backwater place like this?" Lin Shin began to use psychological warfare. The guard captain answered contemptuously, "A clumsy attempt at sowing discord. I fought to the last moment for Kun Shen's great cause. It's worth it, very worth it, extremely worth it. In the future Kun Shen will definitely remember my contribution." After hearing this, Lin Shin turned away. "All right, whatever makes you happy. But I hope he won't classify you as a traitor later on." The guard captain was very confused after hearing this. "A traitor? How is that possible?" Lin Shin explained. "After all, you captured the oracle and your whereabouts are unknown, so the suspicion of betrayal and escape is very high." After hearing this, his voice changed in panic. "Wait, what nonsense are you talking about? My actions were clearly disrupted by you. How can it be considered escaping?" he asked him in return. "But who can prove that I was the one who captured the oracle? The guards at that time also saw it. It was you who led your subordinates to rebel, and when I went in I was wearing your subordinates' clothes." Hearing this well-reasoned analysis, he was immediately stunned. Holy crap. Lin Shin continued to crush him. "I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to screw you over like this, but sometimes things are just that coincidental." The sound of a search party came from a distance. "If any suspicious individuals are found, report immediately. To all households, the Lord Oracle was attacked during her travels. Under the cover of accomplices, the main culprit, the guard captain, has abducted the Lord Oracle and her whereabouts are unknown." Behind the wall was a small child. He happily held the money and thought, "That big brother is so generous. I can get a gold coin just for reading a few lines. My little brothers and sisters at home will have meat to eat tonight." Lin Shin pretended not to know anything. "You see, the wanted poster is already out." The guard captain was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. I will die with regrets. Lin Xin seized the opportunity and immediately proposed. Actually, there's another way to prove your loyalty. You tell me where Kun Shen is and I'll take you to him to explain things clearly. The guard captain wasn't so easily fooled. Dream on, do you think I'm a fool? Take you to assassinate Kun Shen? Lin Xin continued to provoke. Oh, do you think I can kill Kun Shen? The guard captain retorted. That's you dreaming. Kun Shen has been the strongest since ancient times. With just you can't even get within 10 zhang of him. Lin Xin crossed his arms and replied, then why are you worried I'll harm him? Think about it, you lead the way. 1. You can prove your loyalty. 2. You can complete your mission and bring the oracle back. The guard captain pursed his lips. He continued. 3. You can bring me, this thorn in your side, to Kun Shen and have him eliminate me. Hearing these words, the guard captain was already tempted. Lin Xin continued to persuade him. This way you will have achieved 3 great merits, replacing that wombing and becoming Kun Shen's trusted aide. The guard captain's eyes sparkled. So I am the #1 legend of land, sea and air, the right-hand man strategist, chief military advisor, and Yujing general. Lin Xin continued to praise him. Kun Shen's trusted aide. Kun Shen's confidant. The man grew shy. No, the oracle standing to the side silently commented, these two are disgusting. Just then the oracle walked over and pulled Lin Xin aside. You come here, don't forget to instruct the guard captain. Wait a moment, the oracle asked doubtfully. What on earth are you planning? Are you really going to find Kun Shen? I haven't agreed to cooperate with you yet. Lin Xin replied in a low voice, you can think it over carefully. Kun Shen's mortal enemy is, after all, your Shengen. We must strike while he hasn't yet found his footing, otherwise the future will be fraught with peril. Oh, what I'm curious about is, how do you know he hasn't found his footing yet? He answered without concealment. I've crossed paths with him a few times. His current strength has definitely not recovered, which is why I have the idea of cooperating with Shengen. The oracle also understood in her heart. No wonder their target was the Shengen temple, and now they want to capture me, so their target is that thing. After thinking it through, she immediately replied, I can go with you, but I must first return to the Shengen temple to retrieve something. Elsewhere, the girl was gently rubbing her feet. Why has he been gone so long and not come back? Rongrong frowned. He told me to come back and wait halfway. I don't know what tricks he's up to now. Suddenly something fell heavily beside Rongrong, startling her. Lin Xin returned carrying the oracle. Haven't been waiting too long, have I? Seeing the oracle, Rongrong immediately knelt in salute. The sinner Ma Rongrong begs for the Lord Oracle's forgiveness, she impatiently said to Lin Xin. Hurry up and put me down. She shyly helped Rongrong up. Rongrong, you've suffered. It's all my fault for trusting the wrong person, for wrongly blaming you. In the distance, the guard captain wailed in pain. I've already agreed to cooperate. Why am I still tied up? Lin Xin patted him. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. If you want to become Kun Shen's confidant, you must naturally endure some hardship. Otherwise, when you see Kun Shen later, you won't even have a scratch on you, which isn't very convincing. The guard captain was immediately convinced. You're right, he even instructed him. Then please be a little rougher next time. Don't worry, I can take it. Lin Xin wanted to put on a show, but in the end he couldn't be bothered and agreed. Although it's a bit reluctant, it's no problem. Seeing this scene, Rongrong asked, what are those two doing? The oracle replied, don't mind him. Let me ask you, is the stone chamber all right? Rongrong reported seriously, I've confirmed it. The stone chamber hasn't been opened. They didn't find the entrance, the oracle immediately requested. Good, and we can open it now. I need to take that thing out. Rongrong hesitated for a moment, but the Shengen temple had a prohibition. She quickly convinced herself, the situation is urgent, we can only make an exception. Kun Shen watched from the side. We need to borrow Shengen's power, otherwise it will be difficult for us to protect the legacy left by Shengen in the future. Hearing this, she also understood. Walking in the snowy mountains, the guard captain looked bewildered. What? The secret chamber is in the mountain? I've been digging for 2 days. What was that for? Lin Xin expressed his agreement. Didn't expect that, did you? I didn't either. Walking up to a bizarrely shaped rock, Lin Xin asked curiously, what's this? Rongrong calmly sat on it and the oracle explained to them. A mechanism lock. The two men were speechless, unable to comprehend. After Rongrong sat on the stone, the lock immediately opened. Lin Xin looked at the object before him. Rongrong knew what he wanted to ask and immediately replied, that's right, this is the only relic Shengen left in the world, a reincarnation divine artifact that contains the power of a god. On the statue of Shengen, a crown of thorns was placed on his head. The oracle picked it up. Shengen above, now that the evil demon has reappeared, your descendants borrow your power to seek a glimmer of hope for survival. She put on the crown of thorns and pleaded, please grant me the power to eradicate evil and protect the world. Lin Xin sensed something was wrong and worriedly reminded her. Don't put it on, the oracle was puzzled. What's wrong? Lin Xin immediately stopped her. The aura on this crown of thorns is not right. Put it down first. But the crown of thorns was no longer under her control. It desperately tried to force itself onto the oracle's head. She struggled to pull it off. What's going on? Lin Xin sensed danger and immediately said, throw it away quickly. But it was too late. The crown of thorns was already on the oracle's head. She cried out in pain, seemingly attacked by another force. Lin Xin reached out to help her remove the crown of thorns. Hold on. But the oracle was already completely controlled. She punched Lin Xin in the stomach. He immediately flew into the distance, crashing into a large rock with such force that even the rock shattered. Lin Xin sat up, coughing incessantly. That was close. If it weren't for the radiant shield, I would have died just now. Rongrong looked at him with concern. Lin Xin, what's going on? He replied with a hint of worry. That crown of thorns has been tampered with, he thought to himself. Kun Shen's spiritual energy fluctuated, Rongrong said in surprise. I have always personally guarded this secret chamber. It has never been opened. Lin Xin looked over and asked, Guard Captain, what were your orders? He replied blankly, we were to find the secret treasure of the Shangdan Temple at all costs. Nothing else was said. Kun Shen's voice came from within the oracle. Number 1 Yujing, foolish. Have you not realized? I am your master, Lin Xin, you're a persistent ghost, always causing trouble for me, he said smugly. It's just a pity that this time you've truly miscalculated. Lin Xin also recognized him. Kun Shen, so it was you who was behind this. He laughed out loud. I didn't do anything. I just wanted to take back what belongs to me. Rongrong said angrily, you're talking nonsense. This is a sacred artifact left by Shangdan. How could it be yours? Kun Shen retorted. When he left the item, didn't he tell you who its original owner was? How foolish. He meant for you to seal the crown of thorns, not to worship it as a treasure. Lin Xin truly hadn't considered this. Could it be that the crown of thorns is a spoil of war you seized from him? After that he said no more. The surrounding earth and stones began to move, generating immense power. Feel the power of a god at his peak. A massive force radiated out, standing out conspicuously in the vast mountain forest. Looking at the place below that had been reduced to nothing, Kun Shen said coldly, Brat, you can't die that easily. I'll wait for you. With that he flew away without waiting for a reply. The previously flat area was now a large crater. At the bottom of the crater, Lin Xin lay on the rubble and shouted, that was close. I wasn't blown up by that guy, but I was almost crushed to death by you. At this moment Rongrong was in despair. It's over, it's really over this time. Not only was the oracle captured, but even the sacred artifact was stolen. Seeing Lin Xin rummaging around, she asked curiously, what are you looking for? A pair of feet could be seen struggling in the rubble. Lin Xin pulled the guard captain out. Still alive? Kun Shen's confidant, he cried very sadly. He asked, not understanding. Why are you crying? He said while crying. He clearly saw me. How did you do this to me? Lin Xin took the opportunity to crush his spirit. Don't be sad. Maybe he doesn't care about you at all. Hearing this, the guard captain's face darkened. Lin Xin looked bewildered. What I said is true. He begged in a low voice, please don't kill me. I want to see Kun Shen and ask him clearly. Rongrong looked at the guard captain's withdrawn state and couldn't help but be curious. How did he suddenly become like this? Lin Xin said with a bitter smile. I'm afraid the confidant is about to become a grave threat. In the blink of an eye it was night in the demon capital of the northern desert province. A person walked into an inn, and the people outside reported respectfully, Sir, the woman for tonight is ready. Please enjoy. Looking at the silhouette behind the curtain, the bald man grunted a few times. Do you think you can escape just by hiding in the quilt? He reached his hand into the curtain and said some crude words, but this lord likes this kind much better than those who only know how to cry. After fumbling for a while, the bald man said with a red face, quite sensible, you've even taken off your clothes. Don't worry, this lord will definitely not treat your father unfairly. This soft hair is, he asked curiously, is this leg hair? From behind the curtain the naked Lin Xin emerged. Sir, you're so annoying, touching me as soon as you come in. The bald man looked at him with disgust. You filthy thing, where did you come from? A blade flashed. Shut up, don't think I don't know you're trying to attract attention from outside. Seeing his intention was exposed, he had no choice but to stand still obediently. The guard captain asked coldly, during my undercover period I always contacted Wu Ming through you. Tell me where he is. The bald man pursed his lips and said, Traitor, don't you dare think you can get any information out of me. My heart, my life have long been given to the esteemed Lord Kun Shen. The guard captain got angry. You bastard. Lin Xin stopped him. Don't be hasty, let me try. The bald man was still unafraid. Bring out whatever tricks you have. Whether it's pulling my tendons and skinning me or digging out my heart and lungs, if I even frown, I'm your grandson. Lin Xin picked up the knife. Your heart and life are given to Ah Kun. Then that thing should be left for me to enjoy, right? Hearing this, the bald man's eyes widened in realization. Wait, are you trying to? Outside, the subordinate was standing and looking at the moon. It's taking a bit long today. Did the egg dog dinner work? Suddenly a scream came from inside, startling him. The subordinate immediately pushed open the door. Sir, the bald man cursed angrily. Bastard, who let you in? Get the hell out. The subordinate asked with concern. What was that scream just now? Despite having already wet his pants in fear, the bald man still braced himself and replied, That was excitement. Get the hell away from me, you damn pervert, eavesdropping on me. The subordinate immediately complied. Yes. After the subordinate left, he secretly smiled to himself. Is the egg dog effect that amazing? I'll have my Wankai castrated tomorrow and let him try one too. Seeing that the subordinate had run off, Rongrong immediately reported, He's gone. Lin Xin continued to raise the knife. I missed just now, I'll definitely stab it right this time. The bald man immediately became sensible. Grandpa, I was wrong. I really don't know Kun Shen's location. My superior always contacts me. Lin Xin replied happily. Where's your superior? Let's go find him. The bald man begged with tears in his eyes. I don't know his identity either. When there's a mission, he sends a message directly by pigeon. If you don't believe me, check my pocket. I just received an order this morning. Lin Xin immediately searched him. What's the mission content? The bald man didn't hide anything. The mission here is over. All undercover personnel are to gather in the Pearl Demon capital. Looking at the strange symbols on the paper, Lin Xin guessed, they want to assassinate the Pearl Demon Emperor. The bald man got angry again after hearing this. Yeah, I don't know which idiot gave the Pearl Demon Emperor that idea. The Demon Emperor refuses to submit to Kun Shen and even stops us from offering human tributes. We have to deal with him. Lin Xin replied with a standard smile. I was the one who gave the idea. Hearing this, the bald man immediately froze. In the end, he was beaten so badly he couldn't recognize his own parents. Lin Xin ignored him. They're moving faster than expected. We have to go to Pearl first. Rongrong heard this and asked, are we still going to investigate Kun Shen's whereabouts? They left the room, and Lin Xin stated his plan. Of course we'll investigate. If they want to cause trouble in Pearl, then I'll cause a scene in his territory. He'll definitely reveal his location. She asked again, am I going too? In the Pearl Demon Palace, conversation could be heard. A person asked her sister, any news about Lin Xin recently? The person opposite replied, no, I don't know what that guy is busy with. Wadian asked while playing chess, is that so? Feng Yun focused on the chessboard in front of her, thinking, one last move. If I lose, I'll have to take off my clothes, Wadian said casually. I have a feeling he should be showing up soon. Hearing this, Feng Yun's eyes lit up. Really? Wadian told Feng Yun without holding back. Just received intel today. The enemy is mobilizing troops on the front lines. Seems like they're preparing for some big operation. Feng Yun understood after hearing this. After such a long stalemate, they haven't had a chance to break through our allied defense line. They must have a new trick up their sleeve. I'll go to the front lines now to take command and make arrangements. Feng Yun earnestly instructed, no matter what, your majesty must take care of yourself and absolutely not give the enemy any opportunities. Wadian comforted her. Don't worry, I'm safe here in the Imperial Palace. You, on the other hand, need to be careful on the road. Feng Yun was not worried at all. I have an elite iron cavalry escort. I'll be fine, farewell. With that, she immediately rode her primal beast and set off. The subordinate behind warned, General, are we taking the main road? The side path is too dangerous. Her mind was made up as she replied, we must reach the front lines before dawn. We can only take the side path. She thought to herself, the casualties on the front lines are increasing. When will this damn war finally end? Lin Xin, where on earth have you gone? Suddenly, a subordinate's warning came from behind. General, be careful. Feng Yun's primal beast couldn't stop in time and crashed straight into a rope stretched across the road. Instantly, the primal beast fell. Feng Yun jumped off its back in time. The subordinates became flustered. There's an ambush, protect the general. Countless arrows shot out from the seemingly empty bushes. Seeing this, Feng Yun realized it was a trap, not good. Subsequently, many of her subordinates were injured by these arrows. Feng Yun gritted her teeth in anger. Shooting from the shadows, shameless cowards. Feng Yun controlled her primal beast, simultaneously unleashing a mysterious black power. The ambushers immediately fled. Dodge its dark fire. She looked at them with contempt. You dare to assassinate me with such petty tricks? Feng Yun immediately launched an attack, hoarding death. She showed no mercy to this group of ambushers. An astonishing scene occurred. Many were impaled and died on the spot. Seeing their comrades all impaled and in a gruesome state, one of them shouted loudly, Tri-Primal Beast, come out. Hearing this, Feng Yun thought to herself, Tri-Primal Beast, what kind of primal beast is that? Why have I never heard of it? Suddenly, one of Feng Yun's subordinates shouted loudly, General, look over there. She immediately recalled her primal beast and ordered it to go over. The primal beast immediately obeyed and attacked in that direction. Subsequently, a small explosion occurred in that area. Thinking it was over, Feng Yun turned her back. Suddenly, a primal beast's hand shot out from the ground, grabbing her foot. Feng Yun was caught and cursed angrily. Damn it! The tri-primal beast injured her with a strange power, leaving her unable to resist. The subordinates quickly saw them and anxiously shouted, General! They charged towards the tri-primal beast without hesitation. Quick, save the general! The tri-primal beast opened its mouth and roared, wanting to save some effort. Instantly, Feng Yun's subordinates and their primal beast bled from all 7 orifices. Feng Yun was terrified by the tri-primal beast's power when she saw them being sent flying so far. The ambusher behind cursed, Bastard, can't you see we're behind you? You dare to shake us too? You won't be getting anything to eat. The tri-primal beast angrily threw Feng Yun away. Perhaps because it had roared too loudly just now, it was now coughing incessantly. The leader bent down to tease Feng Yun. General Qin, it wasn't easy to catch you. Feng Yun said weakly, kill me or cut me up, just do it. He looked at Feng Yun with perverted eyes. Kill you? We didn't think of that. You have 2 choices now. Either obediently write an order for the front line to retreat, then he and his men laughed loudly, or let us brothers have some fun and then we'll ask again. Suddenly a figure appeared behind them. Really? The leader glared at him angrily. Where did you come from? Feng Yun was greatly relieved when she saw that person. Ah, am I dreaming? Lin Xin didn't hesitate to break the hand of the leader who dared to touch his woman, courting death. The man screamed in pain. What are you standing there for? Help me! Suddenly his head was grabbed and pulled violently. Then Lin Xin spun him around like a toy. No need, he said happily. I'll do it myself. Seeing this, the ambushers were so scared their eyes nearly popped out. The ambushers had barely run far when they saw Lin Xin catching up. It's over. Lin Xin took them down one by one just like that. The leader, terrified, stuttered while screaming, Try, primal beast. Get him for me. Feng Yun immediately warned him, be careful of this primal beast. Lin Xin fearlessly ordered the primal beast. Sit down. seeing that it didn't listen and kept charging. He was a little surprised. The leader was beaten black and blue, but he couldn't help but sneer. Are you stupid, Lin Xin? This is a primal beast modified by Kun Shen, stripped of its senses and only obeys its master's commands. You want to control it? You must be dreaming. Lin Xin threw him towards the tri-primal beast. Then let's see if it has a brain. The leader immediately screamed, Tri-primal beast, look carefully. But before he could finish, the tri-primal beast pounced and tore at him. Seeing this, Lin Xin mocked, truly brainless recognizes no one. Feng Yun said to him worriedly, be careful, it seems to be both earth and lightning attribute. Lin Xin remained fearless. Is that so? I'm familiar with this. When the tri-primal beast charged over, Lin Xin blocked it with a metal plate. The sound of metal clashing. I see the third attribute is metal. Seeing the tri-primal beast gathering power for an attack, Lin Xin looked at it contemptuously. Using lightning, you're a joke. Lin Xin clenched his fist, and it was clear that it contained considerable power. He didn't hesitate to throw a powerful dragon thunder fist. In the next second, everything returned to normal. He couldn't help but mock the tri-primal beast. This thing can't take a punch at all. In the distance, Feng Yun rushed over and hugged him. You're finally back. She jumped directly onto Lin Xin, making him a little embarrassed. Feng Yun comforted, don't worry. Then Feng Yun continued to tease him. She's very safe in the Imperial Palace. It just so happens that the cavalry and the demon clan's ambush are all dead. Let's continue this battle, just the two of us. The demon capital's Imperial Palace under the night sky was exceptionally beautiful, illuminating the entire palace. Wadian was in her room spreading the bedsheets, preparing to sleep. Suddenly she felt a terrifying power. There's an assassin. A fierce attack shot straight at where Wadian had been standing. The guards quickly rushed in. Assassin, protect Her Majesty, but they hadn't taken more than a few steps before the floor beneath their feet cracked as if shaken by a supernatural force. Instantly the guards were controlled, unable to move, and many more assassins infiltrated. A monster emerged from underground trying to attack Wadian. Soon after, she jumped down from the highest floor of the palace. Wadian's left hand was accidentally injured in the fight. She cursed under her breath. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? She inadvertently took out the tiger tally and ordered all hidden guards to the vicinity of Her Majesty's chambers. Do everything to rescue Her Majesty. A fly-like primal beast suddenly blocked their path, spraying a green substance from its tail. The substance landed on the Imperial guards one after another and enveloped their heads, causing them to scream in pain. After a while, they trembled from being unable to breathe. A comrade asked the two who were hit, Hey, how are you? But the person didn't say a word and turned to slash at his own comrade. Wadian immediately realized, be careful, they're being controlled. Wadian couldn't stop them and could only watch as the Imperial guards killed each other. Her voice was tinged with a desperate cry. How could this be? Suddenly, a few contemptuous sneers came from a distance. Wadian looked up and saw the person standing above. Who are you? Kun Shen, currently possessing the oracle, proudly replied, God. Wadian fearlessly attacked Kun Shen. You dare to call yourself a god in my presence? Let me see if I don't kill you. But Kun Shen blocked all her attacks with just a small shield. Overestimating your own abilities. Wadian was very surprised to see this and thought, my full power attack was actually. Kun Shen reached out to attack her. I see you're looking for trouble, courting your own death. Wadian was knocked to her knees by the attack, and the spot where she fell caved into a deep pit. Suddenly a figure shot out from the ground, sending earth and stones flying everywhere. The figure flew up to the high moon. Wadian was bewildered to see the guard captain facing her. Kun Shen saw the figure and immediately became puzzled. Seeing the strange shape of the thing, he was bewildered. What is that? Then the figure fell straight to the ground. Lin Xin held his head and shouted, Sister, we've arrived. Let me get down to business first, okay? Feng Yun sat on him, her voice trembling. I don't care, cultivation is business. Wadian was furious when she saw this. Are you two forcing me to side with the enemy? Feng Yun snorted smugly. Although Lin Xin was enjoying it, he had to comfort Wadian. Don't. I'll be done in a moment. What followed were Feng Yun's incessant moans. Kun Shen got angry. How dare you do such indecent things in front of a god? Die. Although Lin Xin was doing indecent things, he didn't let his guard down at all. Spiritual Radiance Shield. The attack and the shield collided, creating a considerable explosion. Lin Xin was also affected quite a bit. The impact was too strong. Feng Yun looked at him with teary eyes. Is this what the end of the world looks like? Kun Shen got even angrier and attacked repeatedly. Are you doing this on purpose? Feng Yun begged in a low voice from under Lin Xin. Stop hitting, and he just kept screaming, I'm about to die. Suddenly, Wadian requested, Lin Xin, I want him alive, don't hurt him. He was curious after hearing this and asked, why? She licked her lips and replied, I want to play like that too. At this moment, Wadian's entire lower body was trembling. An hour later, Kun Shen was exhausted from fighting, panting heavily. I'm exhausted. And under Lin Xin, she smiled with vigor. It's finally over. But then he sensed something was wrong. Feng Yun was still lying limply on the ground, her sexy breasts and long legs no longer moving as passionately as before. Lin Xin's whole body itched seeing this scene. How did you fall asleep? Kun Shen angrily prepared to launch a final attack. You pair of dogs, you're so disrespectful to your opponent. It seems, before he could finish, Wadian had already rushed up and slapped him. Enough, stop making trouble for that bitch. Leave what's left for me. He was so angry he wanted to retaliate. I am a god, not your sex toy. Die. but before he could finish he was kicked to the ground by Lin Xin. You should be glad you still have some value. Kun Shen lay motionless on the ground, making Lin Xin a bit disbelieving. He fainted just like that? Wadian then asked him. What happened? Why did they suddenly send such a master to assassinate me? The two flew to the ground, and he explained. Kun Shen has been revived. Assassinating you was to disrupt the alliance, allowing the Restorationist demon army to break through the defense line. Wadian was shocked to hear this. What? Kun Shen has been revived? Do we still have a chance? Lin Xin answered frankly. Yes, it should be on him. He stretched out his hand and continued. The top priority now is to clean up the enemies in the palace first. Several colorful lights flew in from a distance. Ji Chao pulled Lin Xin's hand. It's my turn this time, Nan Li objected. No, it's my turn, one of them suggested. Let's just use whoever we catch. Yugo thought it made sense and quickly agreed. Okay. 7 days later, Wadian was panting, holding a towel to cover her body. What should we do next? Kun Shen's attacks will only get fiercer. Lin Xin let out a sigh of relief after satisfying everyone. Defense is not my style. I prefer to attack. Wadian thought she misheard and asked. Attack? She asked him again. You know Kun Shen's location? What's wrong? Lin Xin took out the crown of thorns from his bosom. We'll know soon enough. His voice became more somber. As long as you and Feng Yun sacrifice a little first. A fierce objection came from the bathroom. No, I don't agree. Feng Yun and Wadian were both wearing new clothes designed by Lin Xin. Feng Yun said unhappily, You're going to assassinate Kun Shen alone? Wadian pinched his waist. This is basically suicide. Lin Xin comforted the two. Calm down, although it's risky, it's the most effective method we can think of right now. Every day we delay, his power grows stronger. Feng Yun helped him stretch his leg. How do you know he's not at his peak yet? Wadian, while helping him stretch his arm, asked, Didn't he even get the crown of thorns that was sealed in the Shengden temple? Wadian pulled his hands, inadvertently pressing her ample bosom against him. Lin Xin stated his guess. If he had fully recovered, he wouldn't have sent people to assassinate me. He would have led the demon army straight here long ago. Feng Yun, who was massaging him, also agreed. That's true. If he did that, it would also mean he's not invincible. He's still wary of our allied forces. Wadian still seemed worried after hearing this. I still think this is too risky. Kun Shen won't let you get close that easily. Lin Xin sat up. All right, we're short on time. There's no point in discussing it further, he said resolutely. We'll do it my way. Lin Xin held both their feet. Just let me be reckless this once. You'll support me, right, babes? Feng Yun's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. He actually called me his babe. God, I'd die for him. Wadian was in a similar state, her mind filled with rosy thoughts. Oh, I'm the sweetest girl in his heart. How annoying. He's such a flirt. Feng Yun stammered. I can't accept this in principle, but if you are the principal, then I can make an exception just this once, Wadian added with a warning that held no real threat. You'd better not think you can do whatever you want just because of this. We'll listen to you this one time. Lin Xin caressed their feet, secretly pleased. As expected, there's no need to reason with women. They didn't even wonder which one of them I was calling babe. Suddenly, a guard ran in shouting, General Qin was ambushed and killed. The front line is to retreat immediately to defend the imperial capital. Another person, panting, announced, Her Majesty was assassinated and has passed away. The nation's armies cannot be mobilized. Please await the ascension of the new monarch. As the news spread, the demons began to murmur among themselves. What? Her Majesty is dead? Is the alliance with the human race going to be dissolved? How can we fight the enemy then? Wadian watched them from above. Once this news gets out, the entire war situation will collapse within a day at most. Feng Yun agreed with her. Yes, this is indeed a suicide mission. That afternoon, the enemy's frontline camp was quiet. The enemy's frontline Grand General received a letter and immediately laughed with joy. Excellent, the enemy defenders have withdrawn. This damn defense line has held us back for so long. We can finally break through. A figure behind him also praised. Kun Shen's power is unparalleled in this world. Lin Xin, in the guise of the oracle, said proudly, He sent us to kill the demon emperor and Qin Feng Yun, and it worked as expected this time. I went to the demon capital and made a major discovery. I must report it to Kun Shen immediately. Do you know where Kun Shen is? The general asked contemptuously. You don't know Lord Kun Shen's location? Weren't you sent by him? Lin Xin unhesitatingly fabricated a reason. I was on a suicide mission with no expectation of returning alive. Lord Kun Shen feared I might be captured by the enemy, so he never revealed his whereabouts to me. The general looked as if he had an epiphany. I see. Unfortunately, I don't know where he is either. The parrot next to the general suddenly spoke. Since he is a meritorious general and is eager to deliver intelligence, let him go. He looked at it in surprise. Lord Kun Shen seemed to be in another world, constantly beckoning, Come, my loyal follower. His smile was extremely eerie. I will reward you handsomely. In a desolate mountain region, a figure moved swiftly between the peaks. Shujia, next to Lin Xin, said worriedly, I don't think this plan is very reliable. Why would Kun Shen let you return? Isn't it a trap? You know it too. Yes, it's definitely a trap. Hearing this, Shujia jumped up. Then why are you walking right into it? Do you have a death wish? He remained calm. He knows I'm a fake. Then he rambled on. And I know he's a fake. He also knows that I know that he knows I'm a fake. Shujia's mind was in a whirl after hearing this. Wait, let me get this straight. He knows you know I know. Seeing it struggle, Lin Xin explained, We are both meeting under conditions we believe are advantageous to ourselves to settle everything. He thinks it will be easier to deal with me on his home turf, while I think I can end this before he returns to his peak. Shujia frowned at his bold idea. What are your chances of success? Lin Xin answered without hesitation, theoretically less than 10. Shujia cursed angrily. How is that any different from seeking death? You think you've lived too long, you useless fool. Suddenly, something blocked their path, forcing Lin Xin to stop. He and Shujia were stunned to see a familiar figure on the mountaintop. Lin Xin frowned. This is a bit awkward. The one blocking their way on the mountain was none other than Wu Ming. Shujia panicked and shielded him. Lin Xin gave a few dry coughs, trying to act as if nothing was wrong. Calm down, I'm the oracle right now. He bowed and said, I have come on Kun Shen's orders, but before he could finish, Wu Ming interrupted him. Stop pretending. His face was gaunt. Lin Xin, did you really think such a clumsy trick could deceive us? He had expected a fierce battle, but Wu Ming continued, I'm not here to stop you. Kun Shen doesn't know I've come to see you. Lin Xin was taken aback. He looked at the person before him, puzzled. Then what are you doing here? Wu Ming's brow was tightly furrowed. He is no longer worthy of being a god. I want to join forces with you. Lin Xin didn't believe him. Why? That's a rather sudden change of heart. Wu Ming's body was now emaciated. He spoke angrily. I used every method possible to help him revive, but he punished me for not trying hard enough. Shujia commented under its breath. I feel like I'm watching a fool blindly in love getting their heart broken. Seeing his physical state, Lin Xin asked, Did he do this to you? Wu Ming didn't answer, changing the subject instead. I know his only weakness, 1,000 years of unrequited love unreciprocated yet one day awakens shocking heaven and earth. Lin Xin asked, puzzled. If you know his weakness, why do you need to team up with me? Wu Ming pulled up his clothes to cover his exposed bones. My strength alone is not enough to defeat him. I wouldn't have come to you if I weren't at my wit's end. After all, in this world, you are the second person I hate the most after we kill the god I will. Before he could finish, he realized he had said too much and started coughing. Lin Xin showed no fear. In fact, he was quite pleased. Then I'm truly honored. Lin Xin removed his disguise and reverted to his true form. Tell me, what is his weakness? Wu Ming answered immediately. He needs to draw on the spiritual energy of the moon to continuously recover his power. His expression remained grim. He is at his weakest when there is no moon. Hearing this, he immediately looked up at the sky. It just so happened to be a full moon tonight. Of all the nights, both were speechless because today was also a full moon. Wu Ming continued to lay out his plan. He has one more vital weak point. After you give me that forged sealing blade, I will catch him off guard and deal a fatal blow. Hearing this, Shujia immediately became wary. This doesn't sound reliable at all. It must be a trap, it advised Lin Xin. If you hand over the blade, we'll truly have no hope left. Wu Ming added, I cannot forget the harm he has caused me, so I must be the one to finish him. Whether we cooperate or not is up to you. Decide. Lin Xin smiled. We can cooperate, but I have one condition as well. In a cave, the two were heading deeper inside. 2 primal beast guards blocked Lin Xin's path. What do you want? Wu Ming spoke coldly. Lord Kun Shen has an honored guest. I am bringing him in. The 2 primal beasts immediately let them pass, giving face to Lord Wu Ming. Go on in, but not again. The primal beast on the right blushed, thinking, and here I was about to say we needed to search him. Wu Ming also replied casually, There won't be a next time. The one on the left asked, puzzled. What did he just say? What does no next time mean? The one on the right thought for a moment. I heard it too. He probably means he'll follow our rules from now on, I see. As soon as they were out of the primal beast's sight, Wu Ming immediately instructed Lin Xin, We're in. Don't make any sudden moves. Wait for my signal. The 2 then arrived in a spacious chamber with only a single throne in the center. Wu Ming prompted, We're here. He bowed. Lord Kun Shen. He is here. Kun Shen heard him, opened his eyes slightly and gestured that he understood. He began to praise the oracle. Well done. The allied army of the 2 races has finally been disbanded. You have performed a great service. Tell me, what reward do you desire? Lin Xin bowed and replied, It is this subordinate's honor to serve Lord Kun Shen. I dare not ask for a reward. Kun Shen laughed, revealing sharp teeth. You're quite the humorist. His face held no trace of kindness. And an audacious one at that. Hearing his words, Lin Xin understood he had been exposed and clenched his fists. Kun Shen calmly added, And it's not just you. I know the 2 of you have colluded. Wu Ming and Lin Xin were both stunned to hear this. Kun Shen licked his lips and said coldly, You traitor who bites the hand that feeds you. I should have finished you off last time. Seeing things were bad, Wu Ming immediately charged forward. Let's do it. Unexpectedly, Kun Shen simply waved a hand and sent him flying. You have no right to speak here. Get out. The blow sent Wu Ming crashing heavily to the ground and flying a great distance. He lay groaning in pain in a corner of the room. Kun Shen ignored him and turned to Lin Xin. The trash is out of the way. Now it's just between us, he challenged him. Use your full strength. Let me see how much power I've recovered. Lin Xin trembled slightly. Kun Shen paused. You're trembling? Are you feeling the fear of death? Lin Xin immediately rushed forward. I'm going to kill you. Kun Shen dodged easily. Is this the power of the Demon Emperor's reincarnation? He sent him flying with a kick. I'm embarrassed for you. The kick was clearly powerful, making a huge sound. Kun Shen grabbed his neck. You're too weak. You truly disappoint me. You dare to oppose me with such paltry skills? Suddenly, a bloody scene unfolded. Blood flowed, staining the entire floor as a blade plunged straight into Kun Shen's abdomen. Behind him, Lin Xin wore an infuriatingly smug expression, which Kun Shen couldn't understand. Only then did Kun Shen see that the person he was strangling was Wu Ming. He even smiled mockingly. You're too slow. From behind, Lin Xin asked Kun Shen. Surprised, amazed, Kun Shen knew he had been tricked and gritted his teeth in anger. Bastard, Kun Shen roared, unleashing a burst of power that pushed Lin Xin and Wu Ming away. He asked Wu Ming worriedly, Can you still hold on? He answered confidently, It's not over yet. Wu Ming frowned at Kun Shen. The stab was accurate. It hit his hidden golden core's lifeblood, but the remaining parts won't be easy to destroy. Kun Shen clenched his fists in fury and cursed. Damn it, my golden core. At this point, Lin Xin was also a bit worried. There were 6 in total, but what Ian had once said, this blade can only be used 5 times. Kun Shen gave a terrifying laugh. Fine, you 2 bastards dare to use such underhanded tricks. Lin Xin caressed his blade and replied shamelessly, gods, immortals, demons, I have even dirtier tricks. Want to try one? For example, I've coated this blade with the poison of venereal disease. Hearing this, Kun Shen was so shocked he could barely stand. But Lin Xin pointed to his right. Look, the poison was taken from that woman over there. Kun Shen foolishly turned to look, but quickly realized he'd been tricked again. Lin Xin took advantage of his distraction, immediately rushing into attack only to suddenly vanish. In the distance, Wu Ming blocked Kun Shen's path. Surrender your life. The 2 worked together, cutting off all of Kun Shen's escape routes. Seeing Wu Ming act so quickly, Lin Xin smiled happily. Nice one, but Wu Ming's encirclement didn't hold Kun Shen for long. His cold eyes gradually lost their patience. Just you 2. Lin Xin sensed something was wrong and immediately warned, Wu Ming, get behind me. Inside Kun Shen's mountain cave hideout, a massive explosion occurred. Lin Xin and Wu Ming were both blown away. Kun Shen stood on high ground mocking them. Too weak, just too weak. You are merely the successor to my host body. What makes you think you're worthy of deicide? Lin Xin retorted without showing any weakness. And you are merely the one who lost to the Qian god back then. He continued with a frown. What makes you think you can unite the world? Behind him, Wu Ming was coughing incessantly. Kun Shen didn't want to talk anymore. He gathered his power, forming a pale green orb. Time to send you on your way. If you have any last words, you can say them on the road to hell. Lin Xin gave Kun Shen a sly smile. He's not my only helper. Hearing this, Kun Shen stopped what he was doing, a look of clear surprise in his eyes. What? Suddenly a black shadow rapidly approached Kun Shen from behind. Jichao appeared from behind and used the blade to pierce one of Kun Shen's golden cores. He was too stunned to react in time. Kun Shen hadn't expected the sneak attack. He charged forward in a rage. Die! His blow struck Jichao accurately, making her cry out in pain. The powerful attack sent her flying. Fortunately, Lin Xin was behind her to catch her in time. Even in such a dangerous moment, Jichao took the opportunity to act coquettishly. Emperor Wu, it hurts so much. Lin Xin held her and comforted her. Bear with it for a moment. After we finish this old geezer, I promise I'll make you feel good. Hearing this, Jichao was filled with fighting spirit. Then what are we waiting for? Let's take him down. This is the power of burning desire. Kun Shen was somewhat surprised by Lin Xin's speed. Brat, when did you summon a primal beast and you even gave her the sealing demon blade? Jichao ignored him and charged forward, saying, enough talk. Die, Kun Shen said contemptuously. A mere little demon beast. From the air he took out his long-cherished weapon. He held a spear ready to throw it. You dare to act so impudently before this god? Lin Xin shouted in alarm. Jichao, don't face him head-on. Kun Shen thought he could finish her with one spear, but she dodged it nimbly. Lin Xin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, that was close. We almost wasted a use of the blade. Jichao threw the blade back to Lin Xin. I don't need a weapon. I can take you down bare-handed. Kun Shen looked at her contemptuously. Stop pretending. Does that blade have some kind of usage restriction? For example, it can't withstand too many attacks. Jichao immediately panicked and stammered. And no, of course not. Kun Shen roared with laughter. Stop hiding it. Your expression has already betrayed you. From a distance, Lin Xin shouted. Then why don't you guess what its weakness is? Kun Shen charged forward impatiently to attack. This god has no time to play guessing games with you. The blow sent Jichao flying. His speed didn't decrease at all as he continued to charge. I just need to break it. With that, he threw his spear at Lin Xin. He immediately blocked the attack with the divine radiance shield. Kun Shen laughed mockingly. It's just a piece of junk made by a fallen demon emperor. Do you really think it can block a god's weapon? After Kun Shen spoke, the force of his attack on Lin Xin intensified. Lin Xin looked at the shield in front of him in surprise. The shield broke, his eyes filled with astonishment, followed by a hint of despair. Seeing this, Kun Shen became even more smug. Let's see what other tricks you have. His spear thus passed through the shield, stabbing straight at Lin Xin. At the same time, Lin Xin also stabbed the sealing demon blade towards him. Kun Shen hadn't realized it yet. He was still smiling happily, thinking he had already won. But behind him the sound of shattering glass suddenly rang out. Kun Shen hastily turned to look, only to find that another one of his golden cores had been pierced. Kun Shen's spear plunged deep into Lin Xin's body, causing him to spit up blood. He contemptuously pushed his blade away. Did you think that as long as you avoided vital spots it would be fine even if I stabbed you? Kun Shen gave a sly smile. Too naive. My spiritual energy has already flooded your body, clashing with your own. It's a miracle you haven't exploded yet. Are you still not giving up? The spear in Kun Shen's hand gradually faded. You have no chance of winning. Then he dealt Lin Xin a final blow, making him scream in pain. Seeing Lin Xin struck down, Wu Ming was both frightened and helpless. He knelt on the ground, his voice trembling with despair. Damn it, it was all for nothing. Kun Shen looked at the motionless Lin Xin on the ground. At this point, do you have any last words? Lin Xin gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, Today you will die by my hand. Then he shouted, and a dazzling light erupted from his body. Then all his primal beasts charged out to attack. Kun Shen said contemptuously, You really won't give up until you're at death's door, will you? Nan Nai said with determination. If you want to touch my king, you'll have to step over our dead bodies. Kun Shen took out his spear again. Truly foolish to the extreme, he smiled, completely unworried. To deal with ants like you, I don't even need to do it myself. Dozens of spears appeared in the air, ready to attack at any moment. Buman frowned. There are so many. Yugo was also a little scared, but her resolve didn't waver. Let's fight him to the death. What followed was a scene of constant fighting in the sky. Kun Shen observed them from the sidelines. A bunch of brainless fools. After watching for a moment, Kun Shen suddenly realized something was wrong. Kun Shen discovered that Wu Ming was setting up a formation behind him based on his attacks. Kun Shen was furious. Using spatial power to transfer my divine energy again, and even splitting it up to be absorbed. You are just a mortal body. Even if my divine power is weakened, it's impossible for a mortal to absorb it. At this moment, Shujia was overjoyed below. The Demon Emperor was originally the mortal vessel left behind by the Chinkan god. After absorbing the divine power, Lin Shin's eyes opened slightly. Shujia beside him explained, now that the purest divine power has been injected, this power is acting like a seed, absorbing the original energy within his body. Some symbols suddenly appeared on his palm and gradually on his chest as well. Shujia exclaimed in surprise, is Lin Shin gradually becoming another god? Suddenly Kun Shen swooped down from the sky, attempting to stop Lin Shin from getting stronger. The collision of the two powers caused a massive explosion, and Ji Chao and all of Lin Shin's demon beasts were sent flying. They screamed while trying to cover themselves with their hands to avoid any wardrobe malfunctions. Kun Shen gritted his teeth in anger. You actually, at this moment Lin Shin had broken through and become a god. So this is all a god is? Kun Shen felt offended. You little bastard, how dare you speak so arrogantly before this god? Kun Shen channeled his power, mobilizing everything around him. Take this if you dare. Lin Shin was not to be outdone. Then I'll use you to test my current limits. Kun Shen seemed to have gone mad. Brat, you dare to look down on me? Unforgivable. Shujia panicked. He's still drawing spiritual energy from the planet's core. Is he trying to destroy the world? Both Lin Shin and Kun Shen were struggling to channel power to attack each other. Kun Shen opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Unforgivable. With that, he unleashed a move called the God-Burning World-Ending Cannon. In response, Lin Shin used the Thrash Gods and Demons Fist. The two powerful forces clashed, and even the surrounding earth and rock trembled. The nearby Wu Ming was also sent flying elsewhere. At this moment, Kun Shen's power had the upper hand. He proudly taunted Lin Shin. Although you have a divine body, you haven't even formed a single golden core. You're just putting up a brave front. Lin Shin didn't seem to hear his words at all. He continued to fight earnestly. Kun Shen laughed smugly. In less than 15 minutes I'll definitely crush you to dust. At the critical moment, Lin Shin suddenly sighed. Kun Shen laughed and asked, what's wrong regretting this? But contrary to his hopes, Lin Shin gave a sly smile. Why would I fight you head on? It was all to stall you. But you haven't even realized it yet. I'm a little disappointed. Hearing this, Kun Shen's smugness vanished. Stall me, you. Before he could finish, the sealing demon blade struck him several times. Lin Shin moved too fast for Kun Shen to dodge. He was knocked to the ground, every single orb pierced and shattered. His eyes bulged and blood splattered everywhere. Kun Shen was sent flying for 10,000 li and knew his end had come. It's over. Only then did Lin Shin breathe a sigh of relief, saying with a weary look, it's done. He calmly watched as he was blown to smithereens. Ji Chao shed tears of joy. We won. Ganchen Niangan also relaxed. It's over. We can live a peaceful life now. Compared to them, Wu Ming was happier than anyone. He propped himself up, half lying and half sitting, and said, it's finally over. But as he was weeping with joy, Wu Ming frowned and looked into the distance, utterly astonished. A huge heavy object landed on the ground where Kun Shen had been, surprising everyone. It was the Demon Emperor's coffin. Its face twisted in horror. Even the words on its cover became distorted. A few days earlier, in a mansion in the forest, the mansion's gates were shut tight, with a temporarily closed sign hanging on them. Inside the mansion was a hot spring where naked beast girls were enjoying themselves happily in the steam. In the distance, two people were chasing each other, shouting loudly, give me back my toy. The other ran away, laughing and replying, I'm using it first. Ji Chao leaned against the edge of the pool, comfortably enjoying Long Liu scrubbing her back. Right there. She scratched an itch and complained, I told you it's my turn after another 100. The rest of them were gathered around Boomin, who was soaking in the bath. Yuchu asked with concern, what's wrong, Sister Boomin? The little girl replied with a dejected look, It's nothing at all. In contrast to the lively scene in the women's hot spring, Lin Shin was enjoying a spacious hot spring pool all by himself. He leaned his head back, eyes closed against the edge of the pool, and sighed. Shujia then asked, what's wrong? Hearing its voice, Lin Shin opened his eyes and said, something just feels strange. Shujia, having a guilty conscience, jumped in fright, thinking as he found out, but it forced itself to remain calm on the surface and asked, strange? What's strange? I haven't noticed anything, he answered dejectedly. Everything is strange. Shujia broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, and no, it's not. It was terrified, wondering to itself, but I only found out about that a short while ago. How could he have figured it out? Seeing a slight change in Lin Shin's expression, it panicked even more. He's definitely found out. Shujia guessed, is Lin Shin giving me a chance to confess? But it was very hesitant. How should it say it? To speak would be to betray that person, but not to speak would be to betray its teammate. Finally, it mustered its courage and trembling decided to speak. Actually, I haven't finished what I was saying. Shujia saw him purse his lips, looking displeased. Suddenly, Lin Shin leaned his head back and let out a happy shout. The water in front of him bubbled and he reached his hand into the water to feel around. In an instant he grabbed Ji Chao and dragged her out of the water, asking angrily, when did you sneak in here? I said something felt strange, and now I finally understand why. Shujia's face darkened. Jichao wiped her mouth and asked blankly, Emperor Wu, how did I get here? I don't remember anything at all, my head hurts. After saying that, she dropped the act, shook off his hand and said, never mind the small details. Jichao pushed Lin Xin back against the edge of the tub, pressed herself on top of him and said closely, the great battle is approaching. Both you, Emperor Wu, and I, your humble servant, must seize every second. Dual cultivation is the proper path. After they were finished, Jichao used a finger dipped in the fluid he had just ejected to comment, such pure energy. Suddenly a pair of straight legs appeared walking towards the two and snapped, shut up. With every step she took, snowflakes would appear and the surface of the water she touched immediately froze. She said angrily, how could you? With that she immediately froze Lin Xin and Jichao solid. The newcomer was none other than Nan Nai. She looked angrily at him, frozen on the ground, and accused, Emperor Wu is so biased you don't even call me for something like cultivation. Nan Nai glanced at Lin Xin thinking, completely frozen. She pouted, displeased, but a few seconds later her expression changed. She alluringly flicked her hair and approached him saying, I can't do anything about you, Emperor Wu. I guess Nai will have to go to the trouble of unfreezing you before we can cultivate. But before she could do anything, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the ground right under him, causing her to fall in unexpectedly. Just then Ganch emerged from the hole, embraced Lin Xin's frozen body and said, leave this hard work to me. Before the black hole could close, a hand reached in, grabbed his leg and pulled him back. Jichao had already unfrozen herself and was reaching into the black hole's space, pulling against Ganch. She said, I'll be the one to unfreeze Emperor Wu. The other person retorted, not to be outdone. You horned freak, let go of me, a voice rang out. What is the meaning of this behavior? A flash of light passed, and Long Liao snatched Lin Xin, holding him under her arm and scolding, Emperor Wu is not some toy for you to fight over. After he unfreezes himself, I will ask him which cultivation partner he wants and then let you know. With that she turned to leave, leaving behind the two who were beaten and bruised. But before she could successfully leave, Long Liao was angrily stopped by all the remaining beast girls. Stop, it's obvious you want him all to yourself. Just then he successfully broke the ice around him and shouted angrily, stop, if you're all so proactive about cultivating, then why don't we? As soon as Lin Xin finished speaking, looks of longing appeared on the faces of the beast girls, their eyes sparkling. Bumin was the only one left in the women's hot spring pool. She asked in a daze, where did everyone go? The story of the Wolfang hero in the 10 Caverns Valley. Legend has it that there was a peerless martial artist named Xiao Shaoxin who roamed the pugilistic world with a single divine weapon, the Wolfang Club. It was said that this club possessed astonishing power and could not be used lightly, only brought out at critical moments in battle. This time Xiao Shaoxin's travels brought him to the territory of the Taitan Succubi clan. The Taitan Succubi consisted of 8 succubus maidens. Every night they would cast a flood of pleasure spells, causing the surrounding areas to flood, leaving the people destitute. Xiao Shaoxin's goal today was to defeat these 9 she-devils. Someone must have leaked the news, because Xiao Shaoxin found that the succubi were already waiting at the valley entrance. Their lips were red and their teeth white, and they were so hungry they looked like they could swallow Xiao Shaoxin whole. But Xiao Shaoxin had done his homework before coming, knowing that the succubi's weakness was their charm orbs, which were hidden in 9 caves within the valley, known as the 9 Gates Caverns. The succubi, well aware of the principle of striking first to gain the upper hand, launched their attack. Their moves were as swift as lightning, striking at vital points. Their jade-like feet were incredibly agile, relentlessly attacking his weak spots. Under the unsatisfied combined assault of hands and feet from the various succubi, Xiao Shaoxin almost drew his club prematurely. But Xiao Shaoxin still held back only because he had put on an ultra-thin golden bell shield beforehand. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Shaoxin burst out of the encirclement like a fierce tiger and charged deep into the gorge. Xiao Shaoxin quickly scouted the 9 caves and found that each one was different. Some were cold as ice, some hot as fire, some tight as a seam, some soft as water. Some were moist, some were rough, some were winding, some were straight, and some were as soft as grass. But this did not deter Xiao Shaoxin. Using all the knowledge he had accumulated in his life, Xiao Shaoxin struck various poses and finally conquered the 9 charm orbs one by one. However, although the succubi's souls were weakened, they did not fall. Instead, their fighting spirits soared like dry wood meeting a blazing fire. Xiao Shaoxin still had the strength to fight, having not yet used all his moves. After their cultivation session, the beast girls were exhausted and limp, lying side by side on the large bed fast asleep. Lin Xin left them and walked to the door. When the door opened, he appeared, his body strong, dark circles under his eyes, his edge revealed, and his posture in both offense and defense had changed. Lin Xin saw Shujia sitting on the wall cheering him on, its legs trembling with fear. He asked Shujia, why are you here all alone? What are you thinking about? It jumped, turned to see him, and stammered, Lin Xin. Shujia forced a smile and said nothing, just thinking about what would happen if we win. Hearing this, he smiled so wide his eyes crinkled and replied, thinking about winning before we've even fought? You're really confident, Shujia. It managed a weak smile. Of course, after all, you're a rare talent I picked from 100 people. Lin Xin sat down to have a heart-to-heart with Shujia. It asked, so Lin Xin, if we win and you become the next demon emperor, what do you want to do? He turned his head to look at Shujia and asked back, a new demon emperor? Lin Xin's gaze drifted to the distance as he answered honestly, I don't want to be any demon emperor. I just want to go back to Earth, back home. It frowned, thinking, is that so? Before Shujia could even feel sentimental, it saw him cover his mouth and cough lightly. Then continue, of course I have to take Jichao and the others and Xiao Yanyan and her group with me, it thought with a dark face. You really don't miss a single thing you shouldn't be worrying about while ignoring everything you should be doing. After sorting out his own issues, Lin Xin looked at Shujia and asked, what about you, Shujia? It scratched its head and replied, me, he answered. Yes, what are your plans for the future? Shujia said slowly. Me? It clenched its teeth, holding back, and finally pointed at Lin Xin, shouting, I want to help the successive demon emperors achieve their dreams, and you are the demon emperor of my lifetime. But his reaction was not what it expected. Lin Xin winked at Shujia and suggested, then I should at least find a book nanny for you, right? How about the Divine Realm Scroll? Hearing this, it got so angry it roared at him. What book nanny? What Divine Realm? Oh, forget it. After roaring, Shujia calmed down and said, let's stop this nonsense. I have something to tell you. A few days ago in a dream, it suddenly heard someone whisper 3 words. The beast girl of the 6 scrolls. Shujia looked around, puzzled, and asked, who are you? Come out, where is this place? The demon empress appeared softly and said, to think 1,000 years have passed in a blink of an eye and you don't even remember my voice. Shujia was startled, took a step back, looked at the figure before it and asked in surprise, Demon Empress, you're still alive, she explained. I am just a wisp of the Demon Empress's soul residing within the Radiant Shield. I have hidden for 1,000 years only to convey His Majesty's grand millennial plan to the loyal beast girl of the 6 scrolls at this moment. Shujia caught the main point and asked, a millennial plan? The Demon Empress replied, that's right, 1,000 years ago, His Majesty was parasitized by the Kun God. After decades of secret research, a solution was finally found in ancient texts. The texts recorded that in a parallel world beyond the 9 provinces, there was a world called the Soul Realm. The beings there existed only as souls without physical bodies. The souls of the Soul Realm could exist for thousands of years. The only way for the outside world to reach the Soul Realm was to sacrifice a powerful soul as fuel to open the path. Therefore, before His Majesty's demise, he sacrificed the imprisoned soul of the Qian God to open the path to the Soul Realm. He then sent you and the Divine Realm Scroll to Earth to find a gifted individual and bring them back to the 9 provinces. This chosen one was to be cultivated and constantly leveled up until they fought the Kun God, leading to a mutually destructive battle. Thus, His Majesty intentionally left behind the sealing blade, which could only be used 5 times after being refined, and the Wadian family who were unskilled in forging and only rose to power because of their beauty. At the moment of mutual destruction, he would use the formation hidden in the Demon Emperor's coffin, sacrifice the Kun God's soul, reopen the path to the Soul Realm, possess the body of the Chosen One, and rule the world. Shujia confessed everything truthfully. And my next mission is to stop you from interrupting the Kun God's soul sacrifice ritual. Hearing this, Lin Xin scratched his head in confusion and asked a series of questions. Then why are you telling me this? Or do you want more book nanny? Wait, you don't like me, do you? You don't actually want me to help you with the Divine Realm Scroll, right? I thought of you as a brother, but you're actually into me. Its face grew darker and darker as it listened, its pages twisting as it said angrily, in the end I still gave it to the wrong person. The lotus pattern on the Demon Emperor's coffin began to glow. Kun Shen looked at the object before him, puzzled. He glanced at Lin Xin, but before Kun Shen could take any action, his soul was suddenly pulled out. Kun Shen's body levitated in midair, trembling, unable to resist as his soul was sucked into the lotus on the coffin lid. Shujia shouted from the side, now you idiot, of course I did it for Brotherhood. Brotherhood, did you think I'd do it for you to live well? It directed him to interrupt the process. Negotiate first, but don't hurt His Majesty or I'll. Lin Xin leapt from a distance and punched the coffin. All right. He looked at the coffin, which had rolled a few times on the ground, and said seriously, Your Majesty, after my soul returns to my body on Earth, I'll let you enter this body, okay? Beside them, Shujia approached to check on Kun Shen, breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, a part of his soul had not been absorbed. The coffin stopped moving after rolling a few times and didn't respond. Lin Xin and Shujia shouted in panic, Your Majesty, is it because the entrance isn't open that we can't talk? No way. In the nearby ruins lay the Demon Empress's shield. A wisp of the Demon Empress's soul from the shield suddenly reached out, heading straight for the lotus on the coffin lid. He reached out to stop it, but it was too late and he knew something was wrong. The lotus lit up. Lin Xin waited nervously for the next moment. He covered his head, but nothing happened. After waiting for a while and seeing no unusual phenomena, Lin Xin was full of questions. When he got closer, he only saw that the golden lotus had dimmed. Lin Xin turned and looked at Shujia with a questioning gaze, but it also scratched its head, not understanding what had happened. He patted the coffin lid and shouted, Hey handsome. Shujia also shouted, Your Majesty. Lin Xin squinted and asked it, Should we open it and see? Shujia roared at him in anger, This is His Majesty's coffin and you dare ask me if we can open it? After speaking, it turned around, patted the coffin and explained with a fawning expression, Your Majesty, this one is not familiar with that guy. His words and actions have nothing to do with me. In the end, Lin Xin decided to open the coffin lid himself. He peeked inside, saw only darkness and said, There's nothing here, were you dreaming? Shujia also curiously peeked inside and indeed there was nothing. That's not right. The demon empress clearly said so. Hiding in the distance, Wu Ming suddenly called out a warning. Be careful! A golden light shot out from the crack, grazed Lin Xin's face and rushed out. The dazzling golden light gradually spread. Shujia cried out in terror. It only managed to say 2 words before what? The golden light had already enveloped all of them. It separated everyone. It cried out Lin Xin's name in terror. The light completely covered Shujia, and its voice was cut off after just 1 word. At that moment, golden light had already surged up to his chest. Lin Xin shouted loudly, "What? I can't hear you." Wu Ming stood behind a rock wall in the distance, watching as a golden sphere of light grew larger and larger. Lin Xin staggered and looked around, thinking, I can't mobilize the divine power in my body at all. This is pure soul energy, and it's massive. My cultivation has been constantly improving, but I've neglected my soul's cultivation. Suddenly a voice sounded. Lin Xin frowned and glanced in the direction of the voice. Lin Xin calmly looked up at the person floating in midair. "Hello, Your Majesty." He was suspended in the air, but only his body was visible. The rest was completely obscured by light. "You don't seem flustered at all, not even surprised." After a pause, he said mysteriously, or perhaps Lin Xin frowned and closed his eyes, interrupting him. "Figured out your identity long ago," said Zhang Lang. He looked at him and continued, "To be precise, you are a Chinese person from Earth. Although I don't know why you possess the Demon Emperor's body, both the command for the Dragon's Roar Fist and the Divine Realm Scroll confirm that the soul inside the Demon Emperor is that of a Chinese person." Hearing his words, he was silent for a moment. Lin Xin stared at him for a while, then stammered in surprise, "You?" His head slowly became visible to the naked eye. Zhang Lang smiled and told him not to be nervous. His head was fully revealed, a brilliant smile on his face showing his white teeth. "I just wanted everyone to see clearly what the other person looks like." Zhang Lang put his arm around Lin Xin's shoulder and asked cheerfully, "Quick, tell me, how has China been all these years?" He answered, sweating, "I've been away for a while. It was pretty good before I left." He specified that it was peaceful. He asked if there was more. He explained in detail, "America is trying to cause division with its bills. No one is troubling China anymore." He asked again. Then Lin Xin interrupted Zhang Lang. "Wait." He stared at him and asked, "So who are you? When did you possess the Demon Emperor? And what is your purpose?" He smiled and replied, "It's a long story, but it seems someone outside recognized me just now. After this is over, you can ask them. I can tell you my name is Zhang Ling. Alright, in this world a pure soul state can't last long, so let's end the chat." Zhang Lang snapped his fingers and Lin Xin's soul appeared in the air. Zhang Lang looked up from inside your body and said, "I'm really sorry for taking your body." He stared at him, smiled and continued, "But I will help you find a decent body and give you 10,000 taels of gold." Lin Xin asked, "The money is fine, but as for the body, senior, can you let me return to my original body?" Zhang Lang asked, "Your original body?" He replied, "Yes, I didn't transmigrate with my body, only my soul. This body wasn't mine to begin with." As soon as Lin Xin finished speaking, Zhang Lang's body suddenly burst into raging flames. He looked down and thought, the immortal extreme saintly body is gone. Then the flames spread to Lin Xin's soul. Zhang Lang said, "My apologies." He asked loudly in terror, "What are you doing?" Zhang Lang laughed. A smile that was chilling to see. "I'm going to devour your soul as well." Suddenly, Shujia shouted, "Stop!" He immediately lost his balance and fell backward. Shujia shouted again, "I remember now, you're the #1 human expert who suddenly appeared 1,000 years ago." Zhang Lang fell to the ground with a loud bang, sending earth and stones flying. Hiding behind a rock, Wu Ming shouted in agreement, Right, I remember now too. Back then, the demon race, with generations of accumulated strength, was beating the human race senseless. Suddenly, this person appeared and beat the demon race to a pulp. I heard he was originally a sweeping monk in some female sect. I don't know what methods he used, but he took all the high-level female cultivators in the sect into his chambers and his cultivation soared. In the end, he was cursed by a great shaman summoned by the demon emperor. The bodies of the 9 female cultivators who had a relationship with him, the cursed ones, would be in a perpetual state of attack until death. Even if someone continuously supplied the cursed ones with energy, it would only slow down the speed of their attacks. From then on, Zhang Ling disappeared from the world with the 9 girls, their whereabouts unknown. Shujia commanded, "Quick! What did you do to His Majesty's soul?" Zhang Lang replied with a smile. "That old bastard, of course I possessed him. I ate his soul bit by bit," Shujia cursed angrily. "You beast, you didn't even spare the 300-year-old Jade Maiden sect leader." Hearing the curse, he gritted his teeth in anger. Zhang Lang shouted, "Shut up, don't you dare insult my little Jun." He channeled his inner energy, and with a loud bang, a huge explosion occurred where Lin Xin was. He walked to the edge of the newly blasted pit and looked down. Suddenly in the air, the Divine Realm Scroll appeared and asked, "Did you let them escape?" Zhang Lang replied, "They used the explosion from my attack as cover, and opened a spatial passage to escape." He turned to look at it and asked, stammering, "Are they all right?" The Divine Realm Scroll replied, "Yes. Since the girl I chose sacrificed 50 of her soul, the dissipation of the 9 girls' souls has stopped, but their bodies are still attacking. Even with the demon race's secret techniques to sustain them, their bodies can only last for another 100 years. After a pause, it continued, "Only by consummating the union with someone who has the immortal extreme saintly body can the curse be completely broken." Zhang Lang said, "This body is no longer an immortal extreme saintly body. Besides, Lin Xin originally transmigrated with his body, but in the end it was just his soul that came to the 9 provinces. I think the immortal extreme saintly body might have been accidentally created during the transmigration and fused with Lin Xin's soul." The Divine Realm scroll glanced over and said, "In that case, if Lin Xin escapes this time, he might become a great threat to you in the future." The two looked at the deep pit together. Zhang Lang said, "After taking a blow from me, they should be on the verge of death now. It won't take long to find them." He asked, "Do you know where they went?" The next second his eyes widened. A dangerous look on his face as he answered, "Earth." The scene shifted. A moment later a pair of hazy eyes slowly opened. Reflected in them was a figure with enormous buttocks. The girl's left and right hands were held by others.